Every powerful hidden class represents a form of ultimate strength, enough to drive countless players mad with desire. Especially in this hyper-realistic game, the multiverse game. A hidden class means a higher starting point and greater power. Just as Qin Feng's thoughts were surging, a cold, mechanical synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Player detected. Logging into the game. Talent awakening in progress. Would you like to begin talent awakening? Y/N. Yes. In the multiverse game, every player awakens a unique talent upon entering the game. Talent is the foundation of a player's strength and the key factor that defines their potential. Most importantly, talent can only be awakened once. Since the game does not allow multiple characters, every player has just one chance. The game system rates talents on a scale, from the weakest E and D grades to C and B grades, all the way up to the top-tier A and S grades. Beyond that, there's the legendary SS grade, and even the theoretical, unheard-of SSS grade. In his previous life, Qin Feng awakened an A-grade talent, Dexterous Hands, which gave him unparalleled mastery of skills like stealth, lockpicking, and trap disarmament. This talent was the key reason he managed to rise close to Tier 1 ranks, despite joining the game later than others. The higher the talent grade, the greater the benefit to the player. However, he also understood that talent awakening was largely determined by a player's inherent characteristics. But just as Qin Feng eagerly awaited the result of his talent awakening, something unexpected happened. Error! Error! The cold system notification sounded like an alarm echoing in his mind. The surrounding shadows of potential classes began to tremble violently, and the space around him twisted as if being warped. Due to an unknown error, the game is undergoing an automatic update. Please wait. Unknown error? Qin Feng was stunned. This had never happened in his previous life. Could it be because he had been reborn? He waited silently as time ticked by, moment by moment. Ding! The game has been updated to version GA 1.1. Please refer to the announcement for detailed update information. Ding! Player talent has been classified as an unknown grade talent. The system cannot fully activate it. Based on an initial analysis of the player's talent data, the proposed solution is, the player will gain a new SSS grade talent every 30 days. Do you accept? Y/N. The system's notifications came one after another, each word like a thunderclap in Qin Feng's mind, leaving him utterly stunned. Unknown grade talent? A new SSS grade talent every 30 days? This was a heaven-defying existence. To know, an SSS grade talent was a level that only existed in Legends. Even after years of the multiverse game's operation, the number of publicly confirmed players with SSS grade talents could be counted on one hand, and yet he could obtain one every 30 days? Could this abnormality have been caused by his rebirth? Suppressing the overwhelming excitement in his heart, Qin Feng cautiously asked the system, if I accept the proposal, will it affect my original talent? Ding! It will not. The abilities provided by this proposal are considered part of the player's talent. The system is currently only able to interpret partial information. With the system's assurance, Qin Feng had no more doubts. Yes. Ding! Player has chosen to accept the proposal. Talent has been activated. Player talent name, Heaven's Thief, unknown grade. Upon choosing a class, the first talent will awaken based on the selected class. Ding! Detected that the player's talent is compatible with 3 special hidden classes. Please select your class. The system's notification exploded in his ears like a thunderclap, roaring through his mind. A surge of indescribable joy, like a volcanic eruption, overwhelmed his reason in an instant. Unknown grade talent? This was a concept that far exceeded his understanding of talent classifications, akin to something out of myth and legend. And every 30 days, he could gain a free SSS grade talent. This was the kind of absurdity one would only dare dream of, yet it had become his reality. His breath grew rapid and hot, his heart pounding like a drum, and his clenched fists trembled slightly from the sheer force of his grip. He fixed his gaze intently on the 3 hidden classes floating before him, each radiating an ancient and mysterious aura, as he struggled to calm the wild storm of emotions within him. Master of illusory dreams. These 4 simple words seemed to carry a kind of magical power, instantly pulling his consciousness into a realm of surreal and enigmatic dreams. In the eastern region, there was rumored to be a maniacal player who awakened a similar hidden class called Phantom Swordsman. That individual was elusive, killing without a trace, flitting like a phantom between reality and illusion. He was the embodiment of terror, a nightmare for everyone on the battlefield. Lord of Venoms. Just hearing this name was enough to send a chilling sensation down the spine, as if an icy dagger had pierced through the vertebrae, straight to the brain, making his scalp go numb. In Southeast Asia's Siam region, there once appeared a deadly figure who awakened a poison-based hidden class. Though his class name wasn't particularly domineering, merely the eerie witch doctor, his methods were mysterious, insidious, and utterly ruthless, striking fear into all who heard of him. Enemies on the battlefield would often collapse inexplicably, dying silently and without warning, leaving no chance to defend themselves. It was said that this witch doctor once single-handedly poisoned a small guild of over 100 players to death without making a sound. The sheer brutality of the massacre still sent shivers down spines to this day. While Witch Doctor might not sound as commanding as Lord of Venoms, it was enough to reveal the despair and terror associated with poison-based classes. These two hidden classes were undeniably powerful, suffocatingly so. Yet Qin Feng's gaze, like iron attracted to a magnet, was firmly locked onto a third-class thief of fate. Thief. The word was like a brand, etched deeply into the core of his soul. It was the class he was most familiar with, most reliant on in his previous life, a lifeline in that unforgiving world. And the word fate carried an air of taboo, shrouded in mystery and embodying a force that transcended all else. Any class associated with fate was destined to be an existence that defied rules and dominated the game. What's more, this class was named Thief of Fate. The word thief perfectly aligned with the essence of the rogue class, as if predestined by some unseen force. Without the slightest hesitation, nor any unnecessary thought, Qin Feng declared, "I choose Thief of Fate." Ding! The player has chosen the hidden class Thief of Fate. Chapter 3, Gaining the SSS Talent Treasure of Fate. Ding! Detected Rogue Class Profession. The first SSS level talent of the unknowable tier ability Heaven's Thief has been activated. Congratulations to the player for acquiring the SSS level talent Treasure of Fate. A blinding divine light flashed, and the phantom of a treasure chest streaked through the chaos like a bolt of lightning, appearing before Qin Feng for just a moment before vanishing like a bubble. Simultaneously, information about the Treasure of Fate surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Treasure of Fate. Effect 1, upon choosing a rogue-related class, experience gain is increased tenfold. Effect 2, all acquired class skills can be enhanced and upgraded using fate points. Effect 3, upon death, you may choose to return to the day fate was chosen, fully restored and reborn. Once per month, January 1st. Note, fate points can be obtained by stealing significant items or completing major events. Current fate points, 1. Tenfold experience gain? That was an absolutely insane speed. This meant his leveling would skyrocket like a rocket launch, leaving other players in the dust, unable to even catch a glimpse of his shadow. The ability to enhance skills using fate points completely broke the game's conventional mechanics, opening up limitless possibilities for the future. Yet the most heaven-defying effect was undoubtedly the third one. Full revival once per month. It was as if he had been granted an extra life. In Heavenly Realms game, a world fraught with peril where death deducted real-life lifespan, this was his ultimate trump card. The methods for obtaining fate points were crystal clear, stealing significant items and completing major events. This talent was tailor-made for him. Qin Feng could almost see countless rare treasures beckoning to him, and monumental events capable of altering the world's trajectory awaiting his involvement. Excellent. Perfect. With 10 years of deep knowledge about Heavenly Realms game, Qin Feng knew that the early stages of the game were riddled with countless undiscovered quests and opportunities. If he could seize these early advantages, he could snowball into an unstoppable force. The Treasure of Fate talent would undoubtedly amplify his chances of securing these rare opportunities. Ding! Heavenly Realms game is now officially live. Wish you a pleasant gaming experience. The moment the system notification rang out, countless players surged into the brand new world of Heavenly Realms game like a raging torrent. Holy crap! This lighting effect, this texture, it's practically a perfect simulation. This game company is seriously using some next-level tech. I just touched a tree nearby, and I could actually feel the rough texture of the bark. It's so realistic. Look up at the sky. What is that? A dragon? That's an actual, living dragon. Oh my god, my awakened talent is only E-level. Am I doomed to be cannon fodder? Ha ha, my awakened talent is a B-level strength type. My life is destined to be extraordinary. Wait a second, didn't the official announcement say the servers would open right on the hour? Why was it delayed by a whole 5 minutes? Yeah, I noticed that too. For a game of this caliber, a full-dive virtual reality game, this kind of basic error shouldn't happen. Could it have been a server issue? No way, right? This is a global synchronized launch. The server load must be insane. If there really were a problem, the whole thing would have crashed by now. When I awakened my talent, it felt like the system lagged for a moment. Did anyone else feel that? Yeah, I think so. I thought it was just my imagination. Same here. For a second, I thought it was my internet acting up. Seems like I wasn't the only one. Could it be that the developers made some last-minute adjustments? The buzz of chatter filled the beginner village like boiling water, a mix of excitement, exhilaration, and a faint, almost imperceptible sense of doubt from the players entering the game for the first time. After all, the shock brought by this so-called 100% realism full-dive virtual reality game was completely unparalleled. The slight delay in the server launch and the subtle lag during talent awakening had caught the attention of some observant players. However, the sheer allure of the game quickly overshadowed these small anomalies. For the vast majority of players, the most important thing right now was diving into the game as soon as possible and exploring this mysterious, unknown world. The loud shouts and the hurried footsteps of players intertwined, spreading outward from the village like receding tides, leaving the once crowded beginner village feeling desolate. Only a few newcomers, still fumbling with the game interface, remained scattered around. Shin Feng scanned his surroundings, confirming that there were no familiar faces nearby, before lowering his gaze to inspect his own appearance. The coarse hemp clothing on his body felt a bit scratchy, and a small dagger with a faint, dull glint was tucked into his belt, a standard piece of beginner equipment. He nodded slightly. Other than the massive change brought by his awakened talent, everything else was identical to the start of his previous life. Murmuring silently to himself, Shin Feng summoned his personal attribute panel. Player, Shin Feng, Thief of Fate. Level, 1, 0/100%. Strength, 10, plus 6. Stamina, 10, plus 6. Intelligence, 10, plus 6. Agility, 15, plus 6. HP, 100 out of 100. MP, 100 out of 100. Skills, 1, Shadow Strike, 2, Shadow Step, 3, Shadow Theft. Inventory, Coarse Dagger X1, Beginner's Hemp Clothing X1. Exclusive Talent, 1 Fate Point. Class Specialty, 100% critical hit rate, double skill points and attribute points gained. The 4 words Thief of Fate in the notes section of the attribute panel stood out prominently, exuding an aura of mystery and intrigue that was hard to resist. Shin Feng's attention was immediately drawn to the skill section. Chapter 4, Explosive Damage that Shakes the Heavens. Shadow Strike, Level 1, Active Skill. A swift thrust or precise throw allows the player to instantly deal weapon damage to the target, with an additional 150% terrifying critical hit damage. When damage is successfully dealt, the target gains 1 stack of Fate Mark. Once the marks accumulate to 3 or more, they can be detonated. The higher the stack count, up to 13, the more devastating the detonation damage. No cost, 1 second cooldown. Shadow Step, Level 1, Active Skill. Upon activation, the player merges into the shadows, entering a stealth state. Movement speed increases by 10%, and the effect lasts until the player attacks or cancels the skill manually. In dim or low light conditions, the skill's effects are doubled. Note, while in Shadow Step, attacking a target directly applies 2 stacks of Fate Mark. No cost, 3 second cooldown. Shadow Theft, Level 1, Active Skill. Harnessing the power of shadows, the player manipulates a sliver of fleeting fate to steal from the target with an 80% success rate. Repeated thefts from the same target significantly increase the chances of obtaining high-grade rare items. Note, each successful theft also applies 1 stack of Fate Mark to the target. No cost, 1 second cooldown. Watching all of this unfold, Shin Feng couldn't help but smile. For an ordinary rogue, the starting skill set was nothing but a bland assassinate ability, single target damage with no additional effects whatsoever. But his skill, Shadow Pierce, boasted a terrifying 150% critical damage and could stack mysterious Fate Marks. Once detonated, it would unleash cataclysmic burst damage. Then there was Shadow Step. For a regular rogue, this was a skill that required tireless grinding to reach level 5 before it could even be unlocked. And even then, its effect was limited to basic stealth, no speed bonuses at all. But his Shadow Step? It not only came with a 10% movement speed boost, but in dim light conditions, the effect doubled. It was practically tailor-made for stealth assassinations, a perfect skill by every measure. Finally, there was Shadow Theft, an ability regular rogues could only dream of. The standard steal skill had an abysmally low success rate, and even when it worked, the stolen items were often worthless junk. In stark contrast, his Shadow Theft could plunder rare treasures and even imprint valuable Fate Marks onto the stolen goods, granting it unparalleled strategic potential and immense value. No wonder it's a hidden class. These skills are simply overpowered. Shin Feng murmured in admiration, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The power of these level 1 skills alone was already astonishing. He could hardly contain his anticipation for what the skills at levels 10, 20, or even higher would bring. What kind of devastating force would he wield by then? What thrilled him even more was the single, precious fate point he currently possessed. This was an incredibly rare resource capable of directly enhancing skills. In the early stages of the game, any improvement, no matter how small, could make a world of difference. Without hesitation, Xin Feng decided to upgrade Shadow Theft. He understood all too well that in the early game, resources held far greater value than simply leveling up. A skill like Shadow Theft, which allowed direct access to resources, would undoubtedly give him a massive advantage, leaving other players far behind in his wake. Do you wish to consume one fate point to enhance the skill Shadow Theft? Yes. Xin Feng confirmed in his heart without a second thought. An invisible surge of energy coursed through his body. The crude dagger in his hand seemed to sense the influx of power and quivered slightly in response. Congratulations, player. Skill Shadow Theft has been enhanced and mutated into Hand of Fate. Xin Feng immediately opened the skill description, his heart racing with anticipation. Hand of Fate, Level 1, Active Skill. Harness the mysterious power of fate to steal. Success rate, 100%. Upon stealing from the same target more than twice, there is a high probability of obtaining the most valuable item on their person. Note: 1. Successfully stealing an S tier or higher item grants +1 fate point. 2. Stolen items are not limited to tangible objects. Cost: none. Cooldown: 1 second. As Xin Feng read the description of Hand of Fate, his breathing grew rapid, and his heart pounded like a drum. A 100% success rate? This meant he could steal items from any target at will, without ever worrying about the chance of failure. And if he stole from the same target multiple times, he stood a high chance of obtaining their most valuable possession. This skill was practically game-breaking, but what truly astonished him was the bonus: stealing S-tier or above items would directly grant him additional fate points. This created a perfect feedback loop. He could use Hand of Fatito continuously gather fate points, then use those points to enhance other skills, rapidly snowballing his strength like a snowball rolling downhill. Not limited to tangible objects, Xin Feng muttered, repeating those few words from the skill description. His eyes gleamed with a sharp, electric intensity. Could this mean he could steal not just physical items, but also skills, attributes, or even something more intangible, like luck itself? This bold idea sprouted in his mind like wildfire, igniting an unprecedented sense of excitement and longing for his future in the game. It's time to move. Xin Feng's gaze locked onto the vast, mysterious expanse beyond the Novice Village. In Heavenly Realms Online, the Novice Village was an isolated area, seemingly cut off from the true game world. No player had ever returned to the Novice Village after leaving it, nor had any NPC from the main cities ever stepped foot inside. Yet for new players, the Novice Village was a treasure trove of opportunities and resources, a place where one could carve out a significant lead over the competition. Out in the open fields of the Novice Village, small groups of players had already begun forming parties. Wielding crude wooden clubs or stone axes, they cautiously lured low-level wild boars and grotesque goblins into their traps. The monsters here were only level 1 and level 2, seemingly weak, but to players, they were exceptionally formidable. Killing these creatures to level up smoothly was no easy task. Dying 7 or 8 times was almost a given. What terrified the players even more was the cruel rule of the multiverse game: each death would deduct 1% of their real-life lifespan. Damn it! That wild boar's charge is insane. It almost one-shot me, a player wielding a crude wooden stick exclaimed, his face pale and beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Coordinate. Don't just throw yourselves at them and die, another player in the group shouted angrily as his stone axe slammed onto a goblin's head, only to produce a pitifully small damage number. This game is way too hard. Are these really beginner-level monsters? Another player grumbled, his rusty dagger knocked aside by a goblin's wooden club. The impact sent a sharp pain through his palm, leaving it numb. No choice but to chip away at them slowly. I heard some elites have awakened S-level, or even higher, talents. They can solo these beginner monsters no problem. Stop dreaming about that. Let's just stick to teaming up. In this game, staying alive is what matters most. Xin Feng glanced indifferently at the players struggling near the entrance of the beginner village. Without hesitation, he activated Shadow Step. In the next moment, his figure seemed to meld into the surrounding shadows, becoming both blurry and swift. His movement speed surged instantly. Before long, he had vanished from sight, disappearing into the dark, eerie forest outside the beginner village. Using the stealth and speed boost from Shadow Step, Xin Feng easily evaded the low-level monsters wandering along the way. The light within the forest grew increasingly dim. The effect of Shadow Step became even more pronounced, allowing him to move faster, his figure blending seamlessly into the darkness like a true phantom. Before long, Xin Feng arrived at the entrance of a low-lying valley. From within the valley came bursts of strange cluck-cluck-cluck sounds. The air was thick with a pungent, nauseating stench. Chicken-type monster. Level 4. HP, 240 of 240. Attack, 15. Speed, 7. Defense, 10. Skill, Gut Strike, a powerful blow that channels the monster's full strength, with a high chance of applying armor-piercing and critical damage. The valley was teeming with strange, half-human, half-chicken creatures. Their bodies were covered in coarse, grayish-brown feathers. Sharp beaks jutted from their faces, and their muscular chicken claws wielded crude stone axes. They emitted piercing cries that grated on the ears. The sheer number of these chicken-type monsters was staggering. They filled nearly every corner of the valley, a sight that would send chills down anyone's spine. In his previous life, this valley had been accidentally discovered by an adventurous player shortly after the game launched. The chicken-type monsters here were not only numerous but also had stats significantly higher than monsters of the same level elsewhere. Especially their skill, Gut Strike, which dealt terrifying burst damage. Even tank classes with high defense would suffer severe injuries if struck. As a result, in the early stages of the game, few players dared to venture here to grind. The risk was simply too high, and the rewards too low. But Qin Feng's goal wasn't to kill these chicken-type monsters. He had his sights set on something much more important. While these creatures were troublesome, clearing out a majority of them would trigger the appearance of a hidden boss. And Qin Feng's ultimate target was the top-tier equipment dropped by that hidden boss. His sharp eyes quickly scanned the positions of the chicken-type monsters in the valley. Moving lightly, he approached one that had strayed from the group. Just as he was about to enter the monster's alert range, Qin Feng halted his steps. Fate's left hand. A wisp of nearly black energy flowed from Qin Feng's fingertips, like invisible tendrils silently reaching toward the unsuspecting, unlucky creature. Steal successful. Acquired copper coins x5. A crisp system notification rang in Qin Feng's mind. 5 faintly gleaming copper coins now rested in his hand. The chicken-type monster clawed at the ground a few times, tilting its head with a puzzled cluck. It hadn't noticed anything unusual. Qin Feng continued to use Fate's left hand. Steal successful. Acquired copper coins x7. Steal successful. Acquired copper coins x6. After several successful steals, Qin Feng had reaped a decent haul. Meanwhile, the repeatedly targeted chicken-type monster grew, increasingly agitated. It started looking around nervously, even getting into a sudden scuffle with a nearby companion, squawking angrily. The next moment, Shadow Pierce. Qin Feng abruptly appeared behind the chicken-type monster. His dagger struck with pinpoint precision at its vital spot. Instantly, a vivid crimson damage number floated into the air. -52, critical hit. On the chicken-type monster's body, 7 distinct layers of fate marks appeared, clear and ominous. Explode! Qin Feng shouted without hesitation, detonating the marks in an instant. Boom! A surge of overwhelming energy erupted within the unfortunate chicken-shaped monster, like a miniature bomb with devastating power. Its massive body was instantly blown apart, torn into countless pieces, with flesh and blood scattering in every direction. -632, critical hit. Marked detonation. A massive damage number flashed overhead, instantly draining the chicken-shaped monster of all its remaining health. Its shrill, desperate squawk abruptly ceased as the creature's huge body collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, scattering a pile of shiny copper coins across the dirt. Congratulations, player! You have successfully slain a level 4 chicken monster. You earned 25% experience points. Holy moly, this XP gain! The experience from defeating a higher-level monster was indeed incredibly generous. On top of that, with the insane 10x experience bonus, the single level 4 chicken monster had granted Qin Feng a staggering 25% experience points. To put this into perspective, other players were still struggling outside the newbie village, laboriously slaying level 1 wild boars or goblins for a meager 0.5% experience per kill at most. The difference between these two scenarios was like night and day. However, Qin Feng's earlier attack had drawn the attention of the other nearby chicken monsters. They immediately abandoned their infighting and turned their hate-filled eyes toward him. Clutching their crude stone axes, they shrieked and charged at him in a frenzy. Facing the tide of incoming chicken monsters, Qin Feng remained calm and composed. After successfully killing the first one, the cooldown for his shadow step skill had already ended. He melded into the shadows once more, his figure blurring and vanishing from the monster's sight in an instant. The chicken monsters, now deprived of their target, could only spin around in confusion, letting out angry and frustrated cries. Meanwhile, Qin Feng moved swiftly within the shadows, weaving through the densely packed monsters like a ghost. His crude dagger became the Reaper's scythe, each strike precisely harvesting the life of a chicken monster. Loot successful. Obtained damaged feather. Loot successful. Obtained poor quality stone axe. Congratulations, player. You have successfully slain a level 4 chicken monster. You earn 25% experience points. The system notifications chimed incessantly as Qin Feng's experience bar visibly surged forward at an astonishing speed. It wasn't long before a dazzling golden light descended from above. Congratulations, player! You have leveled up to level 2. You gain 2 skill points and 8 attribute points. Chapter 6, Enough to Crush All Hope. As the glow of leveling up faded, Qin Feng felt a surge of warmth spread through his body, instantly washing away his fatigue. Quickly, he opened his attribute panel, saw the 8 unallocated points, and decisively distributed 5 points into agility and the remaining 3 into strength. In the next moment, his movements became noticeably lighter, the air seemed to hiss faintly as he swung his arms, the sound of speed slicing through the stillness. The increase in strength made his grip on the dagger feel more solid and assured. The 2 skill points from leveling up also lay quietly in the skill panel, waiting to be spent. Upgrade Shadow Strike and Shadow Step. Qin Feng glanced at Fate's left hand, a skill that required 3 points to upgrade, and quickly made his decision. In the early game, there was no room for hoarding points, doing so would be the height of foolishness. With the skill upgrades complete, the description for Shadow Strike changed instantly, its critical hit damage now raised to a whopping 200%. Likewise, the effects of Shadow Step were enhanced, increasing movement speed in stealth mode by 20%. After swiftly allocating his points, Qin Feng once again set his sights on the remaining wandering chicken monsters and leapt forward. The boost to his attributes and skill levels caused his efficiency in slaying monsters to skyrocket. With just 3 layers of marks stacked on a target, combined with the critical damage from Shadow Strike, he could effortlessly take down a level 4 chicken monster. Though the experience gain slightly decreased as his level increased, it was still leagues ahead of what other players could achieve. The gap was so vast, it was enough to make anyone else despair. In the valley, Qin Feng moved with a graceful, silent rhythm, his figure flitting through the shadows like a butterfly gliding between monsters. Unnoticed, he left behind several marks of fate on the heads of the oblivious creatures. Detonate! With a low growl, Qin Feng triggered the marks of fate. The chicken monsters marked by destiny exploded in an instant. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions rocked the valley, as if the very heavens and earth were shaking. Blood mist filled the air, while severed limbs and broken bodies were flung in all directions. The entire valley trembled as if on the verge of collapse. Qin Feng stood bathed in a radiant golden light, relishing the euphoric sensation of leveling up. Level 3. His attribute panel had once again improved, with noticeable increases in both agility and strength. The critical damage of his skill, Shadow Stab, had reached an intimidating level. 250% critical damage? And that's just the base value? A faint smirk tugged at Qin Feng's lips as anticipation flickered in his eyes. If I land a vital hit on top of that, the damage would be... Suddenly, the serene quiet of the valley was shattered by a furious roar. Who? The voice was grating, like sandpaper scraping against steel, sharp, jarring, and bone-chilling. Who dares to slaughter my kin? The speaker's anger roared like a tempest, as though threatening to tear the entire valley apart. Qin Feng raised his head, his gaze locking onto the depths of the valley. The mist began to part, revealing a hunched, twisted figure slowly emerging from the shadows. It was a grotesque man clad in a filthy, tattered alchemist's robe, his hair a tangled mess resembling a bird's nest. His face was contorted and scarred with countless marks of past wounds. One eye burned crimson like the flames of hell, while the other was concealed behind a black eye patch. In his hand, he clutched a staff crowned with a skull, its hollow sockets glowing with an ominous light. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble faintly. This is a boss? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, feeling the oppressive aura radiating from the figure. Interesting. Mutant Chicken King Bark. Level 8. HP 5000 of 5000. Attack 80. Movement speed 10. Defense 50. Skills: Alchemical Poison Mist, Frenzied Stomp. Without hesitation, Qin Feng activated his stealth mode the moment the Mutant Chicken King appeared. Then, with a swift motion, he reached out his hand. Ding! Steal successful. Congratulations, you've obtained Bark's Mad Potion. A crimson vial exuding a pungent, metallic smell of blood materialized in Qin Feng's hand. Bark's Mad Potion, upon injection, increases attack power by 30%, reduces defense and magic resistance by 50%. Lasts 30 seconds. The potion's side effects were undeniably severe, but for players pursuing maximum damage output, this was nothing short of a treasure. Not really my style, though, Qin Feng muttered, shaking his head as he casually stashed the potion away. With his skills cooling down, he struck again, this time tagging the boss with 2 layers of fate mark. The Mutant Chicken King swiveled its lone, blood-red eye frantically, scanning the valley with mounting irritation. Who's there? Stop skulking around like a coward. It let out a furious, guttural roar, like a wounded beast teetering on the edge of madness. Accompanying its bellow, a dense, green poison mist erupted from the skull atop its staff, spreading outward like the howl of a demon unleashed. In moments, the toxic fog engulfed the entire valley, filling the air with a nauseating stench that could suffocate even the bravest warrior. Qin Feng's heart tightened. He hadn't expected the boss to react so quickly, but he was ready. Chapter 7, Buck's Antidote. Buck's Antidote. A small bottle emitting a faint herbal fragrance appeared instantly in Qin Feng's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and drank it all in one gulp. A refreshing sensation surged through his entire body like a tidal wave. The green poisonous mist surrounding him seemed to encounter its nemesis, dissipating rapidly. The boss's skill is decent, but that's about all it's got, Qin Feng sneered coldly, completely unbothered by the threat of the poisonous mist, as he continued to circle around the mutant Chicken King. Seizing an opportunity, he launched a ferocious strike before retreating like a ghost into the shadows. The mutant Chicken King grew increasingly frenzied, its enraged roars echoing through the valley. The concentration of the green mist thickened, almost solidifying into a physical form. Yet, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't catch Qin Feng. It could only charge aimlessly like a headless fly. Damn it! Where the hell are you? Qin Feng was right behind it. Every movement he made was as silent as a shadow, his presence as elusive as a phantom. When he moved, it was with deadly precision. When he stayed still, he was invisible to all. This was the instinct honed from countless life-and-death battles in his previous life. At this moment, every subtle movement of his exuded power and technique elegant, yet lethal. 11 layers of marks, your death is imminent. Qin Feng's icy voice, like a judgment from hell, whispered in the mutant Chicken King's ears. His dagger struck like a serpent's fang, swift and precise, piercing the weak spot at the back of the mutant Chicken King's neck. Shadow stab. As the crimson critical hit numbers flashed, 2 layers of destiny marks simultaneously appeared above Buck's head. The next moment, marks detonate. Boom! A violent burst of energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly engulfing the mutant Chicken King. It let out a blood-curdling scream, struggling in vain, but under the devastating critical damage exceeding 1,000 points, its life force was extinguished in an instant. Its massive body collapsed with a resounding thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The crisp sound of a system notification arrived right on cue. Congratulations! Player has successfully slain the elite monster mutant Chicken King Buck. You have received B-grade treasure chest ×1. Congratulations! Player has gained 500% experience points, advancing to level 5. Congratulations! You have earned the title, Chicken Slayer Maniac. Not bad. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the treasure chest on the ground, gleaming with a metallic luster. A great start. The first elite monster drops a B-grade treasure chest. In the game of the multiverse, when ordinary monsters were killed, any dropped equipment would appear directly in physical form. However, the drop rate for such items was extremely low, and most of the time they were lackluster white-grade equipment. Only elite or higher-tier monsters could drop items that condensed into treasure chests. This mechanic applied not only in the game world but also in the real world, which was set to merge with the game's reality 3 months later. The grade of the treasure chest was tied to the player's awakened talent level. For Qin Feng, obtaining a B-grade chest was entirely within expectations. Still, he didn't rush to open the chest. Instead, he allocated the attribute points and skill points he had gained from leveling up. Jumping 2 levels earned him a total of 10 attribute points and 5 skill points. He stuck to the same strategy, prioritizing agility with strength as a secondary focus. Shadow Stab received another 3 skill points. Qin Feng's goal was clear: to maximize the advantages of this skill. The critical damage multiplier of Shadow Stab rose to an astonishing 300%. The remaining 2 skill points were invested into Shadow Step. His movement speed in stealth mode increased again, now reaching 30%. Not bad. With these stats, I'm ready for the challenges ahead. Now, it's time to open this treasure chest. Chapter 8, no longer limited to living targets. Let's see what surprises you hold for me, Qin Feng murmured softly, placing his hand on the treasure chest. Left Hand of Fate. Activate. In the next moment, the crisp system notification sounded once more. Ding! Faith theft successful. Congratulations! Player has successfully stolen equipment, Hatred's Dagger. Name, Hatred's Dagger, B-grade, 1/2, attack, 80 to 130. Equip level, 5. Class restriction, melee. Durability, 50 of 50. Strength +5. Special effect, when triggering a critical hit, critical damage is increased by 30%, and a bleeding effect is applied. The mutant Chicken King Buck hated all things, and that includes you, the one wielding this dagger. Xin Feng stared at the sinister-looking dagger in his hand. The blade glimmered with a faint crimson light, subtly different from the top-grade weapons he remembered, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. However, the attributes of this dagger of hatred made his eyes light up. Not only was it a rare piece of B-grade equipment, but the one-half, in its description clearly indicated that it was likely a part of a set. In the games of Myriad Worlds, set equipment was often far more powerful than standalone pieces of the same level. Collecting an entire set could even unlock additional effects, making such items the dream of every player. To think that this mutant Chicken King would actually drop a set piece, Xin Feng's luck was truly remarkable. The silver treasure chest, previously visited by his skill Hand of Fate, now bore fine cracks on its surface. Its shine had dimmed considerably, but it had not yet shattered completely. Clearly, it could still be exploited further. Without hesitation, Xin Feng activated the skill again. Steal failed. Obtained 8 silver coins. The cracks on the chest deepened, spreading like a spider web and threatening to shatter at any moment. Xin Feng knew well that the chest could withstand at most one more use of Hand of Fate. Ding! Congratulations, player! Successfully stolen equipment Hatred Swift Boots. Name Hatred Swift Boots, B grade, 2 halves. Durability 50 of 50. Agility +5. Special effect: when gaining a speed buff, the buff's potency increases by 30%. Additionally, critical hit rate increases by 5%. If critical hit rate is already maxed, critical damage is increased by 15%. Xin Feng examined the lightweight leather boots in his hands. The surface shimmered with the same faint crimson glow as the dagger of hatred, their auras resonating with each other. It was indeed a set. He immediately equipped both the dagger and the boots. Set effect activated: Venom of Hatred, all attributes +1. Each attack inflicts an additional bleed effect. A warm current surged through Xin Feng's body as he felt his strength, agility, spirit, and vitality all improve. More importantly, the bleed effect from the set would undoubtedly enhance his damage output significantly. He also sifted through the basic white-tier equipment dropped by the chicken-like monsters he had defeated earlier and equipped whatever seemed useful. Though the stats were mediocre, they were still better than nothing. Compared to the shabby beginner's gear he had when he first entered the game, Xin Feng now looked completely transformed, his combat power significantly enhanced. With this, it's time to explore that place, he muttered. He already had a plan in mind, a perfect location to widen the gap between himself and the other players. Meanwhile, in the newbie channel, chaos reigned. Damn! These goblins hit way too hard. I'm only level 2, and I got one shot in 2 hits. Tell me about it. This game is ridiculously hard. I've been grinding for ages, and my experience bar hasn't even moved by 1%. Stop complaining and just find a party. You can't survive solo in this game. I don't know how those leaderboard players level up so fast. It's like they're riding a rocket. Who knows? Probably whales spending tons of money or pros backed by gaming studios. Us regular players just have to grind the old-fashioned way. Xin Feng ignored the chatter in the channel. It was nothing but noise to him. Fortunately, he had arrived at his destination. After crossing a barren wasteland filled with jagged rocks, he found himself standing at the entrance of a cave. The cave mouth was concealed by overgrown vines and surrounded by sharp, uneven rocks, making it exceptionally well hidden. This was the only dungeon entrance in the newbie village, the Shadowy Cavern. Inside the Shadowy Cavern were numerous wolf-like monsters, all level 7 or higher. The dungeon's final boss was a level 10 elite, the Shadowfawn Cavern Wolf Demon. Chapter 9, entering the dungeon, Shadowy Cavern. Player level too low. Do you still wish to enter the dungeon, Shadowy Cavern? Yes. Xin Feng didn't hesitate. Levels were never an obstacle for him. With a flash of brilliant light, he found himself inside a dim, damp cave. The air was thick with a nauseating stench. The ground was slick with moisture, and water droplets fell rhythmically from the cavern's ceiling, echoing crisply in the silence. Not far away, a group of muscular wolf-like creatures noticed his presence. Their ears perked up, and low, menacing growls reverberated through the cavern. Their fur was a sinister shade of dark purple, making them appear even more intimidating in the dim light. Deep Abyss Direwolf. Level 7. HP 450 of 450. Attack 45. Movement speed 12. Defense 30. Skill Bite. Uses sharp teeth to tear into the target, with a chance to inflict a bleeding effect. Xin Feng swiftly entered stealth mode, his figure melting into the shadows in an instant, avoiding any detection by the monster. After assessing the situation within the cave, he crept closer to one of the Deep Abyss direwolves, his footsteps as light as a ghost. Suddenly, his dagger plunged downward in a fierce strike. At the same time, the Mark of Fate detonated. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully killing a level 7 Deep Abyss Direwolf, gaining 35% experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully stealing the skill Bloodthirst. Bloodthirst, passive skill. Each time you deal damage, you recover 10% of the damage dealt as HP. Qin Feng moved through the cave, alternating between stealth and slaughter. His experience bar climbed rapidly as he delved deeper into the cavern. Before long, his level had risen to 7. All the skill points gained from leveling up were immediately invested into Shadow Pierce, raising his core skill to level 7. He had a faint premonition that when Shadow Pierce reached level 10, it would undergo a qualitative transformation, potentially unlocking a far more powerful effect. As he ventured further, a wider stone chamber appeared before his eyes. At the center of the chamber lay an enormous wolf-like creature, resting with its eyes closed. Its body was twice the size of an ordinary Deep Abyss direwolf, its dark purple fur as hard as steel. Thick, muscular limbs bore razor-sharp claws, and several pointed bone spurs jutted from its tail, exuding a menacing aura. Deep Abyss Wolf Fiend. Level, 10, Elite, HP, 12000/12000. Attack, 120. Movement speed, 15. Defense, 80. Skills, Shadow Claw, Abyssal Howl, Pack Summon. Surrounding the wolf fiend were several smaller, yet equally intimidating Deep Abyss direwolves, clearly its guards. Guardian Direwolf. Level, 7, Elite, HP, 5500/5500. Attack, 60. Movement speed, 13. Defense, 150. Magic resistance, 150. Skill, Partners in Crime, passive, provides the Deep Abyss Wolf Fiend with 300 additional physical defense and magic resistance, and increases its HP cap by 3000. When the Wolf Fiend's HP drops below 50%, the Guardian Direwolf will sacrifice itself to restore 5000 HP to the Wolf Fiend. Deep Abyss Wolf Fiend. Level, 10, Elite, HP, 15000/15000. Attack, 120. Movement speed, 15. Defense, 80. Magic resistance, 50. Skills. Abyssal Claw. Condenses the power of the abyss into sharp claws to attack the enemy, dealing 200% physical damage and an additional 50 points of dark elemental damage. Lone Wolf. Passive. When the Wolf Fiend is the last remaining target on the field, its attack power increases by 50%, critical hit rate by 20%, and critical damage by 50%. This dungeon was certainly no easy challenge. In his previous life, countless players had charged into the Deep Abyss Cave, paying a heavy price in their attempts to conquer it. From what Qin Feng remembered, each player died an average of 3 times before they could barely make it through. The Guardian Direwolf's passive skill, Partners in Crime, made it extremely difficult to take down both the Wolf Fiend and the Direwolf simultaneously. If you targeted the Wolf Fiend first, the Guardians would granted massive defensive and health boosts. If you targeted the Guardians first, the Wolf Fiend would activate its Lone Wolf effect, becoming even more ferocious. Combined with the boss's impressive stats and high damage skills, this dungeon was almost insurmountable for novice players. But for the current Qin Feng, it wasn't entirely impossible. The next moment, Qin Feng's figure darted through the shadows, his fate's left-hand dagger slashing silently through the air. He left a faint mark of fate on the Deep Abyss Wolf Fiend and all 3 Guardian Direwolves. He didn't detonate the marks immediately. Instead, he began picking off the Guardian Direwolves one by one. Thanks to the high base attack power of his B-grade weapon and his 100% critical hit rate from his talent, each of Qin Feng's strikes was as devastating as a lightning bolt, shredding through the Guardian's defenses and dealing massive damage. After stacking just 3 layers of Mark of Fate, combined with the terrifying critical damage of Shadow Pierce, he was able to instantly kill 1 Guardian Direwolf. One of the Guardians collapsed in a burst of shadow energy, not even having the chance to let out a proper death cry. Seeing this, the Deep Abyss Wolf Fiend roared in fury, its deafening howl shaking the walls of the chamber. Dark energy coalesced into sharp claws, which slashed toward Qin Feng with incredible speed. Abyssal Claw. The sharp claws slashed through the air, emitting a piercing whistle, as if intent on tearing everything apart. But Qin Feng had already anticipated the attack. His figure ghosted sideways with an almost spectral agility. The wolf's claw grazed past his body, the fierce wind howling, yet it failed to even brush the hem of his clothing. At this moment, the rogue's dexterity and elegance were on full display. In the shadows, Qin Feng's silhouette darted like a nimble spirit. The dagger in his hand harvested the lives of the Shadowfang guards one by one, and every now and then, he would lash out at the abyssal wolf demon with a calculated strike. One Shadowfang guard after another collapsed amidst the glint of dark light. The abyssal wolf demon's roars grew increasingly frenzied. Finally, when the last Shadowfawn guard disintegrated into a streak of white light and vanished, the abyssal wolf demon bore the burden of 11 stacked layers of destiny marks. A cold smile tugged at the corner of Qin Feng's lips. "It's over," he murmured, his figure shooting forward like an arrow loosed from the string, heading straight for the abyssal wolf demon. The dagger in his hand gleamed with a chilling brilliance as it aimed precisely for the fatal spot on the demon's neck. Shadow stab. At the same time, the 13 layers of destiny marks he had been accumulating erupted all at once. Boom! A cataclysmic surge of energy detonated in an instant, like a chain of bombs igniting in succession, engulfing the massive body of the abyssal wolf demon. It didn't even have time to trigger its lone wolf effect before being obliterated into countless pieces by the devastating energy blast, scattering in all directions. The next moment, the crisp and pleasing chime of the system echoed in the silence of the cavern. Chapter 10, No one could be cheating in this game, right? Ding! Congratulations, player, for becoming the first in the server to clear the Abyssal Cavern dungeon. A server-wide announcement will be made shortly. Congratulations, player, for obtaining the first clear reward for the normal level dungeon. Please claim your reward promptly. Congratulations, player, for slaying that Abyssal Wolf Demon and receiving 1x B-rank treasure chest. Congratulations, player, for leveling up to level 8. The string of notifications resounded like thunder in Qin Feng's mind, filling it with an electrifying buzz of excitement. Yet, the corner of his lips curved into a faint, contented smile. In the multiverse game, dungeons were categorized into 4 tiers: normal, nightmare, torment, and hell. Only after clearing the previous tier could one challenge the next. This meant that, with sufficient strength, one could theoretically clear all 4 tiers in one go, reaping the rewards for the first clear of each. Qin Feng paid no heed to the server-wide announcement. As a veteran T1 player, he was long accustomed to such fanfare. In his previous life, the world's largest guild, Dragon March Guild, had risen to fame and claimed dominance precisely by securing first clears of dungeons one after another. However, for a solo player like him, Qin Feng's gaze grew deep and inscrutable, locking onto the silver light that had materialized in his hand. It was the first clear reward that truly concerned him. If his memory served right, the reward for clearing a normal level dungeon for the first time should be bonus skill points. With a thought, Qin Feng decisively activated the silver light in his hand, Fate's left hand. Ding! Selection failed. Failed? A hint of disappointment welled up in Qin Feng's heart. He had hoped to acquire skill points. But in the next instant, his hand clenched abruptly, crushing the silver light. Without any special effects, his status panel quietly displayed 2 additional skill points. Qin Feng didn't immediately use the skill points. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the treasure chest on the ground, its silver glow shimmering faintly. Placing his hand on the chest, he activated Fate's left hand once more. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully stealing an item: Abyssal Crossbow. Name: Abyssal Crossbow, B rank, 1/4. Type: offhand weapon. Attack frequency: single shot, 1 bolt at a time. Attack: 100 to 125. Required level: 7. Class restriction: none. Attribute bonus: stamina +5. Special effect: auto-reloading, 1 bolt every 3 seconds, dealing piercing damage. Qin Feng glanced at the Abyssal Crossbow's attributes and nodded slightly. As a primary weapon, this crossbow would be nearly useless, but as an offhand weapon, it could certainly prove handy. He didn't linger on the weapon for long. His eyes turned back to the treasure chest, now showing faint cracks. Once again, he activated Fate's left hand. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully stealing an item, proof of the Abyssal Cavern Master. Qin Feng looked at the Crimson Wolfhead token in his hand and stowed it away without hesitation. This item was most likely for a quest, he would deal with that later. Then, he once again activated Fate's left hand. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully stealing an item, deed to a property in Dawn City. Item description: the deed to a house in Dawn City. Perhaps it belonged to an overconfident warrior, or maybe to a shadow wolf demon dwelling in a cave? The treasure chest shattered with a loud crash, revealing an ancient and rustic scroll of parchment in Qin Feng's hand. Dawn City was a settlement established by NPCs, providing players with all sorts of essential items and equipment. When being chased by monsters, players could also enter the city to seek refuge. However, there was a prerequisite: one must be a resident of Dawn City. And one of the conditions for becoming a resident was owning property in the city. This was undoubtedly a valuable item, though it wasn't of immediate use to Qin Feng. After dealing with the treasure chest, Qin Feng's next task was to allocate his stat points. Following his usual approach, he prioritized agility with strength as a secondary attribute, raising his agility to 46 points and strength to 27 points. He intentionally avoided maxing out his agility because once an attribute reached 50 points, it would hit the limit, requiring a trial quest to break through. Thus, there was no need to fully max it out for now. A balanced allocation of resources was more practical in the early stages. Having completed his stat distribution, Qin Feng was ready to challenge the next level of dungeons. Beginner's Village. A tall, muscular man gripped a long sword and struck fiercely at a goblin's head. Qua! The goblin let out a shrill cry and raised its club, ready to retaliate. The man saw this and, without hesitation, thrust his sword forward. The gleaming blade sliced through the night sky like a shooting star. Squelch! The blade pierced through the goblin's neck with precision, and bright red blood sprayed out violently, like an accidental splash of paint from an artist's brush. Staring at the fallen goblin, Wang Longxing remained expressionless, while cheers erupted from the group behind him. Brother Wang, you're amazing. Unbelievable. Brother Wang killed a goblin in just 2 moves. Despite the praises from those around him, Wang Longxing stayed cold and detached. If Qin Feng were here, he would undoubtedly recognize this man, the guild leader of the world's top guild, an illustrious figure. Rumor had it that Wang Longxing of the Longxing Guild possessed an S-tier talent called Lone Sovereign. His strength was tied directly to the number of subordinates. Under his command, the more followers he had, the stronger he became, and the greater his rewards. However, the exact details of his abilities remained a mystery. Look at you lot, getting excited over something so trivial, Wang Longxing said, glancing at the cheering group. It's just a goblin. We're going deeper to challenge stronger monsters. The dozens of people behind him nodded eagerly, quickly grabbing their weapons and clearing a path for him. In truth, their task was merely to weaken the goblins, leaving the final blow for Wang Longxing to deliver. Why were they willing to pave the way for him? The answer was simple: they set aside petty desires for a grander goal. After all, he paid them handsomely. Wang Longxing swung his long sword effortlessly, harvesting goblin lives one by one. Thanks to this method of farming, his level had already reached 5. Even without using any skills, his basic attacks were enough to kill goblins with ease. Yet, even this rate of carnage felt too slow to him, which was why he needed the assistance of his subordinates. With this approach, reaching the pinnacle of the game seemed almost inevitable. The corners of Wang Longxing's mouth curved upward into a satisfied smile. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Qin Feng for being the first to clear the dungeon Shadowy Caverns. Wang Longxing's smile froze instantly, the muscles on his face twitching. Impossible. His eyes widened in disbelief, his mind thrown into chaos. How could this happen? He had spent an astronomical amount of money, recruited dozens of players to help him level up, and with his S-tier talent and hidden class, had only just reached level 5. How could someone else be faster than him and clear a dungeon in the beginner's village? Could this game have cheaters? Wang Longxing's expression darkened further, his thoughts becoming more agitated. He refused to believe anyone could surpass him. That player must have discovered some unique trick. You all continue leveling on your own, Wang Longxing ordered, his tone dismissive, before turning to a lone player fighting monsters on the outskirts. You log out and investigate this player's identity for me. Understood. Chapter 11, an S-rank treasure chest. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Qin Feng for successfully completing the Shadowy Cavern dungeon. Players around the world erupted in excitement over this news. On the grasslands, a beautiful woman was drawing her bow to snipe a wolf when she suddenly froze, her posture locked mid-draw. In the forests, a Southeast Asian man chanting a spell stood with his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. Inside a cave, a man who had just pulled his long sword out of a goblin's corpse stared wide-eyed, his body covered in blood. At this moment, almost every player with A-rank or S-rank talents simultaneously turned their attention to Qin Feng. Whether they were locked in fierce combat or chatting with NPCs, everyone paused whatever they were doing. A single question flashed through their minds. Who is Qin Feng? The shock was so overwhelming that some extreme pro players even lost their lives in the game because of it. And as for those novice players still hunting rabbits or ganging up on goblins in the starter villages, their reactions were even more dramatic. Wait, someone already cleared a dungeon? No way, is this game hacked or something? If it's hacked, then it's hacked, huh? Anyone know this god-tier player? I'd love to team up with him. No matter if they were top-tier talent players or just ordinary ones hoping to ride someone else's coattails, none of them could affect Qin Feng's actions. At this moment, Qin Feng stood before a massive wolf. The wolf's fur was as dense as steel needles, bristling like a porcupine. With every breath, those steel-like needles seemed to ripple and writhe. Its tail was adorned with sharp bone spines, and its blood-red eyes were enough to send chills down anyone's spine. If this creature were unleashed, it could probably massacre every single player in the starter village. but right now, it faced only one opponent, a lone, slender human. In stark contrast to the wolf's massive frame, it was covered in wounds, blood dripping everywhere. Meanwhile, Qin Feng stood opposite it, not even a speck of dust on him. Roar! The wolf let out a deafening howl, a sound utterly distinct from any ordinary wolf, more like the roar of a tiger. In the instant it roared, the wolf leapt forward with all four legs, its massive maws snapping toward Qin Feng. Shadow step. Qin Feng's figure vanished like a specter, and in the next moment, a sharp stab of pain erupted from the wolf's back. The wolf didn't hesitate. It twisted its body and lunged at Qin Feng behind it. As the level 10 boss of a hell difficulty dungeon, the shadowy cavern lord's basic attacks alone were enough to completely empty any level 10 player's health bar. Facing the gaping jaws of the beast, Qin Feng's dark, abyss-like eyes showed no fear. A faint smile played at the corner of his lips. Detonate! The 11 layers of fate mark stacked on the shadowy cavern lord exploded in an instant. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the cavern, like a thunderclap shattering the heavens. Blood and gore splattered everywhere, but Qin Feng had already used Shadow Step to retreat. If not, he would have been drenched from head to toe in the monster's blood. Almost simultaneously with Qin Feng's retreat, a brilliant golden light enveloped his body. His level had risen to 9. Finally beat it. Challenging a hell difficulty dungeon is indeed no easy task. Qin Feng patted the dust off his clothes. During the battle just now, he had narrowly avoided being bitten several times. With his current defense, getting hit even once would have meant instant death. This is the challenge of a hell difficulty dungeon. Even a level 10 player had to rely on extreme precision and skill to clear it solo. There were even rumors that without at least a B-rank talent, anyone attempting a solo run of a hell difficulty dungeon would only meet instant death, no matter how many tries. But none of that mattered now, it was time to reap the rewards. Qin Feng's eyes fell on the treasure chest lying on the ground, a look of surprise flashing across his face. The chest wasn't the usual silver but a dazzling gold. The golden chest lay incongruously amidst the pool of blood, standing out like a beacon. An S-rank treasure chest? For most players, defeating a hell difficulty boss, even with extraordinary luck, would at best yield an A-rank treasure chest. Even for someone with Qin Feng's level of talent, the drop of an S-rank chest was an exceedingly rare stroke of luck. What he most anticipated was acquiring another piece of the Shadowy series equipment. He had already collected 3 pieces from this series. Besides the crossbow he obtained earlier, he had picked up 2 additional pieces from the previous dungeons. Shadowy Cloak, B+ rank. Effect, enhances stealth effectiveness by 10% and grants an additional 12 points to agility. Shadowy Belt, A rank. Effect, increases inventory capacity by 50 slots and boosts stamina and spirit attributes by 3 each. At this moment, a radiant golden light glimmered in Qin Feng's hand. It was the reward for being the first to conquer a hell-level dungeon. Instinctively, he activated his destiny left hand, but the frustrating selection prompt popped up again. Left with no other choice, he crushed the light in his palm. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have acquired a special attribute. Assassination Prodigy, skill damage increased by 15%. Acquisition requirement, complete a solo hell-level dungeon without taking any damage. Attribute description, only true elites can earn this honor. Interesting, Qin Feng murmured with a faint smile. Even in his previous life, when he possessed an A-rank talent, he had never unlocked this attribute. After all, taking on a dungeon solo, even at a normal level, often resulted in injuries, let alone a hell-level dungeon. His gaze then shifted to the S-grade treasure chest lying on the ground. This dazzling golden chest was the true prize of the dungeon. He'd deliberately saved it for last. If he could use Destiny left hand to steal an S-grade item from the chest, he would earn precious Destiny points. With those points, upgrading his other skills would be a breeze. Qin Feng placed his palm gently on the golden chest and focused his mind. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have successfully stolen the equipment Nether Necklace. Name, Nether Necklace, Grade A, 1/4. Type, Accessory. Attribute bonus, +5 strength. Attribute bonus, +5 stamina. Skill, Nether Barrier. Skill effect, creates a barrier infused with nether energy that can block a single attack. Ding! Nether set effect activated. Set effect, +1 to all attributes. Each attack inflicts nether energy, dealing piercing damage. Inflicting nether energy with every attack, this wasn't just a minor buff. This meant that whether fighting at range or in melee, or even applying poison to enemies, this skill effect could work its magic. Imagine an enemy drinking poisoned water, only to find that it wasn't the poison that killed them, but the outburst of nether energy inside their body, leading to fatal internal bleeding. Such a death would be so perplexing that even the best detectives would struggle to uncover the truth. However, Qin Feng didn't let excitement get the better of him. He continued using Destiny left hand to try and steal more treasures from the chest. Chapter 12, Everyone, fall back. This is a level 5 elite monster. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have successfully stolen the item Aria's ruby. Item description: you might want to find Aria, she might reward you handsomely. And don't get any weird ideas. A sparkling ruby gleamed in Qin Feng's hand, leaving him momentarily stunned. How did he manage to draw this? This was an exceptionally rare drop, with an abysmally low chance of appearing, even though it was nominally valued at just 20 gold coins. But in reality, its worth far exceeded that sum. Recalling its potential uses, Qin Feng's lips curled into a smirk. He thought to himself, this gem's utility might far surpass the equipment I just acquired. He decided to keep going. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have successfully stolen the item Map of Dawn City. Item description: a map leading to Dawn City. Take a wrong turn, and it could cost you your life. A parchment map, crafted from sheepskin, materialized in Qin Feng's hands. He quickly unrolled it, revealing a safe route to Dawn City. The path marked on the map was rugged, sometimes moving forward, sometimes doubling back, and even requiring a few detours. Without this map, almost no one could survive the journey to Dawn City. But now, the map was his. Qin Feng couldn't suppress his grin any longer. He had intended to maintain the composure of a seasoned expert, but how could anyone resist smiling in the face of such lavish rewards? He was already doing his best to stay restrained. He pressed on. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have successfully stolen an S-grade skill book Blink. Skill name, Blink. Skill effect, instantly teleport within 100 meters. Cooldown, 15 seconds per use. Shock, delight, ecstasy. Qin Feng's emotions surged as he realized he had drawn an S-grade item. What thrilled him wasn't just this incredible skill, but also, player has successfully stolen an S-grade item. Destiny points +1. This meant he could now upgrade one of his skills. Opening his personal interface, Qin Feng scanned through his list of abilities. While Blink was undoubtedly powerful, his Shadow Step skill was already sufficient for now. Instead, he decided to upgrade. Do you wish to consume one destiny point to enhance the skill Shadow Stab? Yes. As he consented, his entire body tensed and relaxed repeatedly, over and over, dozens of times. Each cycle of tension and release felt like tearing his muscles apart, yet a warm energy would swiftly mend them. This wasn't mere training, it was more akin to the complete remolding of his muscles. Congratulations, player. Skill Shadow Sting Enhancement has mutated into Fate Armament. Fate Armament. Grade, S level. Type, Passive. Skill effect: each hit deals 300% critical damage and detonates all fate marks on the target, inflicting their combined damage instantly. If no fate marks exist, 3 marks are generated and detonated simultaneously, followed by another set of 3 being applied to the target. Unbelievable. The only word that came to Qin Feng's mind as he stared at the skill description on the screen was unreal. Aside from that, he found no better way to describe this skill. It didn't merely enhance Shadow Sting, it completely transformed it into a basic attack, but an upgraded version at that. Every attack would guarantee a critical hit, and it could even detonate fate marks. If that were all, perhaps the skill would merely seem strong but balanced. However, there was also an additional effect. When no fate marks existed, it would conjure 3 marks out of nowhere, detonate them, and then apply another 3. What did this mean? It meant that with just 2 basic attacks, Qin Feng could make his enemies suffer the damage of 6 detonated fate marks. The outrageous power of this effect reminded Qin Feng of the Abyssal Cavern Lord he had faced earlier. If he had this ability back then, 2 simple attacks would have been enough to obliterate the boss of that hell-level dungeon. This wasn't just a skill, it was a game-breaking ability. In ordinary online games, such overpowered skills were only reserved for world bosses requiring the entire server to cooperate and take down. But now, this godly skill belonged to Qin Feng alone. The corners of Qin Feng's lips curled upward in a faint smile, but he quickly reined in his emotions. No, he couldn't lose his composure. As incredible as this skill was, he couldn't afford to let it go to his head. After all, the world was vast, and heroes were as numerous as the fish in a river. Who was to say there weren't other players out there, hidden in the shadows, wielding SSS-level talents? He had to grow stronger, faster. Qin Feng's gaze turned sharp, like a blade, as he looked toward another dark pathway within the cavern. He was still only level 9, and he needed to hit the level cap of 10 for the novice village. Determined, he stepped deeper into the cave, heading straight into the pitch-black unknown. In the forest. As time passed, Wan Longxing's emotions, stirred earlier by the server-wide announcement, gradually settled. After all, he had received a notification of his own regional announcement. Due to player Wang Longxing's excessive goblin hunting, a nearby goblin camp has elected 10 goblin warriors and a goblin champion to form a punitive expedition against humans. All players in this region, please be on alert. Upon reading the announcement, Wang Longxing felt neither fear nor worry. Instead, he was filled with pride. Ha ha ha, he roared with laughter. If that kid can trigger an announcement, so can I. The players around him wasted no time showering him with praise. Exactly. That guy probably just got lucky. When it comes to real skill, it's gotta be Brother Wang. Right. Brother Wang's strength is the real deal. That guy might have just found some exploit. It's only the beginning of the game, after all. Who knows what tricks he used? Totally agree. Hearing their flattery, Wang Longxing suddenly found these normally unremarkable players much more pleasing to the eye. But as they chatted, a rustling sound came from the distant underbrush. A group of 11 goblins emerged. These goblins were completely different from the usual rabble. Ordinary goblins wielded little more than wooden clubs and wore nothing but rags. But this group sported thick, padded clothing and held worn yet sturdy swords and shields. One goblin stood out in particular. It wore a bullhorn iron helmet, a chainmail coat, and carried a massive double-handed battle axe. Its imposing presence made it clear that this was no ordinary foe. Is this the punitive expedition? One player muttered as he stepped forward, raising his weapon for a decisive strike. However, the goblin's reaction was lightning fast. It blocked the attack with precision and countered with a brutal swing of its axe. Minus 200. The player's health bar plummeted by half from a single blow. Fall back. Quick, he shouted, panic-stricken. These are level 5 elite monsters. Chapter 13, Decent C-Rank Gear vs B-Tier Trash. Almost everyone retreated at the same time, including Wang Longxing. Even someone as powerful as him knew it was absolutely impossible to solo a level 5 elite monster. Quickly form a formation. Do not fight alone. There are too many of these elite monsters. Wang Longxing shouted loudly while pondering a question. Could that Qin Feng, who was mentioned in the server-wide announcement, have faced such a dangerous situation? Absolutely not. He just soloed and killed a single boss. After defeating this raid group, Wang Longxing would undoubtedly surpass Qin Feng in strength. Under Wang Longxing's command, dozens of players swiftly organized into a tight formation. Players wielding shields and swords stood at the front, with spearmen positioned behind them. This was a formation honed through rigorous training, one that wouldn't falter against elite monsters. The battle was about to begin. 10 goblin warriors raised their battered swords and shields, charging forward. The moment the battle commenced, even with the human players' advantage in numbers, they struggled bitterly under the goblin warriors' relentless assault. If not for the support of the spearmen from behind, the frontline players with shields and swords would have been annihilated instantly. Yet even so, Wang Longxing had to weave through the formation, striking at the goblin warriors, just to barely maintain their defensive line. The gleaming longsword in his hand traced arcs of silver light, like meteors streaking across the night sky. But these meteors were deadly. In just 7 strikes, he could slay a level 5 elite monster. It was terrifying, a strength that could leave others in shock and awe. Amidst the slaughter, Wang Longxing's mind grew increasingly tranquil. A true powerhouse should maintain such composure. So what if Qin Feng had the first server-wide announcement? As someone blessed with an S-class talent, that so-called Qin Feng was merely an opponent he could easily surpass. Wang Longxing was the true #1 in the world. With this thought, Wang Longxing twirled his sword in a dazzling flourish, effortlessly slicing through the throat of a goblin warrior. At this point, all 10 goblin warriors had been wiped out. Opposite the players, the goblin champion stood still, leaning on its twin battle axes, its eyes closed as if in slumber. But the moment the last goblin warrior fell, it suddenly opened its eyes wide. Let me take it on! Wang Longxing roared, his longsword bursting with radiant light as he lunged at the goblin champion. Clang! The goblin champion swung its twin battle axes, instantly deflecting Wang Longxing's sword. Then, with a swift motion, it swung one of its axes again. Boom! Wang Longxing was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into another player behind him. 800. Wang Longxing's health bar was nearly depleted. He struggled to his feet, staring at the goblin champion in disbelief. Is this the power of a level 5 boss? He exclaimed in shock. Everyone, attack together, he shouted to the players. As soon as his voice fell, all the players charged forward, unleashing their skills simultaneously. Especially the archers in the rear, who fired 2 arrows in quick succession. Faced with the incoming barrage, the goblin champion effortlessly swung its axes, deflecting most of the arrows. However, the sheer volume of arrows still managed to pierce its body. 50. Taking advantage of the distraction, Wang Longxing swallowed a few health potions and lunged forward, releasing a bright sword slash that shot toward the goblin champion. 300. Brother Wang is amazing. Brother Wang, you're incredible. The nearby players immediately started cheering, and this time, their praise carried genuine admiration. After all, this was a level 5 boss, and the damage Wang Longxing dealt was truly astonishing. In the end, the arrogant goblin champion paid the price for its hubris, collapsing with a thunderous crash under the relentless assault of dozens of low-level players. At the same time, a silver treasure chest appeared on the ground. A treasure chest dropped. Let Brother Wang open it. Hearing this, Wang Longxing strode over with his head held high and effortlessly opened the silver treasure chest. Silver light radiated from the chest, and as the glow faded, Wang Longxing saw what lay inside. A long sword, about 4 feet long and simple in design, rested quietly within the chest. Name, Goblin Greatsword, C grade. Type, main hand weapon. Attack, 30-40. Required level, 5. Class restriction, none. Attribute bonus, strength +1. Special effect, increases critical hit damage by an additional 10%. Such great stats. Wang Longxing grabbed the goblin greatsword with a sudden motion, his face lighting up with a smug smile, though his eyes gleamed with ambition. This equipment. Not using it would be a disservice to myself, he thought to himself, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. The second server-wide announcement would undoubtedly belong to him. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Qin Feng for being the first to reach level 10 across the entire server. Wang Longxing's smile froze instantly, his gaze sharp as a blade, and he roared in fury, him again? The entire server erupted once more. 2 consecutive server-wide announcements dominated by the same player, a shocking and unbelievable occurrence. If the first announcement could be chalked up to luck, the second one unequivocally proved his overwhelming strength. In the starter village, exclamations of awe echoed everywhere. God, who is this genius, and where did he come from? Holy crap, I'm only level 2, and he's already level 10? Bro, are you ready to quit? This guy is on a whole different level. Meanwhile, deep within the abyssal cave, Qin Feng stood staring at the fallen level 10 elite monster before him, momentarily stunned. Already level 10? A trace of confusion flickered in his eyes. He hadn't even been paying attention to his experience bar. A casual swipe at a small mob had unexpectedly pushed him over the edge to level up. It felt almost too easy. He had planned on finding a boss to make the level up meaningful, but this opportunity had been squandered on a mere level 10 mob. What a waste! The fight itself had been devoid of challenge. He hadn't even taken it seriously, just a single arrow was all it took to finish the job. Sigh. Qin Feng let out a soft sigh, opening the treasure chest left behind by the fallen elite monster. Inside lay a long sword. B- grade, he murmured, shaking his head as he casually stashed it into his system inventory. The sword was useless to him. As a rogue, he had no need for such a weapon, and, more importantly, the B- grade stats were far too mediocre for his standards. After looting the chest, Qin Feng opened his personal status panel and quickly allocated his attribute points according to his main stat agility, secondary stat strength build. Player, Qin Feng, Fates Rogue. Level, 10, 100%. Strength, 47, plus 12. Stamina, 10, plus 15. Spirit, 10, plus 5. Agility, 50, plus 12. HP, 2500/2500. MP, 1500 of 1500. Skills, 1, Fates Armament, S rank, plus 3, Passive, 2. Shadow Step, B rank, plus 4, Class Exclusive, 3. Left Hand of Fate, S rank, plus 2, 4. Blink, S rank. Equipment, Abyssal Cloak, Abyssal Necklace. Items, Alia's Ruby, Dawn City Map. Talent Exclusive, Fate Points x0. Class Exclusive, 100% critical chance, double skill points, and attribute points. Chapter 14, Fortune Taken by Strength, Calamity Defied with Power. Qin Feng's gaze swept across his status panel, and he nodded in satisfaction. At only level 10, his attributes had already hit their limits. In the outside world, this would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar. Normally, players wouldn't reach these attribute caps until level 20 or even higher, but Qin Feng had already achieved this at level 10. Just the thought of it made the corners of his mouth curl upward. In his previous life, his stats at level 10 had been far inferior to what they were now, and even then, he had managed to climb to the ranks of Tier 1 elite players. Now, with such a massive advantage and his unparalleled knowledge of the game, there was no doubt he would stand at the pinnacle of all players. He would become the Tier 0 of Tier 0s, or perhaps even the strongest player of them all. Qin Feng spread his arms wide, The cloak draped over him billowed as if carried by an invisible wind, and his presence towered like a monolith, exuding an unstoppable aura. This time, Xin Feng murmured, a fleeting figure flashing in his abyss-like eyes. With fortune, I can take it by force. With calamity, I can defy it with power. I won't let you die for me again. As the thought crossed his mind, Xin Feng closed his eyes, suppressing the excitement and anticipation bubbling within him. When he reopened them, his pitch-black pupils held only a chilling determination. He wasn't strong enough yet. There was no time to rest, he needed to find ways to grow stronger immediately. But first, there was an issue that demanded his attention. Xin Feng frowned slightly as he glanced at the 999 plus notification in the friends list of the chat window. Just 2 server-wide announcements had resulted in so many friend requests? Looking at the endless flood of friend invites, he raised his finger, about to click decline all, when a world announcement suddenly popped up at the bottom of his screen. Xin Feng, I'd like to talk to you. Interested in a chat? Kong Feng? Upon seeing the name, Xin Feng paused slightly. A server-wide announcement required 1 gold coin in the early stages of the game, a massive fortune that most novice players simply couldn't afford. Even if they could, it would be an incredibly painful expense. But Kong Feng, it seemed, wouldn't feel that pain. Because in his previous life, he had been known as Qian Tongshan, the god of money. He was a powerhouse among the T0 tier players, and not even the mighty Dragon Guild could rival his wealth. If that were all, Xin Feng might not have remembered him so vividly. After all, there were plenty of strong players in the game. But Kong Feng was different. Despite his immense wealth, he never used it to bully others and had an impeccable reputation. It was said that whenever a player sought financial help from him, he would almost always extend a generous hand. Who would have thought that such a legendary figure would seek him out for collaboration in this lifetime? Was this what they called a turn of fortune? With that thought, Xin Feng opened the friend request panel, found Kong Feng's application, and clicked accept. A wealthy and kind individual, why wouldn't he collaborate with him? Almost the instant the friend request was accepted, a message popped up in the chat box. Kong Feng, boss, would you like to join my team? If you join, I can offer you the best perks. Any gear we loot, you'll have first pick. If you have any financial concerns, don't worry. I have a bit of spare cash and can mobilize hundreds of gold coins anytime. If it's real-world cash you need, I can even provide you with a monthly salary of 5 million. Reading the messages in the chat box, the corners of Xin Feng's mouth lifted slightly. The offer was incredibly generous. If he hadn't been reborn, he would have undoubtedly accepted it. Hesitating even for a second would be disrespectful to 5 million. Unfortunately, for him, that amount meant little at the moment. Xin Feng, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm used to working alone and don't really fit into teams. Kong Feng, is there any other way we can collaborate, then? Other ways? Xin Feng stared at the chat box, mulling over the message. After a moment, he replied, Xin Feng, I'll give you a chance. Go ahead, make your proposal. Meanwhile, on the other end, a chubby young man with a kind demeanor broke into a smile. Kong Feng, boss, with your skills, I'm sure you must have a lot of gear, right? Do you have any equipment you don't use? If so, could you sell me some? My team has a lot of members, but we're short on gear. Xin Feng, I'm a lone wolf, so I don't need that much gear. But I don't want cash, only in-game gold. Is that acceptable? Though phrased as a question, his tone left no room for negotiation. Kong Feng, of course. Boss, whatever price you say goes. Xin Feng, alright, I'll give you a wholesale price. Level 5 gear starts at 10 gold coins per piece. For C-grade quality, it's 20 gold coins per piece. Kong Feng, deal. At the same time, in another corner of the game world, Kong Feng let out a sigh of relief and turned to the dozen or so men and women gathered around him. We'll have gear soon, he announced. Gear? Captain, are you talking about that level 10 player you've been in contact with? A female archer asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. That's right. Kong Feng nodded, his gaze gleaming with excitement. He won't just dump a bunch of trash on us, will he? Our current gear is already decent, said another player, cloaked in black and with their face hidden, their tone cold and skeptical. No way. He's a level 10 pro, after all, the female archer retorted, her tone tinged with disdain. Who knows? Everything's decided in action. What if he's just using some underhanded tricks? The cloaked figure sneered, their doubts spreading like smoke through the group. While the group argued, a massive treasure chest suddenly materialized in front of Kong Feng. He didn't show much surprise, understanding it to be a package delivered through the game's mail system. Reaching out, Kong Feng opened the chest to reveal 15 pieces of gear neatly arranged inside. Swords, spears, bows, daggers, every type of weapon was included, covering nearly all professions. But the most stunning aspect? Every single piece was C-grade quality. Name, Wild Boar Longblade, C-Grade. Type, main hand weapon. Attack, 40 to 50. Level requirement, 5. Class restriction, none. Attribute boost, strength +2. Special effect, has a chance to trigger an additional attack, dealing 50% of the base attack damage. The sight of the gear left everyone speechless. Kong Fong carefully examined the attributes of the equipment one by one, unable to conceal his astonishment. The stats on these items were simply too impressive. Among their entire team, only 2 people possessed equipment of this caliber. And now, the 15 pieces of gear laid out before him were enough to arm the entire squad to the teeth. Chapter 15, Whispering Wildlands. What's wrong, Captain? The female archer asked anxiously. Could it be that this equipment is too lousy? The masked man sneered coldly. That's possible. Someone nearby nodded in agreement. The female archer's heart tightened. She immediately walked toward Kong Fong, her high ponytail swaying energetically with each step. As soon as she saw the weapons inside the chest, their attribute details instantly appeared before her eyes. But what caught her attention the most was undoubtedly that bow. Name, Wolfhunter Longbow, Grade C. Type, main hand weapon. Attack rate, single shot. Attack, 45 to 50. Equipment level, level 5. Class restriction, none. Attribute bonus, agility +2. Special effect, when landing a critical hit, deal an additional 10% damage. It was overwhelmingly powerful. The female archer picked up the Wolfhunter longbow with excitement, her moist, glimmering eyes shining with delight. This bow's stats are nearly double my current weapons. This is insane, she murmured to herself, her gaze full of disbelief. Getting loot from a treasure chest was entirely dependent on luck. Acquiring suitable equipment was already incredibly challenging, let alone high-stat gear. Yet Qin Feng had delivered 15 pieces at once. It was staggering, truly a testament to the depth of a level 10 player's resources. See, I wasn't wrong, was I? A level 10 expert wouldn't deceive us, the female archer said proudly, holding up the longbow and showing it off to the group behind her. And the sheer variety of these items clearly shows that this expert must have killed a ton of monsters. How else could it be so comprehensive? Faced with her logic, the masked man could only nod. You're right. Their conversation didn't disturb Kong Fong, who was preoccupied with transferring money. According to their prior agreement, the total value of this equipment reached a whopping 300 gold coins. Even someone as wealthy as Kong Fong couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart at the sight of that number. After all, this was still the early stage of the game. But he was a man of his word and promptly transferred the money. Because the advantage these items brought was far more valuable than 300 gold coins. Ding! You have received 300 gold coins from Kong Fong. Please check your account. On the other side, Qin Feng glanced at the notification and nodded slightly. He needed a massive amount of gold coins, the more, the better. Though he currently lived in a cheap rental apartment, he had little interest in cash. Because once the game descended upon the real world, global order would collapse in an instant. At that point, in-game currency would become the sole currency in both worlds. Even 1,000 taels of gold wouldn't be worth a single game coin. Thus, the gold coins he was accumulating now were worth far more than 15 tons of gold, though such comparisons were ultimately meaningless. After all, gold could be exchanged for coins, but coins could never be traded back for gold. At that moment, Qin Feng stretched his body, producing a series of cracking sounds from his bones and muscles. Time to get to work, he muttered, his gaze fixed on the distant wilderness. In his previous life, after reaching level 10, he had left the novice village immediately, missing out on a major opportunity. This time, he wouldn't let it slip by again. The next moment, Qin Feng's figure vanished into thin air. Whoosh! The wildlands were swept by fierce winds, bending the tender foxtail grass to the ground, helpless against the force. A tall, muscular man cloaked in black suddenly appeared in the middle of the wilderness. Qin Feng scanned his surroundings before turning to glance behind him. Not bad. This skill is incredibly convenient for traveling, he nodded. Moments earlier, he had tested out a skill he'd never used before, Blink. He discovered that this ability was exceptionally well suited for covering distances quickly. Especially in this novice village, where there were no mounts or advanced movement abilities, Blink was the perfect travel tool. As for others using it to flee, that had nothing to do with Qin Feng. Usually, it was him who made others run for their lives. Qin Feng strode steadily across the wilderness, his expression calm and unhurried. Currently, he was the only level 10 player in the entire server and the sole possessor of an SSS grade talent. If even he felt urgency, the entire novice village might as well be wiped out already. When Qin Feng walked toward the wilderness, a player who had just killed a wild wolf froze in place. Instinctively, he wanted to avert his gaze, but his eyes were drawn to the unmistakable two words floating above Qin Feng's head, Qin Feng. Qin Feng noticed the other player's stare and gave him a cold glance. His steady pace did not falter in the slightest. He had no intention of concealing his whereabouts. Of course, if he really wanted to hide, it wouldn't be impossible. However, in the novice village, there simply wasn't the option to do so. In the novice village, players' IDs were permanently displayed above their heads and couldn't be hidden. Only after leaving the novice village and entering the major cities could players choose to conceal their identities. As Qin Feng gradually disappeared into the distance, the player didn't even bother looking at the wolf's corpse at his feet. Instead, he immediately opened the chat channel. "Brothers, I just saw Qin Feng in Wind Breath Wilderness." "What? What's he doing there? Isn't he only level 10? Why hasn't he left the novice village yet?" "Wind Breath Wilderness? Dude, you've got guts. That place is crawling with wolves and snakes. Going there is practically asking to die. I heard there are level 5 venomous snakes there. Their drop rate is abysmal, and the equipment they drop is practically useless. So why would Qin Feng go there? Does he know some kind of secret?" While the chat channel was buzzing with fervent discussion, elsewhere, a player closed his chat panel and approached Wang Longxing, who had just slain a goblin warrior. "Guild leader, Qin Feng went to Wind Breath Wilderness." Wang Longxing looked up, his sharp gaze piercing through the air. Now that the guild had been properly formalized, he was no longer the casual brother Wang from before. "He went to Wind Breath Wilderness?" Wang Longxing frowned deeply. "If I remember correctly, isn't that place just filled with venomous snakes? In the novice village, there weren't many monsters suitable for leveling up. It wasn't that there was a lack of monster types, but rather, the monsters that provided efficient experience gains were limited. Take goblins and wild wolves, for example, they were perfect for leveling. They offered abundant experience and decent loot drops. The key advantage was that goblins had an entire progression path for leveling: regular goblins, goblin soldiers, and goblin warriors. With such a variety of goblins, players didn't have to worry about their equipment needs at all. Wild wolves were similarly advantageous and even easier to deal with. While goblins were humanoid monsters with diverse attack patterns, wild wolves had far simpler attack methods. Beyond these two types of monsters, other creatures were much trickier to handle, especially the level 5 venomous snakes in Wind Breath Wilderness. A single bite could poison a player, causing continuous damage over time. Their attack power wasn't to be underestimated either. What's more, their drop rates were terrible, and the equipment they dropped was utterly worthless. Almost no one was willing to venture into Wind Breath Wilderness to face off against the level 5 venomous snakes. So why was Qin Feng going there? Chapter 16, The Swamp Serpent Demon. Have you figured it out? What exactly is Qin Feng doing in Wind Breath Wilderness? Wang Longxing's eyes were sharp as he stared at the player in front of him. "Guild leader, I'm not entirely sure," the player responded hastily. "I only know that someone mentioned seeing Qin Feng in Wind Breath Wilderness in the chat channel. A few others have brought it up too. Why would he go there?" Wang Longxing paced back and forth, his brows tightly knit in thought. At that moment, the player suggested, "Guild leader, should we go and check it out ourselves? This guy moves like a ghost. If we miss this chance, we might never learn how he's gotten so strong." "All right." Wang Longxing made a decisive call and immediately issued a command in the guild channel: "Everyone, stop what you're doing and follow me to Wind Breath Wilderness." The moment the order was given, nearly 100 players around Wang Longxing stopped what they were doing in unison. Like a tide surging forward, they moved with discipline and precision. While Wang Longxing was preparing to mobilize his forces to head to Wind Breath Wilderness, elsewhere, a female archer approached Kong Feng. "Captain, the chat channel is going crazy. Someone claims they saw Qin Feng in Wind Breath Wilderness." "I heard about it too," the masked man nodded, his expression grave. "Captain, should we go and take a look? Maybe we'll find an opportunity," she suggested, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Kong Feng shook his head. "No. If he hasn't informed us, how can we just show up uninvited? Besides, he's a level 10 player. Even if we wanted to get involved, we aren't qualified. Let's focus on leveling up and preparing for our own advancement. When we reach level 10, even if we don't seek him out, he'll come to us for cooperation." Hearing Kong Feng's reasoning, the masked man reluctantly nodded. "Understood." The rest of the team also voiced their agreement. Meanwhile, back in the novice village, a dozen elite teams were gearing up. The world wasn't just filled with players like Kong Feng and Wang Longxing who had resources and influence. Wealth and connections were scattered everywhere, and for those willing to spend money, assembling a capable team was never a problem. After all, making money playing games was still better than slogging away at a corporate job. Wind's Rest Wilds, Central Region. Qin Feng entered stealth mode. Like a shadow gliding through the darkness, he moved effortlessly, weaving between obstacles, and reached the area without a single monster daring to approach him. With such a significant level gap, if even monsters could detect his presence, then there truly would be no place for him to hide. Finally, Qin Feng came to a halt amidst a cluster of massive stones, arranged like a giant's rendition of Stonehenge. In the past, Wind's Rest Wilds had never been a popular leveling spot for players unless all the better ones were fully occupied. Some people, however, had a peculiar fondness for serpent-type monsters. One such player had stubbornly ground their way through this desolate area, fighting their way here. And it seemed this player had stumbled upon something by pure chance. Upon seeing the massive stones in the central region, they aligned them according to the layout of the Big Dipper constellation and unintentionally summoned one of the greatest opportunities available in the novice village, the projection of the infernal Nidhogg serpent demon from the first layer of hell. Defeating this creature would not only unlock the rare and coveted luck attribute ahead of time but also grant a top-tier special affix. Qin Feng hefted one of the giant stones, which stood as tall as several men, and began adjusting its position according to his memory. These stones were colossal, broad structures, and once they were shifted slightly, they completely obscured anyone behind them. If any other player had stumbled upon this scene, they might have assumed that a new type of monster, perhaps stone golems or rock giants, had appeared in the area. The thought that a human was moving these massive rocks would never cross their minds. This level of strength was simply absurd. Even warriors who specialized in strength would need to reach at least level 5 before possessing such raw power. Before long, Qin Feng had repositioned 6 of the giant stones. He picked up the final one and carried it to the corresponding location of the last star in the Big Dipper. Boom! The 7 stones representing the Big Dipper suddenly erupted with blinding light, and a black pillar of energy shot straight into the heavens. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Qin Feng for successfully summoning the infernal projection Nidhogg serpent demon. The light emanating from the stones gradually faded, and a circular black magic formation appeared on the ground. Finally, a creature emerged from the formation, a monster with a human-like upper body and a serpent's lower half, for muscular arms, and scales covering its entire body. Upon seeing the Nidhogg serpent demon emerge, Qin Feng didn't rush to attack. Instead, he activated Shadow Step and silently melted into the shadows. At the edge of Wind's Rest Wilds, Wang Longxing was watching the distant flashes of light. When matched with the announcement hovering in the air moments earlier, he immediately pieced everything together. "Ha! I knew it," he exclaimed excitedly. "So that's why the kid suddenly ran into Wind's Rest Wilds. He must have found clues to a hidden quest. Alright, everyone, pick up the pace. We need to move quickly and see if we can snag this boss from him." "Yes, sir." At the same time, several other teams who had ventured into Wind's Rest Wilds began to stir. Their footsteps quickened as they raced toward the center, each vying to be the first to arrive. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, a masked man caught up to Kong Feng. "Captain, should we head to Wind's Rest Wilds and try our luck? I've heard that Wang Longxing's guild and a ton of others are heading there." Kong Feng glanced at him helplessly. "Let them go if they want. Do you honestly think you can wrestle this prize out of their hands? Even if we win, it wouldn't be worth it, it's a waste of time. And if we lose? Well, that's a loss we can't afford. Let them fight it out among themselves. Besides, we're technically allies with Qin Feng. Stop thinking about stealing his boss." "Understood, Captain." Though the masked man was reluctant, he nodded in agreement. Back at the scene, Qin Feng remained hidden in the shadows, quietly observing the Nidhogg serpent demon as it began slaughtering serpent-type monsters. This creature from hell attacked with ruthless efficiency, sparing not even its own kind. Its terrifying stats enabled it to kill at an astonishing rate. Name: Nidhogg serpent demon, infernal projection. Level: 10, boss. HP: 14,500/14,500. MP: 3,200/3,200. Attack: 500. Movement speed: 10. Defense: 100. Skills: Tongue extraction curse, a hellish power that creates a zone where magic skills are unusable. Tailquake, the serpent demon's hell-tempered tail creates a shockwave upon impact. Hellvenom, the serpent demon's venom carries the essence of infernal poison. Affix: Cycle of the serpent, upon death, sheds its skin and revives at full health. January 1st. Chapter 17, The Nidhogg Serpent Demon's Massacre. Terrifying. This was the only thought that filled Qin Feng's mind after reading the stats of the Neely Serpent Demon. The exaggerated, almost absurd attributes weren't even the scariest part, its skills alone were enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. It could disable a mage's spells, unleash venom to incapacitate warriors, and wield devastating area of effect attacks. A boss like this would even require someone as powerful as Qin Han to tread carefully. And yet, Xin Feng's gaze locked onto a particular trait listed in its description. This was exactly the item he needed. Although the trait's effect would weaken after the boss was defeated, it was still an invaluable life-saving tool. After all, in this game, dying wasn't just about losing progress, it literally shortened your lifespan. Not to mention, Qin Han had once heard rumors that this trait could be used as a material to synthesize an even higher-level trait. So, no matter the cost, it was a price Qin Feng had to claim. For now, however, it seemed he wouldn't even have to lift a finger, his pawns were already in position. Qin Han glanced into the distance and saw hundreds of players marching toward the area in a massive, imposing formation. The venomous snake monsters they encountered along the way didn't even get a chance to strike before being instantly slaughtered. At that moment, the towering Neely Serpent Demon, standing over 3 meters tall with its 4 arms, also noticed the approaching players. It slithered forward with its massive serpentine body, its blood-red vertical pupils fixed on the players, while the forked tongue in its humanoid head flicked menacingly. "Is that the monster?" one player, stepping closer, asked in astonishment. Thud! Before the words even finished leaving his mouth, a massive spear came crashing down, impaling the player like a skewer. Crimson blood sprayed everywhere, splattering across the surrounding players. 2000. Everyone stumbled back in shock. This monster was brutal. Seeing their retreat, the Neely Serpent Demon swung its remaining 3 spears and charged at them. Slaughter, slaughter, and more slaughter. The Neely Serpent Demon wielded its spears like clubs, each sweep claiming the life of a player, each thrust impaling another victim onto the weapon. Mages and archers, fall back. Warriors, hold the line. Someone screamed, trying to organize the hundreds of players into a cohesive force, but no one listened. Most players either fled in panic or scrambled to regroup with their own parties. Only a handful of brave souls attempted to fight back, but they were instantly obliterated. Fire arrows. At that moment, a volley of arrows and fireballs rained down on the Neely Serpent Demon. The projectiles struck its scales, breaking through and drawing its first drops of blood. From a distance, Wan Longxing finally made his grand entrance, leading a team of nearly 100 players onto the battlefield. "Everyone, gather around," he shouted. At his command, dozens of smaller squads quickly converged on Wang Longxing's position, terrified of being left behind and slaughtered. The Neely Serpent Demon, noticing the regrouping players, paused its pursuit. It yanked a spear from the ground and assumed a defensive stance. Wang Longxing glanced at the towering boss and smirked to himself. Good thing he hadn't rushed in recklessly. Otherwise, even his team would have suffered heavy losses. As the thought passed through his mind, he turned to the gathered players. "Ladies and gentlemen," he addressed them with a magnanimous tone, "while your teams are undoubtedly strong, I'm sure you've all seen for yourselves, this boss is no ordinary foe. If we remain scattered, it'll take us forever to bring it down. Worse, many of us might not even survive. So, here's my proposal, let's band together and take this boss down as one. As for the rewards, we'll distribute them based on individual contributions. What do you all think?" He looked around at the leaders of the various teams. One team leader stepped forward, clasping his hands in a show of respect. "We'll follow Chairman Wang's command." With this declaration, the remaining leaders quickly voiced their agreement, all pledging to follow Wang Longxing's lead. A subtle smirk tugged at the corner of Wang Longxing's lips. That first leader? He had been handsomely bribed to set the tone. Sheep, he thought to himself, whether human or animal, they're no different. Especially these lower-class players. They're only good for blindly following orders. Despite the disdain in his heart, Wang Longxing maintained an air of selflessness and leadership. Spearmen, form the front line. Archers and mages, prepare to attack from the rear. He barked orders while drawing his own sword, ready to lead the charge. This was the perfect opportunity to bolster the reputation of the Longxing Guild. As its chairman, he couldn't afford to miss this moment to shine. Charge! Wang Longxing raised his sword high and shouted, pointing toward the Neely Serpent Demon. In the next instant, dozens of arrows and fireballs rained down on the boss like a torrential storm. The Neely Serpent Demon stood its ground, but its 4 arms swung the spears in a whirlwind of fury, countering the onslaught. The arrows in the air were struck down, yet the fireballs descended like divine weapons from the heavens, landing squarely on the Neely Serpent Demon's massive form. Boom! 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 5-0. 7-0. A series of damage numbers floated up, invigorating the players in the rear. So what if it's a boss? It's just a target waiting to be slaughtered. However, the cheers hadn't even faded when the Neely Serpent Demon suddenly raised its long spear, pointing it straight at the players. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded. Just as the mages prepared to chant their spells, they discovered, to their horror, that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't utter a single sound. Not good. The boss has silenced our chanting. Prepare to send in the melee classes. Wang Longxing shouted, then lunged forward, thrusting his sword. The blade gleamed like a rainbow, piercing straight into the Neely Serpent Demon's body. 250. Attack! That single roar was like the trumpet of war. 100 melee players immediately charged forward, brandishing their weapons with fervor. Slaughter! A terrifying slaughter. With every swing of its weapon, the Neely Serpent Demon caused the deaths of several players. Yet, it wasn't invincible. Every time it attacked, the remaining players surged forward, showing no mercy. Though spells were silenced, the archers remained active. They quickly knocked arrows to their bows, aiming for the demon's eyes and other weak points, executing precise shots. Even ants, in great numbers, can devour an elephant, let alone these players, who were human. The Neely Serpent Demon's health bar visibly plummeted. Wang Longxing stood amidst the team, seizing every opportunity to stab the demon with his sword. After each strike, he skillfully evaded the demon's counterattacks, retreating swiftly to safety. Yet, amidst the relentless battle, a thread of doubt began to creep into Wang Longxing's mind. Where was Qin Feng? As a level 10 player, there was no way he could have been taken down so easily, right? But considering the terrifying power of the Neely Serpent Demon, the thought wasn't entirely implausible. This question didn't just haunt Wang Longxing, other players were silently pondering it too. Chapter 18, The Ring of the Neely Serpent. In the distance, under the shadow of a massive boulder, Qin Feng stood cloaked in black, like a towering monolith, stoic and resolute. The fierce wind carried the echoes of battle as his cloak billowed and flapped. His eyes, deep as a bottomless abyss, locked onto the distant fight, as if piercing through every layer of chaos to grasp the truth beneath. A single candied fruit slid into Qin Feng's mouth, and the sweetness blossomed on his tongue. His stats visibly improved. Strength plus 15. This kind of food, a consumable item that temporarily boosted attributes, was far more delectable in the game than in reality. It had captivated countless players, many of whom pursued these delicacies simply to savor their unparalleled taste. Some even endured exhaustive trials to unlock the hidden class of Master Chef. The dishes crafted by a Master Chef could significantly enhance temporary stats, offering unparalleled support in combat. Yet for Qin Feng, eating the candied fruit was merely a way to pass the time. The group of hundreds attacking the Neely Serpent Demon was moving far too slowly. Popping another candied fruit into his mouth, Qin Feng activated a skill against the Neely Serpent Demon, Fate's left hand. Ding! Congratulations, player! Successfully stole an item, Hellworm. Item description, a delicacy for many demons. Juicy and succulent, a treat not to be missed. A palm-sized white worm appeared in Qin Feng's hand, its head unsettlingly human-like. Even Qin Feng couldn't help but frown at the sight of it. Hellish creatures, disgusting, as expected. Who? The Neely Serpent Demon roared from afar, raising its 4 massive arms in fury. Who stole my meal? Its voice was sharp and raspy, like the sulphurous hiss of hellfire. Though the players couldn't understand its language, its meaning was unmistakable. What's it saying? The players encircling the Neely Serpent Demon exchanged confused glances upon hearing its enraged outburst. A boss of this level, being robbed by a thief? Could it have some hidden stash that was looted? But questions aside, Wang Longxing, the raid leader, focused on the bigger picture, killing the Neely Serpent Demon as quickly as possible. Stay focused, he shouted. Archers, keep firing. Warriors, hold the line. And remember, don't try to tank its hits head-on. Before his words even finished, the Neely Serpent Demon raised its enormous tail. Die, you pitiful meals. Tail strike quake. The colossal tail slammed down with a thunderous crash, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of warriors were flung into the air like ragdolls. Minus 500. Just one attack, and the health bars of countless players were slashed to critical levels. Dozens of warriors reduced to near death in an instant. The sheer might of this level 10 boss was undeniable. It was no surprise that even Qin Feng, also level 10, would be instantly killed if caught off guard. Such overwhelming power could easily crush any solo player at this level. On the other side, Qin Feng continued using Fate's left hand, pilfering items from the Neely Serpent Demon. Ding! Congratulations, player! Successfully stole an item, boiled egg of the Talon Fiend. Item description, Talon Fiends prey on young Neely Serpent Demons, only to become prey themselves once the serpent demons mature. This cycle of vengeance defines their lives. A fist-sized item resembling a serpent's egg appeared in Qin Feng's hand. Without hesitation, he stored it away. The Neely Serpent Demon, sensing the theft, roared again. Who is it? Who's stealing my treasures? Its animalistic instincts flared as its reptilian pupils scanned its surroundings. Yet no matter how furious it became, Qin Feng remained shrouded in the shadows, untouched and untraceable. With no way to locate the elusive thief, the Neely Serpent Demon turned its wrath upon Wang Longxing and his team. What the hell is going on? Wang Longxing narrowed his eyes, sensing something unusual. Though he didn't know every participant in the raid, he was certain no one here had the ability to provoke a level 10 boss to such an extent. Who was hiding in the shadows? Whoever it was, the boss's rage could actually work in their favor. After all, the Neely Serpent Demon didn't have an official rage buff. Its anger would only make its attacks more erratic and easier to exploit. Follow my orders. Wang Longxing's voice boomed like thunder. Rogues, set traps. Warriors, fall back immediately. Archers, focus your fire and draw the boss toward us. Yes, sir. The warriors, already battered and demoralized, responded without hesitation, desperate to escape this relentless nightmare. The Neely Serpent Demon hesitated for a brief moment, its vertical pupils gleaming with doubt. It couldn't understand human speech, but the sight of rogues busy laying traps was clear enough. Yet in the next instant, its remaining sliver of reason was consumed by rage. I'll slaughter you all, it roared, its forked tongue flicking wildly. Viscous, dark green venom dripped from its fangs, sizzling as it hit the ground and corroding the grass into blackened ash in mere seconds. Ding! Congratulations, player, on successfully stealing the equipment Neely Serpent Ring. Name, Neely Serpent Ring, Grade A. Type, Accessory. Level requirement, 10. Class restriction, none. Attribute bonus, Agility +6. Effect, +50 backpack space. Skill, Neely Trap, upon activation, restricts the target's movement speed and actions. Impressive. This ring was undoubtedly a treasure among items of the same tier, especially since it addressed Qin Feng's current weakness, crowd control. On top of that, the additional 50 backpack space made it practically priceless, far surpassing other gear of the same level. After all, accessory-type equipment had always been more valuable than weapons. In this game, there was no restriction on how much equipment a player could carry, it was simply a matter of how much they could hold. But as humans only had 2 hands, how much could they realistically carry? Accessories, however, were a different story. 10 fingers, 10 toes rings could be equipped at any time. Qin Feng had even heard rumors in his last life about someone wearing rings in unspeakable places. This abundance of equipment slots created an insatiable demand for accessories. Qin Feng slipped on the ring, his gaze locking onto the battlefield not far away. Chapter 19, Stealing Kills? You're the one stealing, aren't you? At this moment, the Neely Serpent Demon's health was critically low. One more fierce attack would be enough to bring it down. Just then, Wang Longxing stepped forward, roaring, "Everyone get out of my way." He glared at the Neely Serpent Demon and commanded, "Stand still." The sharp reprimand carried an almost tangible force, freezing the Neely Serpent Demon in place. From the shadows in the distance, Qin Feng watched with flickering eyes. This was one of Wang Longxing's innate skills, Command and Obey. Command and Obey. Grade, A. Type, Active. Skill effect, for every 100 subordinates under your command, you can impose a 1-second control effect on enemies of the same level. During the control period, the enemy cannot perform any actions. If the enemy's level exceeds your own, the effect is weakened by 10% for each level. What a domineering skill! The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curved slightly upward, and a faint glint of amusement flickered in his abyss-like eyes. What a pity! Die! Wang Longxing roared, his longsword transforming into a streak of lightning as it struck the Neely Serpent Demon. -250. The Neely Serpent Demon let out a sky-piercing howl, its agonized cries tearing through the air. Its massive body collapsed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Serpent of Rebirth. Before the players could even begin to celebrate, a dazzling crimson light erupted from the Neely Serpent Demon's body. This eerie red glow seemed to harbor an unquenchable bloodlust and killing intent. Crack, crack, crack. The Neely Serpent Demon's body emitted the sound of breaking bones, as though its skeleton were twisting unnaturally. Black scales began to fall off, revealing patches of vivid red scales beneath. Roar! The demon rose again, its thunderous roar shaking the earth, sending waves of sound and dust surging through the air. Not far away, the prepared players maintained their combat stances. None dared to attack during the demon's resurrection, its revival was simply too swift. Archers tried shooting arrows, but their efforts were almost entirely ineffective. Charge! This thing's only got 1 life left. Wang Longxing shouted, rallying over 100 players to charge forward fearlessly. Through the course of the previous battles, they had honed their techniques for dealing with the Neely Serpent Demon. This time, its health was dropping even faster than before. Watching the Neely Serpent Demon's health steadily decline, Qin Feng nodded slightly. If he weren't here, this demon would undoubtedly fall into the hands of these players. These people were indeed capable, taking down a level 10 boss with players mostly at level 5 or lower. Much of this success was due to Wang Longxing's exceptional command. Perhaps this was the power of leadership? But alas, this Neely Serpent demon would belong to him alone. Qin Feng snapped his fingers, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At this point, the Neely Serpent demon's health had dropped below 1,000. Wang Longxing bellowed, "Everyone, combine your attacks for a final, all-out strike. Full power." The players raised their weapons high, ready to unleash a decisive charge against the demon. Detonate! Hidden in the shadows, Qin Feng snapped his fingers once more. Boom! The lower half of the Neely Serpent demon's body exploded violently, the blast tearing through even its chest. -1,000. The despicable scum. Enjoy the rest of your miserable life. When hell descends, I swear I'll kill you. Arg! The Neely Serpent demon let out its final roar, and in the next instant, its upper body was torn apart in a grotesque explosion of flesh and gore. Qin Feng tilted his head slightly. It seemed this creature's true level wasn't low. How else could it endure such catastrophic damage and still utter a few last words before dying? Was this supposed to be some kind of twisted version of "I'll be back"? Qin Feng remained indifferent to the serpent demon's threats, but the players nearby were utterly shocked. What just happened? How did it die? Who dealt such massive damage? As the players buzzed with confusion and speculation, the system announcement rang out. Ding! Congratulations to player Qin Feng for successfully slaying the Hell Monster Projection Neely Serpent Demon. Qin Feng? Impossible. Wasn't he killed in one hit earlier? On the other side, Wang Longxing's eyes widened as he scanned the surroundings, desperately searching for Qin Feng. Yet, no trace of him could be found. The flames of rage burned fiercely in his chest, threatening to consume him. Get out here right now! Qin Feng, how dare you steal our kill? Wang Longxing roared, his clenched fists trembling with fury, his voice reverberating across the battlefield. The injustice was unbearable, absolutely unbearable. Their hard-earned kill had been stolen by someone who had barely lifted a finger. How could he possibly swallow this humiliation? From a distance, in the shadow of a boulder, a tall and well-built man emerged. His cape fluttered dramatically in the howling wind. He stepped out. From behind the massive rock, his figure dwarfed by its size, yet in the eyes of the players, his presence loomed far larger than the boulder itself. At that moment, the sound of rewards being distributed echoed. Congratulations to player Qin Feng for slaying a hell projection. Luck attribute unlocked. You have gained 2 luck attribute points. Current luck, 12. Congratulations! You have obtained the B-tier trait Serpent of Rebirth. Upon receiving a fatal blow, you may respawn at a random location within a 5-kilometer radius with 30% of your stats restored. Cooldown, 30 days. Congratulations! You have received an S-tier treasure chest X1. Qin Feng glanced briefly at the rewards notification before turning his attention to the approaching Wang Longxing. Qin Feng. Though this was their first time meeting face-to-face, Wang Longxing bellowed at the top of his lungs, completely disregarding his own image. How dare you steal our kill? Have you no shame? And you're supposed to be the top-ranked player on the server? Wang Longxing's fury erupted like a volcano, and the other players quickly joined in with their own accusations. Do you even have a conscience? We spent so much time and effort whittling it down, only for you to swoop in and take the kill? You're worse than an animal, aren't you? Faced with the rising tide of outrage, Qin Feng clasped his hands behind his back, a cold smirk curling up at the corners of his lips. You idiots! This monster was clearly drawn out by me. Why wouldn't I kill it? If anything, you're the ones who barged in and tried to steal my kill. His tone was laced with indifference and mockery, devoid of even a shred of seriousness. Wang Longxing's eyes bulged in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. But before the silence could linger, someone else stepped forward. That's bullshit. Chapter 20, Tianyao City. The speaker was a player named Manhwa, who radiated the unmistakable aura of Wang Longxing's guild. He sneered, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he continued, just because you claim you lured the monster, it automatically becomes yours? Did it have your name engraved on it? He paused only briefly before pressing on. This was a server-wide announcement. Everyone received it and rushed over. If this monster was exclusively yours, then why would the system bother issuing a public announcement? Isn't that just inviting everyone to join in? Another player immediately chimed in. Exactly. Since the system made it public, what gives you the right to say it's yours alone? Players around them echoed their agreement. You bastard, hand over all the rewards. Yan Hua's guildmates shouted furiously. No, that's not enough. He has to compensate us as well. After all, he hogged all the experience points for himself, another player suggested. The members of Wang Longxing's guild began drawing their weapons, and the atmosphere grew tense, as if a full-blown fight was about to erupt at any moment. Are you trying to threaten me? Qin Feng faced the escalating hostility with his hands still clasped behind his back, his expression unchanging, as if completely unfazed. The wild winds howled across the desolate battlefield, carrying his voice arrogant and resolute to every ear. "Bastard!" Manhwa roared, stepping forward with his sword and shield in hand. "You think being level 10 makes you that impressive? We have over 100 people here. No matter how strong you are, you'll run out of mana before you can kill us all." "He's right." The others shouted in agreement, their confidence bolstered by their overwhelming numbers. "Charge! Kill him!" At the command, all the players who had been surrounding the target drew their weapons, ready to deal with this legendary level 10 player as if they were confronting a boss monster. So what if he was level 10? Wasn't he still just flesh and blood? Xinfeng observed their movements, his gaze shifting slightly, as if tinged with fear. Manhwa smirked triumphantly. "Scared, aren't you? If you hand over the treasure chest now, we might spare your life." "Ha!" Xinfeng let out a cold laugh, his tone filled with disdain. "Fools! You!" Yanhua's face twisted in fury. He was just about to draw his blade when Qin Feng's figure dissipated like a shadow vanishing into thin air. The players frozen mid-attack stood dumbfounded. Of course, Qin Feng had already reached level 10, meaning he could leave the novice village at any moment. Their ambush was utterly meaningless against him. Moreover, isn't PvP forbidden in the novice village? A spear-wielding player muttered, frowning. "All we can do here is steal his monsters, we can't actually do him any harm." "Yeah, that's one of the basic rules of the novice village, isn't it? Who stirred things up, making me forget that?" A rogue chimed in, nodding in agreement. At this moment, all eyes turned toward Yanhua and Wang Longxing. "Ugh, you two stirred up all this trouble and completely messed up my thinking," a team leader sighed. Besides, he was the first to reach level 10, the top player on the entire server. If we really tried to fight him, it might actually be as hard as fighting a boss. "Next time, don't stir the pot like this. It's distracting and annoying," another team leader added. "Exactly. Let's be real here, our average level isn't even 5. How are we supposed to take on a level 10 player?" A third team leader nodded in agreement. "For all we know, he could probably solo a level 10 boss. If we actually fought him, we'd just be feeding him kills." Suddenly, a player suggested, "What if he doesn't just solo bosses in-game but comes after us in real life?" "That'd be even more pathetic," another player joked. "If you can't save face in the game and have to resort to real-world intimidation, that just proves you've got no skill, only family connections to back you up." Ha ha ha. Several players from different teams burst into laughter, completely ignoring Wang Longxing's dignity. Wang Longxing, who had remained silent all this time, clenched his fists as he listened to their remarks. These spineless, fair-weather scumbags disgusted him. But it wasn't them he hated the most, it was Qin Feng. If not for Qin Feng, how could he have suffered such a humiliating disgrace? Someday, Wang Longxing vowed, he would make Qin Feng pay. He would hound him until he quit the game entirely, no matter what it took. The thought of revenge reignited his fury, and his gaze shifted to the two team leaders who had spoken out. Unfortunately, those two were prominent figures, not easily dealt with. And with PvP prohibited in the novice village, he couldn't even resort to underhanded tactics. Otherwise, he'd have eliminated those two and confined them to the village indefinitely. Taking a deep breath, Wang Longxing turned to the players of his dragon guild and issued an order. "All right, it's over. Let's move out. We need to focus on leveling up, and then..." He clenched his teeth so hard that his jaw creaked, his suppressed rage boiling over. "We'll definitely repay Qin Feng for his guidance." "Yes." The other team leaders, seeing this, also began rallying their own players. "Let's go, no more gawking. Grinding levels is the real priority." The crowd dispersed quickly. At the back of the departing group, a few players sneaked glances at Wang Longxing's retreating figure, whispering among themselves, "Where's all that bravado he usually has? Is he really going to swallow his pride over this? What choice does he have? Is he going to solo a level 10 player? Doesn't he seem kind of like a dog to you? Hey, that's too harsh. At most, he's like a monkey." Oblivious to their gossip, Qin Feng had already left the novice village. Glory City, teleportation array. A towering figure appeared within the teleportation circle, his form materializing slowly from nothingness. His muscular frame was clad in specialized gear that accentuated every curve and contour of his body. Outside the array lay a circular plaza, spanning tens of thousands of square meters. The entire plaza was paved with pristine white stone, radiating a solemn and sacred aura. Qin Feng's dark, abyss-like eyes scanned his surroundings, a flicker of curiosity and expectation glinting within them. As expected, most cities' teleportation arrays look almost identical. But what kind of city will this one turn out to be? Just as Qin Feng was murmuring to himself, a sudden voice rang out, causing him to tighten his grip on the dagger in his hand instantly. "So, you're one of the Celestials? You sure got here early," Following the direction of the voice, Qin Feng turned his gaze and immediately felt his muscles tense like a coiled spring. Not far away stood a woman with shoulder-length black hair, clad in sleek black leather armor, idly tossing a dagger up and down in her hand. She was tall, with a full chest and slender, snow-white hands. Her exquisite face was mesmerizing, a beauty so rare it could take one's breath away. But all of this, her appearance, her bearing, was from an outsider's perspective. Chapter 21, The Shadow Cult. The moment the woman's gaze locked onto Qin Feng, his entire body tensed as if steel cables ran through his muscles. The threat he felt was akin to facing a lurking predator. Against the Nether Wolf Demon and the Mire Serpent Demon, he had dispatched them with ease and grace. But now, an inexplicable unease crept into his heart. His body began to tremble slightly, instinctively entering a combat-ready state. In reality, entering a battle state causes adrenaline to surge, leading to involuntary muscle tremors. This wasn't fear, it was the signal of a warrior. For this reason, Qin Feng couldn't help but be wary of her. Anyone who could trigger such a reaction from him was far from ordinary. Just how powerful was she? "Why are you staying so quiet?" the woman asked, her tone teasing. She slid the dagger into a sheath at her lower back and tilted her head, her silky black hair fluttering softly in the breeze. The sight gave her an almost endearing charm. But Qin Feng only stared back at her coolly, his gaze devoid of even the slightest hint of warmth. His heart was as hard as iron, entirely immune to her beauty. The only thing on his mind was a single question. "Who are you?" Qin Feng asked, his brow furrowed. In his past life, he had visited Skyflare City. While he wasn't intimately familiar with all the powerhouses in the city, he could recall most of their names and faces. Yet, no trace of this woman lingered in his memory. Was she a friend or a foe? Qin Feng couldn't guess. The woman batted her alluring black eyes and chuckled softly. "You Celestials sure are a curious bunch. I'm Alia, the Shadow Scythe. I was sent to escort you to the headquarters of the Shadow Cult." "Alia? The Shadow Cult headquarters?" Qin Feng mulled over these words, his frown deepening. He recalled obtaining a gemstone in his previous life, one named Alia. Could it have been connected to her? But now wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. He had other priorities. One thing was clear, she had mistaken him for a shadow assassin. The shadow assassin was a similarly elusive class, excelling in stealth and assassination, with the ability to melt into shadows and strike enemies from hidden angles. After all, where in this world was there no shadow? It was likely because of the 3 stealth-related skills in his current class that Alia had mistaken him for a shadow assassin. Still, there was one mystery Qin Feng had never solved, even in his past life. How did these mentors manage to locate them so precisely? In his previous life, he had been approached by a mentor for the thief class who had come to recruit him. What kind of special technique did they use? No one had ever been able to explain it to him. Whenever he asked these mentors, they would always give the same answer. "We don't know. Let's go." Alia, seeing Qin Feng deep in thought, didn't linger. She issued her command succinctly before striding off swiftly. Qin Feng immediately followed. Both of them were agility-based classes, and their pace was much faster than that of ordinary people. They moved swiftly through the wide streets, weaving through narrow alleys without slowing down. Even so, Qin Feng couldn't help but take in the unique culture of Skyflare City once more. For instance, most of the people on the streets wore white robes. Only he and Alia, clad in black gear, stood out distinctly against the crowd. Wherever they passed, they attracted curious stares, as if they were rare animals on display at a zoo. After a while, Alia came to a stop in front of a black Gothic-style building. "This is the Shadow Cult headquarters," she said, turning to face Qin Feng. "Next, I'll take you inside to complete the initiation ceremony. The cult will also provide you with the opportunity to break through the level 10 barrier. And that's not all. We'll offer you new cult-exclusive skills to learn. But all of this hinges on one condition." Alia's black eyes curved into a crescent-like smile. "You must choose to join the Shadow Cult. So, have you made up your mind? Will you join?" "Of course." Qin Feng nodded firmly. "Then let's go," Alia said with a slight nod. Qin Feng followed her into the Shadow Cult's headquarters. In the game of Eternal Heavens, once any class reached level 10 and arrived at the main city, they were invariably approached by the corresponding class organization. It was practically an ironclad rule. In his previous life, Qin Feng, as a rogue, had joined the Thieves' Guild. For certain special professions, such as Taoists, they were often fiercely recruited by the 3 main sects of Taoism rather than being restricted to just one sect. He had once heard of someone who obtained the 5 Thunder Taoist profession and joined the Talisman sect, one of the 3 major sections. Before every battle, this individual would scatter a mountain of talisman papers, stunning everyone present. However, joining a sect was not mandatory. Players who chose to forego affiliation would become lone cultivators. Yet, unless these lone players stumbled upon extraordinary opportunities, they would remain obscured in the crowd, even with an S-tier talent. Forget about reaching the T0 or T1 ranks, even the T2 level would likely be out of reach. This was the kind of support that the major sects could provide to players. Hence, the best option for players was to join the organization corresponding to their profession, at least ensuring a smoother early stage of progression. Under Arya's guidance, Xin Feng stepped into a cramped room. In the center of the room stood a shrine, covered by a black cloth, concealing an unknown idol. On either side of the shrine burned 2 pure black beeswax candles. At this moment, the flames of the candles flickered intensely, releasing a pungent aroma, their faint light casting deep shadows across the room. "Elder, I've brought the Celestial here," Arya announced, halting her steps and speaking to the front. Xin Feng tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand, his brows furrowing slightly. Almost at the instant Arya spoke, an elder cloaked entirely in black suddenly appeared before him. His speed was astonishing, so fast that Xin Feng couldn't react, so fast that even the faint candlelight on the shrine didn't tremble from his movement. "Oh," the black-robed elder let out a sound of approval. "Young Celestial, you're quite interesting. In such a sudden situation, your first thought was to fight, not to flee?" "Ha ha ha," the elder chuckled deeply. "You've got guts, Celestial." Xin Feng said nothing, his eyes locked firmly on the elder. Oddly, though he was staring directly at the elder's face, he couldn't make out his features. Shadows shouldn't have obscured his view, so what was going on? Chapter 22, The Shadow Trial. At that moment, the black-robed elder sized Xin Feng up and suddenly let out a startled exclamation. Arya, with her hand gripping the dagger at her waist, turned to look at Xin Feng and asked urgently, "What is it, elder?" "It's nothing." The elder shook his head, and the shadows obscuring his face suddenly dissipated like mist, revealing his true appearance. Deep wrinkles etched his face like the carvings of time, highlighting his old age. Yet, unlike an ordinary old man, his gray eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. At this moment, however, his gaze flickered with astonishment and curiosity. "A shadow of destiny? Ha ha ha!" He laughed in a low voice. "How peculiar. Arya, you've truly brought back a remarkable individual." "Elder, what are you talking about?" Arya tilted her head in confusion. "He only has the power of shadows." She was certain Xin Feng was undoubtedly a shadow assassin. Who else but a shadow assassin could possess such a dense aura of shadow? The elder's sharp gray eyes shifted to Arya, and he gently shook his head. "Arya, there's no need to worry. This is a great thing. A truly great thing." A smile spread across his face. The elder turned toward the shrine, his withered fingers lightly brushing over the candle flames. "I see something far beyond shadows in him. It's a shadow cast by destiny itself, a shadow that only a being known as the Thief of Fate could cast." "The Thief of Fate?" Arya gasped, instinctively taking a step back from Xin Feng. If the Fate Hermits were to learn of this, they'd undoubtedly hunt him down. She sighed, shaking her head in exasperation. Xin Feng stood silently in place, listening to their exchange as if watching a cutscene unfold in a game. To avoid complicating matters, he chose not to intervene in their discussion. At this moment, the elder turned around, pointing at the shrine before him. "Swear an oath, Arya. I need you to swear to the shadows that you will never reveal anything about this individual's uniqueness. Should you dare to break this vow." He smiled, his wrinkles bunching together. "The shadows will punish you." "I understand, elder." Arya placed a hand over her chest in a respectful salute and approached the shrine. "Great shadows, I swear to you, if I reveal this celestial's identity, take back all the gifts you have bestowed upon me." The elder nodded and waved her off. "You may leave now. The ceremony is about to begin." Arya bowed deeply once more, retreating from the room. The elder watched her leave before turning his hawk-like gaze back to Xin Feng. "You are quite fortunate to have caught the favor of the Thief of Fate. But remember, this is both a blessing and a curse. However," he paused for a moment, "what I want to say will have to wait until after you pass the trial. For now, focus on completing it." As soon as he finished speaking, the elder turned his palm over, and a dark silver pendant appeared in his hand. "Take it, Celestial." Xin Feng accepted the silver pendant, and a notification sound immediately rang in his mind. "Congratulations, player. You have successfully triggered a trial quest. Quest name, The Trial of the Shadow Cult. Quest description, using the trial token, venture into the Shadow Realm dungeon. Achieve a dungeon completion rate of 30% or higher to succeed. Quest rewards, upon successful completion of the trial, the player will break through current limitations and formally step into the game world. Higher completion rates will yield additional rewards. Scanning the quest description, Xin Feng quickly grasped the flow of the challenge. His breathing grew slightly heavier, not out of nervousness, but from sheer excitement and anticipation. Once he completed this trial quest, his level would surpass 10, opening the path to even greater heights. Only then could he truly step into the vast world of All Heaven game. But that wasn't the most important part. The key lay in the fact that only by passing this trial could the power of All Heaven game fully integrate with his physical body, even extending into the real world. At that point, even in reality, Qin Feng's body would become digitized, and he might even escape the limitations of the gaming pod, entering the game with his true self. This was why solo players faced so many challenges. After all, triggering the trial quest required not only personal effort but was also largely reliant on random chance. In such circumstances, achieving Tier 1 or even the godlike Tier 0 status was nothing short of extraordinary luck. As Qin Feng contemplated strategies for the trial, the elder's voice interrupted his thoughts. One more thing, you should speak to Alia before entering the trial. She can provide you with detailed information about the shadow trial, ensuring you're well prepared. I understand. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned but then nodded. He had anticipated being thrown directly into the shadow trial, but to his surprise, the elder allowed him to gather insights from Alia beforehand. Was this the privilege of an SSS grade talent? The moment Qin Feng nodded, the elder disappeared. Just as when he had appeared, the elder left without a trace. By the time Qin Feng realized it, the other party was already gone. Even the flames of the 2 candles on the shrine hadn't flickered in the slightest. What's the matter? Why are you standing there like that? Alia strolled into the room casually, tossing her dagger from hand to hand as if she had foreseen everything. Nothing, Qin Feng replied with a shake of his head. Really? Alia stopped her playful movements and slid the dagger smoothly into the sheath at her back. You really are favored. The elder is always strict, he doesn't even hesitate to kick out weaker-willed individuals. And what about you? Alia tilted her head slightly, her silky black hair cascading gently over her shoulder. The elder specifically told me to assist you. Alright, enough chatter. Let me tell you about the shadow trial. Alia's explanation was thorough, every detail laid out as if she were preparing a student for a critical exam. Her points were clear and logical, leaving no gaps. When she finished, Qin Feng nodded slightly. Thank you. By the way, I have one more question for you. What is it? Alia raised an eyebrow, her water-like eyes gleaming with a hint of scrutiny. Have you ever been to the Abyssal Cavern? Alia's eyes widened slightly. What do you mean by that? Nothing much. I just have something I'd like to show you. Qin Feng smiled faintly. With a light clench and release of his hand, a gem as crimson as pigeon blood appeared in his palm. Under the flickering candlelight, Alia's eyes sparkled with an indecipherable brilliance. Chapter 23, The Trial Begins. How is it in your hands? Alia's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, locking onto Qin Feng. Found it in the depths of the Abyssal Cavern, and now. Qin Feng smiled faintly and handed the ruby over to Alia, returning it to its rightful owner. Alia took the ruby, gripping it tightly in her hand, remaining silent. Alright, it's time for me to enter the trial. Qin Feng grasped the dark silver pendant, preparing to activate it, when Alia suddenly looked up, her eyes burning with intensity. Qin Feng. She had already committed his name to memory during their earlier exchanges. There was a trace of hesitation in her voice, but it was swiftly replaced by resolute determination. The shadow trial is full of unpredictability, but with your strength, it shouldn't be too difficult. However, if you want to maximize your completion rate, it's best to focus on honing your own skills. Thank you, Qin Feng nodded. Before her words fully settled, he clutched the dark silver pendant. Instantly, dense shadows enveloped him, as if he were being transported to another world. Qin Feng felt a moment of disorientation in his mind. When he regained clarity, he found himself in a world shrouded in thick mist. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, gripping his dagger tightly. The dense white fog blanketed everything, and as a level 10 player, he could only see within a 50-meter radius around him. This limitation of vision was a nightmare for long-range classes. Mages and archers would find it nearly impossible to unleash their full potential here. As Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly turned, his gaze locking onto a particular direction. In an instant, he disappeared like an arrow released from its bow. The next moment, boom! A black arrow struck the ground where he had just been standing, and the explosive energy left a crater nearly a meter wide. A puzzled voice emerged from the mist, and a humanoid creature, pitch black as if coated in tar, slowly stepped forward. It held a longbow forged from pure shadow in its hand. Name, Forgotten Shadow Archer. Level, 11. HP, 15000/15000. MP, 1/300/1/300. Attack, 300. Movement speed, 16. Defense, 30. Skills: Shadow Shot, Swift Arrow. Shadow Shot converts shadow energy into an arrow and fires it at the enemy. Swift Arrow concentrates all shadow energy into a single arrow. Upon impact, it explodes. After examining the enemy's stats, Qin Feng's arm muscles tensed slightly. No wonder Alia had warned him to focus on his skills during the shadow trial. Without the concealment of shadow energy or enhanced movement speed, surviving this trial would be nearly impossible. After all, this was a ranged attacking creature. Getting hit even once could mean instant death. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile. Last life, he had started playing the game much later than others, yet how had he managed to rise to the ranks of Tier 1 experts? The answer was simple. He enjoyed all of it. Before the archer could draw its bow again, Qin Feng's figure vanished once more. Swish! When he reappeared, his dagger had already sliced across the archer's neck. Instead of blood, what gushed out was an inky, shadow-like substance. The archer seemed unfazed by pain, swinging its shadowy longbow in an attempt to smash Qin Feng. Qin Feng dodged nimbly, his dagger carving wound after wound into the archer's body. When the mark of fate had stacked to 13 layers, Qin Feng didn't hesitate to activate. Detonation! Boom! The archer's body exploded instantly, sending ink-like shadow blood splattering into the air. Qin Feng quickly moved away from the area. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the next moment, dozens of shadow creatures of varying classes and heights materialized out of thin air, surrounding Qin Feng almost completely. Interesting. Qin Feng's lips curled upward, and he then melted into the shadows. Shadow Step. This time, he delved even deeper into the shadows, his movement speed accelerating further. Indeed, this was a realm perfectly attuned to shadow power. Almost as soon as Qin Feng disappeared, the dozens of shadow creatures stood frozen in place, dumbfounded, searching aimlessly for the one who had summoned their wrath. However, Qin Feng's figure had already vanished, completely undetectable even to the shadow creatures' enhanced perception. For now, Qin Feng refrained from launching an attack on the shadow creatures. Instead, he swiftly slipped through the gaps between them. These creatures weren't particularly troublesome. In fact, the more numerous they were, the less effective they became without coordination. Their attack range was limited, and if Qin Feng chose to keep moving, he could even manipulate their attacks to strike their own allies. However, all of this was in vain. At this moment, he had yet to pass the trial, and the experience points gained from killing these shadow creatures were almost negligible. This was the constraint of levels, a shackle that could only be broken by completing the trial. Qin Feng maintained his shadow step, weaving skillfully through the shadow creatures one after another. Despite the dense fog enshrouding the area, he could still see his surroundings with remarkable clarity. The undulating land was barren, devoid of trees or grass, leaving only stark, bare soil. Even the soil itself seemed unusual, grayish and murky, as if composed of some shadowy substance. Meanwhile, the shadow creatures remained motionless, without any reaction. Soon, a broken stone tablet came into Qin Feng's view, its surface etched with ancient, twisted characters. Although he had never seen this script before, his mind seemed to translate it automatically. All things have shadows, they are the dark side of everything. What does that mean? Qin Feng tilted his head slightly. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have discovered a Shadow Realm relic. Exploration progress increased to 5%. Just as Qin Feng was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out, freezing him in place. Ah, a new trial challenger. Qin Feng fought the urge to act instinctively, suppressing the impulse to attack, and turned toward the source of the voice. A blurry shadow appeared in his line of sight. This shadow was distinctly different from the shadow creatures around him. If the shadow creatures were like viscous tar, then this shadow was like ink diluted with water. Were it not for the white mist blanketing this world, it might have been impossible to detect its presence. Name: Shadow of the Fallen Trial Master, Carlo. Level: Health, Mana, Attack, Speed, Defense, Skills. Chapter 24, The Fallen Knight. Who are you? Qin Feng's gaze was sharp and unrelenting as he locked his eyes on the shadow not far away. Gripping his dagger tightly, he was ready to strike at a moment's notice. If the shadow made any suspicious moves, he wouldn't hesitate to attack. Fortunately, the shadow appeared to harbor no hostility. It stood motionless, and when faced with Qin Feng's question, it seemed hesitant to respond. Me? I am. The shadow rubbed its head, its face contorted with pain. The ruler of the Dawn world. No, that's not right. I am the trial master of the Shadow Realm. Carlo. Before the words had fully left its mouth, Carlo's tone shifted from hesitant and conflicted to cold and unyielding, like forged steel. Challenger, what is your purpose in summoning me? Qin Feng kept his eyes fixed on Carlo, his mind filled with doubt. Something about this figure's behavior was deeply strange, as if it was hiding some secret mission. But even if there were a mission, he couldn't trigger it at the moment. For now, completing the trial was his top priority. I summoned you to increase my trial completion progress. What should I do next? Qin Feng asked calmly. The shadow named Carlo hesitated for a moment before moving forward with mechanical, deliberate steps. Qin Feng immediately activated Shadow Step and followed closely behind. The distance between him and Carlo wasn't far close enough that if Carlo launched a sudden attack, it could indeed be fatal. However, Qin Feng was confident he could evade before Carlo's next strike landed, ensuring he wouldn't be taken down in a single blow. After all, from the treasure chest he had obtained by defeating the Mire Serpent Demon, Qin Feng had acquired equipment that significantly bolstered his defense. Name: Mire Serpent Demon's Leather Armor, S rank. Type: Armor. Defense: 300. Required level: 10. Class restriction: none. Attribute bonus: plus 15 stamina. Special effect: Mutated Silence Curse. Each attack has a 3% chance to inflict a silence effect. This was the source of Qin Feng's confidence in staying close to Carlo. With this level of defense, Carlo wouldn't be able to kill him easily or significantly deplete his health in a single strike. So, what if he stayed on Carlo's heels? If Carlo dared to make a move, Qin Feng was ready to make him pay the price. It was also worth mentioning that alongside this equipment, Qin Feng had managed to steal a single point of fate. However, he hadn't used it yet. Since he had already reached level 10, he planned to wait until he completed the level 10 trial and unlocked a new skill. Who knew? He might just get an exceptional ability. Before long, Qin Feng followed Carlo into a desolate desert. Golden sandstorms roared like turbulent waves, and towering dunes loomed over the horizon. Just a single glance at this barren wasteland was enough to make one instinctively clench their teeth. Even the air in this desolate place seemed to carry an oppressive weight. Compared to the vast expanse of yellow sand, what captured Qin Feng's attention even more was the array of broken tombstones buried beneath the dunes. Some were missing a corner, others had lost their upper half, and a few were reduced to mere fragments, each recording the incomplete stories of their owners' pasts. Congratulations, player! You have discovered the Graveyard of Bones. Completion rate increased to 41%. Interesting. It seems following this guy wasn't a mistake after all, Qin Feng mused with a faint smile. However, the most crucial aspect was still Aria's guidance. Without her, he wouldn't have realized the immense potential of Shadow Step. Without it, the shadow creatures encountered along the way would have been enough to doom him. As Qin Feng pondered, Callow had already stepped into the cluster of broken tombstones. The moment it entered the forest of gravestones, shadowy figures began to emerge all around. These apparitions were starkly different from Callow, shrouded in an intense black aura, like a manifestation of deep-seated resentment and hatred. Callow turned back, locking eyes with Qin Feng. Everything you desire lies here, it said coldly. Before the words finished echoing, a thunderous roar swept through the yellow sands, and the forest of tombstones erupted with furious cries. Kill him! Qin Feng tightened his grip on his dagger, his abyss-like dark eyes fixed intently on the distant shadows. Amidst the swirling yellow sands, a figure clad in leather armor darted nimbly through the shadowy apparitions. These figures, whether burly or gaunt, wielded menacing weapons and exuded a terrifying oppression. But for the man weaving between them, these fearsome sights held no power to instill fear. Detonate! Boom! 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 Qin Feng's figure swept past three shadows, and in the next instant, the trio of apparitions exploded violently. Inky black blood splattered in all directions, momentarily halting even the fierce wind carrying the sand. Death! Death! These once terrifying shadows were now tasting the despair they had so often inflicted upon others. Qin Feng moved deftly among the apparitions, his ghostly footwork making it impossible for them to encircle or counter him effectively. Their attacks even managed to harm their own kind. This was the experience of a Tier 1 player, a skill honed to perfection. Despite starting the game a month late, he had climbed to the pinnacle of Tier 1 dominance. After slaying another shadow, Qin Feng's gaze shifted to a particular warrior. This warrior was entirely black, composed completely of shadow. One hand gripped a long spear, while the other held a massive shield. Its balance of offense and defense was intimidating. Name: Shadow of the Fallen Knight Lost. Level: 15, Elite. Health points: 20,000/20,000. Mana points: 3,300/3,300. Attack: 700. Movement speed: 15. Defense: 200. Skills: Piercing Spear, Sweeping Spear, Stalwart Shield. Piercing Spear launches a forward attack, dealing 150% damage and ignoring 30% of the enemy's defense. Sweeping Spear strikes a 3-meter area ahead, dealing damage to all within range, with a 20% chance to stun. Stalwart Shield raises the shield to deflect enemy attacks, with a 30% chance to nullify damage provided the attack does not exceed the shield's defense. With such formidable stats, Lost was undoubtedly the strongest shadow Qin Feng had encountered so far. Yet he did not panic. Instead, his grip on the dagger tightened as he advanced toward the warrior named Lost. Standing 3 meters tall, Lost clutched its spear and raised its shield, striding toward Qin Feng. The two figures approached one another, one towering, the other comparatively small, but their auras were strikingly similar. Dominating, fierce, cold. At this moment, their imposing presences seemed to materialize, colliding and intertwining in the air. Chapter 25, The Blood of a Mortal King, Destined to End by the Sword. As the distance between them closed to less than 3 meters, Lost made the first move. Piercing spear. Boom! Qin Feng deftly used Shadow Step to evade. The long spear struck the ground with a thunderous crash, sending sand exploding in all directions. He did not remain in stealth mode. As to these shadow creatures, there was no difference between his stealth and his visible state. Perhaps they were true experts in their craft? Seeing its initial attack miss, Lost quickly launched a second strike. The massive spear sliced through the air with a shrill whistle. Boom! Once again, Qin Feng dodged, but this time, instead of moving to the sides, he advanced toward Lost, skillfully evading the attack. As the saying goes, a long weapon excels at range, but struggles up close. Though Lost's spear was powerful, it became cumbersome in close-quarters combat. Now that Qin Feng was within striking distance, Lost's defeat was inevitable. Slash! The dagger tore through the shadowy armor, and inky black blood sprayed out, staining the yellow sand with its dark hue. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Qin Feng's shadow flitted like a ghost, his dagger carving wound after wound onto Lost's body. Ink like black blood sprayed wildly into the air. Detonate! Without hesitation, Qin Feng triggered the destiny mark implanted on Lost. Boom! Lost's massive figure crashed to the ground, disintegrating into a cloud of black mist that dissipated into the wind. Qin Feng did not pause. He lunged toward the remaining shadows with relentless determination. 1, 2, 3. Countless shadowy figures fell under Qin Feng's dagger. Every time one appeared, it was swiftly extinguished. His dagger moved like a machine gun, so fast that ordinary eyes couldn't follow its trajectory. Nearby, Carlo, who had been standing frozen and watching the battle, began to regain his composure, his mechanical thought process gradually returning to rationality. Moments later, the final shadow fell, and a notification rang in Qin Feng's mind. Congratulations, player. Trial task completion has increased to 73%. Was it over just like that? Qin Feng turned to look at Carlo, intending to ask a question. But before he could speak, he saw a column of shadowy light erupting from the depths of the burial grounds. Boom! The black pillar of light unleashed a ferocious shockwave, sending the surrounding yellow sand rolling like ocean waves for kilometers. In the next instant, an enormous hand broke through the dunes, its sharp claws exuding an aura of terror that made one's heart shudder. Following this, the shadows spilling from the cracked gravestones converged toward the dune where the claw had emerged. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed across the land, reducing the entire dune to flat ground in an instant. A storm of yellow sand rained down like a torrential downpour. Amid this sandstorm, Qin Feng stared unblinkingly at the shadowy figure in the distance. This shadow stood at an imposing height of 5 meters, its entire form composed of darkness. Unlike the other shadows, its appearance was distinct. It wore a warped crown on its head, draped itself in tattered royal robes, and wielded a massive two-handed sword. Its aura was overpowering. Name, Shadow of the Fallen King? Level, 20, Elite, Health, 30,000/30,000. Mana, 10,000/10,000. Attack, 1,500. Movement speed, 20. Defense, 400. Skills, Blood of the Mortal King, by the sword's end? Blood of the Mortal King, even as a mere shadow of a fallen king, it harbors terrifying power. When activated, all movement abilities are forbidden. Within a 100-meter radius, and an attribute judgment is initiated. Any attribute below 40 points will result in an assault by the power of shadows. By the sword's end, the shadow of the fallen king will wield its greatsword to punish all traitors with sweeping retribution. A level 20 elite monster? Qin Feng's eyes widened slightly. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise hiding in the shadows. No wonder no one in his previous life had managed to achieve 100% completion for the level 10 trial. It seemed the trial concealed such horrors. A monster of this caliber could single-handedly crush even those with S-tier talents. But the corners of Qin Feng's lips curved upward. The once cold and indifferent glint in his eyes, as dark as the abyss, now shimmered with something else. Excitement. How could such a challenge not thrill him? However, brute force alone would be futile. With the monster's attributes, Xin Feng knew he could only endure 3 strikes at most. So, system, allocate points. Without hesitation, Xin Feng funneled his destiny points into his shadow step skill. Time was pressing, he could no longer afford to wait for the trial to conclude. If that's the case, then he would enhance his foundational skill instead. Would you like to consume 1 destiny point to enhance the skill, Shadow Step? Without a second thought, Xin Feng selected Confirm. In the dimly lit prayer chamber, Alia and the elders sat before the shrine, their eyes fixed on the 2 flickering candles. Suddenly, the flames wavered, and the shadows beneath them began to writhe and distort. The elders' gray eyes widened in shock. Is he attempting to complete the trial with 100% completion? Impossible, isn't it? Alia's voice trembled with astonishment. Is this truly an achievement that a mere mortal can accomplish? No one in the history of our shadow sect has ever completed such a feat. Even if he is special, does he really have the power to succeed? That creature, how could anyone possibly defeat it? The elder's initial amazement gradually subsided, but the tremor in his voice betrayed his inner turmoil. Anything is possible, especially when it involves the shadow of destiny. Perhaps, Alia nodded in hesitant agreement. Ding! Congratulations, player. The skill Shadow Step has been enhanced and mutated into Destiny's Shadow Cloak. Destiny's Shadow Cloak. Grade, S. Type, Active. Skill effect, the user will be favored by destiny and shadows. Wherever they stand becomes a domain of shadows, impervious even to the scorching sun's power. The user can enter stealth mode at will, where skills below S rank cannot detect them. Passive speed increases by 100%. Cooldown, none. Mana cost, none. Additional details, thanks to the blessings of the shadows, your agility attribute increases by +5, ignoring attribute cap limitations. While in stealth mode, every attack you launch will apply 3 stacks of destiny mark. Terrifying. This was the only thought in Xin Feng's mind. The skill alone was already impressive enough, but what if it was combined with the other 2 destiny-type skills? Especially with destiny armament. Once layered together, every single attack Xin Feng unleashed, even a basic attack, could stack 6 layers of destiny mark. Isn't that effect horrifying? The damage caused by such an ability would undoubtedly far surpass players of the same level. In fact, even players several levels higher, without unique talents, would stand no chance of achieving such staggering damage output. Chapter 26, The Blood of the King. Xin Feng raised his head, his gaze locking onto the shadow of the king standing opposite him. In the abyss-like depths of his dark eyes, a blazing fire ignited. It was the fire of ambition. Before obtaining this skill, he had pondered how many moves he could endure against the shadow of the king. But now, there was only one question in his mind. How long could this so-called king withstand his onslaught? The corners of Xin Feng's mouth curved upward into a faint smile, and in the next instant, his figure vanished into the shadows. If the disappearance caused by Shadow Step resembled wiping a drop of water off a table with a cloth, then the disappearance granted by the Cloak of Destiny's shadow was akin to a drop of ink dissolving into the vast ocean. The former left faint traces, while the latter made any trail utterly untraceable. Within the dense shadows, Xin Feng opened his abyssal eyes, sensing a transformation within himself. His past stealth felt like wearing a black mask while walking through a neon-lit city, low risk, yet conspicuous in its own way. But now, he was like a predator in a pitch-black, moonless night, invisible to all who sought him. In the distance, Carlo froze in disbelief. Gone? That trial challenger had vanished right before their eyes, as if he had never existed. Impossible. Could he have used stealth? But that was even more absurd. These monsters were the very embodiment of shadow power. When it came to concealment, nothing could surpass the power of shadow itself. Conventional stealth was laughable to them, mere parlor tricks. Even stealth techniques empowered by shadow energy were no exception. Yet, an inconceivable event had just unfolded before its eyes. Carlo's rigid, mechanical mind began to race, desperately trying to make sense of it all. But it found no answers, no memory that could explain the scene before it. Elsewhere, the shadow of the king, gripping its colossal sword, came to a halt. Its gaze scanned its surroundings with confusion. This was unprecedented. Enemies were supposed to engage it in fierce combat, only to be slaughtered in the end. But where was the enemy now? The shadow of the king's piercing gaze swept across the dunes within a radius of several hundred meters, yet not a single trace of Xin Feng could be found. How could this be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Show yourself. The shadow of the king roared, the force of its voice causing the surrounding sands to surge violently. This was not a skill, it was the sheer power of its wrath. Such was the might of a level 20 elite monster, the shadow of the king. Hidden within the shadows, Xin Feng took a deliberate step forward. SHHHK. The menacing dagger in his hand sliced across the shadow of the king's thigh, causing a fountain of black ichor to spray forth, staining the golden sands crimson. Before the shadow of the king could react, a deafening explosion erupted from the wound. -980. From a distance, Carlos stared in stunned silence. Someone had actually dealt such massive damage to the shadow of the king at this level? Who was the true monster here, the king or the challenger? Unlike Carlos' disbelief, the shadow of the king was consumed by unbridled rage. You dare offend a king? The shadow of the king swung its massive shadow greatsword, the blade's energy scattering the dunes into smoke and ash upon contact. This 5-meter-long greatsword moved with astonishing speed. One misstep, and death was guaranteed. For a warrior-class combatant, such an attack would be an instant kill. The level difference of 5 was already an insurmountable chasm, not to mention a gap of 10 levels. But the shadow of the king's strike missed. Before its attack could land, Qin Feng had already melded back into the shadows, activating his destiny's left hand in the process. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully stealing an item. Ancient Dawn Kingdom coin ×1. Item description: a coin from a long-lost kingdom. For certain collectors, it holds immense value as a rare relic. You despicable thief! How dare you defy the dignity of a king? The shadow of the king roared. Its voice carried such might that lions would cower, and elephants would tremble. Blood of the mortal king! Plunging its greatsword into the sands, a surge of dense shadows erupted from the blade, enveloping everything within a 100-meter radius. This oppressive darkness was like a viscous glue, binding everything in its domain. Even Carlo, who had been spectating from afar, found its movements slowing down. Where are you? Come out! The shadow of the king's thunderous voice shook the air as it swung its sword wildly, cutting through everything in its path. Qin Feng stood silently 100 meters away, watching the scene unfold. The shockwave from blood of the mortal king caused his cloak to billow slightly. When the wind settled and the cloak stilled, Qin Feng's figure vanished once more. He moved like a nimble hare, yet struck with the ferocity of a hunting-clouded leopard, weaving in and out of the shadow of the king's defenses. Every time the shadow of the king attempted an attack, Qin Feng evaded with an almost supernatural speed and angle. -1020, -1310, -1570. The shadow of the king's health plummeted visibly, yet Qin Feng remained untouched, not a single scratch upon him. Rage. Uncontainable, overwhelming rage. Although it was but a lifeless entity, a puppet forged from shadows, the king's shadow still felt an uncontrollable fury surging within. This rage was not directed at Qin Feng but stemmed from a deep-seated frustration and anger born of helplessness. Why? As a monarch, why should it endure such powerlessness? Ah! Across the desolate wasteland, the king's roar thundered like a storm, deafening and wrathful. The sound of its colossal sword slicing through the air echoed repeatedly. A lone human figure, as insignificant as an ant, was locked in combat with this towering, kingly giant. Die! At this moment, the king's shadow unleashed its second skill. By the sword, it shall end. The king's shadow swung its massive blade, carving a perfect circle around itself. Black sword energy radiated outward in an arc, shattering every grain of sand it touched into even finer dust particles. Yet, despite the devastating force, the sword energy failed to strike its enemy. As the energy dissipated, the king's shadow slammed the great blade into the ground, letting out one final, earth-shaking roar. Die already! Blood of the king! Black flames ignited across the giant king's massive form, cascading down its body like molten blood. Wherever the flames touched, the desert sands burned away into nothingness, reduced to pure void. The king's shadow pulled the great sword from the ground, preparing to launch itself into the air, but in that very instant, a single crossbow bolt struck its back. -500. Chapter 27, An Unprecedented Genius. The shadow of the king was ablaze with fury, just about to swing his massive sword when suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted. Boom! -3000. The towering figure of the king didn't manage to utter his final words before his body exploded in an instant. Black blood rained down like a storm. Amidst the inky black rain, Qin Feng's figure emerged. The raindrops, thick as ink, splattered against his body but failed to disturb the unfathomable depths of his dark eyes. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have slain the trial elite monster, the lost shadow of the king, and obtained an S-rank treasure chest. Completion rate has increased to 98%. Hearing the system notification, a flicker of light passed through Qin Feng's eyes. Finally, he was out of combat mode. He let out a slow breath. As expected, that was tough. A monster 10 levels higher than me. I was so close to getting hit. This wasn't false modesty. If the shadow of the king had actually struck him, his equipment and attributes wouldn't have been enough to withstand the blow. He would have been instantly killed. But the victor was him. More importantly, he had gained yet another S-rank treasure chest, which meant that new destiny points were about to be added to his account. However, why was the completion rate still 2% short? At this moment, Carlo interrupted his thoughts. So that's it. You're not a follower of the Shadow, but rather a higher-tier chosen one? No wonder you could kill the king as a forsaken one. Carlo's voice, mechanical yet tinged with astonishment, no longer sounded like that of a lifeless being but rather that of a sentient entity. Xin Feng locked his gaze onto it. Speaking of which, the trial's completion rate is still 2% short. Could it be that 2% lies with you? Xin Feng's tone was calm, yet it carried a sharp edge, like a sword pointed directly at Carlo. If Carlo made even the slightest move, that blade would turn real and strike it down in an instant. Yes. Even under the circumstances, Carlo remained honest. All you have to do is kill me, and the progress will be complete. It pointed to its own chest. Then I'm sorry. The moment the words left his mouth, Xin Feng's figure vanished, and a dagger drove straight toward Carlo's heart. Minus 1,200. Carlo's eyes widened in disbelief. It hadn't expected Xin Feng to be so decisive. Remember, the Shadow Realm is far more complex than it appears. Go to Dawn City. With those final words, Carlo's body exploded into a spray of black blood. A flicker of hesitation crossed Xin Feng's eyes. Had he acted too hastily? Judging by Carlo's words, there was clearly a hidden mission. Yet, before it could even finish explaining the background, he had instinctively struck it down. Sigh. Sometimes, decisiveness could be a bad habit. Xin Feng shook his head, patting the hand that still gripped the dagger. It was pure muscle memory acting the moment he finished listening, only to realize afterward that his strike had taken out Carlo in one blow, and to think Carlo's stats were all marked as, which typically signified a hidden boss. Yet he'd taken it down with a single hit? As Xin Feng was lost in thought, a string of system notifications rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, player! Your trial completion rate has reached 100%. The trial mission is now complete. Congratulations, player! You are now the first level 11 player on the server. A server-wide announcement will be made shortly. Congratulations, player! You have received the 100% trial completion reward. Please claim it promptly. Charge! Don't be afraid. These wolf demons are nothing special. Deep within the abyssal caverns, Wang Longxing was leading his team of players in an assault against the massive horde of abyssal wolf demons. Under his command, the players maintained perfect formation as they systematically slaughtered the wolf demons. Watching the wolf demons fall one by one, a flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Wang Longxing's eyes. He needed to reach level 10 as quickly as possible. Once he did, he would hunt down Xin Feng and kill him 100 times. Otherwise, how could he vent the seething rage in his chest? Server announcement. Congratulations to player Xin Feng for becoming the first level 11 player on the server. Wang Longxing's pupils contracted slightly, and an overwhelming fury surged within him. That bastard, that damn bastard. If you hadn't stolen our kills, how could you have leveled up so quickly? Wang Longxing's roar was filled with anguish. What could be more infuriating than having something stolen by someone you despise? It was watching that person not only take what was yours but also use it to surpass you. Just the thought of it made Wang Longxing feel as though his blood was ablaze, surging through his veins with such intensity it seemed ready to burst free and rampage through his mind. He was furious, utterly furious. That bastard Xin Feng, how could he achieve all of this? While Wang Longxing seethed with rage, on the other side, Kong Fong was leading his team in a desperate battle against a horde of monsters. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Xin Feng for becoming the first player in the entire server to reach level 11. A female archer, just about to shoot down a massive wolf, trembled at the announcement. Her fingers slipped, and the arrow she had knocked missed entirely, embedding itself in the ground. Level 11? Her wide, glistening eyes were filled with disbelief. She wasn't the only one stunned. The rest of the team stopped in their tracks, equally shaken. After all, they were still struggling to reach level 8, and yet Xin Feng had already reached level 11. How could this not make their efforts feel like a complete joke? At the front of the group, Kong Fong took a deep breath and shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Keep grinding." Yes. The team answered in unison, forcing themselves to steady their nerves and resume their assault on the monsters. However, as their captain, Kong Fong clenched his fists tightly behind his back. His expression betrayed his inner turmoil. Such a terrifying growth rate, how was this even possible? Inside a small, dimly lit chamber, a dense shadow burst apart like a soap bubble, revealing Xin Feng's figure. By the altar, an elder and Alia, who had been waiting for some time, both stood up, their eyes fixed intently on him. "You, how did you do it?" The elder was the first to step forward, gripping Xin Feng's shoulders tightly. A 100% completion rate. Not even the chosen ones are capable of such perfection. How in the world did you accomplish this? The elder's composure crumbled entirely. His gray eyes burned with a mixture of fervor and disbelief. This was something he had never encountered in his lifetime. Initially, he thought that even with fate's blessing, Xinfeng might at best achieve an 80% or 90% completion rate. But 100%? That was simply beyond his imagination. Faced with the elder's uncharacteristic display, Xinfeng turned to Alia, hoping she might calm him down. But Alia stood there, her eyes vacant, entirely unresponsive to his gaze. She was utterly dumbfounded. Alright, it seemed Alia's reaction was even worse. Chapter 28, Shadow Judgment. After a moment, the elder finally managed to regain his composure. Xinfeng, with your trial completion rate, you will acquire a status entirely distinct from others of your kind. Standing before the dim altar, the elder's gray eyes gleamed with an almost fanatical light. You will earn the title of an apostle. Alia, standing to the side, was utterly floored, her heart roiling with shock. Doesn't that mean he'll have the same status as me? She stammered, her voice tinged with unease. She was the high priestess here, an exalted position. The elder rarely interfered with her affairs, leaving her to enjoy a great deal of freedom. But now, out of nowhere, a peer and equal had appeared. And worse, he wasn't even one of them but an outsider. How could she possibly accept this? Do you have any objections, Alia? The elder's gaze was as sharp as a blade, devoid of any warmth. No objections, Alia replied softly, lowering her head as her voice grew faint. The elder cast her a brief glance before turning back to Xinfeng, his expression softening as a flicker of approval crossed his face. Your next task is to train and level up diligently. The Shadow Order will not withhold its resources from you. I hope you will remember this generosity. A faint smile tugged at his lips. 3 months from now, you will understand the true value of this support. I understand, Xinfeng replied firmly. He was well aware that 3 months later, the game would descend upon reality. In his previous life, when the game became real, countless factions had intervened. Without their support, players would have been powerless against the terrifying demons and monsters that emerged. After all, how long had they been grinding to that point? Just then, the elder's brow furrowed slightly, a trace of irritation flashing across his face. Alia, he said, turning to her, there has been an anomaly in the abyss under the Order's jurisdiction. I will need you to take over Xinfeng's subsequent guidance. The skill scrolls have already been prepared. You may collect them from the storeroom later. With that, the elder cast Xinfeng a final, meaningful look before vanishing without a trace, just as he always did. As usual, Xinfeng couldn't sense the elder's departure at all. Do you want to rest for a while? After all, you've just completed the trial, Alia asked, tilting her head slightly. Of course, Xinfeng nodded. He needed some quiet time to sort through his rewards. Alia nodded in return and led Xinfeng through the cathedral. Eventually, they stopped in front of an unassuming wooden door. You can rest here. When you're ready, just call for me, she said, pointing at a brass bell hanging on the door. Ring it, and I'll hear you. With that, her figure dissolved into a swirling shadow and disappeared. Xinfeng pushed open the wooden door, and the arrangement inside the room was unexpectedly cozy. A sturdy oak desk stood against the wall, with an oil lamp on top emitting a warm glow. On the other side of the room was a large double bed, covered with soft white bedding and linens. Just one glance at it was enough to evoke an overwhelming sense of comfort. Entering the room, Xinfeng lit the oil lamp, and with a slight motion of his palm, a golden treasure chest appeared in his hand. This was the S-tier chest he had obtained after defeating the Shadow of the King. Without hesitation, Xinfeng activated the power of his destiny left hand. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have successfully stolen an item, King's Pendant. Item description: this is a memento of a great king. Unfortunately, the image on the pendant has faded, making it difficult to glimpse the glory of the king's past. Note, if you encounter the right collector, this pendant could fetch a considerable price. A golden pendant appeared in Xinfeng's hand. Its centerpiece was a figure of a man holding a long sword. Despite being made of gold, the pendant was heavily worn, and even Xinfeng's sharp eyesight couldn't make out the man's face. He didn't dwell on it. Focusing his attention back on the chest, he once again activated the destiny left hand. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have successfully stolen an item, Shadow Fruit. Item description: formed from the power of shadows, consuming this fruit enhances your critical hit rate and movement speed by 5% while in stealth mode. Duration: 30 minutes. In Xinfeng's palm appeared a fruit shaped like a beating heart. He frowned slightly, sensing something might be off with his luck. Why had he pulled two relatively low-value items in a row? Or was this building up to something bigger in the reward pool? Without hesitation, he activated the Destiny left hand once again. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have successfully stolen equipment, Blood Ring of the Shadow King. Name, Blood Ring of the Shadow King, S tier. Type, accessory. Level requirement, none. Class restriction, none. Attribute bonuses, all stats +5. Skill, Blood Vengeance. You can mark up to 3 targets at once. The marks will last for 72 hours, continuously revealing the target's locations. During the marked period, if you initiate an attack, the target's dual resistances will be reduced by 30%. A scarlet metal ring, as vivid as pigeon blood, appeared in Qin Feng's palm. Even Qin Feng couldn't hide the trace of astonishment in his eyes as he read the description of this ring. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. This ring's ability combined tracking, searching, and debuffing all in one. The most crucial part? The ring had no level restrictions. This meant that even if it were given to a novice player, that novice could use the ring to easily slaughter high-level bosses. After all, reducing a target's dual resistances by 30% was an overpowered ability. However, for Qin Feng, the ring's inherent value wasn't the most important aspect. What mattered most was the single point of fate energy that he had stolen along with it. With just 1 point of fate energy, he could instantly upgrade any skill to an S-level ability or even higher. Such skills would grow and evolve as his level increased. From a long-term perspective, the value of fate energy was immeasurable. Qin Feng took a deep breath, calming the waves of excitement surging in his chest. Compared to his previous life, his growth had been astonishingly rapid this time around, making it hard not to feel exhilarated. But that was fine. It was okay to feel a little thrilled after obtaining something extraordinary as long as he didn't lose himself in the process. Now, it was time for the trial rewards. Qin Feng's gaze shifted to the interface for claiming his trial rewards. Would you like to claim your trial rewards? Yes/no. Without hesitation, Qin Feng tapped yes. Congratulations, player, on obtaining an A-level skill, Shadow Judgment. Shadow Judgment. Grade, A. Type, active. Skill effect, unleashes the power of shadows to deliver judgment upon your enemies, dealing 200% dark attribute damage. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Cost, 400 mana points. Qin Feng froze for a moment as he read the skill description. 200% damage? This damage was calculated based on his base stats, combined with weapon damage and the bonuses from his hidden class. Using this skill alone, dealing over 1,500 points of damage would be effortless. And that didn't even account for his critical strike rate and bonus critical damage. If he added the fake mark on top of that, the damage would be absolutely astronomical. The best part? This skill had no restrictions on melee or ranged attacks, meaning its destructive potential was terrifying no matter how it was used. This was insane. The quality of this skill was almost on par with an S-level ability. So this was the reward for achieving a 100% trial completion rate? Chapter 29, The Mysterious City of Dawn. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door broke the silence. Qin Feng, who had just finished reviewing his rewards and was resting with his eyes closed for a few minutes, opened his deep, abyss-like eyes once more. What is it? He asked coldly as he opened the door, addressing Alia, who stood outside. She was the one who had insisted he take a break, yet now she was disturbing his peace after such a short time. Alia lowered her head slightly, her watery eyes filled with a hint of apology. I'm sorry. I have something troubling me greatly, and I couldn't help but disturb your rest. She flipped her palm, revealing a gemstone as crimson as pigeon blood resting in her hand. This gemstone, did you find it in the abyssal cavern? That's right. I took it from a wolf demon, Qin Feng confirmed, his tone resolute. Alia frowned slightly, shaking her head softly. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. What's the matter? Hearing Qin Feng's question, Alia's frown eased slightly. She explained, it's nothing. I just can't fathom why this gemstone would end up there. This gemstone was something I gave to my brother when he set off for the City of Dawn, but he disappeared shortly after. And now, the next time I see this gemstone, it's in your hands. This piece has a unique mark I etched into it myself. There's no way there could be another like it in the world. So you want information about your brother? Yes. Qin Feng's brows furrowed slightly. What he was about to say might be difficult for Alia to accept, but he had to tell her the truth. Do you think your brother could have turned into that wolf demon? Flipping his palm, Qin Feng produced 2 items, the Abyssal Cavern Lord's token and the deed to a property in the City of Dawn. These are the items I retrieved from that wolf demon. Alia stared intently at the 2 items in Qin Feng's hand before shaking her head resolutely. Impossible, she said coldly. My brother was already a level 60 monk when he headed for the City of Dawn. The difference between him and the wolf demon was like heaven and earth. Even if he had the misfortune to die, he would never have turned into such a lowly creature. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. The difference of just 5 levels was already insurmountable, let alone a chasm of 50 levels. I have another question. What exactly is going on with the City of Dawn? Qin Feng shook the 2 items in his hand. Even in his past life, players knew very little about the City of Dawn. All Qin Feng knew was that it was one of the main cities, offering a wealth of resources and items. By acquiring property deeds, one could even enjoy the city's protection. But beyond that, he was completely in the dark. All the information came from NPCs, and no player had ever successfully reached the City of Dawn. Not even the top-tier players. The road to the City of Dawn was perilous. Without the map in his hand, even the strongest T0 players would meet their demise. Even if they miraculously survived, they would most likely get lost along the way. Do you intend to go to that city? Alia gazed at the 2 items in Qin Feng's hands, her eyes filled with a complex emotion. I advise you to give up on that idea. That place is the origin of all things, hiding secrets that even I dare not touch, let alone someone in your current state. Even with those 2 items, it won't make a difference. She pointed at the items in Qin Feng's hands and shook her head. Is that so? Qin Feng lowered his head, frowning as he stared at the items in his hands. Could it be that these 2 items were only useful in the mid-game? If that were the case, how much help would they really provide him down the line? Even with his past life experience, Qin Feng had no way of knowing. After all, no one knew the true nature of the City of Dawn, not even him. But things aren't always absolute, Alia said, her tone shifting. If you can reach level 30 within 3 months, you might have a chance to head to the City of Dawn and gain a significant advantage in the upheaval that follows. Qin Feng raised his head, his abyss-like eyes flickering with a contemplative light. Could the City of Dawn be tied to the game's transformation into reality? If so, how much could he benefit from it? Just as these thoughts swirled in Qin Feng's mind, Alia interrupted his musings once again. Alright, I won't disturb your rest any further, she said with a smile. Tomorrow, I'll start assigning you tasks from the sect. I hope you'll use them to sharpen your skills. Farewell. With those words, Alia transformed into a shadow and disappeared before Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng lowered his head in thought, his abyss-like eyes betraying no emotion. Tianyao City, East District, General Store. Thud. A heart the size of a basketball slammed heavily onto the solid oak counter. Blood splattered everywhere, and the stench of iron filled the air instantly. Yet, the storekeeper behind the counter broke into a wide grin. The heart of a horned beast. I haven't seen a treasure like this in 3 years. He excitedly grabbed the heart and placed it into a wooden barrel behind him. Then he began wiping down the counter with a cloth, as if trying to polish away not just the bloodstains but also his overwhelming satisfaction. I can't believe you actually completed this task, my friend. 3 brave warriors have already fallen attempting it. You must truly be a master. Standing before the counter, Qin Feng listened quietly, his abyss-like eyes remaining devoid of any emotion. Pay up, he said coldly, his tone carrying an unyielding firmness. Ha ha ha, how about 9 gold coins? Business has been a bit tight lately, and that's all I can manage. Smack! Qin Feng slammed the parchment bounty notice onto the shopkeeper's face, his gaze sharp as a blade. Pay me, or I'll find another way to collect what I'm owed. The NPCs in this game were no less cunning than real people. Their haggling skills were top-notch. As a player, you could not afford to let them take advantage, or they'd bleed you dry. Ha ha ha, no need to get so serious. I was just joking. The shopkeeper peeled the bounty notice off his face, retrieved a pouch from his waist, and counted out 10 gold coins, placing them on the counter. With a wave of Qin Feng's hand, the 10 coins disappeared in an instant. Congratulations, player, for completing the task, General Storekeeper Brooks Commission. You have gained 10% experience points. Congratulations, player, your level has risen to level 19. Looking at the system panel, Qin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, level 19. Within a month, he had pushed his level to 19. Without the experience gain buff, such progress would have been nearly impossible, akin to reaching for the heavens. Even so, reaching level 19 was no easy feat for him. Qin Feng had poured tremendous effort into it. After completing the trial quests, he didn't take a moment to rest, immediately plunging into the sect missions. And that wasn't all. He also took on multiple tasks in Tianyao City, completing them all flawlessly. His ultimate goal? Accumulate enough experience points. Chapter 30, A Storm is Brewing. Walking out of the general store, Qin Feng quickly opened his status panel. He needed to plan a path to becoming stronger based on his current stats. Player, Qin Feng, Fates Rogue. Level, 19, 0%. Strength, 71, plus 23. Stamina, 10, plus 31. Spirit, 10, plus 6. Agility, 98, plus 24. Luck, 12. Health, 10,000/10,000. Mana, 5000/5000. Skills, 1, Fate's Armory, S rank, plus 3, Passive, 2. Cloak of Fate's Shadow, S rank, plus 5, Class Exclusive, 3. Fate's Left Hand, S rank, plus 2, 4. Blink, S rank, 5. Intermediate Appraisal, B rank. Equipment, Neely Serpent Demon's Leather Armor, Blood Ring of the King's Shadow, Neely Serpent Ring. Items, Dawn City Map, King's Pendant, Hellworm. Unique Talent, Fate Points X1. Class Exclusive Perks, 100% Critical Hit Chance, Double Skill Points and Attribute Points. B rank Trait, Ouroboros. Upon receiving fatal damage, teleport to a random location within a 5-kilometer radius and revive with 30% health. Cooldown, 30 days. Special Trait, Assassination Rookie, 15% bonus to skill damage. Looking at these stats, Qin Feng frowned slightly. He felt his attributes were a bit extreme, but with enemies far stronger than him at the moment, boosting other stats would be meaningless. Even maxing out stamina wouldn't help him withstand a second strike from a boss. Thus, sticking to his primary focus on agility with strength as a secondary was the best decision. It's worth mentioning that players above level 10 only had 5 skill slots. Upon reaching level 11, they would unlock one additional slot, and thereafter, another slot would be added every 2 to 3 levels. This was why Qin Feng had only learned one skill before level 10. The limited skill slots were simply too restrictive. Even now, he had only picked up one extra skill, Intermediate Appraisal. This skill allowed him to evaluate the quality and purpose of unknown items, making it absolutely essential for him. Closing his personal panel, Qin Feng headed toward the outskirts of the city. But before he had taken more than a few steps, the system's notification sound rang again. This time, it was a server-wide announcement. Server announcement. 30% of players have now reached level 10. The game system is officially open. Server announcement. With the system opening, the first server-wide large-scale dungeon, Reality Descends, will launch in 60 days. Server announcement. The auction house is now open. The level leaderboard is now open. The relentless barrage of announcements boomed like cannon fire. Qin Feng, however, remained calm as he opened the level leaderboard. Number 1, Qin Feng. Level, 19, 0%. Number 9, Wang Longxing. Level, 11, 5%. Number 10, Kong Feng. Level, 10, 55%. Scanning the leaderboard, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. Familiar names appeared one after another, but what truly stood out was the 8-level gap between him and the second-ranked player. That's right, the second-ranked player was only level 11. In terms of experience points alone, there was no contest. This meant that Qin Feng was, without a doubt, a Tier 0 player. Just then, Qin Feng's private message window popped open. This was a feature reserved for friends, and Qin Feng only had one friend in-game. He clicked on the window, and the message instantly appeared. Kong Feng, Big Boss, do you know anything about the first dungeon? This Reality Descends dungeon name is giving me serious chills just hearing it. Whoa, level 19? This Qin Feng guy has to be an insider, right? How else is he leveling up so fast? I think that's possible. His level progression isn't normal at all. Maybe he's some kind of whale player? But wait, this game doesn't even have a pay-to-win system. So how's he doing it? In the wilderness, Kong Feng stared at the chat panel in front of him, listening to the heated discussions of his teammates, his expression filled with helplessness. They could spit out several sentences in a single second, making his brain feel like a chaotic mess. Still, he could understand their reactions. After all, he wasn't much different himself. Captain, what's wrong? You haven't said a word. The female archer bounced over to his side, lightly patting his shoulder, her eyes filled with concern. Yeah, Captain, the other teammates chimed in, their gazes fixed on him. In the face of such a monumental matter, shouldn't everyone be discussing it openly and freely? Don't bother me. I'm waiting for a very important answer. Kong Feng waved his hand, his voice low and grave. On the other side, Qin Feng glanced at the questions in the chat box, his lips curling into a faint smile. As expected of a top-tier player from the previous timeline, his instincts for the game were razor-sharp. He typed a few words into the chat box. Just as you suspected. When Kong Feng saw those 4 words, every hair on his body stood on end, his heart pounding like a war drum. This wasn't excitement, it was an indescribable terror. In an instant, his face turned pale, and his breathing grew rapid as he tried to relieve the overwhelming pressure in his chest. What's wrong, Captain? What happened? Faced with Kong Feng's strange reaction, his teammates looked on, baffled. The usually composed Kong Fong could only manage to type a few words with great difficulty. Kong Fong, what exactly is going on? Qin Feng, in 60 days, the world will undergo a massive upheaval, a reset of reality. Kong Fong, I understand. Thank you, Master. So, it's true? Kong Fong staggered a few steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. With his current level, even if a Neely Snake Demon of the same rank used its seismic tail strike, it shouldn't have been enough to make him react this way. Yet here he was, almost falling. And the cause of it all was just those few short words. What's happening, Captain? The teammates surrounded him, steadying the nearly toppled Kong Fong. Looking at his teammates gathered around him, Kong Fong swallowed hard. These were his trusted allies, people he knew in real life. That's why they had formed a team to tackle this game together. He had a responsibility to tell them the truth. The world is about to change. Chapter 31, Moonfall River. Captain, what does this mean? Why has this dungeon changed so drastically? The female archer looked perplexed. Even if it's a major update, it doesn't warrant using the term changing the heavens, does it? Another teammate retorted. No, I mean the real world is about to change. Kong Fong shook his head, his gaze resolute. You all know that with our current technology, it's absolutely impossible to create a game like this. And every time the game pods appear, the surveillance cameras malfunction. Kong Fong continued slowly. All of this indicates that this game is far from simple, it might even have the power to influence reality. That's why I've poured immense financial and human resources into this game. Because I know that the opportunity to change the world lies here. My speculation was just confirmed moments ago. But what I discovered is far more terrifying than I imagined. This world. Kong Fong's eyes swept across his team. It's likely not a fabricated one, but a real, existing world. In 60 days, as the system announcement stated, the game will descend upon reality. The expressions of all the team members changed instantly. Their gazes interwove with terror, doubt, and panic. Without exception, their worldview had been shattered. If someone else had said this, they might have treated it as a joke. But this was Kong Fong speaking. Everyone knew how formidable he was in the real world. A man like him, if he claimed all chocolate was made of dung, they would probably never eat chocolate again. Even if his words contradicted common sense, they would choose to believe him. Such was the weight of the name Kong Fong. And now, he was declaring that the game would descend upon reality. Though most of them harbored doubts deep down, their skepticism was overshadowed by their belief in him, because they had indeed sensed the bizarre nature of this game. What should we do, Captain? The female archer bit her lip, her moist eyes brimming with panic. I don't know what exactly we should do, but I do know that the most important thing is to grow stronger. No matter what, increasing our strength will boost our chances of survival in 60 days, Kong Fong replied. I understand, Captain. The female archer nodded resolutely. Then let's level up together, the masked man proposed. Absolutely, the group responded in unison. At this point, their levels had already reached 10. However, due to completing a hidden quest, they hadn't yet entered the main city. Let's go. We've finished the quest, and it's time to officially leave the beginner's village. With a single command from Kong Fong, the entire team vanished from the beginner's village almost simultaneously. Meanwhile, in a bustling city, Wang Longxing sat on a bench by the street, his eyes half closed. So, those rumors are true. The game will descend upon reality in 60 days? Seems like I can't waste any time. Otherwise, how will I climb to a higher position? A smug smile curled at the corner of Wang Longxing's lips, his eyes burning with ambition. He was determined to ascend to a far greater height than where he stood now. In Tianyao City, Qin Feng closed the chat panel and prepared to continue executing his plan. By now, he had completed almost every valuable quest in Tianyao City, including all the missions from the Shadow Cult. It could be said that there were no suitable quests for him left in the city. Furthermore, he had already gained a thorough understanding of Tianyao City's situation. Thus, the next step. Qin Feng's gaze shifted toward the outskirts of the city, his abyss-like black eyes brimming with intense battle intent. It was time for him to embark on another relentless leveling spree. And for him, the most ideal grinding location was undoubtedly Moonfall River just outside Tianyao City. Moonfall River served as the city's main water source. A canal even ran through the city, connecting directly to Moonfall River. However, the end of this canal was secured with 10 iron gates, each guarded by 2 soldiers wielding 8-meter-long spears. The reason such heavy defenses were placed on the waterway was because Moonfall River was home to many monsters. Along the ever-flowing Moonfall River, towering trees extended their branches, exuding a serene and natural ambience. Perched atop one such massive tree, Qin Feng's abyss-like eyes were fixed on the distance. By the riverbank, a group of fishmen, standing 2 meters tall and wielding iron tridents, wandered about. These fishmen had exceptionally thick scales, resembling ancient metallic armor. Just one glance was enough to sense their formidable defensive capabilities. Name: Silver-Scaled Fishman. Level: 22, Normal. HP: 15,500/15,500. Mana: 4000/4000. Attack power: 600. Movement speed: 15. Defense: 500. Skills: Impenetrable Defense, Harpoon Throw, Call of the Kin. Impenetrable Defense: upon activation, the silver-armored merman's defense increases by 10%. Harpoon Throw: the silver-armored merman hurls a massive harpoon. If it hits, it deals 110% damage to the enemy. Call of the Kin: when the silver-armored merman senses its life is in danger, it howls to summon its kin. All silver-armored mermen within a 500-meter radius will rush to its side. Xinfeng's gaze swept to the other side, where a pack of silver-white giant wolves was savagely tearing apart a colossal elephant over 10 meters tall. The elephant's massive frame was something impossible to find in the real world, but even such a beast had become nothing more than a feast for these wolves. Name: Silver Moon Giant Wolf. Level: 25, Normal. Health points: 14,000/14,000. Mana points: 4,500/4,500. Attack power: 700. Movement speed: 30. Defense: 300. Skills: Fangs and Claws, Wolf Howl, Silver Moon Blade. Fangs and Claws: the Silver Moon Giant Wolf uses its enhanced claws and teeth to attack, causing bleeding damage. Wolf Howl summons all Silver Moon Giant Wolves within a radius of several kilometers. Silver Moon Blade unleashes a blade of light from its mouth, with damage calculated based on its strength attribute. As Qin Feng's eyes roamed the surroundings, every glance unveiled new monsters. This was the brutal reality outside the city of Tianyao. It was for this reason that the city's waterways required so many reinforced floodgates for protection. The world of All Heaven game was fraught with peril. Beasts, demons, ghosts, undead creatures, monsters of every kind roamed the wilderness, isolating human cities from one another. The major cities were like scattered stars in the night sky, dotting this savage land. Though the cities were connected via teleportation arrays, the cost of using them was exorbitant. As a result, both players and the NPC inhabitants relied on the paths that had been painstakingly explored by their predecessors to travel between cities. It's worth noting that the novice village was a rather peculiar place. In his previous life, Qin Feng had never heard of the secrets hidden here. Chapter 32, The Guild Pact. SCHHHK. A menacing dagger sliced through the merman's scales. Those once proud scales, heralded as impenetrable, crumbled like fragile paper before the blade. Yet, even so, the silver-armored merman's plight failed to elicit the slightest trace of sympathy from its assailant. Kill, kill, kill. A shadowy figure darted like a ghost among the gleaming silver mermen. Each swing of the dagger claimed another precious life. Congratulations! You have slain a level 22 silver-armored merman. Gained 5% experience. Thud, thud, thud. Desperate, the silver-armored mermen hurled their harpoons with all their might. The massive weapons embedded themselves into the ground, shattering dirt and rock to create craters. But the harpoons they once took pride in couldn't even graze the assassin's cloak. The silver-armored mermen could do nothing but watch helplessly as their kin fell one by one until it was their turn. Moments later, the ground was littered with corpses. Qin Feng strolled through the massacre, calmly collecting the treasure chests that appeared upon the monsters' deaths. His abyssal black eyes betrayed no emotion, no joy, no sorrow. To him, this wasn't a blood-soaked battlefield, it was nothing more than a golden wheat field ripe for harvest. After collecting all the loot, Qin Feng turned his gaze toward the distance, where the Silver Moon giant wolves awaited. Time to begin the next cleanup. Who dares slaughter my kin? A thunderous roar shattered the silence. Even the unrelenting flow of the falling moon river quivered in fear, its waters surging backward against the current under the force of the voice. Boom! A towering column of water shot up from the falling moon river, as if a dragon had risen from its depths. Emerging from the water was a 4-meter-tall figure, its entire body gleaming like silver moonlight. It was a merman. Its scales were as thick and solid as stone. One glance was enough to know that its defense was nothing short of terrifying. Title: Silver-Armored Merman King. Level: 25, Boss. HP: 50,000/50,000. MP: 7000/7000. Attack: 1200. Movement speed: 30. Defense: 1000. Skills: Indestructible, Harpoon Throw, Call Reinforcements, Lord of the River. Indestructible, increases the Silver-Armored Merman King's defense by 20% when activated. Harpoon Throw, the Silver-Armored Merman King hurls a massive harpoon, dealing 150% damage upon impact. Call reinforcements. When feeling threatened, the silver-armored Merman King summons nearby silver-armored mermen. All within a 10-kilometer radius will rally to its aid. Lord of the River harnesses the power of the river to launch water-based attacks at enemies. From a distance, Xin Feng's cold, indifferent eyes flickered with a trace of excitement as he observed the silver-armored Merman King. Such luck? The first wave of monsters already triggered the red name value? In the game of Worlds Beyond, when a player repeatedly slays monsters of the same type, a special mechanic is triggered, affectionately named by players Monster Red Name Value. Once the red name value accumulates to a certain threshold, the boss of that particular species will appear, launching an assault on the player. You wretched human! Was it you who slaughtered my kin? Prepare to die. The silver-armored Merman King roared furiously as it spotted Xin Feng. Raising its massive harpoon, it hurled it with immense force. Boom! The 6-meter-long harpoon shot through the air like a steel pillar, aimed straight at Xin Feng. Boom! The moment the harpoon struck the ground, it unleashed a deafening explosion, reducing everything within a 10-meter radius into a shower of unrecognizable debris. Yet, despite this devastating attack, the silver-armored Merman King did not revel in triumph. Its expression froze, its eyes filled with fear and bewilderment. Because that human had vanished into thin air. What is happening? The silver-armored Merman King scanned its surroundings nervously. Suddenly, a voice, chilling enough to make every scale on its body stand on end, echoed from behind. Looking for me? The Merman King whipped around, swinging its massive arm at Xin Feng in a ferocious counterattack. But, instead of retreating, Xin Feng advanced toward the oncoming, air-shredding arm that moved faster than sound, showing no trace of fear. The dagger in his hand plunged through the Merman King's thick scales, piercing its flesh in an instant. Slash! Scarlet blood spurted out as the silver-armored Merman King's previously vacant eyes now burned with fury. You insolent wretch, die! Indestructible! Lord of the River! The Merman King's scales began to glow faintly white, and Xin Feng's dagger became lodged within the reinforced armor. A flicker of surprise flashed in Xin Feng's eyes as the nearby river surged, its surface breaking into gleaming waves. Boom! A massive water column, several meters in diameter, shot toward Xin Feng like a battering ram. But just as it was about to strike him, his figure disappeared once again. Get out here! The Merman King's enraged roar was cut short by an unexpected explosion. Boom! The wound on its body erupted violently, sending blood and flesh flying in all directions. Minus 1,700. Before the Merman King could react, Xin Feng emerged from the shadows again. With a swift, precise strike, he carved another ghastly wound into the boss's body before vanishing into the darkness once more. Like a phantom, Xin Feng darted around the battlefield, leaving devastating injuries on the Merman King's massive frame. The boss could do nothing but watch helplessly as more and more wounds opened up, its health bar steadily depleting. And then, the final blow. Activate, Destiny's Mark detonation. Boom! Minus 3,000. The silver-armored Merman King's once vacant eyes dimmed completely. Its colossal body teetered, then collapsed forward, slamming into the river-washed, muddy ground with a thunderous crash that left a deep crater. At the same time, a golden treasure chest appeared on the ground. With a casual wave of his hand, Xin Feng summoned the chest. It shrank to the size of his palm and flew into his grasp. Destiny's left hand activated. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully stolen an item, Moonfall River King Carp ×1. Item description: a unique carp found in Moonfall River. Consuming it grants the strength within its body, defense plus 10%. A plump carp materialized in Xin Feng's palm. Without hesitation, his gaze steady, he stowed it away in his inventory. Destiny's left hand activated. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully stolen an item, Merman Horn. Item name, Merman Horn, Grade B, Type, Offhand Weapon. Level requirement, Level 10. Class restriction, None. Attribute bonus, Spirit plus 5. Special effect, when blown, summons a silver-armored merman to assist in battle. The summoned ally will continuously consume the user's mana while active. Xin Feng studied the horn briefly, his expression unreadable. Then, without a second thought, he tucked it into his inventory, ready to face his next challenge. Xin Feng frowned slightly. Getting 2 junk items in a row made him start to question whether there was something wrong with his luck stat. Could it be the same as before? Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully obtaining the item, Guild Contract. Chapter 33, The Guild Contract. Xin Feng's eyes were glued to the roll of parchment that appeared in his hand, unblinking. He actually managed to get this thing? In the game Worlds Beyond, establishing a guild required more than just leaving the starter village. There was one key condition: acquiring a guild contract, which would trigger the quest to officially form a guild. Only after completing the quest could a guild be considered truly established. Anything else didn't count. Even a prominent group like the Dragon's Roar Guild was, in reality, just a temporary coalition of players. Without official recognition from the game system, they wouldn't enjoy any of the associated benefits. Thus, the guild contract was absolutely crucial. Without it, forming a guild was simply impossible. The problem was that the drop rate for guild contracts was absurdly low. With players as numerous as the mountains and seas, trying to get one was like trying to pluck a star from the sky, especially during the early stages of the game. For this reason, Xin Feng speculated that the reason he managed to obtain a guild contract was likely due to a sudden burst of luck. Maybe the 2 junk items earlier were just building up to this? But still, this is completely useless to me, Xin Feng muttered, holding the parchment aloft. As a lone wolf player, what good was this thing to him? If he were still in the starter village, he would have tossed this thing into his bag and ignored it without a second thought. But now things were different. Xin Feng's dark, abyss-like eyes shifted to the auction house interface at his side. The guild contract in his hand was likely the first one in the entire game. While it might be useless to him as a lone wolf, it would undoubtedly be of great value to someone else. Outside the city, deep in the forest. Hold your positions. Lancers, no retreat. These are just flame wolves, nothing more. Wang Longxing barked orders as he led over 100 players in a hunt against dozens of flame wolves. These flame wolves could breathe fire, and any flames that touched a player's skin would cause continuous damage and incredibly troublesome effect. Even Wang Longxing, who loved to show off, dared not charge into the fray. He stayed safely at the back, knowing that if he got hit, he'd likely have to start over from the nearest respawn point. Boom! A fireball crashed into a warrior's shield, and the splattering flames accidentally landed on the warrior's leg. In an instant, his lower leg was engulfed in flames. What do I do? What do I do? Heal me, quick! I'm losing HP, the warrior shouted in panic. Before his words had fully left his mouth, 2 mages raised their staffs. One cast a water healing spell to extinguish the flames, while the other cast a regeneration spell to restore his health. Even after the flames were put out, the burn continued to inflict damage over time. Until the burn fully healed, he would require constant healing. This was why everyone dreaded the flame wolves so much. Once you got hit, it required at least 2 healing spells from teammates. And the timing had to be precise. If they were too slow or if a vital area was attacked, death was inevitable. Damn it! These monsters are so hard to deal with. How did that bastard level up so fast? Someone cursed under their breath. At the rear, Wang Longxing wiped the sweat from his forehead as he observed the battle ahead. Don't fall back. If you retreat, we'll all be finished, he roared when he saw some frontline warriors faltering under the pressure. With that, he charged forward and swung his sword, unleashing a silver blade of energy as he shouted, "Stop right now. Command, halt." The moment his command was issued, all the flame wolves froze in place, as if paralyzed. This was the effect of his skill, command, halt. Seizing the opportunity, the players unleashed their strongest abilities without hesitation. Whirlwind slash, Thunderfire talisman, Falling leaves slash. A dazzling array of skills was unleashed, and the barrage of attacks instantly reduced the flame wolves' health by more than half. When the storm of attacks subsided, only a dozen or so flame wolves remained. Keep going. Wang Longxing issued his order before retreating back to safety, resuming his role as the hands-off commander. Moments later, all the flame wolves were slain. Wang Longxing personally approached the loot, opening one treasure chest after another. The items inside were all over the place, ranging from bizarre trinkets to mediocre equipment. Not a single high-quality item appeared. Most importantly, there was no sign of the thing they needed the most, a guild contract. How did we only get one piece of equipment? Wang Longxing gritted his teeth, his face darkening as he clutched the sword in his hand. Item name, Flame Greatsword, Grade C. Type, Primary Weapon. Attack, 100 to 250. Required level, 15. Class restriction, none. Attribute bonus, Strength +5. Special effect, inflicts fire damage over time upon hitting enemies. Don't worry, President. Worst case scenario, we'll just do the raid a few more times. A player walked up to Wang Longxing, patting him reassuringly on the shoulder. I'm not angry about the guild contract not dropping. What pisses me off is that an item dropped instead. Wang Longxing cursed angrily, his face dark as iron. He tossed his old gear to his deputy and quickly equipped the new item he had just obtained. At that moment, a global server announcement popped up in the chat window, immediately drawing his attention. He had set up special notifications for such messages, fearing he might miss crucial information. But the moment he read the announcement, his face turned grim, as if shrouded by a dark cloud. Qin Feng, selling guild contract. If interested, head to the auction house. Why the hell did he get the guild contract? Elsewhere, a towering man nearly 2 meters tall, with a muscular build, swung his massive greatsword in a ferocious arc at the giant bear in front of him. SSS. Scarlet blood spurted like a fountain, instantly staining his heavy armor red. Instead of showing any disgust, the man's lips curled into an increasingly fanatical grin. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Only monsters like this are worth the fight. Those weaklings back in the newbie village were a complete waste of time. He carelessly plunged his greatsword into the ground and sat cross-legged to rest. Just then, a player came running toward him in a hurry. President, someone just made a global announcement saying they're selling a guild contract. Are we going to join in? A guild contract? The man tilted his head, thinking for a moment before speaking. If I recall correctly, we need that to establish an official guild, don't we? That's right. Well then, of course we're going to check it out. If someone else gets it first and grows stronger, they'll be stepping all over us in no time. The man jumped to his feet, yanked the greatsword out of the ground, and his eyes burned with the fire of battle. If Qin Feng were here, he would instantly recognize this man's identity. The president of the Thunder Guild, Lei Yu. S-class talent, mountain-crushing strength. Hidden class, Berserker. Chapter 34, 1,200 gold coins. The moment Qin Feng's announcement was made, guild leaders from all the major cities' powerful factions rushed toward the auction house. The atmosphere was tense and electrifying. These auction houses were unique in their designs, some exuded ancient elegance, while others stood grand and majestic, like works of art, dominating the cityscape. They not only served local citizens and players but also connected players across regions through an online platform. Banks, bounty halls, and other facilities offered similar services, but none of it would be possible without the online auction halls. Buzz. The online auction hall was like a bustling theater, its lively chatter echoing incessantly. Players of all shapes and sizes streamed in and took their seats. Wang Longqing entered with a dark expression, his sharp gaze scanning the crowd. Though he despised Qin Feng, his desire for the guild contract was undeniable, compelling him to show up. As soon as he spotted a slender, shoulder-length-haired young man, Wang Longqing's brows furrowed deeply. Lu Shichuan is here too? Lu Shichuan, the president of the Legion Guild. S-class talent, Golden Spear and Iron Horse. Hidden class, Champion Marquis. This guy was trouble. Back in the newbie village, they had already clashed. If Lu Shichuan started bidding first, the price of the guild contract could skyrocket absurdly. Wang Longqing glanced around, recognizing more and more familiar faces in the crowd. The growing number of participants tightened his chest with unease. If he wanted to secure the contract, the cost would no doubt far exceed his expectations. At this moment, Lu Shichuan waved a casual greeting toward Lei Yu. President Lei, you're here too? Of course, President Lu. Lei Yu's smile was radiant. Once we're free, let's have a duel outside the city. Let's see who's stronger. I'd rather pass on that. How much do you all know about this Qin Feng? A man dressed as a mage suddenly interjected, drawing the attention of the three guild leaders and causing their brows to furrow. This was Yang Tingyu, president of the Abyss Guild. S-class talent, Heaven and Earth reversed. Hidden class, 5 elements sorcerer. Yang Tingyu was notoriously wealthy, frequently using real money to buy items from other players. He had a habit of outbidding people for gear they'd already agreed to purchase, driving up prices and earning himself the reputation of being an infuriating pest. Not much, Lei Yu shrugged, turning to the others. Have you heard anything about him? I've never heard of this name. Could it be someone from overseas? Lu Shichuan shook his head. Wang Longqing felt no goodwill toward the person in question and remained silent. How mysterious, Yang Tingyu murmured, lightly nodding his head as his fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest of his chair, as though lost in thought. Poof! Wang Longqing snorted coldly, his disdain evident. Just some small-time nobody pretending to be mysterious. And with all of us gathered here, he still hasn't shown up after all this time? What does he mean by that? Before he could finish his sentence, a figure suddenly appeared on the auction stage. Qin Feng's icy gaze settled on Wang Longqing. His eyes, black as an abyss, held a detached indifference. You're out. He spoke softly, as if dismissing a nobody rather than a top-tier powerhouse. Wang Longqing's fury erupted, and he was about to retort when Qin Feng casually waved his hand. Buzz! Wang Longqing's virtual avatar was instantly erased, vanishing without so much as a word. The room fell into stunned silence. Everyone exchanged wide-eyed glances but dared not make a sound. All right, that's dealt with. We don't need irrelevant distractions ruining the mood, Qin Feng said calmly on the stage. He flipped his hand, producing a guild contract. My terms are simple, highest bidder wins. 100 gold coins. Lu Shichuan was the first to call out. Ha ha ha. Lei Yu laughed heartily. President Lu, what kind of joke is that? If others hear your bid, wouldn't they laugh their heads off? I'll bid 500. A collective gasp echoed throughout the auction hall. Although the value of gold coins had diminished compared to earlier times, 500 gold coins was still an astronomical sum, enough to take countless lives. And now, Lei Yu tossed out that number as if it were nothing more than a pile of junk. Lu Shichuan remained unfazed, his expression calm as he announced his next bid, 800 gold coins. The room erupted in shock once again. For the majority of guild leaders present, that number represented their entire net worth. But could they afford to pay it? Absolutely not. Running a guild required more than just a contract. Members needed supplies, equipment had to be purchased. Spending all their funds on this would make completing subsequent guild establishment tasks impossible. So, those who had been itching to bid quickly suppressed their impulses upon hearing the number. Forget it, only the super rich could compete for the guild contract now. Yang Tingyu shot a sidelong glance at Lu Shichuan, a faint smirk appearing on his lips. President Lu, you certainly have deep pockets. Alright, I'll join the fun too. 900 gold coins, he said, his tone steady and composed. 1,000 coins. Lu Shichuan shouted, a faint flush spreading across his face. This was nearly the entirety of the funds he could mobilize. Going any higher would jeopardize his guild's future development. 1,100 coins. Yang Tingyu remained calm. Lu Shichuan leaned back in his chair with a resigned sigh, conceding defeat. He was no longer in a position to compete. Seeing Lu Shichuan back off, Yang Tingyu breathed a sigh of relief. That number was already his upper limit. If Lu Shichuan had continued bidding, he would have had no choice but to bow out. Just as Yang Tingyu began to relax, an unexpected voice rang out, 1,200 gold coins. Lei Yu raised his hand high as he made the bid. Yang Tingyu nearly jumped out of his seat. Lei Yu, are you insane? 1,200 gold coins, can your guild even sustain itself? That's none of your business, President Yang. Are you still bidding? Lei Yu cracked his neck and offered a provoking grin. Yang Tingyu gritted his teeth, but in the end, he squeezed out two words through clenched teeth. I'm out. Chapter 35, The Void Rift. Does anyone else wish to bid higher? Lei Yu stood, his gaze sweeping across the auction hall. Everyone remained silent. The price was simply too high, exceeding the financial capacity of any guild present. Even pooling all their resources wouldn't suffice. For the top guilds, it was unthinkable to risk all their funds on a single item. This price had effectively eliminated all competition. On the stage, Xin Feng observed the crowd with a calm expression. With a casual flick of his hand, he tossed the guild contract toward Lei Yu. It's yours, he said flatly. Nearby, Lu Shichuan hurriedly stood and waved at Xin Feng. Xin Feng, would you consider joining my guild? If you're willing to join, name your terms. I could even step down as guild president, just leave me with some command authority. Lu Shichuan's words hit like a thunderclap. Giving up the position of guild president? The president held command authority, overseeing personnel, funds, and every critical decision within the guild. It was as if Lu Shichuan was offering his entire life's work to Xin Feng. How far was he willing to go? Yang Tingyu stared at Lu Shichuan, his expression filled with shock, but he still spoke up. I can't offer such generous terms, but I can give you command authority. From now on, I'll follow your lead. Lu Shichuan was taken aback, his amber eyes brimming with confusion. This isn't generous? Handing over command authority, doesn't that essentially make him a subordinate during group battles? It seems this guy truly believes himself to be inferior to Xin Feng. Otherwise, why would he propose such terms? The guild leaders of the second-tier guilds broke out in cold sweat upon hearing this. They had initially planned to recruit Xin Feng, but seeing a top-tier guild leader willing to give up such a critical authority, wouldn't their attempts to approach him now just make them look ridiculous? Observing the changing expressions of the crowd, Xin Feng's dark eyes remained calm and unperturbed. I appreciate everyone's kind intentions, but I'm used to working alone. I'm not suited for working in a team. Lu Shichuan was slightly taken aback but eventually nodded. Alright, in that case, if there's ever an opportunity for a guild contract in the future, please make sure to prioritize me. Me too, Yang Tingyu added, raising his hand. Meanwhile, Lei Yu, who had already secured the guild contract, had left the auction hall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a series of buzzing notifications, only Xin Feng remained in the auction hall. Ding! Lei Yu has transferred 1,200 gold coins to your account. Please check your balance. Hearing the notification in his ears, Xin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. With this amount of funds, he could finally take his strength to the next level. Ding! You have a new private message. Seeing the message notification pop up, Xin Feng paused for a moment. What now? What was Kong Fong up to this time? He opened the chat window, and the message content was rather intriguing. Kong Fong, boss, are you interested in a dungeon quest? Qin Fong? The question mark carried no particular emotion. After all, players were scattered across different main cities. While it was easy to trade through auctions, dungeon quests required physical presence, and the cost of teleportation was outrageously high. Kong Fong, boss, are you in Tianyao City? Qin Fong, I am. What are you getting at? Kong Fong, well, there you go. I'm in Tianyao City too. Boss, have you heard of the Void Rift? The Void Rift. Qin Fong stared at the 4 words that appeared in the chat window, falling into thought. The Void Rift was one of the most unique features of the Worlds Beyond game. It was both a standalone dungeon and a quest. In the world of Worlds Beyond, danger lurked everywhere, not only outside the main cities but even within them. These dangers often stemmed from the Void Rifts. Every so often, a Void Rift would appear somewhere in a main city. These rifts contained countless dangers and opportunities, functioning like randomly spawning dungeons. However, the conditions to seal these rifts varied widely. Sometimes, they were filled with deadly monsters that could kill you instantly upon entry. Other times, you might just need to take a few steps to clear the challenge easily. In essence, exploring Void Rifts was all about luck. Good luck could lead to immense rewards, while bad luck could result in the loss of 1% of one's life force. Qin Fong had been searching for a Void Rift lately, but Tianyao City was simply too vast. It was nearly impossible to find one alone. Unexpectedly, Kong Fong had stumbled upon one. Qin Fong typed a few words into the chat window. Qin Fong, got it. Let's meet up somewhere. Kong Fong, sure thing, boss. How about the South Gate? Qin Fong, sure. South City Gate. In the shadows, Qin Fong stood silently, his gaze locked on the 2 men and 1 woman gradually approaching him. Kong Fong, as always, was a hefty man, but unlike the typical overweight figure, his build was solid and robust, resembling a professional wrestler who had undergone rigorous training. The other 2 were equally intriguing. One was a female archer clad in lightweight leather armor, the other, wrapped entirely in a cloak, exuded an air of mystery and cold detachment. Qin Fong, I've heard so much about you. Meeting you in person is truly an honor. Kong Fong walked up with a warm smile and extended his right hand. Just call me Qin Fong. No need for formalities, Qin Fong replied, shaking his hand briefly before shifting his attention to the other 2. Hello, I'm Shin Tinglan, the female archer said with a soft smile, offering her fair and delicate right hand. Qin Fong shook her hand lightly, releasing it almost instantly. I'm Lu Jing, the cloaked man said in a deep, gravelly voice. Introductions complete, Kong Fong leaned in conspiratorially and led Qin Fong through a narrow alleyway into the city. The place was unexpectedly secluded, close to a canal connected to the falling Moon River. Weeds sprouted from the cracks in the ancient city walls, revealing it had long been forgotten by time. This is where we discovered the Void Rift, Kong Fong announced. At the alley's end, a mysterious Void Rift appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. The rift resembled the marks left by tree branches dragged across a river's surface, shimmering with a mesmerizing brilliance akin to fractured, multicolored glass. Qin Feng took a step forward, and a system prompt immediately popped up in his vision. Dungeon name, Void Rift. Danger level, unknown, recommended level, below 25. Player limit, 4. Special notice, the Void Rift connects to fragments of past timelines, making it highly unstable. You only have one chance to enter. After reading the notification, Qin Feng understood why Kong Fong had insisted on his company. A dungeon like this, designed for players below level 25, was far beyond the capabilities of their group, who were all barely above level 10. After all, death in such a dungeon didn't just mean losing experience points, it also reduced one's lifespan. While the former might be unclear to some, the latter was a grim reality everyone understood. What do you think, Qin Feng? Kong Fong asked, pointing at the Void Rift. Want to take a chance with us? Qin Feng glanced at the other 2 and asked, I don't have a problem, but are they up to it? Noticing the doubt in Qin Feng's eyes, Kong Fong quickly explained, they're the strongest members of my squad besides me. Good enough, Qin Feng nodded, his heart at ease. After all, it was just a dungeon for players below level 25. Even if he went in alone, he was confident he could clear it single-handedly. Chapter 36, The Wolf Under the Blood Moon's Blessing. Qin Feng took a step forward, ready to enter the Void Rift, but Lu Jing suddenly spoke up. In the dungeon, how do we divide loot dropped by monsters? Especially for shared kills? Qin Feng stopped in his tracks, turning to look at Lu Jing. His dark, abyss-like eyes betrayed no emotion. How do you think it should be divided? His voice was calm, but it carried an unmistakable weight. Lu Jing was about to respond when Kong Fong barked, Why are you even bringing this up? Don't you have any sense of basic decency? Lu Jing swallowed his words immediately. After reprimanding him, Kong Fong turned to Qin Feng with an apologetic smile. Sorry about that, Qin Feng. My subordinate was out of line. We can forego all loot if necessary, or those who need items can pay for them. After all, without you, we wouldn't even have the chance to enter this dungeon. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze indifferently. It's fine. Let's discuss loot distribution after we clear the dungeon. Yes, after we clear the dungeon, Kong Fong quickly agreed, then turned back to glare at Lu Jing. If you show any disrespect to Qin Feng again, you're out of this run. Lu Jing frowned but dared not argue, nodding slightly. Understood, Captain. With that settled, the group stepped into the Void Rift together, triggering a system notification. Welcome, players, to History Fragment, the Vampire's Banquet. Objective, at least 2 of the 4 players must survive until the banquet ends. As the notification faded, their consciousnesses blurred momentarily. When Qin Feng opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by rolling mountains and lush forests. The towering city walls were nowhere to be seen. Above them hung a blood-red full moon, like an eye veined with crimson, staring down at the world. Simply meeting its gaze sent chills down the spine. Shen Tinglan frowned slightly, her expression tinged with unease. Damn it, it's a restricted history fragment dungeon. I read about these in the library, they're notoriously difficult to navigate. Some people have even encountered deities in them. Why did it have to be this kind of dungeon? Lu Jing also frowned but couldn't help casting a sidelong glance at Qin Feng, a trace of schadenfreude flickering in his eyes. Let's see if this so-called big shot can keep up the act now. At that moment, Kong Fong turned to Qin Feng, his tone serious. Qin Feng, what do you think? Qin Feng pointed into the distance. With his extraordinary eyesight, he could vaguely make out the silhouette of a building in the darkness. That should be the banquet venue. Let's hurry up, don't delay the opening feast. Kong Fong followed the direction of his finger. A faint light flickered in the distance. Without Qin Feng's guidance, he would never have noticed it. Shen Tinglan and Lu Jing also looked over, but all they saw was a blur in the shadows, their gazes uncertain. Let's trust Qin Feng. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Feng strode forward towards the building. The 3 quickly followed. After walking just a few hundred meters, a massive silver wolf emerged from the forest. Standing 4 meters tall at the shoulder, its hulking form exuded an aura of terror that made one's blood run cold. Name, Wolf of the Blood Moon's Favor. Level, 25, Elite. Health, 60,000/60,000. Mana, 7000/7000. Attack power, 1000. Movement speed, 40. Defense, 700. Skills, Blood Moon's Wrath, Howl of the Wolf, Silver Fear. Skill details. Blood Moon's Wrath, the Wolf of the Blood Moon's Favor swings its massive silver claws, unleashing 3 crimson energy blades. Each blade deals 100% of its strength attribute as damage. Howl of the Wolf releases a chilling howl, driving all creatures within a 30-meter radius into a frenzy, regardless of friend or foe. Silver Fear unleashes all its power, increasing all attributes by 150%. It channels its strength into relentless attacks against its enemies until death. Note, after the outburst, the Wolf of the Blood Moon's Favor will enter a brief state of weakness. Trait Berserk, bathed in the light of the Blood Moon, its health and attack power are doubled, and it temporarily becomes immune to control skills. A level 25 monster. Kong Fong and the other 2 stared at the stats panel in front of them, their eyes wide like saucers. This wasn't just any monster, it was an elite. In some ways, it was even more terrifying than certain weaker bosses. It's over. Everything's over. Running into such a powerful creature as soon as they entered the game, there was no way they could survive this. We shouldn't have entered this dungeon. Look at us now, dead before we've even gotten anywhere. The Void Rift really is too difficult. Lu Jing gripped his weapon tightly, his voice brimming with frustration and regret. Kong Fong and Shen Tinglan remained silent, their eyes glued to the distant Wolf of the Blood Moon's Favor, as if nailed in place. At that moment, the enormous silver wolf turned its head ever so slightly, its cold, blood-red eyes locking onto the 4 of them. That single glance caused the hairs on the backs of Kong Fong, Shen Tinglan, and Lu Jing to stand on end. Their muscles tensed involuntarily, as though they had been plunged into a freezing abyss. Split up and run, Kong Fong shouted urgently. If anyone survives, gather intel and see if there's any way to clear this dungeon. As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to sprint away. But then he noticed Shen Tinglan standing frozen in place, unmoving. Shun, run, now, he yelled anxiously. Shen Tinglan raised a trembling hand, pointing ahead with a dazed expression. That person, could it be Qin Feng? Kong Feng's heart skipped a beat. He turned to look and was shocked to see a shadowy figure behind the massive silver wolf. Focusing his gaze, he recognized it was Qin Feng. Kong Fong and Shen Tinglan were dumbstruck. Even against such a fearsome monster, Qin Feng dared to challenge it? On the other side, Lu Jing witnessed the scene and could only think that Qin Feng was seeking his own death. If Qin Feng wanted to die, so be it. Lu Jing wasn't about to stay behind. Just as Lu Jing turned to flee, a deafening boom erupted behind him, as if thunder itself had struck the earth. Boom! His eyes widened in disbelief. How could a level 25 elite monster produce such devastating power? Could a single attack truly shake the heavens and earth? He was about to run when he realized Kong Fong and Shen Tinglan hadn't moved. Captain Shen, why aren't you running? Lu Jing shouted desperately. But before he could finish, he turned back and nearly tripped over his own feet, his legs turning to jelly. This can't be real. In the crimson glow of the blood moon, the massive, headless corpse of the silver wolf lay on the ground, blood streaming steadily from its chest cavity. Even in death, the monstrous corpse retained its horrifying presence. And atop that fearsome body stood a lone figure. The silhouette seemed insignificant compared to the giant wolf's corpse, yet it stood firm, unyielding, as if declaring its defiance to the heavens themselves. Congratulations, player Qin Feng, on successfully slaying the level 25 elite monster, Wolf of the Blood Moon's favor. You have gained 25% experience points. You have obtained B+ grade treasure chest ×1. Notice, by slaying a favored creature of the Blood Moon, your hostility rating with the Blood Moon Wolf clan has increased. However, your favorability with other Blood Moon affiliated creatures, such as vampires, has improved. Chapter 37, The Blood Banquet. As the system notifications echoed in his ears, Qin Feng raised his head to gaze at the blood-red moon above. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Interesting, he murmured. Without hesitation, Qin Feng activated his theft skill on the B+ grade treasure chest in his hand. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have obtained the item, Blood Banquet Invitation. Item description: holding this invitation allows entry to a mysterious building, where the host's banquet awaits. A crimson letter suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's hand. The edges of the exquisite envelope were adorned with golden patterns, exuding an air of mystery. With just one glance, Qin Feng understood that this letter was closely tied to the upcoming dungeon quest. He carefully tucked the letter away and activated his destiny left hand once again. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully stealing the item, Heart of the Blood Wolf. Item description: the core of the Blood Moon creature. Purpose unknown. A heart, roughly the size of a basketball, materialized in Qin Feng's hand. He gave it a cursory glance and, without hesitation, stored it in his inventory space. Since it's of no use for now, I'll keep it for later, he thought. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully stealing the equipment Blood Moon Fist Blades. Type: main hand weapon. Attack: 200 to 300. Required level: 15. Class restriction: none. Attribute bonus: strength +5. Special effect: each strike inflicts a bleeding effect. After 5 consecutive hits, there is a 50% chance to trigger a critical strike. A pair of fist blades gleamed coldly in Qin Feng's grasp, resembling weapons meant for a martial artist. Any other class attempting to wield them would likely find themselves at a loss. Qin Feng stowed the fist blades safely and turned his gaze toward the faint outline of a structure in the far distance. His eyes gleamed with determination. The blood banquet, as expected, it's not ordinary. He turned to the 3 companions standing dumbfounded behind him. What are you waiting for? Let's go. The banquet is about to begin. Oh, right. The trio snapped out of their daze and hurriedly followed Qin Feng. Though they remained silent on the surface, low whispers filled their private chat. Kong Feng, did you see that? Qin Feng is like lightning. That monster was killed in an instant. His attack speed is insane. Shen Tinglan, even as an archer, I couldn't keep up. His attack frequency is incredible, and that final strike completely emptied the health bar. Lu Jing, I didn't see anything at all. How could that wolf's health bar be drained in a single second? It didn't even take 10 seconds. As they murmured among themselves, the group gradually approached the structure in the distance. On the way, they encountered a few monsters, but there was no suspense. Qin Feng dispatched them all within 5 breaths. It was as if these monsters weren't even real opponents. Qin Feng was the true hunter in this game of slaughter. Despite being at least 5 levels lower than the monsters, Qin Feng cut through them with ease, as though he were slicing through vegetables. Before long, they arrived in front of the structure, and the sight before them was utterly breathtaking. Under the scarlet glow of the blood moon, a sprawling estate built of pure white marble slowly revealed itself. At the center of the estate stood a Gothic-style castle, its spire-like roof piercing toward the blood moon, as if the two were about to touch. Before them stood an iron gate decorated with intricate, blood-red patterns that seemed to pulse with an eerie life of their own. Kong Fong and the other two hesitated, unease written all over their faces. None of them dared to approach the gate. After all, the scene felt straight out of a horror movie. Who would have the courage to step in? But Qin Feng didn't hesitate. He walked up to the gate and lightly pressed the doorbell. Ding ding ding. The crisp chime of the doorbell echoed through the estate, sending a shiver down the spines of Kong Fong and the others. The atmosphere was downright chilling. Tap, tap, tap. Moments later, a figure emerged from within the estate. It was an elderly man dressed in a pristine white robe. His posture was impeccably straight, his expression stern and rigid. His sharp, hawk-like eyes swept over the four of them. "I am the Count's butler. May I ask if you possess an invitation?" he said, his tone formal and cold. The moment the butler spoke, the four of them felt their hair stand on end. A suffocating sense of danger enveloped them, as if they were prey caught in the gaze of a predator. It was clear that this butler was no ordinary figure. Yet, why hadn't the system provided any information about him? Qin Feng's eyes were fixed on the old man. A familiar sense of oppression stirred within him, reminiscent of the time he faced the elder of the shadow cult. Although not as intense as back then, the pressure was palpable. Without hesitation, Qin Feng retrieved the Blood Moon invitation from his pocket and declared firmly, "Here is my invitation." The moment the invitation appeared, the oppressive aura surrounding the four of them vanished. The butler's sharp gaze shifted to the invitation in Qin Feng's hand. With a light wave of his hand, the gate of the estate creaked open. An invisible force pulled the invitation from Qin Feng's grasp. "The Count has been expecting you. Please, honored guests, come inside," the butler said with a faint smile. Qin Feng stepped forward first, with Kong Fong and the others following closely behind. The group trailed behind the butler as they entered the Grand Castle's main hall. The interior was extravagantly decorated. The thick carpet beneath their feet was woven from dense wool, its vibrant red hue shimmering warmly under the glow of candlelight. The opulent servants bustled about, cleaning and decorating the grand hall, their busy figures adding a touch of vitality to the space. However, Qin Feng and his companions were not the only guests tonight. At the center of the hall, a long table was already occupied by several other guests. Among them was an elderly man wielding a massive greatsword, clad in plate armor and wearing a pointed helmet. Despite his aged and weathered face, with sagging skin, his robust arms were as solid as stone, exuding an air of majesty. Every movement he made commanded respect and awe. Next was a pair of sisters, adorned in black and white dresses. Their exquisitely beautiful features made them appear almost like twins. Their presence seemed to bring a soft, radiant glow to the hall. Following the twin sisters was a captivating witch, dressed in a long black lace gown. Her curvaceous figure, framed by a black wide-brimmed hat, along with her elegant demeanor and porcelain-like skin, made her extraordinarily alluring, as though time itself had graciously spared her. Lastly, a young man clad in a white robe sat silently, his expression cold and indifferent. A chilling aura seemed to emanate from him. The butler gestured for Qin Feng and his companions to take their seats. Qin Feng sat down without hesitation, and after a brief moment of hesitation, Kong Fong and the others followed suit. At this moment, the butler called out into the depths of the castle, "My lord, the guests have all arrived." Chapter 38, The Blood Feast officially begins. The butler's voice had barely faded when a man emerged, dressed in luxurious robes and holding a scepter. His tall, crimson ceremonial hat gleamed under the candlelight, and his sharp, blade-like eyes slightly lifted as he smiled, a smile tinged with an unsettling hint of malice, making it impossible to discern his true intentions. His gaze swept over Qin Feng and his group, causing their brows to furrow instantly. His eyes, sharp as blades, carried an unmistakable greed that was hard to ignore. "Since everyone is here, let us begin." The Count nodded slightly, and as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng keenly noticed that the butler and the servants had vanished without a trace. Now, within the vast castle, only the Count and the guests remained. Qin Feng glanced around, noting that the others seated at the table remained silent, though their expressions had subtly shifted. Clearly, even they had not noticed the disappearance of the butler and servants. At that moment, Kong Fong, seated beside Qin Feng, discreetly reached out and tapped him lightly. Simultaneously, a private message window popped up in front of Qin Feng. "Kong Fong, Qin Feng, we've probably triggered the key storyline of this dungeon. Based on the hints from the title, this banquet is definitely not going to be peaceful. And that Count? He's obviously a ghost, a vampire, no less. Just look at the castle's gothic style and his attire. He's the textbook vampire archetype. The mission requires at least 2 of us to survive until the end. I have a feeling this banquet is about to get very complicated." Qin Feng smiled faintly but remained on high alert. "Of course. Be careful. Blood feasts often involve blood sacrifices. Kong Fong's eyes widened, and just as he was about to speak further, the armored elder finally broke the silence. Count, I only came here on the condition that you exempt Nightglow Town from the blood tax for the next 100 years. Our demand is to sever ties with the family, the twin sisters said in unison. I seek the elixir of immortality, the witch murmured, resting her face on her hand, a mesmerizing smile gracing her lips. Only the young man in white remained silent, his gaze vacant as if he were invisible to the others. The count appeared to ignore him entirely, instead turning his attention to Qin Feng and his companions. His finger pointed at the other guests. One by one. When his finger rested on the armored elder, the count declared, he hails from Nightglow Town, a warrior both merciful and mighty. As his finger moved to the twin sisters, he continued, these two come from a prestigious family, chosen for their exceptional talents and beauty to serve as marriage alliances. Finally, his gaze fell on the witch. As for her, she is a witch who has lived for over a century. He completely disregarded the silent young man and instead focused on Qin Feng's group. And what of you four? Travelers from afar, what is it that you seek? At this question, all eyes immediately turned to Qin Feng, their gazes expectant as if waiting for his answer. Kong Fong and the others tensed up. As the count revealed the identities of the other guests, a series of information boxes appeared before them. Name, Bartle. Level, 50. Strength, endurance, spirit, agility, luck, HP, MP, skills. Name, Chris. Level, 45. Strength, stamina, spirit, agility, luck, HP, mana, skills. Apart from the level, everything else was a complete mystery, but that level alone was enough to leave them stunned. Everyone present was a level 40 or higher professional. What kind of dungeon were they in? For professionals above level 40 to show such reverence to the count, to even require his assistance, just what kind of existence was this count? While Kong Fong and the others were gripped by panic and confusion, Qin Feng spoke calmly. On my way here, I killed a wolf. It seemed to be called the wolf favored by the blood moon. Might I ask, Count, if you know what sort of creature it was? The moment those words left his mouth, Lu Jing's expression changed drastically. Are you kidding me? It's called Blood Moon, and this count clearly looks like a vampire. Isn't this just asking for trouble? The count's brows furrowed slightly, but soon he broke into a gentler smile, as if everything was under his control. Those beasts are animals that have evolved under the influence of the great blood moon. Yet they lack reverence and dare to desecrate the blood moon. Killing it was the right thing to do. As he spoke, the corners of the count's mouth lifted higher, his smile growing increasingly sinister. In that case, you are now honored guests. But as you arrived last, your request will have to wait until later. Last in line? What did that mean? Kong Fong and the others frowned slightly, puzzled. Only Qin Feng lowered his head, lost in thought, deeply immersed in his own speculations. At this moment, the count revealed a delighted smile, his gleaming white teeth catching the flickering candlelight, exuding an eerie chill. Now, I declare, the Feast of Blood officially begins. As soon as his voice fell, waves of crimson light erupted from the hall's floor and ceiling. The air thickened with a pungent, overwhelming scent of blood oddly laced with a faint sweetness. Qin Feng's eyes felt like they were burning, and his ears were flooded with piercing noise, leaving him temporarily deaf. In such a moment, he could only shut his eyes tight, gripping the dagger in his hand as he prepared to face any sudden dangers. As a professional of this level, he was long accustomed to navigating darkness. He no longer relied on his sight as an absolute necessity. He had no idea how much time had passed, perhaps a second, perhaps a minute, but gradually, the pain in his eyes and the ringing in his ears faded. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself in a vast coliseum. The wooden chair beneath him had transformed into a high-back seat, its soft cushions so luxurious that he couldn't tell whether this was an illusion or reality. His gaze instinctively shifted toward the center of the arena. There stood Bartle, gripping his oversized greatsword, squaring off against a towering wolf that stood upright like a man. The tension was palpable, the scene thrilling. Qin Feng and the others couldn't help but reveal expressions of curiosity, a hint of anticipation rising within them. Just then, a soft and sweet voice rang out. Are you curious about what we're doing here? Qin Feng turned toward the sound and saw the elder sister of the twin girls, dressed in a white gown, smiling as she spoke. Chapter 39, The outcome is decided. We will fight here. Chris raised her chin, a cold, indifferent light flickering across her face, as though she had isolated herself from the entire world, to fight for one's own desires. And what about you four? What are you fighting for? Fighting for desires? Shen Tinglan tilted her head slightly, a curious light flashing in her eyes. Exactly. We just expressed our demands to the count. Chris's lips curved faintly upward, a trace of uncontainable delight in her expression. Only those whose wishes cannot be fulfilled would dare to step into the mountain of no return to participate in this bloody feast. Unfortunately, the theme of this trial is battle, facing off against the blood beasts under the Count's command. As long as you win, the Count will fulfill any request within his power. How does that sound? Not bad, right? Kong Fong and the other two lowered their heads, pondering deeply after hearing Chris's explanation. The younger sister of the twins muttered softly, "You people know absolutely nothing. If that's the case, why bother coming here to throw your lives away?" Qin Feng remained silent, his gaze firmly fixed on the battle below. At that moment, an elderly man named Bartle was holding a massive sword, confronting a werewolf opposite him. This werewolf was entirely different from the Blood Moon's favored wolf they had encountered earlier. Not only did it stand upright, but its fur seemed tainted with blood, giving it a terrifying appearance. Perhaps due to its high level or the Count's lack of introduction, the werewolf's attributes were not displayed. As Chris's voice faded, the confrontation quickly reached its climax. Boom! Bartle launched himself forward with immense force, rocketing out like a cannonball. The massive sword in his hand swung with such ferocity that it seemed as thick and sturdy as an ancient tree. The sonic boom it generated deafening. This was the power of a level 50 warrior. Slash! The massive sword came crashing down, severing the blood-colored werewolf cleanly in two. Blood sprayed into the air like a fountain, creating a scene of sheer shock. Thud! The werewolf's body collapsed to both sides, but there wasn't a hint of joy on Bartle's face. Holding the massive sword tightly, his eyes gleamed with vigilance. Just then, the blood-colored werewolf suddenly leapt out from the shadows, its claws lunging fiercely at Bartle. Bartle leaned back quickly, swinging his sword again, cleaving the werewolf into two once more. Slash! Blood splattered, but Bartle didn't hesitate. He spun around sharply, his massive sword slicing backward. Clang! The blood-colored werewolf's claws just barely caught the sword, a menacing grin spreading across its face, revealing sharp fangs. "Old man, your reflexes are pretty good. You've got some skill." Before the words had even finished, Bartle's sword had severed the werewolf's claws again, splitting its body apart once more. But in the next second, the werewolf appeared again from seemingly nowhere. The ground was littered with blood, and nothing else remained. "Are we supposed to fight monsters like this?" Lu Jing's eyes widened in terror. This creature's abilities were beyond his comprehension. How could it resurrect after being struck down? And why were similar-level monsters so easily cut apart? On the other side, Qin Feng's sharp gaze began to pierce through the mystery. The monster had already dodged before Bartle's sword even struck. The severed parts were merely its decoys. For the average person, such a tactic would have created endless confusion. But Bartle, a battle-hardened veteran, could quickly discern the truth. The fight fell into a stalemate. No matter how fast Bartle reacted, how fierce his attacks, or how sharp his massive sword was, he couldn't land a single blow on the blood-colored werewolf. "The outcome is decided. Bartle has lost," Qin Feng said softly. "But isn't the fight still ongoing? How can you say the outcome is decided?" Lu Jing looked at the battlefield below, dissatisfied. "Bartle clearly has the upper hand. That werewolf can't beat him at all. And you, at level 19, think you're qualified to judge this level of battle?" The other contestants cast their gazes toward Qin Feng. "I feel the same way. Bartle seems to be in control," the middle-aged witch said with a slight smile. Qin Feng did not respond, his eyes fixed on the battle below. "Die!" Bartle roared, swinging his massive sword as phantom shadows encircled him. Sword storm! Slash! The blood-colored werewolf was sent flying backward, crimson blood splattering across the ground. Its muscular body slammed heavily into the wall of the arena, causing the sturdy stone to crack like a spiderweb. "Ha ha ha!" The blood-colored werewolf tore itself free from the wall, letting out a wild, maniacal laugh. Why is he laughing when he's clearly losing? Lu Jing frowned, unease growing in his heart. "No!" The middle-aged witch's eyes widened, her voice sharp. "It's Bartle who's lost." "Impossible." The crowd on the field was left dumbfounded. Except for Qin Feng, everyone else found it impossible to believe. Despite the stalemate in the battle earlier, Bartle had clearly held the upper hand. How could he lose? Plop! The blood-red werewolf strode toward Bartle, his tightly clenched hand slowly opening. A mangled, blood-soaked heart slipped from his palm and fell to the ground. "Old man, farewell." As soon as the words left his mouth, Bartle lowered his gaze to his chest. The sturdy plate armor that had once protected him was gone, replaced by a ghastly, gaping hole. Bartel's body wavered slightly, blood surging from his mouth. He opened his mouth, as if to say something, but no words came. In the end, he could only collapse to the ground. Thud! Bartel's strong, muscular form hit the ground heavily, raising a cloud of dust. The three companions who had just begun to relax, Kong Fong and the others, now tensed their muscles once again. Such a powerful fighter had fallen to the blood monster. Did they still stand a chance of winning this competition? What was even more shocking to everyone was why Qin Feng had been able to predict the outcome of the battle. At his level, it should have been impossible for him to foresee the outcome of a battle involving such high-level professionals. So how exactly had he made such an accurate judgment? All eyes turned to Qin Feng, filled with confusion and doubt. Yet he simply stood there, silently watching Bartel's fallen body, saying nothing. The result of the battle had been decided from the very beginning. Bartel had been completely countered by the blood-red werewolf. His fall was inevitable. It was only through his vast experience that he had managed to hold on as long as he did. At that moment, the voice of the Count echoed through the arena. The victor is decided. Bring on the next contestant. The Christine sisters slowly rose from their seats. Their faces were delicate and calm, showing not a trace of fear. Chapter 40, A New Choice. Shen Tinglan covered her eyes, her heart tightening with anxiety. She didn't want to see the sisters meet the same fate as Bartel. At this moment, the blood-red werewolf carried Bartel's corpse out of the arena. Two massive blood bats suddenly descended from the sky, as if announcing the arrival of death itself. Each bat had a wingspan of 7 meters and stood at a height of 1.8 meters. Even with their wings folded, they appeared overwhelmingly large. Compared to them, the Christine sisters looked fragile and insignificant. Count, my lord, one of the bats looked up at the Count, who lounged on his high-backed chair. If we kill them, may I taste their blood? It's been so long since I've savored the blood of maidens. The Count's lips curled into a faint smile. The victor has the right to decide all. Do as you please. Thank you, my lord. The bat's grin was ferocious, its grotesque face so horrifying that Shen Tinglan couldn't help but want to look away. Let's begin, Christine said calmly, her face showing no hint of anger, only an air of confidence, as though victory was already within her grasp. As soon as she finished speaking, the bats vanished from the arena. Qin Feng glanced upward, and sure enough, the two bats had already flown into the air. They opened their gaping maws, revealing razor-sharp fangs that sent chills down the spines of all who watched. Sonic disturbance. From the bats' mouths erupted visible sound waves, their immense power compressing the air and creating layers upon layers of distortion. Anything caught in their path would undoubtedly be pulverized. Yet the Christine sisters stood firm, completely unfazed. When the sound waves reached them, they seemed to be torn into countless tiny fragments. No! The crowd collectively gasped in shock. Those weren't fragments, they were butterflies. Brightly colored, dazzling butterflies fluttered as if emerging from a dream. An endless swarm of butterflies filled the arena, dancing gracefully. The bats lunged frantically at these beautiful creatures, but it was futile. They could only watch helplessly as the butterflies reached them. Boom! 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 The instant the butterflies touched the bat's skin, deafening explosions erupted. Blinding flashes of fire lit up the arena, obscuring the battlefield from view. When the dust and smoke finally cleared, two charred corpses plummeted from the sky. They were none other than the two blood bats. A swarm of colorful butterflies drifted toward the spectator stands, splitting into two groups and settling on the Christine sisters' seats. Gradually, the two clusters of butterflies coalesced, reforming into the sisters themselves. Thank you for your attention, Christine said with a gentle smile, as warm and soothing as a spring breeze. Well done, Qin Feng praised. This performance was truly extraordinary. The seemingly illusory yet devastatingly lethal display left everyone in awe. Even he couldn't discern the secrets of this hidden profession. It was evident that the myriad worlds held countless hidden classes, far beyond the knowledge of even the most well-informed individuals. The victor is decided. Bring on the next contestant. The Count's voice rang out once more from above. A middle-aged witch rose from her chair, lightly waving her wand, which appeared in her hand in an instant. With a graceful leap, she descended into the arena like a feather floating down. At the same time, a man dressed in a blood-red robe and wielding twin blades entered the arena from the opposite side. His frame was thin, and the oversized robe clung tightly to his body, making him look more like a walking coat rack than a person. The night wind howled, making the crimson robe flutter with a sinister rustle. Its outline was eerily skeletal, yet the face beneath it appeared no different from an ordinary man. The sorceress cast him a quick glance and gently waved her staff. Elemental summon. She struck the ground heavily with her staff. The solid earth surged upward in an instant, transforming into a massive earth elemental golem. The sorceress didn't stop there. She continued to wave her staff, summoning a towering fire elemental golem nearly 4 meters tall, its entire body engulfed in searing flames. Kill, she commanded coldly, pointing at the man with the twin blades. The imposing earth elemental golem lifted its gigantic palm, slamming it toward the twin blade wielder. At the same time, the fire elemental golem raised both fists, unleashing twin streams of roaring flames like unstoppable torrents. The killing blow, this was a decisive strike meant to end the battle immediately. The sorceress showed no mercy. Overhead, she was already conjuring massive fireballs, each with a diameter of at least a meter. Their sheer number was enough to blanket the entire arena. One hit, and the twin-blade man would be reduced to ashes on the spot. With a subtle wave of her staff, the fireballs rained down like a storm. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions echoed as each fireball struck, leaving craters several meters wide in the arena floor, their destructive force comparable to artillery shells. Yet, at the very moment the fireballs descended, the twin-blade man vanished. Where is he? The sorceress frowned, her delicate brows knitting together as her gaze swept across the arena, searching. Suddenly, a crescent moon-like flash of blade light erupted from the shadows. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Two curved blades shot out like lightning, slashing hundreds of times in mere seconds. In an instant, the sorceress's body disintegrated, torn to shreds. Blood and flesh sprayed in all directions, the only evidence that she had ever stood there. The spectators in the stands widened their eyes in disbelief. Instant death? Just like that? The sorceress, who had moments ago unleashed such terrifying power, had been obliterated in the blink of an eye? The gap between the two combatants was truly this staggering? At that moment, the twin-blade man crawled out from the shadows, though only half of him remained. His lower body had been completely obliterated, and he now dragged himself forward, relying on his curved blades for support. "I've won, Lord Earl," he said, lifting his head with a resolute gaze toward the Earl hovering in the air. "Well done. Though, I must say, luck was on your side to achieve such a victory," the Earl remarked with a slight nod. He raised a finger, and a streak of crimson light shot from its tip, landing on the twin-blade man's body. The man's broken form began to regenerate, his missing parts rapidly mending. It was clear that the battle had been a clash of glass cannons, fighters capable of delivering instant kills but equally vulnerable to being one-shot themselves. With a respectful bow, the twin-blade man sheathed his weapons and exited the arena. "The match is decided. Let the next contestant step forward," the Earl declared, his gaze shifting to a young man in a white robe. The young man said nothing. Rising silently from his seat, he leapt into the arena with a single bound. Xin Feng watched the young man closely, a flicker of interest gleaming in his abyss-like black eyes. There was something off about this man, Xin Feng had sensed it all along. Now, through battle, he intended to uncover the secrets hidden within him. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding! The 30-day cycle is complete. You are now eligible to obtain a new talent. Chapter 41, Judgment of Fate. Sky Thief, Unknown Grade. Effect, every 30 days, you can acquire a new SSS grade talent. Fate's Treasure. Effect 1, experience gain for any thief-related class is increased tenfold. Effect 2, all acquired class skills can be enhanced and upgraded using fate points. Effect 3, upon death, you may choose to return to the day designated by fate, fully restored. Usable once per month, January 1st. Note, fate points can be earned through stealing valuable items, completing significant events, etc. Current fate points, 1. Xin Feng glanced briefly at his talent stats, then swiftly turned his attention to another panel. Would you like to acquire a new talent? Y/N. Yes. Congratulations, player. You have unlocked the SSS grade talent, Fate's Dice. Fate's Dice. Effect 1, you are a being favored by fate. Luck attribute plus 20. Effect 2, once per battle, you may roll the dice to gain instant fate points, 1 to 13 points. During this battle, any S grade or higher skills will be amplified by the corresponding points. Effect 3, immunity to any instant death effects. Xin Feng stared wide-eyed at his newly acquired talent. This ability was completely beyond his expectations. While the first two skills were within reason, the third one was utterly jaw-dropping. This meant that even if his opponent were at level 100, equipped with SSS grade talents, SSS grade skills, and stacked with various buffs, they still wouldn't be able to kill Xin Feng in a single strike. This ability was simply heaven-defying, even sparking a glimmer of hope that he might challenge enemies far above his level. Just as Xin Feng marveled at the sheer power of his talent, a system notification chimed again. Ding! Due to player Xin Feng acquiring the SSS grade talent Dice of Fate, the skill Shadow Judgment has been blessed by fate and undergone a mutational evolution. Congratulations to the player. Shadow Judgment has been upgraded and mutated into Fate Judgment. Fate Judgment. Grade, S. Type, Active. Skill effect, pronounce judgment upon your enemies in the name of fate, dealing 200% base attribute damage. The damage will trigger 3 consecutive times, with each instance randomly activating different attributes. Cooldown, 1 minute. Mana cost, 200 points. A pleasant surprise indeed. As Qin Feng read the skill description of Fate Judgment, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. This skill was far superior to its predecessor, and most importantly, it allowed him to save one precious fate point. Meanwhile, hovering in the air on the other side of the battlefield, a count observed Qin Feng with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Interesting, he murmured. A favored child of fate, is it? At this moment, Qin Feng's next opponent stepped into the arena, a warrior clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive greatsword. His entire body was encased in thick steel, and his muscles bulged in proportions even more exaggerated than Bartle's. There was no doubt this was a formidable warrior. Let the battle begin. Before the warrior could finish his sentence, Qin Feng suddenly moved. Bang! With what seemed like an ordinary motion, Qin Feng's fingers effortlessly slashed through the warrior's plate armor, cutting straight into flesh and blood. Shrip! He tore through the flesh, extracting a still-beating heart. Fresh blood gushed from the gaping wound, only to be caught by an invisible barrier that forced it to flow downward. The match is decided. Qin Feng tossed the heart aside and looked directly at the count floating above. Your Excellency, the count, I am the victor. In the air, the count observed Qin Feng closely, his narrow, elongated eyes curving upward, as though delighted. Speak your wish, and I shall grant it. Yes, Your Excellency. Qin Feng nodded, a bright, sunny smile spreading across his face. I admire your unparalleled strength and wish to become a member of the Blood Moon clan. I am willing to be your progeny. The count froze for a moment, then smiled warmly. So that's what you desire. He descended gracefully into the arena. Come forward, then. I shall transform you into my child this very moment. Yes, Your Excellency. Qin Feng nodded once more, his smile growing even brighter. He stepped forward and knelt on one knee before the count, who extended his hand toward Qin Feng's shoulder. Suddenly, Qin Feng's head snapped up, and his right hand erupted with a silvery white glow as it shot toward the count's chest. Slash! Like a hot knife through butter, Qin Feng's hand effortlessly pierced the count's chest. With a sudden, forceful tug, he wrenched out a heart that gleamed like a ruby, radiant and exquisite. Everyone was stunned. The count reacted the fastest. Almost the instant the young man reached for his weapon, the count's palm had already struck out. Boom! The young man shot out like a cannonball, slamming heavily into the Colosseum's wall, blasting a crater a full 10 meters deep. This wasn't just any ordinary wall, it was made of marble, or rather, a material even harder and sturdier than marble. With this single blow, the count displayed his terrifying strength, leaving everyone around utterly shocked and shaken. Howl! At that very moment, a thunderous roar echoed across the arena. A 5-meter-tall silver-white giant wolf leapt into the Colosseum, its presence like that of a god descending under the moonlight. Meanwhile, the young man who had been lying in the deep crater had vanished without a trace. You filthy heretics! You deserve to die! The silver wolf sneered coldly, its gaze locking onto the count. The count raised a finger, and instantly, a crimson beam of light shot toward the silver wolf. The wolf opened its mouth and unleashed a silvery white blade of light, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. Boom! The crimson beam clashed with the silver blade, detonating in a fiery explosion that lit up the entire Colosseum. Ha ha ha! The silver wolf laughed heartily, a smirk of mockery playing at the corners of its mouth. People always talk about how powerful you are, Count. But it seems you're nothing special after all. It then shifted its gaze toward Qin Feng and his companions, its eyes as sharp as blades. You dare to kill one of my kin? Mark my words, remember this day, because next year, you'll all be joining the King of Hell. Kong Fong and the other two looked grave as the silver wolf's threat hung over them like a heavy shadow, filling their hearts with dread. Name, Wolf blessed by the Blood Moon. Level, 60. Strength, Stamina, Spirit, Agility, Luck, HP, Mana, Skills. Just from looking at this wolf's level, it was evident that its strength was extraordinary. As soon as the silver wolf finished speaking, it abruptly turned its head and locked its gaze on the count. Die, you damned bat! With a powerful kick from its four limbs, the wolf lunged at the count, its body glowing with silver light, resembling a war god under the moon. Chapter 42, The Count's Death. The silver wolf charged fiercely, while the count, his face pale, hovered in midair, unleashing a storm of crimson beams like torrential rain. Boom! 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 Each second, dozens of crimson beams poured down like a relentless storm, their terrifying power enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Every beam that landed on the ground created giant craters over 10 meters wide, leaving everyone in awe. Yet the silver wolf moved with the agility of lightning, dodging every attack with ease. Even when it landed in the craters created by the crimson beams, it effortlessly evaded the next lethal strike. The pace of the battle was so fast it left people breathless. Kong Fong and the others couldn't even catch the details. They knew full well that, if the count fell, the silver wolf would show no mercy and slaughter them all. All they could do was desperately fire their long-range weapons. Close combat? That was a death wish. The silver wolf could kill them dozens of times over with a single swipe of its claws. Elsewhere, the twins summoned a swarm of butterflies to attack the silver wolf. However, the wolf paid them no mind, letting the butterflies strike its body without flinching. The silver-white glow surrounding it easily blocked all harm. Xin Feng had moved away from his previous seat and was now standing at the edge of the Colosseum. The battle had spread to his vicinity, forcing him to retreat. In his left hand rested a transparent 13-sided die, its peculiar shape completely unlike any ordinary dice, a strange object that seemed to hint at the mysteries of fate. At this moment, the die showed a 3. Fate dice roll, 3. All S-tier and above skills receive a threefold boost. Seeing this enhancement, Xin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. He aimed at the silver wolf and decisively activated Fate's left hand. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully stolen an item, Silver Moonfang. Name, Silver Moonfang, Grade A. Type, Ornament. Level requirement, none. Class restriction, none. Attributes, Strength plus 10. Special effect, increases defense by 10% and critical damage by 20% when equipped. A necklace adorned with a large wolf fang appeared in Xin Feng's hand. He nodded in satisfaction before activating Fate's left hand again. This time, his target was the Count. Almost simultaneously, the expressions on both the silver wolf's and the Count's faces changed subtly. You despicable scoundrel! You don't deserve to be called a warrior. Resorting to thievery, the silver wolf roared. Bah! And you call yourself a Count? Pathetic thief, the Count retorted. The battle grew even more intense, while Xin Feng quietly pocketed a golden dragon ring. Opportunities like this were rare, and he couldn't afford to miss them. At that moment, the tide of the battle shifted dramatically. The silver wolf bit down hard on the lower half of the Count's body. With a crisp crack, the Count's body was torn in two on the spot. Ah! The Earl let out a tortured scream, followed by another blood-red beam of light shooting forth. Boom! The beam pierced the silver wolf's shoulder, cutting straight through its hind leg. In an instant, it expanded to a meter in diameter, dissolving the bones of the wolf's hind leg entirely. Awoo! The silver wolf howled in agony but immediately swung its sharp claws, grabbing hold of the Earl's head. With a fierce squeeze, crack! The Earl's head burst like a watermelon, blood spraying everywhere, dyeing the silver wolf's fur a gruesome red. Even though the wolf had triumphed, it paid a heavy price, reduced to only 3 legs. Yet, despite its grievous wounds, the silver wolf dragged its massive frame forward, turning its gaze toward Xin Feng and his group. At that moment, the sisters Chrissy and Clarissa transformed once again into a swarm of colorful butterflies, fluttering away toward the exit. The silver wolf showed no interest in them, its focus solely on Xin Feng and his companions. With a powerful leap using its 3 remaining legs, it lunged straight at them. Xin Feng reacted first, vanishing into the shadows in an instant. Kong Feng was right behind him, tossing a coin that teleported him away in the blink of an eye. As the archer of the group, Shen Tinglan, fragile but highly skilled in dealing damage, swiftly activated her movement ability. With a push off her feet, she darted away at lightning speed. Left alone in the arena was Lu Jing. He had barely taken 2 steps when the silver wolf came crashing down into the stands, swallowing him whole. Crunch! Crack! The wolf chewed with horrifying force, the crisp sounds of bone and flesh being torn apart sending chills down the spines of everyone present. The wolf turned its head, eyes locking onto Kong Feng. His large, bulky frame trembled violently. In desperation, he tossed coin after coin, trying to teleport as far away as possible. But the silver wolf was faster. It lunged forward, its massive body soaring through the air as it opened its blood-streaked maw. Just as the wolf was about to sink its teeth into Kong Feng, Xin Feng made his move. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted across the silver wolf's body, a cascade of fiery blasts lighting up its blood-soaked fur. The force of the explosions sent the wolf hurtling dozens of meters through the air. Were it not for its quick reflexes, using its razor-sharp claws to dig into the hard ground for traction, it might have been blown even farther. The silver wolf steadied itself, standing firm. Its pure white eyes turned to Xin Feng, gleaming with murderous intent. Was it you? You bastard! It spoke in human language, each step toward Xin Feng slow and deliberate, heavy with menace. One strike. That's all it would take to tear this human apart, to feast on his soft, warm innards. Xin Feng, unfazed, raised the crossbow in his right hand. He aimed at the silver wolf and fired a bolt. The wolf sneered, not even bothering to dodge. Such an attack was beneath its notice. Boom! The moment the bolt made contact, it detonated, unleashing a ferocious blast that sent the silver wolf tumbling backward in a somersault. Damn you, human! The wolf rose with a deafening roar, its wrath echoing through the air. But Qin Feng was no longer standing in the open. He had already melted into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. Curse you! The silver wolf's eyes glowed with an eerie silver light, scanning the shadows and pinpointing Qin Feng's movements. Die! It opened its massive jaws and unleashed a blade of light. Boom! The light blade struck the ground where Qin Feng had been moments ago, ripping through the marble floor and carving out a crater tens of meters wide. Terrifying. Unfathomably terrifying. The destructive force was beyond anything imaginable. Aside from nuclear weapons, it seemed no human-made armament could produce such devastation. The sheer impact had shattered through solid marble, leaving behind a massive pit. And yet, near the edge of the crater stood a lone, defiant figure. His dark cloak billowed in the night wind, shrouding him in an air of mystery. Chapter 43, Slaying the Wolf of the Blood Moon's Favor. Boom! The silver wolf wasted no time, firing another light blade toward Qin Feng. Its 3 legs kicked off the ground with explosive force, propelling its massive frame like a missile straight at him. The relentless chain of attacks was harrowing. Any hesitation would mean instant death. Dodging the light blade was no guarantee of survival. The wolf's colossal body was itself a weapon of destruction, capable of crushing any opponent with ease. Yet there was one man who could withstand such fury, Qin Feng. He adjusted his crossbow slightly, firing another bolt directly at the incoming light blade. The collision triggered an ear-splitting explosion. Boom! The shockwave rustled Qin Feng's hair, but he remained focused. Within seconds, he melded into the shadows once more, reappearing behind the airborne silver wolf. His left hand, wreathed in dark energy, lashed out with the force of destiny itself. Thud! The wolf's massive body slammed into the ground, shaking the earth beneath it. It glared at the spot where Qin Feng had been just moments before but didn't pursue. Instead, it opened its blood-stained jaws wide. A dazzling silver light gathered in its maw, so thick and radiant it seemed like a second moon. The energy built to its peak, and the massive silver wolf slowly turned its head, staring directly at Qin Feng hidden in the shadows, as if the S-rank stealth skill meant nothing to it. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. To everyone's shock, Qin Feng was still alive. The silver wolf tumbled amidst the violent blast, and even the energy it had been accumulating in its mouth detonated, shattering all of its teeth into fragments. Plop, plop. Scarlet blood poured from the silver moon wolf's mouth. At this moment, it resembled a pitiful old wolf, its once fearsome fangs completely gone, leaving it to struggle to wrap its gums like an elderly creature devoid of teeth. 8000. You shall die. The silver wolf roared in fury, its voice thunderous as bricks and stones from the ground lifted into the air. In the distance, Qin Feng marked the silver wolf with the blood ring of the Shadow King before vanishing back into the darkness. Awu! The silver wolf howled, its moon-like eyes bloodshot, its crazed aura so intense it sent chills down one's spine. The moonlight cascaded over its body, bathing it in a silvery glow. As the light enveloped it, its once frail muscles began to swell, its sharp claws grew even deadlier, and even the shattered teeth in its mouth started to regenerate. This transformation signaled one thing: it had gone berserk. But unlike others of its kind, its berserk state was not simply fueled by basking in the blood moon. Instead, it devoured and absorbed the blood moon's power. Die! The silver wolf opened its massive jaws, unleashing 3 crescent-shaped blades of light that flew out in a triangular pattern, cutting off all paths of escape for Qin Feng. Faced with the encroaching light blades, Qin Feng stopped in his tracks. His abyss-like eyes remained calm and devoid of emotion. Boom! The 3 light blades shattered violently, their terrifying power akin to high-yield missiles, obliterating everything within a 100-meter radius. Even the sturdy marble and soil were vaporized in the aftermath. This scene left the 4 distant onlookers holding their breath. No matter how strong or skilled Qin Feng was, there was no surviving such a catastrophic attack. It wasn't a matter of his ability but rather the insurmountable gap in power, a chasm that no ordinary person could ever hope to bridge. Ha ha ha! The silver wolf burst into laughter. It could feel Qin Feng's life force disappear. With him gone, it was time to savor the remaining morsels. The silver wolf turned its gaze to the 4 survivors. Its eyes locked onto Shintinglan first, bypassing the other 2 sisters, Chris and Claire. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before Shintinglan, its massive frame blocking out the moonlight and casting a large shadow over her. Stay still, little mouse. Its voice dripped with arrogance. Don't disturb my meal. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Shintinglan drew her single-handed sword from her waist, gritting her teeth as she stared directly at the monstrous wolf in front of her. Even though she knew she wouldn't die, the sheer pressure from the wolf was suffocating. The silver wolf sneered, baring its fangs in a grim smile as it slowly opened its blood-stained maw, ready to devour Shintinglan whole. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, the sound of steady footsteps echoed behind the silver wolf, causing its massive body to tense slightly. At this moment, the wolf's swollen muscles appeared pale and lifeless, and the once dazzling silver glow had dimmed. This signaled the end of its berserk state, with its vitality returning to normal levels. Qin Feng walked toward it, unarmed, his steps calm and steady. He carried himself as if the monstrous wolf before him wasn't a deadly predator, but rather an old acquaintance he had reunited with after many years. "You're still alive? How are you alive? And why would you come back, just to throw your life away?" The silver wolf turned to face him, its bull-like eyes filled with disdainful arrogance. The damage Qin Feng had inflicted earlier had been no more than mosquito bites to its mighty body. Qin Feng tilted his head upward, his gaze sharp as a blade. Though he was looking up, his eyes carried the weight of someone looking down. "Throw my life away? I'm here to end this fight. Ha 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 ha." The silver wolf let out a hearty laugh, the sight of Qin Feng standing so fearlessly before it filling it with a twisted sense of joy. "End this fight? Very well, I'll end it for you right now. Run, Qin Feng." Shen Tinglan shouted from behind the silver wolf. Her heart swelled with emotion. Qin Feng had revealed himself to save her. But the disparity in strength was too vast. As the strongest among them, he should escape to live another day. Before Shen Tinglan could finish her thoughts, the silver wolf's massive body suddenly swelled, ballooning like a grotesque bubble. Mark of destiny, judgment of fate. Boom! A deafening explosion thundered through the air as the silver wolf detonated like a bomb. Its soft, mangled flesh and blood splattered everywhere, raining down like a crimson storm that drenched Shen Tinglan from head to toe. She stood there, stunned, her wide-open eyes reflecting the damage markers that had hovered above the silver wolf's head just before its demise. Minus 50,000. Congratulations to the player for successfully slaying the boss Blood Moon's favored wolf and obtaining an SS grade treasure chest ×1. Congratulations to the player for gaining 200% experience points, successfully leveling up to level 21. Congratulations to the player for acquiring an A-grade entry, Fate Defier. Entry effect: when facing enemies with levels higher than your own, all attributes will receive a temporary boost. The greater the level gap, the larger the enhancement, with a maximum boost of 50%. Chapter 44, Clearing the Dungeon. This is impossible. The sisters, Chris and Clara, reverted from their butterfly forms back into their human shapes, their gazes locked onto the massive wolf's corpse lying not far away. Their chests heaved violently, unable to hide their overwhelming shock. That was the Blood Moon's favored wolf, an existence capable of going toe-to-toe with a count or even slaying one. And yet, it had died at the hands of Qin Feng, a player who wasn't even level 20 just moments ago? Now he was level 21, but before this fight, he had only been level 19. A level difference of over 40 levels. The disparity was astronomical. It was akin to a level 1 goblin taking down a level 40 professional adventurer and utterly impossible. Even a high-level adventurer stripped of all equipment would still possess defenses that low-level creatures could barely scratch. And yet, this impossible event had unfolded right before their eyes. On the other side, Kong Fong stood frozen in place, his mind completely blank. He was trying to process it, desperately attempting to make sense of what had just transpired. Had they won? Or lost? Or was this all just a hallucination born of his terror? If it wasn't a hallucination, how could he have witnessed something so utterly incomprehensible? Qin Feng had killed the level 60 Blood Moon's favored wolf? This was the kind of monster that would require all the players combined to even stand a chance against. Even then, the team would likely be wiped out, their efforts ending in despair. And yet, Qin Feng had taken it down alone? Was there some sort of cheat code in the game? If there was a cheat, he should have known about it. No, wait, this wasn't a game. This was the real world. There couldn't be cheats. Kong Feng's thoughts spiraled into chaos. Meanwhile, Shen Tinglan remained closest to the Blood Moon's favored wolf, still frozen in her sword-raising stance. Her eyes were wide like bronze bells, and even as blood trickled into them, she didn't blink. She stood as still as a statue, as if petrified by a spell, utterly stunned. Moments later, Kong Feng snapped out of his trance and jogged over to Qin Feng. "Boss, you're incredible." He grasped Qin Feng's hand excitedly. "If it weren't for you, we'd all be dead." "That's right. If not for him, we'd all be dead." A calm, elegant voice chimed in, silencing the 4 survivors who had lived through the ordeal. It was the Count's voice. Clap, clap, clap. From a shadowed corner, the sound of slow, deliberate applause echoed. The Count emerged, his clothes in tatters and a gaping hole in his chest, but his expression was filled with admiration and a hint of greed. "What a shame." The Count approached Qin Feng, placing a hand on his shoulder, his gaze brimming with reluctance. "If fate hadn't played such cruel tricks, I would have made you one of my chosen long ago. You truly are exceptional." After the praise, the Count visibly suppressed his reluctance and released Qin Feng's shoulder. Chris and Clara frowned slightly as they observed the Count. As the strongest being here and the master of this domain, he had allowed the Blood Moon's favored wolf to slaughter them without lifting a finger, a truly despicable act. Meanwhile, Kong Fong and Shin Tinglan's expressions were equally grim. The moment the Count appeared, they realized what it signified. The Count's gaze swept across the group, entirely dismissive of their reactions. Instead, he turned to Qin Feng and asked, "You've passed your trial. Now, what is your request?" "My request is that my companions also pass their trials," Qin Feng replied, glancing briefly at Kong Fong and Shin Tinglan. Everyone present was stunned. None of them had expected Qin Feng to make such a request. A mix of surprise and guilt flickered across Kong Fong and Shin Tinglan's faces. They felt as though they had held Qin Feng back. "Ha ha ha!" The Count burst into laughter. "Directly passing their trials is out of the question, but I can lower the difficulty they face. Their opponents will no longer be as overwhelming." "That's acceptable," Qin Feng nodded. With that, the Count snapped his fingers with a crisp snap. The once ravaged Colosseum, reminiscent of a war-torn battlefield, began to restore itself. It was as if the arena had a life of its own, regenerating and growing anew. The trials resumed, and the first to step forward was Kong Fong. His opponent was a swamp creature, a gooey monster resembling a mass of mud. The defining trait of this creature was its lack of vital points. The only way to defeat it was to overwhelm it with devastating damage, otherwise, it would slowly regenerate, making it an infuriating enemy. However, its lack of instant kill capabilities made it less of a formidable challenge. Die! Kong Fong hurled a coin, which landed precisely inside the swamp creature's body. Boom! The coin exploded, blowing a massive hole through the swamp creature's form. -800. Qin Feng sat on the observation platform, nodding in satisfaction as he saw the damage dealt. Although Kong Fong's damage output wasn't as high as his, combined with his unique abilities, it was still formidable. It wasn't long before Kong Fong easily secured victory in the battle. The Count kept his word and indeed lowered the difficulty of the fight. This battle was a one-sided slaughter. Finally, it was Shin Tinglan's turn to step into the arena. Inside the Colosseum, she gripped her longbow tightly, nimbly dodging the attacks of a blood-red werewolf. Though this werewolf belonged to the same clan as the one that had killed Bartle, the gap in combat skill and level was far too wide. Shin Tinglan moved fluidly through the arena, and the blood-red werewolf, specialized in ambush attacks, couldn't even catch up to her. Boom! An arrow shot out like lightning, piercing through the werewolf's claws and embedding itself squarely in its forehead. The arrowhead, made of a special alloy, punched through the thick skull and lodged deep in its brain. -1000. The blood-red werewolf collapsed on the spot. Shin Tinglan slung her longbow behind her back. "I won, Captain, I won." Qin Feng. She waved excitedly at the two of them. Qin Feng only nodded slightly in response. At that moment, the system notification rang out. Historical fragment. The vampire's banquet is about to be cleared. Players, please prepare to exit the instance. Hearing the system prompt echoing in their minds, Qin Feng and his two companions exchanged glances. At that moment, they felt their thoughts becoming hazy, a sign that they were about to leave the instance. "It seems you're all about to leave." The Count looked at the trio knowingly, his narrow eyes filled with amusement, particularly when they rested on Qin Feng. "I have a feeling we'll meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng felt a sudden haze cloud his mind. But just before he lost consciousness entirely, he caught a glimpse of a scene. "Ah!" The Count let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground as his body and clothes dissolved into a pool of blood. Above, the blood moon hanging in the sky transformed into a massive, grotesque eye, glaring down at Qin Feng. Congratulations to the three players for successfully clearing the historical fragment, the Vampire's Banquet. Instance rewards: Qin Feng Grade A Treasure Chest ×1, Kong Fong Grade B Treasure Chest ×1, Shin Tinglan Grade B Treasure Chest ×1. Ding! As the first players to seal a Void Rift, each of you has been awarded reputation points ×500. Special note, with these reputation points, you may visit the City Lord's Mansion in Tianyao City to claim additional rewards. Chapter 45, Reputation Exchange. As the system notifications continued to chime, Qin Feng remained unfazed, his head lowered in thought. In his mind, the image of that monstrous, frenzied eye replayed over and over. Should we head to the City Lord's Mansion first? Kong Fong broke the silence. Sure, Captain. Shin Tinglan quickly agreed, looking expectantly at Qin Feng. I have no objections. Let's go take a look, Qin Feng said, already planning out the steps for visiting the City Lord's Mansion. Though each city differed slightly, Tianyao City might have something he needed. The three of them walked toward the City Lord's Mansion. The so-called mansion was essentially the city's administrative center, which also served as a residence. Before long, a sprawling white marble estate covering tens of thousands of square meters came into view. The main gate, towering 10 meters high, stood open at all times. 2 guards in full plate armor, wielding iron spears, stood by the entrance, their postures exuding the aura of seasoned warriors. "Let's go in." Xin Feng took the lead, stepping forward, only to be stopped by a guard who lowered his spear in front of him. "What do you want?" A muffled voice came from within the guard's helmet. "We're here to claim our rewards from the City Lord's Mansion. Rewards for our reputation points," Kong Fong quickly explained. The guard glanced at his companion and shook his head. "We haven't received any orders. If you don't have a token, you'll have to leave." "But we're clearly eligible to claim the rewards," Shen Tinglan protested, unable to hold back. "I'll repeat myself, we haven't received any orders, so we cannot let you in. If you insist on entering, you'll have to wait until we receive confirmation." The guard's icy tone carried a bureaucratic indifference, as though he was used to dealing with such situations. "Does this mean we'll have to wait for their notice?" Kong Fong turned to Qin Feng, frowning. "It seems so." Qin Feng nodded, unfazed. He had only intended to stop by for the rewards. It wouldn't be a big deal if he couldn't claim them right away. Just as Qin Feng turned to head toward the shadow cult space, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Qin Feng? What are you doing here?" Turning around, Qin Feng saw Alia waving at him as she walked over. "We came to the City Lord's Mansion to claim our reputation rewards, but they said they hadn't received a notice and wouldn't let us in," Qin Feng answered honestly. This is all about that?" Alia tilted her head, her water-clear eyes filled with confusion. "Yes, that's all it is." "That's fine then. I'm here now, come with me." Alia waved her hand at the 2 guards, signaling them to stand down. She turned to Qin Feng and added, "Next time you encounter a situation like this in Tianyao City, just tell them you're an apostle of the Shadow Sect. They won't stop you." As soon as she said this, the 2 guards immediately stood at attention, their posture even more rigid, and performed a formal chest salute to Qin Feng. "Apologies, my Lord Apostle. We didn't recognize your identity." "Our deepest apologies," they shouted, their faces full of fear and guilt. Kong Fong and Shen Tinglan exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with astonishment. Qin Feng had such a status? Inside the City Lord's Mansion, Alia led the group into the office area on the left and found the official in charge of exchanging reputation points. Behind a long table made of pale red oak sat a hunched, diminutive elder who scrutinized the 3 of them before glancing at the documents on his desk. "How did you get here so quickly? I haven't even had time to notify the guards." With that, he handed 3 crystal stones to them. "These are your identity credentials for Tianyao City. You've earned 500 reputation points and are now officially recognized as residents. With this status, you'll be able to purchase property within the city and buy certain equipment and items crafted by the City Lord's Mansion. If you want to see what items and equipment can be exchanged, just press the identity crystal to your forehead." Hearing this, Qin Feng pressed the identity crystal to his forehead, understanding that the old man had intentionally left out some details. The identity crystal not only served as proof of residency but could also channel one's mental energy to access a mental space for browsing items. However, this method required players to have good control over their mental energy. While Qin Feng could certainly do it, he preferred not to reveal too much about himself. At that moment, a translucent interface appeared before him. "Would you like to connect to the identity crystal? Y/N. Qin Feng decisively selected yes, and in an instant, countless lines of text and images unfolded before him. Name, Tianyao Longsword, Grade C. Type, main hand weapon. Attack, 300 to 350. Required level, 20. Class restriction, none. Attribute bonus, strength plus 20. Special effect, each attack inflicts light attribute damage. The damage value is determined by the user's strength. Redemption cost, 400 reputation points. Name, Tianyao Elixir. Item description, upon consumption, restores 2% HP per second for 1 minute. Usable only by characters below level 30. Redemption cost, 50 reputation points. Name, Guild Premises Voucher. Item description, required for purchasing office premises for a guild. Redemption cost, 1000 reputation points. Qin Feng scanned the reputation shop's catalog before ultimately choosing to close it. The shop offered a dazzling array of equipment, even items for guild construction. But to him, it was all an empty temptation, hardly worth considering. Compared to his current gear, the items he could afford with 500 reputation points were insignificant. As for guild-related tools, he had no interest in them whatsoever. Of course, there were some impressive items in the reputation system, but the required reputation points were astronomically high, far beyond his current capacity. "Are you done looking?" Alia asked, resting her chin in her hands as she sat on a chair, looking a little bored. I'm done. Xin Feng nodded. Shall we head back to the headquarters, then? Of course. Hearing this, Alia's bright eyes immediately curved into crescent moons as she leapt excitedly from her chair. Then let's hurry back. Xin Feng nodded, turning to Kong Fong and Shin Tinglan. Goodbye. Goodbye, the two replied in unison. Alia and Xin Feng walked side by side, heading out of the city lord's mansion. What do you feel like eating today? She asked. Whatever works for me, he replied. Whatever? No way. You can't be careless about food. If your mood is affected by a bad meal, it could impact your performance in battle. But I won't let food affect my mood. Chapter 46, The Divine. As Qin Feng faded from view, Shin Tinglan could no longer hold back. Captain, do you know what an apostle is? Are they powerful? Why did the guards at the gate apologize the moment they heard that term? Relying on his S-rank talent, Kong Fong had flawlessly passed the trials of the Golden Light sect in Tianyao City, earning himself a status that was anything but low. He should have some knowledge about this. I don't know, Kong Fong answered honestly. I'm only a level 1 disciple right now. My rank is just slightly higher than that of an ordinary follower. I have no idea what an apostle is. Ha ha ha. An elderly man with a hunched back chuckled softly beside them. You people of the mortal realm wouldn't possibly know what an apostle is. They are special disciples, equivalent in status to the high priests of the major sections. They are the embodiment of divinity on earth, even rarer than high priests. How could you possibly know about them? A high priest was the leader of a sect in a city, essentially a local sovereign. Each city had only one high priest, whose status was so revered it bordered on worship. And yet, apostles were said to be on par with high priests? Shin Tinglan's eyes widened in disbelief. If that's the case, then why did the high priest of the Shadow sect earlier call Qin Feng an apostle? Crack, crack. Upon hearing this, the hunched old man immediately straightened his back. A crisp cracking sound echoed from his joints as he stood tall. What did you just say? That young man is an apostle? He stared in the direction where Qin Feng had disappeared, unable to recover from his shock for a long time. Well, it seems Tianyao City is about to get very lively. Watching the old man's stunned expression, Shin Tinglan's lips curved into a playful smile, revealing a sweet and charming expression. Now they know how amazing us players are, don't they? On the street, Qin Feng glanced at Alia beside him and suddenly asked, Do you know about the blood moon, the blood banquet, and the blood tax? Alia's amber eyes widened slightly as she abruptly stopped in her tracks, turning to look at Qin Feng. The void rift you closed, is it a fragment of history? That's right, Qin Feng nodded. Then tell me in detail about your experience so I can explain the meaning of these terms to you. Qin Feng nodded again, holding nothing back as he recounted his experiences. After all, there was nothing worth concealing. When he finished, Alia's amber eyes blinked as she stared at Qin Feng, as though he were some rare and curious specimen. What is it? Qin Feng asked. You really are incredible. Not only did you survive a face-to-face encounter with a deity in a historical fragment, but you came out unscathed. A deity? Qin Feng frowned. Are you talking about that count? He couldn't even withstand a level 60 monster. Yes, him, but also not him, Alia replied ambiguously. But what intrigues me more is the sisters you met at the banquet. Based on your description, they seem to be devotees of the twin sect, also known as the legendary saints. Why would people of such prominence seek the blood moon god's help to leave the twin sect? As Alia spoke, she maintained a black barrier around them. No sound from outside could reach them, nor could their conversation be heard by anyone nearby. At this point, a hint of worry flickered in Alia's amber eyes. Whatever you do, you mustn't let anyone know about this. This is a major scandal. If the twin sect finds out, they'll undoubtedly view you as a thorn in their side. Qin Feng frowned and shook his head. I think you misunderstand. I recall their plea was to leave their family, not the sect. Alia waved her hand dismissively. You truly know nothing about disciples, do you? I'm assigning you homework. Go back and read through our shadow sect's doctrines. For ordinary followers, a sect might just be a place of worship. But for apostles or devotees at that level, a strange light flickered in Alia's amber eyes. The sect is their family, or rather, their clan. Then what does marriage alliance mean? Qin Feng asked. Marriage alliance? Alia tilted her head, a trace of confusion appearing on her delicate face. That might be some obscure term. The twin sect has certain rituals where they use esoteric phrases to keep outsiders in the dark. So the term might not mean what you think. It could be referring to an alliance with someone or even a connection to some ritual. Either way, you must be cautious of the twin sect. In that case, what about the eyes I saw at the end? Qin Feng asked. Hearing this question, a rare look of solemnity appeared on Alia's face. That was a deity, she said. The blood banquet you attended was held to please the deity. The one who truly made the deal with you was that count, but also not that count. That's why he was so confident he could fulfill any demand. At this point, Alia paused, her gaze turning serious. All right, let's stop here. These things are best left untouched until your strength is sufficient. Otherwise, they might bring you unnecessary trouble. With that, she decisively withdrew the shadow barrier outside. The sounds of the outside world rushed in instantly. Qin Feng lowered his head, falling into deep thought. Based on the information he had so far, he still couldn't comprehend what exactly had happened to that earl. Was it a god descending through the earl's body? Or was the god the earl himself? Even with memories of his past life, Qin Feng knew very little about the gods. In his previous life, he hadn't held the identity of an apostle, and information about the gods was undoubtedly the most closely guarded secret of the major religious orders. How could such knowledge be easily revealed? However, what concerned Qin Feng the most was the earl's parting words. I have a feeling we will meet again. Just thinking about that line caused his brows to knit tightly. If this were just an ordinary game, he would have dismissed the line as a gimmick designed by the developers to toy with the players. But this game was intricately connected to reality. If it somehow brought about the arrival of some horrific entity later on, things could take a disastrous turn. For now, though, he could only take one step at a time. Returning to the headquarters of the Shadow Sect, Alia greeted Qin Feng briefly before hurrying off. Qin Feng, enjoying the rare moment of leisure, returned to his room eagerly and opened the loot chest he had obtained from the recent dungeon. The first thing that caught his eye was a faintly golden A-rank treasure chest. Fate's left hand. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully stolen equipment Blood Mooncleaver. Name, Blood Mooncleaver, A-rank. Type, main hand weapon. Attack, 1000 to 1500. Level requirement, none. Class restriction, none. Attribute bonus, agility plus 30. Special effect 1, each attack steals 15% of the enemy's health. If the player's health is full, the excess health will automatically form a shield to absorb damage. Special effect 2, under moonlight, attack speed and movement speed increase by 20%. Equipment description, just a little trick from the gods, O distant traveler. Chapter 47, Soul Tremor. A crimson dagger, faintly translucent, appeared in Qin Feng's hand. Frowning slightly, Qin Feng stared at the dagger, feeling a sense of unease. The equipment description carried an ominous undertone, but he didn't hesitate. He quickly aimed at the A-rank treasure chest and used Fate's left hand again. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully stolen an item Advanced Blood Banquet Invitation. Item description, an invitation to a mysterious banquet. Will you attend, traveler? A blood-red invitation, adorned with intricate golden patterns, materialized in Qin Feng's hand, glimmering with an eerie light. Furrowing his brows, Qin Feng decisively used Fate's left hand on the treasure chest once more. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully stolen an item Mysterious Blood. Item description, a vial of mysterious blood. Its composition is unknown. A glass vial filled with red liquid appeared in Qin Feng's hand. He stared at the vial and the blood banquet invitation, his instincts screaming danger. The Blood Moon God. He felt as if he had been marked. Otherwise, how could items so closely tied to the Blood Moon emerge from an A-rank chest? Still, even if he was being watched, good equipment was meant to be used. He thought to himself that the Blood Wolf heart he had obtained earlier might come in handy. Materials like that were typically used for crafting equipment. When he had the time, he planned to ask Alia if it could be forged into something useful. As for the crafting process in Tianyao City, he still wasn't very familiar with it, especially when it came to finding the best craftsmen. The treasure chest, now emptied, shattered into fragments. Qin Feng didn't immediately open the S-rank chest he had also acquired. Instead, he walked into the bathroom. The warm water cascaded from the showerhead, trickling down Qin Feng's short, jet-black hair before sliding along his toned muscles. This is a first, he murmured to himself. It was his first time obtaining an S-rank treasure chest, and his heart brimmed with anticipation. Even though this was technically a game, it felt different. For an ordinary treasure chest, most people might wash their hands for luck. But for a chest that could influence reality, a full shower and change of clothes seemed perfectly reasonable. After bathing, Qin Feng took out the S-rank treasure chest. By now, the chest had undergone a striking transformation. Golden patterns were overlaid with mysterious, regal streaks of purple. Fate's left hand. Ding! Congratulations! The player has successfully stolen equipment Blood Moon Leather Armor. Name, Blood Moon Leather Armor, Grade A. Type, Armor. Defense, 1500. Required level, 20. Class restriction, none. Attributes bonus, Stamina plus 40. Special Effect 1 reduces 20% of damage received by the wearer. Special Effect 2 increases the wearer's agility by 20%. Special Effect 3 automatically negates one instance of damage below 3000 when the wearer attacks or is attacked. This effect can activate once every 3 seconds. Shin Feng placed the pitch-black leather armor on the bed and nodded in satisfaction. Though it was only an A-grade piece of equipment, its performance was nearly on par with that of standard S-grade gear. Without hesitation, he activated Fate's left hand once more. Ding! Congratulations! The player has successfully stolen an item Blood Wolf's Paws ×2. Item description: body parts of a blood moon creature, purpose unknown. 2 wolf legs materialized in Qin Feng's hands. He casually tossed them onto the bed. They seemed similar to the blood wolf's heart he had obtained earlier, mysterious in purpose but likely crafting materials for advanced equipment. As he gazed at the items scattered across the bed, a trace of worry flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. Could it be? Did I mess up this SS-grade treasure chest? Am I really this unlucky? Another failed draw? Despite the extra 20 points added to his luck attribute, this outcome seemed incomprehensible to him. With a mix of unease and anticipation, Shin Feng once again activated Fate's left hand on the nearly shattered SS-grade treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations! The player has successfully stolen an SS-grade skill book, Soul Days. Skill name: Soul Days. Skill effect: inflicts a spiritual shock on the enemy, stunning them for 2 seconds and dealing damage equal to 3 times the player's base attack. Cost: none. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Special note: this skill cannot be resisted by beings below God tier. Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He even rubbed his eyes, a rare reaction for him. An SS-grade skill? And such a domineering effect? From the description alone, the skill could interrupt enemies or control them, making it extremely versatile and practical. However, if that were all, it would merely qualify as an A-grade skill due to its limited duration. But the final note elevated it to SS-grade status: cannot be resisted by beings below God tier. This meant that no opponent Qin Feng encountered could withstand this skill, not even the mysterious elder of the shadow cult. Of course, this was assuming he wasn't up against the ominous blood moon he had glimpsed in the fragments of history. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, swiftly equipping the blood moon leather armor before opening the Soul Days skill book. Let's see just how powerful you are. His chest rose and fell with excitement, his enthusiasm nearly uncontrollable. He could hardly wait to test the skill in action. With that thought, he immediately left his bedroom and headed for the outskirts of the city. Riding swiftly, Qin Feng arrived at the outskirts and located a pack of silver moon direwolves. To be honest, ever since he entered the historical fragment, he'd been curious about these creatures. What was the connection between the silver moon direwolves and the blood moon wolves? After all, their skills and forms were strikingly similar, the only difference being that the silver moon direwolves lacked the berserk ability. Qin Feng raised his hand crossbow, taking aim at one of the silver moon direwolves before firing a bolt. Bang! The targeted wolf was sent tumbling to the ground, letting out a pitiful whimper. -8,000. This was Qin Feng's current damage output. Even while using equipment from the beginner village, he could still wipe out more than half the health of a level 25 monster with a single attack. If his opponent had been a squishy mage player instead, this strike would have been an instant kill. Mages simply couldn't compete with monsters in terms of defense. In fact, the only class that might boast higher defense than monsters of the same level would be warriors. This meant that if Qin Feng wanted to, he could single-handedly annihilate any guild in the game, regardless of their size. Expressionless, Qin Feng took aim at another silver moon direwolf in the distance and fired another shot, finishing it off. At that moment, a chorus of howls rang out, a deafening cacophony like a string of firecrackers bursting in rapid succession. Awu. Chapter 48, The Silver Moon Wolf King. Hundreds of silver moon direwolves howled as they surged forward, their charging silhouettes resembling a thunderous stampede, raising clouds of dust in their wake. These direwolves, with bodies as massive as elephants, moved with uncanny agility. The dense forest did not hinder them, instead, it served as their cover. Qin Feng watched the scene unfold, silently lowering his raised left hand and tightening his grip on the blood moon dagger in his hand. This was the challenge he sought. He wanted to see if his current strength was enough to contend with one of the wild's largest packs. In an instant, Qin Feng transformed into a black shadow, darting straight into the heart of the silver moon direwolf pack. Kill! 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 He moved like a phantom among the direwolves, his dagger flashing with every strike, leaving terrifying wounds behind effortlessly. Not a single direwolf could react to his attack speed. By the time they realized they were under attack, searing pain had already spread across their bodies. -10,000. -10,000. -10,000. It was a massacre. A complete massacre. The Silvermoon direwolves were no longer the ruthless predators that hunted at will, they had become the prey, hunted and slaughtered. Oh whoa. At that moment, the direwolves let out a chorus of howls, one after another. More and more direwolves gathered, their howls surging like a tidal wave. Qin Feng frowned slightly. These howls indicated that there might be over 1,000 Silvermoon direwolves nearby. With such an enormous pack, why had the officials of Tianyao City not taken swift action to eliminate them? If left unchecked, the lives of ordinary players would surely be at risk. Even a guild would face extreme danger against such a massive pack. Despite his confusion, Qin Feng gripped his dagger tightly, showing no sign of retreat. After all, this was precisely the kind of challenge he sought. He wanted to test the limits of his strength. Explode! Boom! 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 Dozens of Silvermoon direwolves exploded instantly under the power of Destiny's mark. Their massive bodies burst like blood-red fireworks, scattering across the ground. In an instant, the direwolves surrounding Qin Feng were reduced to broken corpses. Standing amidst the mountains of bodies and rivers of blood, his pitch-black figure resembled the mythical Azura born for combat. It finally triggered. Qin Feng lifted his gaze toward the distance. A giant silver-white wolf slowly emerged. Its body was even larger than its kin, and its claws and fangs were horrifyingly sharp. This was the target he had been waiting for. The species boss. Name, Silvermoon Wolf King. Level, 25, boss. HP, 100,000/100,000. MP, 7000/7000. Attack, 2000. Move speed, 45. Defense, 700. Skills, Razor Fangs, Wolf Howl, Silvermoon Blade, Wolf King's Fury. Razor Fangs enhances its claws and fangs to deal bleeding damage to enemies. Wolf Howl summons all Silvermoon direwolves within a radius of several kilometers. Silvermoon Blade fires a blade of light from its mouth, with damage scaled to its strength attribute. Wolf King's Fury, a berserk state that increases all of the Wolf King's attributes by 200%. Such stats were extraordinary for a level 25 boss, especially the final skill. Qin Feng shook his head. That skill was utterly broken. Such a terrifying ability should never exist on a level 25 boss, not even on a level 30 boss. But this was exactly what he wanted. Ignoring all the surrounding Silvermoon direwolves, Qin Feng charged straight at the Silvermoon Wolf King. In the blink of an eye, his dagger pierced the Wolf King's neck, slashing through several meters and leaving a grotesque gash. Blood spurted out like a fountain as the Silvermoon Wolf King's silver eyes widened. Blood vessels filled its gaze, making it appear utterly deranged. One strike. Just one strike. The Wolf King's Fury, a skill that should have only activated when it was near death, was triggered by this single attack. This alone was a testament to Qin Feng's terrifying power. But even so, he was not satisfied. Soul suppression. An invisible force radiated from Qin Feng's body, touching the Silvermoon Wolf King. The Wolf King's tense body, its powerful frame poised to strike, suddenly froze in place, unable to move an inch. It was as if someone had pressed a pause button, freezing it in that moment. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng dived under the Wolf King's belly. With another slash of his Blood Moon dagger, he carved a gruesome wound, causing blood to gush out wildly. In the heavenly game, the combat mechanics were vastly different from ordinary games. Here, not only could skills cause bleeding damage, but even normal attacks, so long as they tore through the enemy's flesh, could trigger bleeding effects. So, what is the real difference between the bleeding caused by skills and weapons? The answer lies in the body's recovery speed. For high-level professionals or monsters, their physical regeneration capabilities are absurdly fast. Bleeding caused by normal attacks often heals within a single breath, or even within a second. However, Qin Feng didn't care about this at all. Mark of Fate, -8,000. Judgment of Fate, -60,000. With the first strike, the Silvermoon Wolf King's health instantly plummeted to a critical level. Yet, the second strike was not merely the straw that broke the camel's back, it was the equivalent of an elephant landing on a perfectly healthy camel. The damage output of this strike was outright ridiculous, blowing the Wolf King into a mist of blood on the spot. Even Qin Feng froze in disbelief. Was this Wolf King really that fragile? Oh whoa. At this moment, the howls of the Silvermoon wolves grew deafening. It wasn't just the nearby packs within dozens of kilometers, it sounded as though wolves from even farther away were responding. No, this wasn't good. He had to leave fast. Qin Feng quickly picked up the treasure chest that had dropped from the Silvermoon Wolf King and bolted toward Tianyao City. In the worlds of the multiverse, the one thing you could never blindly trust was experience. This was a real, living world, not a simple game. Over-reliance on experience could lead to a miserable and premature death. The only quality that could ensure survival was caution, extreme caution. Only the cautious could endure. Qin Feng was precisely that kind of person. Facing an unprecedented situation, he knew clearly that retreating now was the wisest choice. Moments later, Qin Feng dashed into Tianyao City. Outside the city walls, the wolves howling showed no signs of stopping, as if mourning some tragic ceremony. Chapter 49, Master Blacksmith. The next morning, Qin Feng was lying on his bed, resting with his eyes closed, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Feng opened the door, and standing outside was Alia. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Nothing major. Just something that needs your attention," Alia replied, rubbing her temples with a slightly worried expression. "Who was out hunting monsters outside the city last night?" The silver moon wolves howled all night, keeping everyone awake and even alarming the city's defense forces. "You want me to investigate the source of this?" Qin Feng asked. Alia glanced at him and shook her head. No, you've misunderstood. It's just that the city defense forces are on edge, and I'm worried it might affect other matters later." "Other matters?" Qin Feng pressed curiously. "Yes, other matters." Alia's amber eyes betrayed no emotion. "You've reached level 20. It's time for you to get involved with the core of the Shadow faction. In other words, you need to fulfill the faction's responsibilities." "What is the core of the faction? What responsibilities do I need to take on?" "The core of the Shadow faction is simple." Alia's red lips moved slightly, and she uttered two words: assassinations. Just as the core of the Golden Light faction is wealth, each faction has its own unique focus, representing the functions of their deity, or at least, most of them do. Of course, not every faction operates this way, but you won't have access to that kind of information just yet. So, I'll leave it at that. At this point, Alia paused and pointed at Qin Feng. "Your responsibility is to complete an assassination mission. Your target is a council member of Tianyao City, who is also the head of a small family. Someone has offered 5,000 gold coins for his life." From her pocket, Alia pulled out a rolled piece of parchment and handed it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng unrolled the parchment, revealing a lifelike portrait. The artist's skill was extraordinary, it was as realistic as a photograph. "As the executor, you'll receive 50% of the reward, provided you succeed in the assassination, of course." Alia looked into Qin Feng's eyes. "So, will you take this mission?" "Of course," Qin Feng replied without hesitation. Half of 5,000 gold coins, that's 2,500 coins, was double the amount he'd earned from his previous guild contract. How could he possibly refuse? "Good. The back of the bounty slip contains the mission details. How you plan it is up to you." Qin Feng flipped the parchment over and indeed found several lines of small text detailing the target's name, home address, and even their schedule. In this regard, the Shadow faction was quite considerate. At the same time, a system notification chimed in. Ding! Faction mission triggered, assassinate Bran. Mission summary, assassinate Bran, the head of the Bran family. Mission rewards, 2,500 gold coins, 30% experience, plus 800 faction reputation. After giving her instructions, Alia turned to leave, but Qin Feng stopped her. "By the way, do you know where I can find a skilled blacksmith? I have some materials I need forged into equipment." "Blacksmith?" Alia pondered for a moment before replying. "In the eastern district of Tianyao City, there's a forge called the Hammering Anvil. It's run by a true master. You can go there and ask him to craft equipment for you." "I see, thank you." Eastern District, outside the Hammering Anvil Forge. Qin Feng looked up at the forge made entirely of granite. The thick layer of soot covering the sign over the entrance spoke of its age and the countless fires that had burned within. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. Clang, clang, clang. As soon as he entered, a wave of searing heat engulfed him, forcing him to squint slightly. Following the source of the heat, Qin Feng's gaze landed on a massive forge. Beside the towering furnace stood an elderly man with a burly frame and muscles like steel cords. He was swinging a hammer larger than an ox's head, pounding ferociously on a glowing piece of metal atop an anvil. The man's bald head gleamed under the forge's light, his thick white beard resembling an untamed thicket. Beads of sweat streamed down his face, evaporating in the intense heat before they could ever touch the anvil. Clang! The crisp sound of metal meeting metal rang out, and the man halted his movements. He turned his head to look at Qin Feng, his gaze sharp and unyielding. "What do you want?" he asked coldly. "I'm here to request your craftsmanship," Qin Feng responded. "I don't make equipment for strangers." "Leave," the old man said curtly while wiping the sweat off his forehead with a towel. "I'm an apostle of the Shadow sect." "The new apostle?" The man abruptly interrupted, his eyes narrowing with an unexpected glimmer of surprise. The one who completed the trial mission with a 100% success rate? That's right. The blacksmith's eagle-like eyes locked onto Qin Feng, scrutinizing him as if trying to pierce through to his very soul. You don't seem particularly powerful. How did you accomplish such a feat at level 10? Qin Feng didn't respond. Instead, he cast intermediate appraisal silently. Name, Alfred. Level, 55. Strength, stamina, spirit, agility, luck, HP, MP. Skills, Forge Mastery, Hammer Charge, Heart of the Forge, Steel Resolve. Titles, Master Blacksmith. Titles, Heart of the Forge. Titles, Hand of Burning Steel. Qin Feng's heart leaped with joy as he reviewed the dense list of skills and titles. Indeed, this was no ordinary blacksmith but a true master, capable of transforming the most mundane materials into legendary equipment. It was worth noting that, in the game, aside from hidden classes, many secondary professions could even have negative value growth. However, the difficulty of advancing in such professions was extraordinarily high, requiring both immense talent and time investment. In his past life, Qin Feng had never heard of any player attaining the rank of Master Blacksmith. Perhaps it was because the game's timeline had been too short. But more importantly, the grueling challenge of advancing this profession had likely deterred most players. Alia sent you, didn't she? Alfred finally withdrew his piercing gaze and raised his hammer once more. Yes. Then I'll do this as a favor to her and forge your equipment. But my services don't come cheap. 2,000 gold coins, and you'll need to provide your own materials, Alfred said, his tone businesslike. On top of that, you'll need to pay an 800 coin deposit up front. Whether or not the item gets made, that money is non-refundable. Understood. Without hesitation, Qin Feng handed over the materials and the deposit of 800 gold coins. He trusted this legendary blacksmith completely and had no fear of being scammed. However, he also calculated silently. After handing over the full 2,000 gold, his funds would be nearly depleted. It seemed he would need to complete that other mission quickly, otherwise, he wouldn't even have enough money left to buy potions. Alfred glanced at the 3 items Qin Feng had brought, materials from Blood Moon creatures, and a flicker of unease crossed his eyes. Come back later. I'll let you know when the equipment is ready, Alfred said seriously, his tone losing some of its earlier coldness. Qin Feng nodded and left the forge without hesitation. As soon as the door closed behind him, Alfred turned his attention back to the materials on the forging table, his brows furrowing deeply. Blood Moon artifacts. Those cursed things. Are they surfacing again? Chapter 50, A Secret Partnership. Late at night, at the Bran estate, the grand and luxurious manor stood silently under the moonlight. Outside the gate, 2 guards holding long spears were chatting idly to pass the long hours of their night watch. Why's the patrol frequency been raised so much lately? Did something happen? One guard asked. How should I know? You don't like the increased rotations? His companion replied. Of course I do, but it's unsettling. A friend of mine once said that when this sort of thing happens, it's usually because assassins are nearby. Assassins? Killers? Those sneaky, backstabbing cowards? What's there to be afraid of? While they were chatting idly, a shadow silently slipped through the gates and infiltrated the estate, unnoticed by anyone. Qin Feng moved with slow, deliberate steps, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, scanning the manor. Though the Bran family was described by Arya as a small clan, in the city of Tianyao, they were considered mid to upper tier. Their estate sprawled across dozens of acres, and even in the dead of night, 4 patrol squads roamed the grounds vigilantly. Each of the 20 guards in these squads was at least level 25, with the most powerful captain reaching an impressive level 35. The captain was a Holy Shield Guardian, boasting absurdly high defense and health, with skills capable of exposing enemies in stealth. Every 5 minutes, he would activate a detection skill. Any thief attempting to sneak past would be exposed and dispatched with precision by the guards. But none of this posed any threat to Qin Feng. He strolled boldly into the manor, even pausing before some rare flowers to carefully study their species. This should be the place, he thought, as he stopped in front of a heavy oak door. This was the spot he had identified earlier during the day. He could have struck his target then, but Arya's warning had stayed his hand. What if there were experts among the city's guards who could see through his abilities? Thus, he chose to wait patiently until nightfall to act. Just as Qin Feng placed his hand on the door handle, ready to turn it, a muffled voice from within made him pause. Mr. Bran, about the matter 2 months from now. 2 months? Could it be related to the game's descent into reality? A thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind, and his body transformed into a shadow, slipping through the crack beneath the door. This was the effect of advanced stealth and ability that not only concealed his presence but allowed him to pass through narrow spaces as if he were incorporeal. It was this skill that gave Qin Feng his unshakable confidence. Inside, the room was clearly the master bedroom, with a large bed at its center and a tea table placed prominently nearby. It was evident why this room was chosen for secretive discussions. By the tea table, two men were in conversation. One of them was Qin Feng's target, a refined-looking man with a neatly trimmed mustache, none other than Mr. Bran. The other man was shrouded in a black robe, his face hidden behind a dark mask, making it impossible to discern his features. Name: Bran, Fencer. Level: 25. Strength: 120. Stamina: 60. Spirit: 10. Agility: 50. HP: 20000/20000. MP: 5000/5000. Skills: Floral Sword Dance, Blooming Heart, Duelist's Blade, Armor-Piercing Sword. Floral Sword Dance, rapidly stab and slash the enemy 3 times, each attack dealing 150% strength damage. Blooming Heart, sacrifice health to boost strength and agility. For each 1% HP consumed, increase strength and agility by 1%, up to a maximum of 50%. Duelist's Blade, taunt the enemy, forcing their attention onto the user and applying mental pressure. Each attack has a 5% chance to induce frenzy in the target. Armor-Piercing Sword, imbue the weapon with armor-piercing effects, granting sword-type weapons an additional 30% armor penetration. Qin Feng examined Bran's attributes and nodded in approval. As an official in Tianyao City and the head of a family, his stats were indeed impressive. What's more, he had a hidden class, Fencer. Qin Feng recalled that the Fencer class was designed for one-on-one duels. At the same level, few classes could rival it. Fencers specialized in dueling, with skills that could temporarily boost their stats dramatically. The only effective counter was to overwhelm them with concentrated firepower from mages. Without ranged capabilities, a fencer would be left entirely vulnerable. Qin Feng's gaze quickly shifted to the black-robed figure beside Bran. As the man's stats appeared before him, Qin Feng's brow furrowed. Name: Exorcist. Level: 50. Strength, Stamina, Spirit, Agility, Luck, HP, MP. Skills? I've heard this matter involves not just Tianyao City, but other major cities as well. They're all sharpening their knives, waiting to claim a share. Bran's words interrupted Qin Feng's train of thought. He observed that the dialogue between the two men was sharp and to the point, leaving no room for idle chatter. Indeed, the black-robed man replied, his tone dripping with greed. It's a once-in-a-century opportunity. I've heard the world where those celestials come from is unimaginably rich. But, he paused, his voice darkening, resources are limited. The more others take, the less there will be for us. Moreover, those suppressed entities, those ghostly things, would seize the opportunity to break free from their restraints. Under such dangerous circumstances, acting alone would be sheer folly. Mr. Bran, the man in the black robe said solemnly, why not join forces with us? Together, we could strive for far greater gains. Are you truly willing to let the Bran family continue its decline? I still remember the days when the Bran family manor was vast and magnificent. And now, look at what it has become. Bran lowered his head, his hands clasped together, rubbing nervously. The anxiety and hesitation in his heart were written all over his face. Fine. After a moment of silence, Bran finally nodded. I agree. Let's join forces. Ha ha ha. The black-robed man roared with laughter, his voice like thunder. You've made the right choice, Mr. Bran. With that, he stood up and walked away from his seat. As for the specifics of our cooperation, I won't go into detail now. Someone will contact you later. Bran nodded quietly, watching as the black-robed man left the room. Chapter 51, Conquering Blue Star by Force and Gradual Encroachment. Bang! The door closed behind him. Bran reached into his coat and pulled out a silver-plated cigarette case. He took out a cigarette and lit it. This cigarette was nothing like those from the real world. It had no filter, and the paper wrapping the tobacco was stiff, adorned with intricate patterns. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled a swirl of smoke, the cloud mirroring the turmoil in his heart. In 2 months, what exactly are you planning to do? The arrival of the Celestials, the dawn of a new world, naturally means. Bran's thoughts lingered on the question, and he answered almost reflexively. But then he realized something was wrong. Who are you? Bran spun around sharply, his gaze locking onto the source of the voice. Astonished, he demanded, how did you get into my room? In the corner, leaning casually against the wall, stood a towering man, as imposing as a steel fortress. His arms were crossed, and his cold eyes were fixed on Bran. Before Bran could finish his sentence, his hand had already moved to the sword at his waist, ready to draw it. But in an instant, the man vanished. Hiss! A crescent-shaped dagger slashed across Bran's neck, blood gushing out like a fountain. Even so, Bran had managed to draw half of his blade. Fate's mark! Boom! A sudden explosion sent Bran flying along with his chair. Just as he tried to get back on his feet, the man reappeared. You! Who are you? Judgment of fate. Boom! Bran's body swelled like an overinflated balloon before bursting apart with a deafening noise. Blood mist filled the room, painting it red. You're not very smart, Xin Feng murmured to himself, staring at the spot where Bran had vanished. Something's gone wrong. Quick, get over there. Faint voices echoed from a distance, prompting Xin Feng to act swiftly. He began searching every corner of the room. Eventually, he found an exquisitely decorated notebook in the bedside cabinet. After confirming there was nothing else of value in the room, he tucked the notebook into his coat and disappeared into the shadows. Just then, hurried footsteps stormed into the room. Mr. Bran. Xin Feng didn't bother to look at the expressions of the guards. Silently, he slipped away into the night. Congratulations, player. You have completed the faction mission, Assassinate Bran. Rewards, EXP plus 30%, faction reputation times 800. Ding! Hidden quest triggered. Investigate the event of arrival. Quest description: investigate the conspiracy between Bran and the mysterious figure. Quest reward: hidden class qualification test opportunity times 1. Staring at the quest panel, Xin Feng's gaze froze slightly, and an image emerged in his mind. That figure always carried a sense of regret, causing a sharp pang in Xin Feng's heart. However, there were still nearly 2 months left until the so-called day of arrival, so he decided not to tackle this hidden quest for now. After all, investigations like this required the targets to slip up. Currently, of the 2 individuals privy to the secret, one was already dead, and the other was a level 50 powerhouse. If he recklessly pursued the investigation and got discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xin Feng slipped into the shadows, successfully sneaking out of Bran's estate and returning to the headquarters of the Shadow faction. When he was about to head back to his room, he noticed Alia leaning against his door, arms crossed. Her head was slightly lowered, and her amber eyes seemed lost in thought. What are you doing here? Xin Feng stepped out from the shadows, startling Alia. She instinctively gripped her dagger but relaxed her posture upon recognizing him. Your stealth skill is getting more impressive. Even I didn't notice you. It seems sending you on this mission was the right choice. As she spoke, Alia gave Xin Feng a once-over, her delicate nose twitching slightly, betraying a trace of nervousness. I can smell blood on you, but you're unharmed. I take it the mission is done? Correct. I also overheard Bran talking with someone in a black robe about the day of arrival. Alia's expression turned uncharacteristically serious. Tell me everything. Xin Feng recounted what he had heard, carefully omitting details about his hidden quest. After all, he was a player, while Alia was a native of this world. Their interests didn't completely align. After listening to Xin Feng, Alia pondered for a moment before saying, though you didn't gather much information, you did the right thing. For an assassination mission, killing the target is the top priority. Right, since you've completed the mission, it's time to settle your reward. However, the employer hasn't paid yet. You'll receive 50% of the gold in about 2 days. Xin Feng nodded slightly, showing no objection. This was the real world, not like an ordinary game where you could instantly claim rewards with a single click upon completing a quest. Especially for commission-based missions like this, Xin Feng had heard in his previous life about cases where the employer was killed after the mission, leaving the assassin without any payment. Though rare, such occurrences were not impossible. After discussing the mission rewards, Alia's amber eyes turned serious once again. Now, let's talk about the day of arrival. Do you know who put the bounty on Bran? Xin Feng shook his head. It was Breed, a key member of the lower council in Tianyao City and one of Bran's political rivals. Their conflict stems from a division within the lower council about the day of arrival. Bran advocated for forceful conquest, while Breed preferred a softer approach, gradually consuming your world. Unable to convince each other, Breed ultimately placed a bounty on Bran's head. Xin Feng listened quietly, nodding subtly without making further comments. In his previous life, most players and guilds aligned themselves with the major factions in the multiverse game. Judging by the behavior of these factions, they clearly leaned toward Breed's softer approach. But whether it was the soft approach or forceful conquest, their ultimate goal was the same: to devour Blue Planet, his world. Even the Shadow faction, which treated him decently, shared this goal: to carve out their share of the feast during the devouring of Blue Planet. So, what should he do? Xin Feng silently clenched his fists, thinking to himself, for now, I can't stop any of this, I can only watch. But whether it's me or everything I hold dear, I will not let these people threaten it. Strength. He needed greater strength, only then could he seize opportunities when fortune smiled and stand firm when disaster struck. With this resolve in mind, Xin Feng took a deep breath, calming his emotions. Give me more missions, he said to Alia. I want to grow stronger. The missions from the Shadow Sect offer not only more diverse rewards compared to grinding monsters for experience but also come with significantly lower risks. Don't be fooled by how effortlessly Qin Feng seems to hunt monsters, it's all because these creatures are low-level beings deliberately left near the main city. If he ventures deeper into more dangerous zones, the high-level monsters there could easily pose a serious threat to him. Chapter 52, The Death's Herald. Mission accomplished. Before the shrine, Qin Feng stood behind Alia, his tone calm and indifferent. That fast? Alia spun around abruptly, cutting off her prayers, her gaze locking onto the towering man before her. I suggest you take your time completing missions in the future, otherwise, my eyes might not handle it. What do you mean? Qin Feng tilted his head slightly, a trace of curiosity flickering in his eyes. Alia quickly covered her eyes, exclaiming dramatically, because you're too dazzling. You never make mistakes, every strike is a kill. Even Tianyao City and the surrounding main cities now know that the Shadow Order has produced a genius assassin. I've heard that since your debut, you've never failed, not even leaving a trace. Some people are even trying to recruit you away. Qin Feng's expression remained stoic as he quietly watched Alia's theatrical performance. Over time, he had become increasingly familiar with her natural penchant for drama. Say whatever you like, as long as it makes you happy. A month had passed, and Qin Feng had taken every opportunity to rapidly increase his strength and grow tremendously. Alia, seated nearby, gestured for Qin Feng to sit. Although I was joking earlier, it wasn't entirely untrue. Did you know? You've earned yourself a nickname recently. What nickname? Death's Herald Bird. Alia intoned each word slowly, her voice low and mysterious. They say you're like a bird that heralds death, bringing death and destruction wherever you go. That title doesn't sound great. Maybe it should be something like Death's Eagle or Death's Lion. You're so strong, after all. Alia flexed her arms in an exaggerated display of strength, but Qin Feng's focus was interrupted by a notification echoing in his mind. Congratulations, player, on obtaining the unique title, Death's Herald Bird, Grade B. Title attributes, gain plus 1,500 reputation points in the affected region. Affected region, all human main cities. Title skill, Song of Death. Skill effect, allows the player to declare the death of a target. Marked enemies will suffer secondary damage upon taking a hit. Reading the title's effects, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. It seemed his diligence in completing missions was not without its rewards. Moreover, his level had risen significantly. He was only a short distance away from level 30. Player, Qin Feng, Fates Rogue. Level, 27, 30%. Strength, 92, plus 40. Stamina, 10, plus 71. Spirit, 10, plus 30. Agility, 141, plus 54. Luck, 32. HP, 30,000/30,000. MP, 10,000/10,000. Skills, 1, Arms of Fate, Grade S, plus 3, Passive Skill, 2. Cloak of Fate's Shadow, Grade S, plus 5, Class Exclusive, 3. Left Hand of Fate, Grade S, plus 2, 4. Blink, Grade S, 5. Intermediate Appraisal, Grade B, 6. Fate's Judgment. Equipment, Blood Moon Leather Armor, Blood Moon Blade, Blood Moon Necklace, Blood Moon Boots, King's Shadow Blood Ring, Neely Serpent Ring. Items, Map of Dawn City, King's Pendant. Exclusive Talent, Double Fate Points. Class Perks, 100% Critical Chance, Double Skill and Attribute Gains. Title, Death's Herald Bird. Grade B Trait, Cycle of the Serpent. Upon receiving a fatal blow, choose a random location within a 5-kilometer radius to revive at 30% health. Cooldown, 30 days. Special Trait Assassination Prodigy, plus 15% skill damage amplification. Qin Feng had now completed a full set of level 20 equipment. Coupled with 2 Grade A pieces forged by Alfred, he had essentially become a walking arsenal. With the addition of his superior grade traits and titles, Qin Feng brimmed with confidence. He estimated that it would only take him half a month to reach level 30. By then, with more than half a month left before the day of descent, his next goal would undoubtedly be Dawn City. He was certain it concealed crucial secrets about the impending event. Clenching his fists, Qin Feng's abyssal eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. Outside the city, Wang Longxing crossed his arms, his gaze as sharp as a blade, watching a group of players battling a horde of fiery red apes. Still no information on Qin Feng's identity? He turned his head coldly, his piercing gaze landing on a sturdily built, sharp-spirited player standing beside him. Chapter 53, The Iron-Feathered Griffin. We found nothing. Although the name is uncommon, there are many people with the same name. We've investigated thoroughly, but there's almost no one with Qin Feng's appearance, the player reported. Did you use the official system? We did. but we still couldn't locate him, the player responded. Upon hearing this, Wang Longxing clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Blood began to seep from his hands. That damned bastard! How could it be so hard to track down this piece of garbage after all this time? He roared. He has humiliated me time and again, even dared to throw me out of the auction, leaving me utterly disgraced. And you can't even figure out who he is or help me get my revenge? Wang glared at the player by his side, his voice filled with fury. What use are you all to me? Answer me, what's the point of keeping deadweight like you around? With a loud thud, the player dropped to his knees. Guild leader, I swear, I'll do everything in my power to uncover his identity. If all else fails, I'll check the official system records one by one. Or, the player continued, we can seek out local informants and see if there's anyone with a similar name. Seeing the player pounding his chest with determination, Wang Longxing's anger subsided slightly. He turned his eyes back toward the battlefield ahead, gritting his teeth as he spat out two words, Xin Feng. Don't think being high-leveled makes you invincible. There's always someone stronger, some force greater. I'll make you pay for daring to humiliate Wang Longxing. Outside Tianyao City, Xin Feng moved silently through the shadows of the dense forest, treading lightly beneath the thick canopy of trees. Sunlight filtered down through the leaves in dappled patches, resembling scattered fish scales glimmering across his body. Towering creatures resembling small mountains lumbered past him. These massive creatures were not ordinary cattle. Their horns glimmered with a metallic sheen, and their haunches featured two tails, each ending in a white, bone-like spike. Name, Iron-Horned Bull. Level, 30, Normal. HP, 40,000/40,000. Mana, 6, 500/6, 500. Attack, 800. Speed, 40. Defense, 1000. Skills, Rampaging Charge, Pack Onslaught, Stinger Slash. Rampaging Charge, the Iron-Horned Bull charges at its target with its horns, dealing 170% strength-based damage upon impact. Pack Onslaught, the bull lets out a bellow, summoning nearby iron-horned bulls within a 100-meter radius to attack its target together. Stinger Slash, using the bone spikes at the end of its tails, the bull strikes its enemy, dealing 90% strength-based damage and inflicting a bleeding status effect. Xin Feng strolled past these formidable beasts, his movements eerily calm. He passed so close to them that the sharp tips of their tails nearly brushed against him. Yet, the notoriously aggressive iron-horned bulls remained completely unaware of his presence. This was the eastern forest outside Tianyao City, a place known to locals as the Forest of Beasts. It was a sprawling wilderness teeming with diverse creatures that formed a complete and intricate ecosystem. Most importantly, the monsters here were generally above level 30, making it a dangerous zone that neither ordinary humans nor local inhabitants dared to enter lightly. Today, Xin Feng ventured into this perilous forest with a specific goal in mind, to find a mount, or more precisely, a pet. Mounts and pets provided immense advantages to players, not only offering transportation but also serving as invaluable allies in battle. For a lone wolf like Xin Feng, acquiring a mount or pet was a pressing need. According to information from his previous life, the Forest of Beasts was known for its high chances of producing rare and exceptional mounts. Xin Feng had even heard rumors of a lucky individual who managed to obtain a flying, growth-capable mount here. Such a mount was highly coveted, as many monsters lacked the ability to fly. With such a companion, one could easily evade ground-based enemies. Carefully avoiding the wolves, tigers, and other predators along the way, Xin Feng finally arrived at a crystal-clear lake. This serene body of water was known as Clear Spring Lake. According to legend, the lake had once been a mere trickling spring. It was said that a swordsman once struck the spring with his blade, causing a torrent of water to surge forth, forming the expansive lake that now served as the lifeblood of the forest. Clear Spring Lake was a vital water source for all the creatures in the Forest of Beasts. Even the most ferocious predators refrained from fighting here, knowing that the scent of blood would quickly attract the lake's aquatic monsters. In such a scenario, even the hunters could become prey. Moo! A herd of iron-horned bulls had gathered by the lake, drinking greedily from its sweet waters. Occasionally, one of the bulls would let out a low bellow, seemingly communicating with its companions nearby. Xin Feng sat perched on a tree branch, pulling a book from his chest pocket. As he flipped through its pages, his senses remained sharp, attuned to the faintest sounds or movements around him. Near the Crystal Spring Lake, groups of monsters would occasionally wander by. Xin Feng even spotted an old acquaintance, the Silver Moon Direwolves. However, this pack was mightier than before, with most of them around level 30 and boasting larger, sturdier frames. Yet, Xin Feng had no interest in these seemingly majestic creatures. Copperheads, iron legs, and tofu waists. He muttered to himself. Wolves, by nature, were unsuitable as mounts, fragile and unreliable in battle. If one were to be taken down in the middle of combat, wouldn't that spell disaster? As dusk approached, the setting sun painted the crystal spring lake in hues of crimson, as if draped in luxurious velvet. Xin Feng had spent the entire afternoon here, going through 3 books in the process, yet still failing to find a mount that satisfied him. Is today going to end just like this? Xin Feng closed his book and murmured to himself, if even the forest of beasts couldn't offer him an ideal mount, where else could he possibly search? Sure, he could find something better later on, but he wanted a worthy companion now. Just as he was about to put his book away and leave the forest of beasts, chaos erupted near the crystal spring lake. The animals drinking from the lake suddenly scattered in all directions, their cries of alarm filling the air as if they had encountered something terrifying. A piercing eagle's screech echoed through the sky, followed by the sound of powerful wings beating the air. Xin Feng looked up to see a massive flock of griffins circling overhead. Their enormous frames cast shadows on the ground, each boasting a wingspan of at least 10 meters. What caught his attention most, however, was their metallic sheen. Every feather gleamed with a metallic luster. Name, Iron Feather Griffin. Level, 35. Health, 50,000/50,000. Mana, 8,500/8,500. Attack, 1,200. Movement speed, 400. Defense, 1,500. Skills, Eagle Dive, Iron Feather Storm, Skyward Screech. Eagle Dive, the Iron Feather Griffin charges at its target, attacking with its beak and claws, dealing 150% of its strength attribute in damage per strike. Iron Feather Storm sheds its metallic feathers, launching them as projectiles at enemies. Each feather deals 80% of its strength attribute in damage and has a 30% armor penetration effect. Skyward Screech emits a sonic attack, affecting enemies with lower mental attributes than the griffin. Those affected have a 20% chance of becoming stunned. As Xin Feng studied the griffin's stats, his eyes lit up with excitement. At last, he had found what he was waiting for. In his past life, someone lucky enough to acquire a growth-type flying mount did so because, deep within the Iron Feather Griffin's nest, there was a powerful king. That king was incubating an egg, the source of the coveted flying mount. Xin Feng didn't act rashly. Instead, he stood still, waiting patiently as the griffins drank from the lake. The Iron Feather Griffin King hadn't appeared, and Xin Feng didn't know the precise location of their nest. So, the optimal strategy was to wait for them to finish drinking, then quietly follow them back to their lair. After a while, the griffins circling above finally descended and began drinking the sweet water of the lake. Xin Feng seized the opportunity to mark one of them with the blood ring of the Shadow King. The marked griffin looked around, sensing something amiss, but after failing to detect any immediate threat, it resumed drinking. The mark was a precaution, ensuring that Xin Feng wouldn't lose track. After all, the griffins were astonishingly fast, and he couldn't guarantee he'd keep up with them on his own. Before long, the griffins let out cries and took to the skies once more. Xin Feng, already in stealth mode, followed them closely. Their speed was astounding. Xin Feng had to leap from one massive tree branch to another, occasionally using his blink spell just to keep pace. Each time he landed on a branch, the enormous trees, thick as houses, would tremble slightly. Some sharp-eyed monsters, alerted by the vibrations, tried to track him down, but they found nothing. Disappointed, they returned to their lairs, awaiting the next unfortunate prey. Xin Feng followed the griffins for a full half-hour before finally arriving at their nest. It was an isolated mountain peak, its cliffs dotted with numerous nests carved out by the griffins' sharp talons. The nests were lined with thick branches and various metal objects, swords, spears, axes, halberds, all scattered about in chaotic abundance. At the center of these nests, however, were areas cushioned with soft hay and animal pelts. And within those central nests lay gigantic eggs, each the size of a soccer ball. Chapter 54, Escape. Run for your life. Hidden in the shadows, Xin Feng moved silently along the cliffside, his eyes scanning for the extraordinary king of the griffins. Suddenly, he spotted it, a colossal griffin with a wingspan of 20 meters. Its entire body shimmered like molten silver, its feathers gleaming as though forged from pure metal. It was like a divine bird sculpted from white steel. Title, Iron Feather Griffin King. Level, 45, Boss. HP, 70,000/70,000. MP, 10,000/10,000. Attack, 4,500. Movement speed, 700. Defense, 4,500. Skills, Eagle Dive and Rend, Iron Feather Storm, Sky Piercing Screech, Soaring Shadow Strike, Mountain Splitting Charge. Eagle Dive and Rend, the Iron Feather Griffin charges at its enemy, using its beak and talons to tear them apart. Each attack deals 150% of its strength as damage. Iron Feather Storm. The Iron Feather Griffin sheds its feathers and launches them at its enemy. Each feather deals 80% of its strength as damage and has a 30% armor-piercing effect. Sky-piercing Screech. The Griffin unleashes a sonic attack. Enemies with lower spirit attributes than the Griffin have a 20% chance of being stunned. Soaring Shadow Strike. The Griffin summons shadowy projections and charges forward. Each shadow deals 200% of its strength as damage. Mountain Splitting Charge. The Griffin sacrifices itself as a living projectile, launching a final attack against the enemy. Upon impact, the Griffin loses 50% of its HP, and the enemy suffers 500% of its strength as damage. What terrifying stats! Qin Feng's expression grew serious, and the thought of forcibly stealing the egg vanished instantly. A foe of this magnitude, there was no hope of taking it down in a head-on fight. The Iron Feather Griffin King was in peak condition, a stark contrast to the Blood Moon. Wolf Qin Feng had previously defeated. Coupled with the other Iron Feather Griffins in the vicinity, slaying the Griffin King was an almost impossible task. Thus, Qin Feng began to strategize: first, steal the egg, then escape using the forest's terrain to his advantage. But a significant problem arose: how could he steal the egg? The Iron Feather Griffin King was curled up in its nest, guarding the giant egg tightly, never leaving its side. Even with his stealth abilities, Qin Feng couldn't get close easily. Was he supposed to crawl under the Griffin King to grab the egg? Such a method was clearly unfeasible. The only option was to wait patiently for the right moment. Qin Feng pulled a book from his inventory and settled on a cliff to read. The book detailed the customs and politics of this world, as well as the intricate relationships between the major cities. In his previous life, Qin Feng had only dabbled in these subjects. As a dedicated T1 player focused on leveling up, he hadn't had the time to care about politics or traditions. But now things were different. He was already a T0 player, one whose skill level was leagues ahead of the rest. Understanding these topics had become increasingly crucial. He read for 2 whole days. During this time, he carefully observed the Iron Feather Griffin King's behavior. For someone like Qin Feng, this wasn't a difficult task. At his level, surviving in the wild posed no physical challenges, and he hardly felt any discomfort. As for the impatience that could come from prolonged waiting, he was long accustomed to it. In his past, he had received countless assassination missions, one of which required him to wait 3 entire days for the target to appear. After 2 days of observation, Qin Feng pinpointed the Iron Feather Griffin King's routine. Every morning, around 7 or 8 o'clock, the Griffin King would leave the nest to hunt. It would return immediately after catching prey. The longest it ever stayed away was 10 minutes, while the shortest was 5. This meant that, at most, Qin Feng would have a 10-minute window to escape. But the plan couldn't be so straightforward. He had to account for worst-case scenarios, otherwise, failure was inevitable. Another morning arrived. The Iron Feather Griffin King spread its wings and took off, each powerful flap stirring up fierce winds, like a miniature storm. Whoosh! The gust swept past, causing Qin Feng's hair to flutter and his cloak to rustle faintly, a sound only he could hear. Such was the magic of the Shadow of Fate cloak. Watching as the Griffin King flew farther and farther away, fading from view, Qin Feng sprang into action and stealthily entered the nest. In the center of the nest lay a massive silver egg, adorned with golden patterns. It rested quietly on a bed of soft furs. The furs were from silver moon direwolves, ironhorn bulls, and other creatures, so many kinds that Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel. But neither the furs nor the nearby equipment tempted Qin Feng in the slightest. His focus was solely on the egg. Wrapping his arms tightly around the basketball-sized egg, an unparalleled excitement surged through him. Ding! Player Qin Feng has successfully stolen an A-rank Iron Feather Griffin egg. With proper care, it has a high chance of becoming a growth-type mount. This was the result he had been waiting for. A smile spread across Qin Feng's face. The 3 to 4 days of waiting had not been in vain. Without a second's hesitation, he clutched the massive egg and bolted out of the nest, his mind fixed on one destination, Skyshine City. As he fled, Qin Feng cast Blink repeatedly. Every time the skill's cooldown ended, he used it again without hesitation, disregarding the mana cost entirely. He found the cooldown unbearably long and the range frustratingly short. If only he could teleport straight to Skyshine City. As the distance shortened, Qin Feng gradually let down his guard. However, at that very moment, a piercing eagle's screech erupted from behind him. Scree! Every hair on his body instantly stood on end. With a powerful push of his legs, he leapt forcefully towards another massive tree. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the forest. The giant tree where Qin Feng had just been standing was instantly pierced by an enormous feather, which then detonated with a deafening roar. The sheer force of the explosion was enough to obliterate a tree with a diameter of 10 meters into splinters. If Qin Feng hadn't reacted so quickly, that attack might have wiped him out completely. The disparity in power between him and his opponent was overwhelming, reminiscent of his previous encounter with the Wolf of the Blood Moon's favor. It was simply impossible to withstand such an assault. But how did he survive last time? The truth was, he didn't survive. He had relied on a special ability, the Serpent of Rebirth. You want to kill me? Not that easy. Qin Feng snarled as he pulled a throwing knife from his chest pocket and hurled it behind him. The moment the knife left his hand, it disintegrated midair, transforming into dozens of identical blades. One-time consumable item, mother-child chain knives. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out in rapid succession. But in the very next moment, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped Qin Feng. Turning his head, he saw dozens of spectral images of Iron Feather griffins charging at him. Behind these phantoms, the Iron Feather Griffin King led a massive flock of over 100 Iron Feather Griffins, bearing down on him with an indomitable momentum. Chapter 55, Monster Siege? A series of phantom iron-feathered eagles dove down from the skies, tearing apart the massive trees beneath them. The towering trunks were instantly reduced to fragments, which exploded outward in all directions, wreaking havoc even on the surrounding woods. Boom, boom, boom. The debris erupted like grenades, carrying deadly force as they lashed out at the nearby wildlife. Hiss! A massive shard pierced through the neck of an iron-horn bull. The powerful beast let out a terrified bellow and bolted, fleeing frantically. Qin Feng, seeing this, could do nothing but desperately evade. He nimbly darted and wove through the towering trees, doing everything he could to conceal his presence. Yet the iron-feathered Eagle King seemed to have locked onto his movements. Each attack landed precisely where he had just been moments before. If it weren't for Qin Feng's primary focus on agility, supplemented by strength, coupled with the equipment he carried, he would have long been struck down by the Eagle King's relentless assaults, meeting his end on the spot. This won't work. If this went on, he'd be caught sooner or later. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as he leapt between trees. Finally, he spotted a group of suitable creatures. It was a pack of porcupines, each nearly 5 meters long, with quills as thick as a human arm. Name, Iron Spear Porcupine. Level, 30. Health points, 40,000/40,000. Mana points, 7,500/7,500. Attack power, 1,200. Movement speed, 35. Defense, 800. Skills, Iron Spear Pierce, Iron Spear Shield, Iron Spear Volley. Iron Spear Pierce swings its quills, each delivering 90% of its strength as damage, with an additional 50% armor penetration. Iron Spear Shield curls into a defensive stance, using its quills as a shield, increasing defense by 30%. Iron Spear Volley fires its quills as projectiles, each dealing 200% physical attribute damage. The porcupine loses 1% of its health with each shot, stopping when health drops below 50%. Perfect target. Qin Feng sprang forward, weaving through the pack of Iron Spear porcupines. Dozens of iron feathers rained down, causing the porcupines to stir in alarm. But soon, they steadied themselves, lifting their rear ends in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Iron Spear Volley. Massive quills shot out from their bodies, striking the descending iron feathers midair with pinpoint accuracy. Explosive booms echoed through the forest as the sky lit up with bursts of light. Without hesitation, Qin Feng dashed through the porcupine pack and continued toward Skyflare City. Boom! Just then, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Turning back, Qin Feng saw over a dozen Iron Spear porcupines blasted away, while a few steadfast ones remained, firing their quills fearlessly at the iron-feathered eagles above. Faced with such retaliation, the 100 or so iron-feathered eagles were forced into an aerial standoff with the porcupines. The iron-feathered Eagle King, however, showed no interest in the skirmish, flying straight ahead in pursuit of Qin Feng. The quills launched by the porcupine struck the Eagle King's massive body but had little effect, barely scratching its armor like feathers. Seeing this, Qin Feng quickened his pace, occasionally casting his blink ability to widen the gap. Yet, no matter his efforts, the iron-feathered Eagle King continued closing in. The difference in level and species was simply overwhelming. This wasn't to say that the iron-feathered eagles were inherently superior to humans, but when it came to speed, birds undeniably held the advantage over land-based mammals. Screech! Hearing the sharp cry of the eagle behind him, Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He hastily activated Blink, instantly appearing hundreds of meters away. Boom! 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 Glancing back, he saw the spot where he'd just stood obliterated by the phantoms of 10 iron-feathered eagles, erupting into a cacophony of thunderous explosions. The terrifying shockwaves rippled outward, shaking the massive trees within a radius of several kilometers. Leaves rained down like a storm as the forest groaned under the assault. The area struck by the eagle phantoms was reduced to a massive crater, tens of meters wide. Had he not used blink just then, Qin Feng would undoubtedly have met a gruesome end, his body obliterated without a trace. He fled once more, his eyes scanning for another opportunity, but he found no creatures capable of obstructing the iron-feathered Eagle King. Even the dense forest was thinning out. He was nearing the edge of the Beastwood Forest and would soon reach Skyflare City. In the distance, atop the city wall of Skyflare City, a tall, lean soldier clad in plate armor passed half a cigarette to his stocky companion. Letting out a sigh, he muttered, "So boring. Any idea when the commander plans to send us out to deal with the monsters nearby? What are you even thinking about?" The stocky soldier took the cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a puff of smoke. "Everyone's been working full throttle lately, preparing for the arrival of the new world. Go out and hunt monsters? You must be out of your mind." "I really must have eaten too much and gotten bored out of my mind," the tall, thin soldier admitted, nodding with a helpless expression. "Lately, it's been unbearably dull, even." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening to the size of saucers. The short, stocky soldier nudged him and offered him a cigarette. "What's wrong? It's your turn now. Do you see that?" The tall soldier pointed toward the distance. The stocky soldier followed his gaze, and an icy chill ran down his spine. Far off in the distance, a massive iron-feathered griffin, as large as a rock, was hurtling toward Skyfire City at an astonishing speed, crossing several kilometers in the blink of an eye. "This is bad. A high-level monster is attacking the city." The stocky soldier swiftly pulled out a horn and blew it with all his might. Whoa! The deep, resonant sound of the horn echoed across the city walls. Below, the clinking of armor resounded as over 100 soldiers clad in plate armor surged up the wall staircases. With wind-like speed, some grabbed crossbows, others focused their staves, while yet more manned ballistae atop the battlements, chanting low incantations to cast enhancement spells. "Stay sharp and be ready to call for reinforcements at any moment," the stocky soldier barked, taking command. Meanwhile, the tall soldier continued staring into the distance, his gaze fixed intently. Suddenly, he nudged his comrade again. "Look over there. What's that?" "What now?" The stocky soldier followed his companion's pointing finger and spotted a small figure on the ground, desperately dodging the attacks of the iron-feathered Griffin King. "Damn it! What did that kid do to get chased this far by the Griffin King? Everyone, stay ready. If that kid dies, we'll have to engage immediately. The Griffin King might turn its fury on us." "Should we go save him?" the tall soldier suggested. "Save him? Are you out of your mind? By the time we climb down the wall, he'll already be dead. If he's still alive now, it's already a miracle," the stocky soldier dismissed with a wave of his hand. But just then, something unexpected happened in the distance. Chirp! The iron-feathered Griffin King suddenly conjured several dozen shadowy images, which began plummeting toward the ground. Witnessing this, the stocky soldier shouted, "Prepare for engagement." Chapter 56, Shattering Mountains, Splitting Seas. As Skyfire City's walls loomed ever closer, Qin Feng's nerves were stretched taut, not allowing himself even the slightest moment of relaxation. The more critical the moment, the more vigilance was required. Monsters were no fools, especially high-level monsters, which were extraordinarily cunning. Let your guard down because safety is near, and they teach you the harshest lesson: what it means to be caught off guard, what it means to underestimate the world. Chirp! Behind him, the iron-feathered Griffin King let out a piercing screech. Sky-piercing screech. A searing pain erupted in Qin Feng's mind, and his sprinting steps faltered for a brief moment. The Griffin King seized the opportunity. Iron Feather Storm. The Griffin King's entire body quivered as its metallic feathers began to tremble violently. Dozens of feathers detached silently, forming shadowy figures, phantoms that hung in the air. Skyward Strike. Qin Feng felt as though his body had been weighed down with lead, his limbs sluggish and unresponsive. He struggled to move but couldn't. Was this a psychic attack? The Griffin King had been holding back? Turning around, Qin Feng faced the Griffin King's onslaught head-on. The monarch of the skies spread its wings wide, sending dozens of iron feathers and shadowy phantoms hurtling toward him all at once. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, flames blossoming into the air. The deafening shockwave spread outward, kicking up a sandstorm-like cloud of dust. Yet, amidst the chaos, Qin Feng was still running. In the split second before impact, he had activated his blink ability. High in the sky, the iron-feathered Griffin King zeroed in on Qin Feng, who had reappeared, its sharp gaze devoid of surprise. Instead, its massive frame began to glow with a dazzling golden light. Qin Feng's heart sank as he turned his head sharply to look at the Griffin King. Sea-splitting, mountain-shattering strike. This was the trap the iron-feathered Griffin King had been laying all along. It had been waiting for Qin Feng to use his blink ability. After a long pursuit, it had already calculated the cooldown period of his skill. Now, the fugitive was doomed. Boom! The Griffin King, now glowing with golden light, hurtled toward Qin Feng like a meteor, its speed so great that the air itself was compressed into waves, surging forward like a tidal force. It had already broken the sound barrier. Facing the oncoming attack, Qin Feng reacted with superhuman reflexes and immediately activated his abilities. Mark of Destiny, Judgment of Fate. Bang! 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 A series of violent explosions rang out as the Golden Griffin King was forcibly knocked off course, crashing heavily into the ground nearby. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud rose into the air as the impact vaporized the ground for dozens of meters. The tremendous shockwave sent Qin Feng flying. In midair, Qin Feng stabilized himself and continued his mad dash forward. Meanwhile, the Griffin King, battered and bloodied, crawled out of the enormous crater with difficulty. Even in its sorry state, it suppressed its pain and took to the skies once more. Ascending, the iron-feathered Griffin King let out a sharp, continuous screech, preparing to launch another ferocious dive toward Qin Feng. At that moment, a short and stocky soldier on the city wall shouted, "Halt! Iron Feather Griffin, you've trespassed into the territory of Tianyao City. If you dare attack, the city guards will retaliate." The soldiers on the city wall swiftly adjusted their ballistae, aiming them at the Iron Feather Griffin King. The King of the Griffins hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty in its sharp eyes, but it then dove toward Qin Feng with a fierce resolve. Whoosh! The ballistae on the wall unleashed their bolts without hesitation. The Iron Feather Griffin King let out a piercing screech before turning back and retreating to the forest of beasts. It had no other choice. Qin Feng had already used his flash step ability to teleport into the city. Once inside the city, Qin Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. In his mind, a notification sounded. "Congratulations, player. You have successfully acquired an A-rank monster egg Iron Feather Griffin egg." At this moment, the short and stocky soldiers swiftly descended from the city wall and scrutinized Qin Feng. "A celestial?" "Yes," Qin Feng nodded. "You've got some nerve. Not only did you provoke the Iron Feather Griffin King, but you also managed to escape from the forest of beasts and make it back here." After a brief word of praise, the soldier returned to the city wall with an indifferent expression. Upon seeing a tall and lanky soldier, however, his demeanor changed abruptly. "No way." He turned to the lanky soldier and said, "Do you know what level that guy is?" "Level 27. Level 27? And he managed to escape from the Iron Feather Griffin King? Whose illegitimate child of a god is he? What? He's only level 27? I thought he was at least level 35. At this point, one of the soldiers operating the ballista joined the conversation, eager to gossip. The soldiers on the city wall began chattering among themselves, their discussions revolving around levels and skills. Forget level 27, even a level 40 professional wouldn't dare face off against the Iron Feather Griffin King head-on, one soldier exclaimed passionately. "That's no ordinary level 45 monster, it's a boss. Its strength far exceeds that of a typical level 45 creature and can even rival regular level 50 ones," another soldier added. Meanwhile, Qin Feng quietly slipped away, heading back to the headquarters of the Shadow Cult. Once inside his room, he quickly took a shower, then pulled out a few books from his bag and began reading intently. If I hadn't done some last-minute studying and learned about the detailed distribution and abilities of the monsters in the forest of beasts, I might have had to use the Wheel of the Serpent, or worse, not even make it out alive, Qin Feng thought to himself. After all, encountering just one Iron Feather Griffin King was already a nightmare. If he'd also had to deal with the hundreds of regular Iron Feather Griffins, it would have been a complete disaster. As he finished reading one of the books, a knock came at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Feng opened the door to find none other than Alia standing there. "Oh, come on." Alia pressed a hand to her forehead, her delicate face showing clear irritation. "You'd better not leave the city for the next couple of days." "What's going on?" Qin Feng tilted his head, puzzled. "Word is, someone managed to provoke the Iron Feather Griffin King and nearly caused a siege. Even the city lord got involved," Alia said with a frown. "That's not even the worst part. The real problem is that now, anyone who leaves Tianyao City and heads near the Falling Moon River is being attacked by Iron Feather Griffins. Several Celestials have already been killed out there, so it's best if you stay put for now." "Oh," Qin Feng nodded, his expression turning awkward. After all, this game was a real, living world. It wasn't just humans hunting monsters, monsters could hunt humans too. This whole situation was, without a doubt, his fault. He had disrupted others' ability to level up, and it left him feeling a pang of guilt. Noticing Qin Feng's awkward expression, Alia narrowed her bright, watery eyes, her gaze full of suspicion. Chapter 57, Shadow Rock. Your complexion seems a bit off, Alia remarked, her eyes scanning Qin Feng with a trace of concern. Don't tell me you've provoked the Iron Feather Rock King? That's correct, Qin Feng nodded solemnly. What? Alia's dewy eyes widened in shock, her soft pink lips parted, unable to close for a long moment. You actually stole the Iron Feather Rock King's egg? How did you even find their nest? And how did you manage to get the egg? In response, Qin Feng held up the king's shadow blood ring in his hand. I marked them using the ring's tracking function while they were drinking at Clear Spring Lake. So you followed the Iron Feather Rocks back to their nest? And as for how you got the egg, Qin Feng paused for a moment and then slowly explained, I waited there for 2 days, carefully observing the Rock King's movements. Only after confirming its routine was I able to successfully steal the egg. However, I didn't expect the Iron Feather Rock King to somehow lock onto me. Even after putting the egg into my spatial backpack, it was still able to track me down precisely. You're unbelievably bold. Alia pointed a finger at Qin Feng's chest, her face filled with astonishment. Did you not research the Iron Feather Rocks before deciding to steal their egg? I did. I only made the move after understanding their abilities. Qin Feng pulled a book from his coat, the cover boldly titled The Complete Bestiary of the Forest of Beasts. This kind of book won't cut it, Alia said, tapping the book's cover and shaking her head. It's too general and lacks detail. Let me guess, it doesn't mention that the Iron Feather Rock species has eyes naturally capable of piercing through illusions, does it? No, it doesn't, Qin Feng admitted. Exactly my point. This type of general knowledge book always has these shortcomings. I'll give you a few proper books later. Alia shook her head, disapproving. You didn't even tell me about this before going off on your own. Honestly, you're far too reckless. Do you have any idea that at the level of the Iron Feather Rock King, even my shadow stealth technique wouldn't be able to evade its gaze? Your little skill might fool regular Iron Feather Rocks, but definitely not their king. At this, Alia's tone shifted. That said, I'm impressed. You actually managed to escape from the Iron Feather Rock King. If I were at your level, I can't imagine how I'd pull that off, let alone fighting it. At your level, you'd probably be killed the moment you faced it. How did you even survive? Maybe I'm just incredibly skilled, Qin Feng replied confidently. Alia immediately gave him a look of disdain. How can someone praise themselves like that? Just stating the truth, Qin Feng shrugged. Alia chose not to argue further and instead asked, what's your plan for raising this egg? I'll hatch it using the conventional method, Qin Feng replied, gazing at the Iron Feather Rock egg in his hand. Don't you want to raise it into a special variant? Qin Feng looked up at her. Do you have a way? Of course, Alia nodded, lightly prodding the Iron Feather Rock egg in Qin Feng's hand. Most avian creatures can be nurtured into mounts with shadow attributes. That includes the Iron Feather Rocks. We've raised them before, given that their habitat is near Sky Radiant City. I recall a record in the training manual about a predecessor who once raised an Iron Feather Rock into a special variant, the Shadow Rock. This special variant is smaller than the ordinary Iron Feather Rock but can learn the skills of the Shadow Cult. It has a natural affinity for shadow elements, flies with minimal noise, and moves at an even faster speed. That sounds amazing, Qin Feng muttered, looking down at the egg in his hand with growing anticipation. When the Iron Feather Rock King had been chasing him, the sound it made was as loud as a bomber, completely unavoidable. After all, high-speed flight inevitably involves air friction and collision, especially at supersonic speeds. But if this mount could be faster than the Iron Feather Rock while making far less noise, its value would be immeasurable. How do we go about raising it? Qin Feng asked, shaking the egg slightly. When it came to raising pets, each profession had its own unique methods. Qin Feng only knew the most standard techniques, but as for the Shadow Cult's specialized methods, he was entirely clueless. The process of raising a shadow rock is a closely guarded secret of the cult. However, since you're an apostle, you just need to hand the egg over to me, and I'll take care of the rest, Alia said with a small smile, her dewy eyes locking onto Qin Feng's, as if hiding some deeper meaning. Alright, I'll leave it to you, then, Qin Feng nodded, handing the Iron Feather Rock egg over to Alia. Alia appeared utterly astonished. When the massive egg fell into her hands, she staggered slightly, almost losing her balance. She let out a helpless smile, gazing at the enormous egg in her hands. You really know how to leave all the troublesome matters to me, don't you? She stored the giant egg away into her backpack space and then turned to Qin Feng. I came here to tell you something important. What is it? The Elder knows about your intention to go to the City of Dawn. He hasn't objected, and instead, he asked me to give you an opportunity, a trial that will allow you to quickly enhance your strength. Hearing this, Qin Feng's abyss-like eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light. Then hurry and tell me. Deep in the underground depths of the Shadow Sect's stronghold, buzz, buzz, buzz. A faint humming noise emanated from a floating rift, which radiated a dim and eerie glow, appearing both sinister and unfathomably deep. Just one glance would invoke a strange sensation, as if one's soul were being sucked into its abyss. Qin Feng stared at the rift in amazement and said, "The underground of the sect's stronghold actually hides a void fissure?" "No," Alia shook her head. "Strictly speaking, this is only an entrance to a void fissure. Under normal circumstances, void fissures appear completely at random, and each one only grants a single chance for entry. But this rift before us is different. It's an entrance leading to a variety of void fissures. We call this an interdimensional gap. Most major sects have one to some extent. It's not exactly rare. However, that doesn't mean it's some ordinary commodity. Such things generally only exist within the control of major sects, as if they were intentionally left behind by the gods as gifts, meant to unveil certain truths to their followers. Other factions, no matter how powerful they may be, would never possess an interdimensional gap without the presence of a deity. They would scarcely even have a chance to come into contact with one. Chapter 58, Hell's Projection? A gift from the gods, huh? Qin Feng murmured softly. Had he not undergone the trials of his previous life, had he not witnessed the vibrant splendor of this world and the strange yet powerful professions within it, he might have scoffed at the mention of such a term, dismissing it as superstition born from modern education. However, in the boundless multiverse, the existence of gods was irrefutable. Thus, he trusted Alia's words more deeply than ever before. Though the gods no longer walked among mortals, their divine power still permeated every corner of the world. With that thought, Qin Feng paused. Turning to Alia, he asked, "Which void fissure does this interdimensional gap lead to?" "I'll need detailed information to prepare a strategy." Alia gently shook her head, her watery eyes free of any concealment. "I don't know either. Each person's experience inside differs. The elder once entered it, but he didn't disclose the specifics. He mentioned that his void fissure was tied to the origins of the Shadow Church. The exact details became classified information. Even I don't have access to it. I've entered it once before too. It turned out to be a bizarre and fantastical dream. When the dream ended, I found myself back here, with no real gains to speak of." As for that dream, Alia lowered her head in thought. "My memory of it is extremely hazy, just fragmented pieces. So don't count on me to offer any strategies. Only by going in yourself will you uncover the truth." "I see." Qin Feng exhaled lightly. "I never fight battles unprepared, but it seems this time, I'll have to make an exception." The Qin Feng of today was no longer who he once was. With multiple hidden skills at his disposal and his current rapid leveling speed, even death would not set him back too much. So what if this dungeon turned out to be dangerous? "May fortune favor you in battle," Alia said, waving at him. "I only hope that when I return, you'll have managed to hatch that mount for me." "No promises there. Who knows how long you'll be gone?" Alia clasped her hands behind her back, tilting her head playfully, her expression adorably mischievous. "Wouldn't it be better if I came back sooner?" Qin Feng teased with a smile. "Maybe I could even learn a few techniques from you in the meantime." With that, he stepped into the void fissure. A familiar sense of disorientation flooded Qin Feng's consciousness. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the stench! A foul odor assaulted his nose. The acrid, overwhelming scent of sulfur struck like a bomb, making Qin Feng's stomach churn. His abyssal eyes scanned the unfamiliar world around him. Beneath his feet, the ground consisted of black basalt, with slender streams of molten lava flowing sluggishly across its surface. The searing magma writhed like serpents, slithering slowly in a mesmerizing, sinister manner. Using the faint glow of the lava, Qin Feng raised his gaze toward the sky. Yet, there was nothing but pitch-black void and endless darkness that consumed everything, leaving no trace of light. At that moment, the system notification sound echoed. "Player has entered the first level of the Hell Phantom world. Objective to clear, survive for at least 3 days." 3 days? "In that case, my supplies should suffice," Qin Feng muttered softly. The moment he finished speaking, he looked up into the distance. A fireball, 5 meters in diameter, hurtled toward him at incredible speed, its terrifying heat distorting the air around it. Qin Feng immediately slipped into the shadows and dashed away. The fireball landed precisely at the spot where he had just stood. Boom! A deafening explosion followed. The spot where Qin Feng had been standing was instantly transformed into a massive crater several meters wide. Even the hard basalt beneath had crumbled, unable to withstand such devastating power. A hesitant voice came from not far away. Following the sound, Qin Feng saw a 6-armed creature crawling out. Its upper body resembled a human, but its lower body was that of a snake. Although the creature had a humanoid form, its body was covered with sturdy scales. Its head resembled that of a snake, clearly marking it as something far removed from humanity. Name: Hellfire Serpent Demon. Level 30. HP 35000/35000. MP 6/500/6/500. Attack 900. Movement speed 50. Defense 1000. Abilities: Hellfire Ball, Hell Lava Surge, Hellfire Explosion. Hellfire Ball summons a fireball to attack the enemy. Upon impact, it deals 200% of the user's strength as damage. Additionally, every 5 points of spirit attribute increases the damage by 1%. Hell Lava Surge releases a large amount of hellish lava. While within the lava, the user's attributes are increased by 20%. Enemies within the lava will have their attributes decreased by 20% and suffer 10% of the user's strength as damage per second. Hellfire Explosion causes an explosion centered on the user, igniting magma or flammable materials within a 100-meter radius. Deals 150% of the user's strength as damage to enemies. Note, this is a monster born from Hell's projection into the Phantom World. Hell's projection into the Phantom World? Sheen Foam silently repeated the words to himself, mulling over their meaning. The secrets of this multiverse seemed to grow deeper and more convoluted. Every discovery he made only added to the mystery. The Neely Snake Demon from the beginner's village also appeared to be a kind of projection. And now, he found himself in a world constructed entirely of Hell's projection. How could such an illusory existence maintain its power? A faint smile curled at Qin Feng's lips. For now, he couldn't unravel these mysteries, so he pushed the thoughts aside. His gaze shifted to the Hellfire Serpent Demon that was frantically searching for him like a headless fly. As soon as the demon turned its back, Qin Feng made his move. With ghostly precision, he dashed forward. His dagger, curved like a crescent moon, viciously plunged into the massive body of the Hellfire Serpent Demon, leaving a horrifying wound. SSS. Sulfuric-smelling blood gushed out in torrents. The Hellfire Serpent Demon let out a deafening roar, causing the surrounding lava to ripple violently. Yet, Qin Feng's black silhouette moved like a dragon in the water, agile and untouchable. He easily carved one wound after another into the demon's body. Boom! 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 As more wounds appeared, successive explosions erupted across the demon's body. Fate mark. Finally, with a thunderous blast, Qin Feng emerged from the shadows once more. Congratulations, player, for slaying the level 30 Hellfire Serpent Demon. Experience gained, plus 10%. Hearing the system's notification, a glimmer of light flashed in Qin Feng's abyss-like eyes. 10% experience? Qin Feng was taken aback. This wasn't the first level 30 monster he'd killed, but the experience gained from monsters in the Hell Phantom world was extraordinarily high. He understood that at his current level, the required experience was vast, especially with his tenfold experience buff. For an ordinary player, killing this demon would only grant 1% experience. Even so, it was still an impressive amount. After all, most level 30 monsters only provided a maximum of 0.5% experience. Chapter 59, Cutting Through Hell. The only downside is that it doesn't drop treasure chests, huh? Qin Feng glanced at the corpse of the Hellfire Serpent Demon, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, heading deeper into the unknown. Not long after, a grotesque humanoid monster, its body covered in festering pustules and its bloated belly bulging, suddenly blocked his path. Name: Hell's Abomination. Level 30. Health points 55000/55000. Mana points 7500/7500. Attack power 800. Movement speed 30. Defense 1200. Skills: Wall of Flesh, Explosive Pustules, Flesh Bomb. Wall of Flesh strengthens its body, increasing defense by 150%. For every 10% of health consumed, defense increases by an additional 20%. Explosive Pustules detonates the pustules on its body, dealing 150% magical damage and inflicting 30% corrosion damage over time. Flesh Bomb launches itself forward, detonating all pustules to deal 300% magical damage, but reduces its health by 99%. The Hell's Abomination's body used foul-smelling pus that reeked so horribly it could make anyone nauseous. An ordinary person would likely flee in terror at the mere sight of it. But Qin Feng's gaze was as deep and unfathomable as a black abyss, entirely devoid of fear. His focus remained fixed ahead as he continued to stealthily advance through the shadows. As he passed by the Hell's Abomination, Qin Feng suddenly struck. Swish, swish, swish. Moving like a nimble bird in flight and a hunting tiger simultaneously, he effortlessly carved deep, terrifying wounds into the abomination's grotesque body. It took only 3 breaths of time. In a mere instant, Qin Feng had reduced the monstrous creature to a mangled, helpless wreck, as though it were no more formidable than a lamb awaiting slaughter. And when the Mark of Destiny activated, the creature's massive form exploded into a cloud of blood and gore, resembling a macabre firework. Congratulations, player, for slaying a level 30 Hell-Ooze abomination. You have gained 10% experience points. Without even pausing, Qin Feng pressed onward, continuing his relentless path of carnage. Congratulations, player, for slaying a level 30 Hell Talon demon. You have gained 10% experience points. A creature with the body of an eagle but the torso of a human met its gruesome end under Qin Feng's dagger. Congratulations, player, for slaying a level 30 Hell Mole. You have gained 8% experience points. A mole with skin as tough as a shield was blown to bits in an instant. Congratulations, player, for slaying a level 30 Hell Armored Gorilla. You have gained 5% experience points. A massive gorilla clad in heavy armor pounded its chest in a deafening roar, but before it could finish, its head was sent tumbling to the ground. Sizzle, sizzle. Near a shadowy basalt rock formation, Qin Feng leaned against a stone, holding a sword that skewered a chunk of meat. He roasted it over a pool of lava. The meat sizzled and dripped with fat, the grease falling into the lava and igniting flames that licked the meat with their fiery tongues, releasing a bizarre aroma. Qin Feng quickly brought the roasted meat to his mouth and took a bite. The intense sulfuric taste made him frown slightly. At this moment, his appearance was no longer as pristine and composed as when he had first set out. His hair was disheveled, his face weary, though his deep, abyssal eyes remained steadfast and unyielding. Chewing and swallowing the sulfur-laden flesh, Qin Feng murmured to himself, as expected, creatures from hell are something else. Their combat experience far surpasses that of creatures from the outside world. I nearly stumbled into a deadly trap. He glanced at the meat skewer in his hand and spoke softly. This was the flesh of a hell creature he had battled earlier. The deeper he ventured into hell, the more formidable the monsters became, not necessarily in level but in their combat prowess. Each one fought with the ferocity of a boss-level enemy, their skills sharp and deadly. Despite their seemingly ordinary stats, their actual combat ability made them nightmarishly difficult to deal with. Qin Feng's progress had slowed significantly as a result. He had even been ambushed by a group of hell creatures. 5 of them launched a coordinated surprise attack, nearly ending his life. Yet, with his superior skill and a sliver of health remaining, he managed to turn the tables and emerge victorious. But I suppose it wasn't all bad, he muttered to himself with a wry smile. Opening his status panel, he reviewed his progress. Player, Qin Feng, Destiny Thief, level, 33, 60%. Strength, 108, plus 50. Stamina, 10, plus 80. Spirit, 10, plus 40. Agility, 173, plus 90. Luck, 32. Health points, 40,000/40,000. Mana points, 12,000/12,000. Skills, 1, Weapon of Fate, S level, plus 3, Passive Skill, 2. Cloak of Fate's Shadow, S level, plus 5, Class Exclusive, 3. Left Hand of Fate, S level, plus 2, 4. Blink Technique, S level, 5. Intermediate Identification, B level, 6. Judgment of Fate, S level, 7. Soul Shockwave, SS level. Equipment, Blood Moon Leather Armor, Blood Moon Shard Blade, Blood Moon Necklace, Blood Moon Boots, Blood Ring of the King's Shadow, Nylon Serpent Ring. Items, Dawn City Map, Pendant of the King. Talent Exclusive, Fate Points ×2. Class Exclusive, 100% critical hit chance, double gain on skill and attribute points. Title, Death Harbinger. Title Effect, gain plus 1,500 regional reputation points. Title Skill, the player can declare an enemy's death. Once declared, the target is marked, and the mark triggers upon dealing damage, inflicting a secondary blow. A-level trait Fatebreaker, when facing enemies with a higher level than oneself, all attributes are temporarily boosted. The greater the level gap, the more significant the boost, up to a maximum of 50%. B-level trait Ouroboros Cycle, upon suffering fatal damage, the player can revive randomly within a 5-kilometer radius at 30% health. Cooldown, 30 days. Special trait Rising Assassin, skill damage is increased by 15%. Qin Feng glanced at his stats and nodded with satisfaction. The hard work and relentless leveling over the past weeks had finally paid off. Wiping the last piece of flesh from his sword, he stood up and curved his lips into a slight smile. Alright, time to deal with that guy. With that, he swiftly vanished into the shadows, heading deeper into the depths of hell. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar as the updated level rankings were released. In the wilderness. Ha ha ha, that was exhilarating. It's rare to come across a wild beast as powerful as you. Lei Yu laughed heartily, his massive, giant-like frame towering over the battlefield. Wielding a colossal greatsword, he struck down a giant rhino with a thunderous blow. The sheer force of his strike sent the 5-meter-tall, 10-meter-long rhino flying several meters away. The monstrous strength of the rhino, which had crushed multiple thick trees in its rampage, was no match for Lei Yu's overwhelming might. Just as Lei Yu prepared to deliver another crushing blow, he noticed the giant rhino had stopped moving entirely. He sighed, "Why are you so fragile? And why am I so unlucky? None of the strong players seem to be around here, all I find are weaklings and nobodies." As Lei Yu lamented his situation, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Guild leader, the level rankings have just been updated again." Chapter 60, Venomous Spider King. Updated again? Is it Qin Feng again? Lei Yu slammed his greatsword into the ground and scratched his head, his expression filled with both curiosity and frustration. "Yes, guild leader. I just checked the rankings, and his level has already reached 33. The gap is that wide? What's his talent grade? SS level? Or could it be SSS level? That's beyond insane." Lei Yu scratched his head harder, his face a mix of confusion and growing excitement. What does it feel like to fight a level 33 player? Could he one-shot me? Seeing his guild leader's eagerness, the player beside him could only shake his head helplessly. "Guild leader, you can't just focus on fighting. A high-level player like him isn't someone we should provoke so lightly. We need to think about the guild's future." "I will think about it, but sparring isn't exactly provoking, is it? I've never had the chance to fight someone of that caliber before. Even players like Wang Longxing refuse to duel me. It's driving me crazy." Lei Yu suddenly relaxed his entire body, lying flat on the ground with his arms and legs sprawled out. His face bore a look of longing. "I just want to fight him once, see how strong he really is." "Guild leader." The player could only sigh in resignation. Lei Yu wasn't the only one paying attention to the updated rankings. Boom, boom, boom. A dense array of mages fired off spells like artillery, bombarding a distant horde of monsters. The monsters were blasted into the air in a series of fiery explosions. Behind the mage formation, Wang Longxing clenched his teeth, his jaw grinding audibly in frustration. Level 33? How is he leveling up so fast? At this rate, he'll outlevel us by 10 levels. Wang Longxing's sharp gaze swept over his team of strategists, his eyes as piercing as blades. "Tell me, how is he doing it? I've been grinding day and night, following the most optimized methods. I barely sleep 4 hours a day, rely on potions for sustenance, and spend every waking moment grinding mobs. Did you miscalculate somewhere? My leveling efficiency is already at its peak." When he spoke of this, Wang Longxing's eyes gradually turned red, and fury surged in his heart like a raging fire. "I'm not fighting for first place, it's just that I can't swallow this humiliation. I won't accept Qin Feng. On what grounds does he compare to me? Can he match my family background? Can he match my effort? He can't possibly surpass me in these aspects, so why does he get to hold the number 1 spot so firmly? Why does he dare to look down on me?" Wang Longxing's final words were almost a roar, his chest heaving violently as the suppressed rage inside him threatened to erupt like a volcano. "I don't care what methods you use, you must make sure I surpass him." "Understood, President." The members of his think tank responded in unison. Deep within the first layer of phantom hell, hidden in the shadows, Qin Feng's sharp gaze scanned his surroundings, careful not to prematurely alert any threats. Suspended across the canyon was a massive spider web, spanning thousands of meters. At the center of this colossal web, a gigantic spider with a diameter of 10 meters was curled up, feasting on prey wrapped in green silk. Name, Venomous Spider King, Boss. Level, 35. Health, 55000/55000. Mana, 8500/8500. Attack, 2500. Speed, 55. Defense, 2500. Skills, Toxic Mist, Deadly Kiss, Web Trap, Screeching Howl. Toxic Mist. The venomous Spider King releases a cloud of poisonous gas. Any being caught within the mist suffers 120% poison damage. Deadly Kiss. It attacks enemies with its fangs, dealing 80% piercing damage along with an additional 120% poison damage. Web Trap shoots a venomous web to ensnare its prey, injecting poison that inflicts 80% poison damage per second. Screeching Howl lets out a piercing screech, with a 15% chance to instill fear in enemies, paralyzing their muscles and rendering them immobile. For skills? Qin Feng furrowed his brows slightly, the alarm bells in his mind ringing loudly. Along the way, he had encountered numerous level 35 monsters, but this was the first one he had seen with 4 skills. By common logic, level 35 monsters generally had no more than 3 skills. To possess 4 or even 5 skills, they would typically need to be level 40 or higher. It seemed his earlier decision to retreat and rest had been a wise one. Otherwise, he truly might have suffered a crushing defeat in an unexpected situation. Just moments ago, he had engaged in a fierce battle with a terrifying creature. Suddenly, the venomous Spider King had lunged out from the shadows, spitting a massive web at him. Qin Feng's heart tensed as he unleashed his strength, slicing off the leg of the attacking creature with a single blow. He then used his teleportation ability to escape, not even having the time to inspect the Spider King's stats. At this point, his condition was dire. Days of relentless fighting had drained all his supplies. Pushing himself further would only invite disaster. With this in mind, Qin Feng slipped back into the shadows, stealthily approaching the venomous Spider King. Left hand of destiny, he refrained from attacking rashly, instead activating his ability to steal an item from the Spider King. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have successfully stolen an item, unfertilized spider egg. Item description: a highly nutritious, protein-rich food produced by the venomous Spider King. These eggs only gain the potential for life upon the Spider King's death. A massive spider egg, the size of a grapefruit, materialized in Qin Feng's hand. Just as he was about to place it into his inventory, a sharp pain suddenly pierced through his forehead. He snapped his head up to see the Spider King raising its abdomen high, shooting a gleaming green web straight at him. At the critical moment, Qin Feng pushed off the ground with all his strength, narrowly dodging the web's attack. Splat! The web slammed into the ground, and the terrifying venom immediately corroded the surface, leaving a gaping pit. Even the hard basalt rock of the earth had been reduced to an unrecognizable mess by the corrosive poison. Qin Feng retreated back into the shadows. But he soon realized that every time he moved, the venomous Spider King would lift its head, its eerie, glowing green eyes locking onto him with unnerving precision. Those eyes seemed to follow his every movement, sending chills down his spine. Something was wrong. How could an insect-type monster possess such acute sensory abilities? He could understand this kind of heightened perception in bird-like creatures, but a spider? It was impossible, or so he thought. Yet, the reality before him was undeniable. The venomous Spider King seemed to be fully aware of his presence. But how? Qin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the Spider King as countless strategies flashed through his mind. A sense of urgency began to creep into his thoughts. Chapter 61, Breaking Through Hell. Suddenly, inspiration struck as a strategy surfaced in his mind. This enormous spider likely relied on its web to sense its surroundings. But just how extensive was this web? Was the web in front of him the entirety of what it had spun? Or was there more? Qin Feng pondered, his mind racing as he analyzed the situation. This web could very well be the key to his next move. Thinking of this, he drew a throwing knife from his chest and hurled it fiercely into the air. One-time consumable item, Sub-Mother Chain Blade. The knife transformed midair, multiplying into 10 blades that shot downward with immense force, embedding themselves deep into the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Almost simultaneously, the venomous Spider King raised its abdomen and unleashed massive webs aimed precisely at the landing points of the 10 blades. The spider's web-spraying speed was lightning fast, its range vast. If an ordinary person encountered this, they'd likely be ensnared on the spot, reduced to a pool of corrosive muck. Qin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. His fingers lightly tapped on the ground a few times. As expected, the venomous Spider King's head snapped around, its gaze locking onto him. But because of the distance, it didn't recklessly spray its webs. Lowering his head, Qin Feng carefully examined the ground. He pulled out a crescent-shaped dagger and slashed at the hard basalt surface. SCRR. The blood moon blade sliced through the ground, revealing the internal structure of the jet-black basalt. A network of web-like strands, as thick as hemp ropes, had corroded the rock, forming an intricate, crisscrossed pattern. Qin Feng sliced through the strands with his dagger, causing the venomous Spider King to suddenly lift its head. Its enormous 8 legs began descending swiftly from the webs suspended in midair. But he paid it no further attention, focusing instead on the strands beneath the surface. To his astonishment, the severed threads began secreting new silk, intertwining and reweaving themselves. So that's how it is. Qin Feng gently plucked at the threads with his fingertips. In the distance, the venomous Spider King quickened its pace, moving closer. He finally understood why the venomous Spider King had ambushed him during his battle with another monster. It had sensed the vibrations of its enemies through the silk threads. If that was the case, Qin Feng's stealth wouldn't allow him to get close. After all, slipping into the shadows couldn't completely negate his physical mass. As long as he had mass, movement would generate vibrations, and those vibrations would inevitably be detected by the spider's silk. This was a natural countermeasure against any creature walking on the ground. If an average player stumbled upon this, they likely wouldn't have the time to uncover these details before meeting their demise. Unfortunately for the venomous Spider King, it had encountered Qin Feng, a top-tier expert capable of climbing to T1 rankings in his previous life. even starting a month behind others. The best tactic against such a monster was to create repeated misdirection through ground-level attacks, forcing it into making mistakes. Qin Feng began walking toward the venomous Spider King, his movements strange and fluid, like a dancer lightly tapping the ground with his toes. As he moved, he occasionally scattered pebbles of varying sizes around him, each one meticulously crafted from the black basalt using his dagger and impossibly heavy. This technique forced the venomous Spider King to lose track of his true position. The sound of the falling stones confused its senses. At this moment, the venomous Spider King halted, raised its abdomen, and sprayed sheets of dark green webbing, targeting both Qin Feng and the areas where the stones had landed. SSS, SSS, SSS. The venomous webs carried intense corrosive properties, melting through the black basalt as white smoke rose, accompanied by a sizzling sound like searing meat. Yet not a single web touched Qin Feng. Before the webs could hit the ground, he had already activated his blink ability, teleporting 100 meters away. And before moving, he had hurled another barrage of pebbles into the air, provoking the venomous Spider King into a frenzy of web spraying. Qin Feng didn't move further. He stood silently in place, drawing his dagger and fixing his gaze on the venomous Spider King, because it had already stepped into his kill zone. With a sudden burst, Qin Feng leapt forward, his body like an arrow released from a bow, astonishingly swift and unstoppable. He seemed to have become an arrow himself. At this moment, his body compressed to its limits, his left arm pressed tightly against his side, while his right arm, holding the dagger, pointed straight ahead. This series of movements streamlined his figure, enabling him to reach peak velocity. Just as the dagger was about to pierce the venomous Spider King, the creature sneered, opening its venomous mandibles wide. Venomous mist. A cloud of dark green mist spewed from the venomous Spider King's mouth. Seeing this, Qin Feng instantly leapt backward. The moment the mist touched the ground, it corroded the basalt into a jagged, pitted surface, its toxic potency undeniable. The venomous Spider King encircled itself with the poisonous mist, shrouding its massive body in a toxic haze. Any attacker attempting to approach would first endure the mist's corrosive effects. This meant the battle would drain the attacker's vitality before it even began. Such terrifying combat instincts. But Qin Feng was equally formidable, his combat wit just as sharp. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger of his level 20 hand crossbow. A single bolt shot forth like a streak of light. Boom! The mark of fate detonated on impact, sending shockwaves that dispersed the surrounding poisonous mist. The venomous Spider King's enormous body was instantly laid bare in the open air. Almost the instant the crossbow bolt was released, Qin Feng shot forward like an arrow loosed from its string, heading straight for the venomous Spider King. Scream of agony. The venomous Spider King let out a piercing wail, the sound stabbing into Qin Feng's eardrums like needles. But he charged forward, fearless and unyielding, ignoring the unbearable noise as he rushed toward the massive spider. SSSHHK. Blue-green blood sprayed out violently, splattering all over Qin Feng, soaking him from head to toe. He had no time to feel disgusted, no time to clean himself off. Suddenly, a transparent die appeared in his palm. The 13-sided die rolled and finally stopped on the number 3. Fate Dice Roll 3. All S-tier and above skills receive a threefold boost. Seeing the number, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. Without hesitation, he activated his most powerful skill, Soul Shock. An invisible wave surged forward, slamming into the venomous Spider King. Its enormous body froze instantly, locked in place. Normally, the Soul Shock skill caused enemies to stiffen for 2 seconds and dealt triple base damage. But now, with the threefold boost, what would the effect be? The answer, 6 seconds of paralysis and 9 times the base damage. The moment Soul Shock was unleashed, Qin Feng's body shot forward like a coiled spring. He moved with the agility of a swift swallow, weaving around the venomous Spider King's massive body, slicing open one gruesome wound after another with ease. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the venomous Spider King's body collapsed, shattering into pieces. Blue-green blood splattered everywhere, painting the ground as if someone had spilled buckets of blue paint across it. Congratulations, player, for slaying the level 35 venomous Spider King. You have gained 40% experience points. Congratulations, player, you have leveled up to level 34. Watching the venomous Spider King's body gradually disintegrate, Qin Feng became aware that the entire world around him was crumbling. As the world collapsed, new scenes emerged revealing the deep underground lair of the Shadow Cult. Chapter 62, The Hell Invitation. Congratulations, player, for successfully clearing the first level of Phantom Hell. Dungeon Reward, Hell Invitation. Item description, since you've received an invitation from Hell, why not pay it a visit? Or are you afraid? A pitch-black invitation appeared in Qin Feng's hand, its edges shimmering with golden engravings. He stared at the hell invitation for a moment, dazed, as a thought crossed his mind. Again? The last time he cleared the void rift, he had earned a high-tier blood banquet invitation. And now, another one, this time for hell itself. But it didn't matter. Compared to the blood-soaked invitation from before, this hell invitation seemed much less intimidating. The real issue was that, with his current strength, he couldn't even think about venturing into the true depths of hell. It was far more dangerous and terrifying than anything phantom hell could offer. By now, Xin Feng had completely returned to reality. Across from him, Alia sat in her chair, flipping through a book with a bored expression. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet. "You're so slow. I've been waiting for days. Did you run into some kind of danger?" she asked. Hearing Alia's question, Xin Feng shook his head. "No, I just wanted to gain more experience." Alia nodded slightly, her bright, watery eyes locking onto the hell invitation in Xin Feng's hand. Her delicate face lit up with surprise. "Where on earth did you go? How did you get a hell invitation when you're only in your 30s? A hell invitation was immensely valuable to players above level 40. Hell's monsters were generally level 40 or higher, vicious and aggressive, making them the perfect targets for grinding experience. For players eager to level up quickly, a hell invitation was priceless." Alia's eyes sparkled with desire as she gazed at the invitation. But she quickly reined in her emotions and said, "You'd better hold on to that hell invitation. Once you hit level 40, you'll finally be able to use it." "I know." Xin Feng nodded slightly, waving the hell invitation in his hand. He was already well aware of its value. After Xin Feng tucked the invitation away, Alia's expression turned serious. Her delicate face took on a look of determination. "You fulfilled your promise to reach level 30 in 3 months. So, are you ready to head to Dawn City next?" she asked. Xin Feng met Alia's gaze, his dark eyes burning like a black abyss ignited by flames, radiating unwavering resolve. "Of course," he replied. Alia averted her gaze slightly and pulled out a roll of parchment from her bosom. "Here, take this. It's the map my brother used back then. Be careful on the road." Xin Feng accepted the map and quickly realized it was far more detailed than the one he had in hand. "Thank you. As the High Priestess, it's simply my duty," Alia replied with a soft smile. "Then I must thank the High Priestess," Xin Feng said with a nod. The two walked out together. On the way, Xin Feng sent a message to Kong Fong through the chat channel. "I have a batch of equipment to sell. Xiaoshin, take down that scout over there for me." Outside the troll camp, Kong Fong pointed at the enemy's watchtower, his voice firm. "Wait a moment. Hit them with a blindness debuff first. The warriors will cover you and absorb the damage." "Understood, Captain." Shin Tinglan and Lu Jing responded in unison. Just as Kong Fong was about to issue his next command, he stopped midword. He opened the private chat channel, his eyes widening slightly. "What's wrong, Captain? Hurry up and give us the order," Shin Tinglan urged. Kong Fong shook his head. "Don't disturb me for now. I have something to deal with." With that, he typed a few words in the private chat channel. "Kong Fong, a batch?" "Xin Feng, yes. Are you interested in taking it off my hands?" "Kong Fong, of course. What's the level of the equipment?" "Xin Feng, around level 20, but I haven't checked them in detail. "Kong Fong, in that case, how much are you asking per piece?" "Xin Feng, 300 gold coins each. On the other side, Kong Fong's breathing grew noticeably heavier. "Equipment at level 20 for just 300 gold coins per piece? Those would get snatched up in an instant on the market. Right now, even the most basic white-tier equipment was selling for at least 270 gold coins. Why was this happening? Because the drop rate for equipment was absurdly low, and the odds of getting same-level gear were even scarcer. Now, with players rapidly approaching level 20, the looming equipment shortage was inevitable. When that time came, the prices of gear would undoubtedly skyrocket. Xin Feng, sensing the opportunity, immediately sent all the equipment he didn't need over to Kong Fong. In the dense forest, a massive treasure chest suddenly appeared, instantly drawing the attention of all the team members. "Captain, did you buy more equipment again?" Shin Tinglan's curious eyes sparkled as she stared at the chest on the ground. "Yep, just got another batch from Xin Feng," Kong Fong replied, nodding as he opened the chest without hesitation to reveal the contents. In that instant, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. A dazzling array of colors radiated from the chest. Weapons and armor of all kinds, axes, swords, shields, bows, and crossbows, lay inside, a feast for the eyes. "This is..." Shin Tinglan picked up a bow and exclaimed, "Level 20 equipment? Name, Silver Moon Longbow, B tier. Type, main hand weapon. Attack, 600-700. Required level, 20. Class restriction, none. Attribute bonus, strength plus 20. Special effect, 30% chance to trigger a critical hit when attacking. Each critical hit increases the wielder's strength by 10%. Skill, Silver Moon's Aegis. Skill effect, grants the user a shield equivalent to 40% of their health. Lasts for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. This equipment is incredible. Captain, where did you get it? Shen Tinglan asked, unable to take her hands off the bow. From Qin Feng. Be careful with it, this piece alone cost 300 gold coins, Kong Feng reminded her as he began sorting through the chest, which held a total of 15 items. The surrounding team members collectively gasped. How much did all this cost? Didn't this wipe out our entire savings? Qin Feng's amazing. With these, we can all upgrade our gear. While the others marveled at the newfound equipment, Lu Jing stood silently to the side with his arms crossed. Though he harbored some resentment toward Qin Feng, he dared not voice it in such a situation. Instead, he chose to stay quiet. Meanwhile, Kong Feng transferred the gold to Qin Feng. Ding! Kong Feng has transferred 4,500 gold coins to you. Please check your balance. Hearing the notification sound, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to use this money to purchase supplies, a new message from Kong Feng appeared in his private chat. Kong Feng, Qin Feng, why are you selling off so much equipment at once? What are you planning to do? Qin Feng, heading to the City of Dawn. Kong Feng, that's the most mysterious city. Qin Feng, exactly. Kong Feng, if you make it there, can you trade some information with me? I'm willing to pay for it. Qin Feng, we'll see when the time comes. Chapter 63, The Weaver's Puppet Village. In the overgrown wilderness, Qin Feng gripped a blade in his left hand, swiftly cutting through the brambles in his path with movements as fluid as the wind. In his right hand, he held tightly onto a map given to him by Alia before his departure. Frowning slightly, he muttered to himself, this map, barely usable. There's no real path here. Despite his complaints, his dark, abyss-like eyes radiated unwavering determination as he silently repeated a mantra in his heart, forward, forward, keep moving forward. It seemed as though he had forgotten everything else, his sole focus was on advancing. With a swift slash, Qin Feng easily severed the thorny vines, cutting a path as if he were a valiant pioneer paving the way for others. Before setting out, he had already used the rebirth feature in the Destiny Treasure to secure his start date from Skylight City. If he were to fall along the way, he would simply return to the World City without losing any experience or fate. Because of this, the journey felt almost risk-free. Even in the unlikely event of encountering danger, the cost would be insignificant. Thus, Qin Feng pressed forward without hesitation, burdened only by solitude. In the distance, a few faint trails of smoke caught his attention. A forest fire? No, that doesn't look right. Could there be a village nearby? His curiosity piqued, Qin Feng quickened his pace. The smoke was rising in the direction he was heading. Not long after, the dense wilderness opened up, revealing a village. Golden fields of wheat spread out before him, spanning hundreds of acres. When the wind blew, waves rippled across the fields, a stunning sight to behold. A crystal-clear stream ran through the area, with several water wheels turning steadily, lifting bucketfuls of cool water. Beyond the stream stood dozens of stone houses, their roofs made not of straw but of sturdy wooden planks, giving an impression of remarkable craftsmanship. A village, after all? Qin Feng's spirits lifted. After 3 or 4 days of trekking without encountering another soul, this village was like an unexpected treasure amidst his rough journey. With this thought, he began walking toward the village. Yet just a few steps in, a notification chimed in his mind. Player has discovered an unknown wonder, the Weaver's Puppet Village. Reputation plus 50 points. The Weaver's Puppet Village? Qin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. A thought crossed his mind, this village is definitely not ordinary. After all, the surrounding area was either inhabited by powerful monsters or shrouded in the deathly air of toxic swamps. How could a normal village possibly survive here? Still, Qin Feng decided to approach. There might be hidden quests waiting for him. Yet, something about the village felt off. Rushing in carelessly would likely lead to trouble. With this in mind, Qin Feng hesitated and stepped back. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a farmer appeared, carrying a hoe on his shoulder. A bright smile adorned his face, but his eyes glinted with malice and resentment. A traveler from afar. You must be tired after coming all this way, the farmer said, pulling a piece of dried meat from his pocket and chewing on it as he spoke. Why don't you come into the village and have some lunch with us? Qin Feng's gaze remained as calm as a black hole, void of any ripple of emotion. He slowly shook his head. Seeing Qin Feng's indifference, the farmer's smile didn't falter, but the malice in his eyes grew more pronounced. Not coming? If you don't enter, you won't escape either. Anyone who sees this village eventually becomes one of its villagers. Do you think you can run? Ha ha ha. The farmer threw his head back and laughed, his voice filled with sinister delight. He turned and walked back toward the village, seemingly giving up on further interaction. Chinfeng let out a cold chuckle and turned to leave, though his senses remained sharp and alert. This tactic was one he had used himself before, lowering an enemy's guard only to deliver a fatal strike when they least expected it. But as he took a few steps, his stride came to an abrupt halt. He realized he had somehow crossed the village's fence and was now standing amidst the wheat fields. Has the space been altered? Chinfeng frowned slightly. Ha ha ha. The farmer's laughter echoed from nearby, and the malice in his eyes grew even darker. Chinfeng, however, paid him no heed and continued walking forward. But he soon noticed that, with each step, the village grew closer and closer. Interesting. So this is why it's called the Weaver's Puppet Village. They've rewritten the local rules. A weaver of laws, Chinfeng murmured under his breath. On the other side, the farmer seemed even more intrigued now. This village has one rule: any guest who sees it must enter, he declared, his voice tinged with a smug pride. Chinfeng let out a cold laugh at the farmer's words, pulling out the blood moon shard blade from his chest pocket. The blade gleamed menacingly as he aimed it at his own throat. What a bizarre place, he thought, but deep down, he felt reassured he still had a trump card to rely on. He steadied himself, ready to end his own life. Yet, no matter how much force he exerted, the blade refused to pierce his skin. It wasn't as if there was some resistance blocking the knife. Instead, the moment the blade moved toward his neck, the distance between them seemed to stretch infinitely, as though the blade would never reach him. Across from him, the farmer smirked mockingly. The second rule, he said, his tone dripping with disdain, only enforcers can control life and death here. Even when it comes to suicide, he finished, his voice sharp and commanding, leaving no room for argument. Chinfeng's gaze swept over the village, his expression resolute. No matter how strange the situation seemed, it was clear that this village, along with the surrounding lands, was governed by the so-called Weaver's rules. Could it really be impossible to escape? After all, he had already stepped foot into this village. If that was the case, he might as well take this opportunity to experience the strength of these so-called rulemakers who govern the worlds. With that thought, Chinfeng turned and strode into the village, his steps brisk and purposeful. He passed golden wheat fields and crossed a babbling brook, and in an instant, hundreds of rules flooded his mind. These rules were as varied as they were suffocating. You must eat bread every morning. Always clean thoroughly after using the restroom. Speak loudly when you talk. Engage in vigorous exercise at least once a day. Each rule tightly constrained the villagers' behavior, leaving them gasping for air under the oppressive weight. Follow me. There's an empty house over there, the farmer called out, approaching with a hoe slung over his shoulder. His face was plastered with a bright smile, but his eyes burned with venomous resentment. Chinfeng remained unfazed. His usual stoic demeanor made the forced smile on his face all the more unsettling. Rule 174, you must smile warmly at everyone, even strangers. It was this cursed rule that had twisted the farmer into his current state. But why was the farmer so eager to help? Rule 199, you must enthusiastically guide new arrivals to the village, ignoring them is forbidden. Chapter 64, Nearing Divinity. By noon, the blazing sun scorched the earth as if trying to melt everything in its path. Chinfeng swung his hoe, breaking up the soil in a newly cleared vegetable plot. He ripped out weeds by their roots, as if cutting down enemies in battle. Tossing the weeds onto the edge of the field, he let the sun bake them dry. Once they withered and decomposed, they would naturally turn into fertilizer. After clearing the weeds, he carried a bucket of water to irrigate the soil. Then he headed to the nearby forest to chop firewood. After a long day's labor, he bought a piece of bread and a bowl of wheat porridge from the village baker. The meager meal barely filled his stomach, but it was enough to keep him going. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his makeshift bed of straw. Work at sunrise, rest at sunset. Day after day, this routine repeated itself. For 5 days, Chinfeng followed the rules to the letter. It was as though invisible strings bound his body, turning him into a puppet that moved without its own will. But on the 6th day, the rules that had shackled him suddenly vanished. Hey, you're awake. Stepping out of his house, Chinfeng saw the farmer cleaning a wild boar carcass. The farmer glanced up and greeted him before returning to scraping off the boar's bristles. Yeah, I woke up, Chinfeng replied with a nod. He didn't want to greet anyone, but, Rule 10, you must be polite. When meeting someone for the first time, you must greet them. This rule had turned Chinfeng, once a man of few words, into an unwilling social butterfly. Why didn't I wake up earlier today? He asked, puzzled. The farmer looked up, his wolfish gaze sharp enough to tear anything apart. Rule 15, you must answer questions. Everyone should take it upon themselves to be a teacher. Today and tomorrow are rest days. No work is required. If you have anything you're curious about, feel free to ask someone else. I'm busy, but if you ask me, I'll still answer, the farmer said before lowering his head again to focus on the boar. Nodding, Xin Feng began wandering the village. His first stop was to visit the village fisherman, the man who always sat by the brook at the village entrance with a fishing rod in hand. Xin Feng had seen him many times but had never approached due to his busy schedule. By the brook, Xin Feng found the fisherman lying lazily on the ground, chewing on a blade of grass with a bored expression. Not fishing today? Xin Feng asked. The fisherman shot up at the question, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. Ha, you can't work every single day. Who likes their job, anyway? He replied, laughing heartily but with an edge of bitterness. Xin Feng nodded, realizing that the villagers' resentment wasn't directed at him personally. It was a collective anger, born of their shared helplessness and frustration. Over the past 5 days, Xin Feng had felt that same suffocating powerlessness. So, what do you usually do? I don't want to do anything. I just want to stare blankly into space. The two of them chatted casually, the fisherman seemingly enjoying the interaction, perhaps because visitors to the village were so rare. From his conversation with the fisherman, Xin Feng had gleaned quite a bit of information. He then set off to speak with the next villager. The fruit farmer, the woodcutter, the baker, the librarian. It took Xin Feng 2 full days to roughly understand the circumstances of the villagers. You've been in this village for 127 years? Xin Feng asked, looking at the petite librarian with her fair skin. She nodded and replied in a soft, childlike voice, yes, I've lived here for 127 years. The person who created this village has never shown up. It's as if this place is just a playground they casually set up. Of course, it's also possible they've been watching us from somewhere all along, laughing at us. As she spoke, weariness flickered in her eyes. Don't you hate them? I noticed your gaze is different from the others. You don't seem to have any hatred in your eyes, Xin Feng pressed. She tilted her head up, her smile radiant. I hate the weavers the most. But after 127 years here, I've gotten used to everything. I've even forgotten how to hate. So it's not that you never hated them, it's that you hated them for so long you got tired of it, Xin Feng remarked. Exactly. The librarian nodded slightly. Through her words, Xin Feng gained a deeper understanding of the weavers. In this world of myriad realms, the highest level one could reach was level 60. Beyond that, one began to approach divinity or even become a god. This process was referred to as near godhood, and those who reached this level were known as near gods. The weavers were most likely near gods, surpassing level 60. To leave the village, one would have to break its rules. However, the hundreds of rules set by a near god were like chains binding every villager tightly in place. Breaking those rules? That would be like trying to outwit a near god, utterly impossible. Because of this, the villagers, over the long years, had developed a peculiar mindset. They delighted in luring outsiders into the village, to make them one of their own. Not only could they share their misery, but they might also gain new information through the newcomers. Such behavior was nothing short of despicable. But Xin Feng didn't mind. In a twisted environment, it was only natural for twisted people to emerge. Xin Feng. The librarian's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Her delicate, doll-like face was lit up with a brilliant smile. Do you want to leave this place? Forget it. Stay and keep us old folks company. Sooner or later, you'll grow older than I am now. When that time comes, the words I'm saying to you today will be the words you'll say to someone else. And remember to tell the newcomers not to harbor any illusions about leaving the village. She gestured toward the bookshelves in the library, stocked with countless books. These books cover everything. You'll even find knowledge on dealing with near gods. I've practically worn out the pages reading them. Yet even so, I haven't found a single way to escape. So give up. Only by giving up hope can one avoid despair. Xin Feng looked at the librarian. Her dazzling smile was shadowed by a trace of sorrow hidden in her eyes. Is that so? Xin Feng smiled sincerely. I don't think so. The rules woven by the weavers have loopholes, it's just that none of you can exploit them. Can't exploit them? The librarian tilted her head slightly, her expression puzzled. Before she could say more, Xin Feng reached into his coat and pulled out an advanced blood banquet invitation. Exactly. Without hesitation, he broke the wax seal on the invitation. There's no rule that says villagers can't be guests. No sooner had Xin Feng spoken than a brilliant ray of crimson light burst forth, instantly enveloping him. Boom! A rift in the void tore open, and the crimson light surrounding Xin Feng surged into it. At almost the same moment, a notification echoed in Xin Feng's mind. Player has entered the blood banquet. Please fulfill at least one of the blood moon god's requirements. Chapter 65, Cynthia. Under the cold, serene moonlight, a luxurious manor stood tall at the end of the road. On either side of the pathway, dense forests sprawled, their towering trees twisted like monstrous creatures. A mere glance could chill one's soul. Occasionally, howls echoed through the air, and those faint of heart would likely have bolted in terror long ago. Xin Feng stood at the manor's gate, gazing at the eerily familiar land before him, his brows furrowing slightly. The grand gate of the manor was wide open, as though inviting anyone to step inside. Yet, the place was eerily quiet, with only faint candlelight flickering from within, a testament that the manor was not abandoned. Creak, creak. Suddenly, the sound of wheels rolling broke the stillness behind him. Xin Feng spun around swiftly. A blood-red, intricately gilded, and decadently luxurious carriage came into view, slowly approaching. The carriage rolled past Xin Feng and came to a halt at the manor's gate. The door opened on its own, and a woman dressed in a white lace gown and wearing a wide-brimmed hat stepped out. Her figure was voluptuous, her face strikingly beautiful, with soft blue eyes that curved upward slightly as she offered a gentle smile. "Are you also here for the blood banquet, my good sir?" she asked, tilting her head slightly. The wide-brimmed hat tilted with her movement, so she quickly adjusted it with a delicate hand. Xin Feng glanced at her briefly, offering no reply. Instead, his gaze shifted to the luxurious carriage, scrutinizing it closely. To his surprise, there were no horses tethered to it, no animals in sight. It was a magical carriage, clearly of extraordinary value. "Let's head inside together. The blood banquet is about to begin." Being late wouldn't bode well, the host wouldn't be pleased. Her smile remained warm and inviting. Xin Feng collected his thoughts and gave a small nod, stepping toward the manor. The woman quickly followed, holding onto her wide-brimmed hat to keep it in place. "What's your name?" she asked, glancing at him as they walked. "Xin Feng. Oh, such a rare name. My name is Cynthia." "Nice to meet you, Cynthia," Xin Feng said with a slight nod. "Nice to meet you too, Xin Feng," Cynthia replied, her smile growing even brighter. The two of them walked side by side, heading deeper into the manor. Meanwhile, in a puppet-like village far away, a man removed his straw hat, his brows furrowing deeply. "Someone has actually escaped the rules of this village? How is that possible?" As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure vanished into thin air. At the manor, near the castle entrance, an elderly man dressed in a perfectly tailored suit had been waiting for some time. When he saw Cynthia and Xin Feng approaching, he turned and opened the castle doors. Inside the spacious and opulent hall, dancers adorned in exquisite costumes twirled gracefully, their supple waists moving seductively as they performed an enchanting dance. Guests raised their glasses high, sipping the crimson wine within. As the grand doors swung open, all eyes turned in unison toward Cynthia and Xin Feng, though the attention was fleeting. Moments later, the guests returned to their conversations. Only a pair of sisters in black and white gowns seemed to linger, their gazes fixed on Xin Feng with a hint of puzzlement. "Chris, haven't we seen this guy somewhere before?" "Clea, I feel the same way, but I can't quite recall where." Their curious eyes remained locked on Xin Feng. Sensing their stares, Xin Feng turned to look at them, his face betraying a flicker of surprise. It was the Chris sisters. They were here in this instance too. Cynthia noticed Xin Feng's gaze and followed it, spotting the sisters who were staring at him. A faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips. At that moment, the doors leading deeper into the castle opened. A man clad in a lavish red robe and wearing a crimson top hat stepped out. In his left hand, he held a scepter adorned with a massive ruby, and in his right, a tall goblet filled with an alluring scarlet liquid. It was none other than the Count who had hosted the blood banquet the last time Xin Feng was here. The Count set his scepter down, the jeweled staff standing upright on its own. Then, he tapped his goblet lightly, and the crisp, ringing sound echoed like a spring thunder. Ding, ding, ding. The sound immediately silenced all conversations in the hall, and every guest's gaze turned toward the Count. "Welcome, everyone, to the blood banquet. The preparations for the feast are about to begin." With those words, the Count tapped his goblet once more. In an instant, the surroundings began to shift and transform. For a brief moment, Xin Feng felt his consciousness freeze. When he regained clarity, he found himself and the other guests standing atop a vast ocean. The water beneath their feet seemed solidified, and every step released a potent, palpable force of resistance. Looking up, Xin Feng noticed the blood moon had grown impossibly large, so close it seemed one could reach out and touch it. It's intense. Light poured down like liquid silver, illuminating the sea as if it were broad daylight. Every detail of the surroundings was vividly clear. Cynthia, standing to the side, cast her gaze toward the blood-red moon, sighing softly. "No matter how many times I see it, the divine power of the gods never ceases to amaze me. To think, they could transport us above the Zyber Sea in an instant." "The Zyber Sea?" Xin Feng turned toward Cynthia, his eyes narrowing. "You mean this isn't an illusion? An illusion?" Cynthia smiled faintly, her wide-brimmed hat swaying gently as she moved. She pointed eastward, where a towering structure rose into the sky, a spire that appeared to be several hundred meters tall. That's the sky-climbing sea tower, built by the fairies. It's only visible above the Zyber Sea. How could this be an illusion? Qin Feng nodded slightly but kept his thoughts to himself. The sky-climbing sea tower, built by fairies? What kind of world is this? How many other races are there that I've yet to encounter? Cynthia fixed her gaze on Qin Feng, her gentle eyes tinged with curiosity. What's wrong? You've never heard of the fairy sea tower? Qin Feng simply smiled faintly, offering no response. At that moment, the Count spoke up. Welcome, distinguished guests, to my banquet. Clan Chief Cynthia, your presence here is truly an honor, he said, motioning toward her. Though his tone was polite, a glimmer of disdain flickered in his narrow eyes. He then shifted his gaze toward a man clad in a black robe, his face obscured, with a dagger strapped to his waist. And of course, the master assassin, Black. Your attendance at my humble gathering is greatly appreciated. The Count's tone grew more theatrical as he continued. And let us not forget two exceptionally honored guests, the apostles of the Blood Moon cult, Lady Chris and Lady Clea. They are among the most revered figures within our faith. I trust everyone here will exercise restraint and refrain from subjecting them to excessive violence. Having finished his introductions, the Count began listing the other guests in attendance. Riders of the Zyber Sea, berserkers from the dense forests, each individual boasted a formidable reputation, their names well known. Yet Qin Feng stood quietly in the corner, like a shadow forgotten in the chaos. Chapter 66, Chaos Unleashed. After introducing everyone, the Count paused briefly and floated over to Qin Feng. A traveler from afar, we shall meet again, won't we, he said, smiling, his expression oddly gentle yet unnervingly intimate. Qin Feng took a deliberate step back, his voice cold. Frankly, I hope we never meet again. Ha ha ha. The Count threw his head back in laughter. This is fate, my dear guest. As one chosen by destiny, you should embrace it. Qin Feng said nothing, his dark, abyss-like eyes betraying no emotion. The gathered guests turned to scrutinize Qin Feng, their gazes filled with curiosity and surprise. Who is he? Do any of you know him? Never seen him before. Why would the Count treat him so cordially? Chosen by destiny? What kind of cult is that? He doesn't seem particularly powerful. What's so special about him? Even Cynthia widened her eyes, disbelief written all over her face. Under the weight of their stares, Qin Feng remained calm, though his gaze toward the Count grew colder. This bastard is clearly trying to make me the center of attention. Does this have something to do with the upcoming blood banquet? The Count, noticing Qin Feng's icy glare, smiled even more broadly, the amusement in his narrow eyes intensifying. Ladies and gentlemen, the Count suddenly declared, you have all come here to train, each with your own goals and desires. Rest assured, the Blood Moon God can fulfill your wishes. However, his smile shifted from genial to fanatical, and his sharp teeth gleamed ominously. Before that, you must fulfill the god's wishes. Do your utmost to entertain him. The Count bowed slightly, his manner almost reverent. Turn this place into a true blood banquet. Only the last 5 survivors will earn the right to present their requests to the god. As his words hung in the air, the Count dissolved into a swarm of bats, scattering into the sky. The guests exchanged uneasy glances. Cynthia, however, smiled faintly. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the tension. Instantly, a massive column of water erupted from below, soaring 100 meters high. The seemingly solid sea beneath their feet turned fluid, as if becoming ordinary water once more. Ha 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 ha! A man with scales covering his body and webbing between his fingers and toes burst into laughter. I am the rider of the Zyber Sea. You've all stumbled into my domain. The moment the water pillar appeared, the crowd scattered. In the distance, the Count opened a black umbrella, letting the salty sea spray patter against its surface with crisp, rhythmic sounds. Qin Feng and Cynthia moved in the same direction, their eyes meeting briefly. Without a word, they reached an unspoken agreement to avoid combat for now. Shall we team up? Cynthia asked, adjusting her wide-brimmed hat. Her smile carried a hint of mischief, danger lurking beneath her calm demeanor. Of course, Qin Feng replied, drawing his bow and, without warning, firing an arrow straight at Cynthia. Boom! A figure was sent flying on the spot, the mark of fate exploded instantly, and crimson blood sprayed out like a fountain. Without mercy, Cynthia tossed aside her wide-brimmed hat and delivered a powerful kick toward Qin Feng. Boom! Her strong leg sent a contestant hurtling through the air, the terrifying force of the kick even causing a sonic boom. The two exchanged a glance, nodding slightly to each other before resuming their battle against the previous enemies. Fight! 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 On the vast ocean, the slaughter unfolded in all its gruesome brutality. The contestants pulled out every trick in their arsenals. One rider pulled a horn from his pocket and blew into it, summoning a massive pod of whales. These whales, with their thick, durable hides, leaped out of the water with a thunderous crash. One contestant was struck mid-leap by one of the whales and was sent plunging into the deep sea. Even for seasoned professionals, the crushing water pressure and the whale's ferocious bites left survival chances slim to none. Ha ha ha. The writer laughed maniacally, waving his hand to summon dozens of water columns that surged toward every contestant. While non-lethal, these water columns disrupted the rhythm of the fights, leaving everyone nauseated and disoriented. Courting death. Out of nowhere, the assassin master emerged from a water column, launching a direct strike at the writer. The writer immediately conjured a shield of water. The sharp dagger struck the shield, causing a sticky, slowing effect. Foolish wretch. The writer curled his fingers slightly, unleashing dozens of water jets that pummeled the assassin master. The assassin master's body was instantly riddled with holes, the water jet's piercing power so intense that one could see the night sky through the gaps in his body. But, to the writer's astonishment, the assassin master's form dissipated into a wisp of mist, vanishing in an instant. Hiss! A dagger gleamed like lightning, piercing through the writer's body. The assassin master materialized behind him, a cold smirk playing at his lips. Kid, didn't your mentor ever teach you not to be so arrogant? In that moment, the writer's body liquefied into water and plummeted into the ocean. Such scenes played out across the battlefield. Among these advanced professionals, killing each other was no simple task. High above, a count, his body almost blending with the blood-spattered air, elegantly swirled the wine in his goblet. He gazed down at the carnage below, occasionally sipping his crimson wine. Moments later, hiss! Scarlet blood splattered everywhere as Qin Feng casually discarded the severed head in his hand, his eyes locking onto the next target. The man opposite him, without hesitation, tossed away a fin-shaped head he had been holding. It was none other than the writer of the Zyber Sea. Kid, are you looking to fight me? The assassin master noticed Qin Feng's gaze, tossing his dagger into the air and catching it with a provocative smirk in his raspy voice. Qin Feng nodded. Don't you think this blood-soaked feast is too crowded for two so-called masters of the assassin arts? Master? The assassin master burst into laughter, his eyes filled with disdain. You? Qin Feng said nothing. Instead, the bolt in his crossbow was already unleashed. Boom! The assassin master reacted swiftly, hurling a throwing knife that collided with the bolt. The resulting explosion was deafening. At that moment, the assassin master's relaxed and contemptuous demeanor vanished, replaced by a deep seriousness. Qin Feng had already vanished into the shadows. Interesting. Shadow energy? But it doesn't quite feel like it. Just as the assassin master's raspy voice trailed off, a dagger suddenly thrust out from the shadows. Clang! Two daggers collided in midair, sparks flying in dazzling bursts. Qin Feng's figure emerged from the shadows, and the two engaged in a fierce and intense duel. Clang! 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 The sound of clashing daggers echoed like thunder, the sparks as bright as a blacksmith hammering red-hot iron. The atmosphere of the battle was nothing short of fiery and intense. Chapter 67, A Battle Worthy of Pride. Ignition. Qin Feng suddenly detonated the mark of fate. Boom! The assassin master's body burst apart like a balloon, his remains scattering like muddy black sludge. Qin Feng frowned slightly, swiftly evading, as a stat panel of the assassin master appeared before his eyes. Name, Blake, Phantom Assassin. Level, 45. Strength, 180. Stamina, 50. Spirit, 40. Agility, 270. Health, 55000/55000. Mana, 15000/15000. Skills, Shadow Infiltration, Phantom Substitute, Shadow Pierce, Phantom Clone, Multi-Shadow Blades, Shadow Trap, Phantom Domain. Shadow Stealth, blend into the nearby shadows, lowering one's presence. By remaining motionless, one can merge entirely with the shadows. Phantom Substitute, when attacked, consume mana to create a phantom that absorbs the damage, bearing only 5% of the actual impact. Shadow Pierce, instantly teleport behind an enemy and strike, dealing 200% of agility-based damage. Phantom Doppelganger, create a clone that possesses all skills of the user, though with 80% of the attributes and 10% of the health. The clone acts under the user's command, limited to one at a time. Multiple Shadow Swords, launch simultaneous attacks against the enemy, with both the user's shadow and the enemy's shadow joining the assault. Each strike deals 150% agility-based damage. Shadow Trap, manipulate the enemy's shadow to bind them. Forcing free from the trap inflicts damage equal to 100% of the enemy's strength. Phantom Domain, expand one's shadow into an area with a 100-meter diameter. Within this domain, attributes increase by 150%, and the limit on clones is removed, but mana consumption intensifies. Titles, Assassin Master. Titles, Phantom Master. From his skill set alone, Blake had certainly earned the name of Assassin Master. But Qin Feng wasn't focused on these. There was only one thing he needed to know: Blake was still alive. At this very moment, Blake was undoubtedly lurking within some shadow, ready to launch another strike at any time. What an interesting opponent. A slight smile tugged at the corner of Qin Feng's lips. Suddenly, he spun around and thrust his dagger behind him. Clang! Two daggers collided, sending sparks flying in all directions. Shadow pierce. Blake's eyes widened. This was the first time someone had successfully blocked his shadow pierce. Phantom doppelganger. A shadow identical to Blake emerged from behind Qin Feng, aiming straight for his back. In response, Qin Feng merely fired a crossbow bolt backward. The bolt struck the phantom clone, and the mark of fate triggered an explosion instantly. Minus 5,500. The clone shattered on impact. Blake was stunned, and he quickly retreated. Qin Feng wielded his dagger, ready to pursue, but found his legs rooted to the ground. Shadow trap. Multiple shadow swords. Blake charged forward, his shadow solidifying into a form that struck Qin Feng directly. At the same time, another shadow emerged behind Qin Feng, stabbing him in the back. Minus 21,000. As the shadows converged, they pierced through Qin Feng's leather armor, dealing devastating damage. Blood trickled from the corner of his lips due to the sheer force of the attack. Blake, having landed a crucial blow, didn't press the attack. Instead, he leapt backward. Phantom domain. The shadow behind Blake expanded rapidly, enveloping Qin Feng. A pitch-black space with a 100-meter diameter formed, and Blake finally relaxed. Phew! His voice was raspy, his grin arrogant. You're quite the handful. You nearly scared me back there. Your gear is impressive, allowing you to keep up with my speed. But alas! Blake shook his head. The gap in our power is simply too vast for a few pieces of equipment to bridge. Forcing me to use Phantom Domain is already an achievement you should be proud of. Hearing this, Qin Feng reached up to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth with his fingers. Gazing at the blood on his hand, he nodded slightly. You're not bad. Out of all the assassins I've encountered, you're the first to have injured me. This will undoubtedly be a highlight in your life. Blake frowned slightly. Kid, are you naturally this dense? Right now, the one holding your life in their hands is me. Is that so? A transparent die appeared in Qin Feng's hand. The number on its surface stopped at 5. Fate dice roll, 5. All skills of S level or higher receive a 5-fold boost. Qin Feng clenched the die tightly, his expression turning cold and unyielding. It's over. His voice cut like ice, chilling to the bone. Over? What's over? Blake's brows furrowed, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. It felt as though an invisible executioner's blade was suspended above his neck. Even though he clearly held the upper hand, this young man in front of him had to be bluffing. Blake reassured himself, then unleashed dozens of clones within the Phantom Domain. One by one, the clones emerged from the shadows like swirling ink, each gripping a menacing dagger. Die already! This is my ultimate move, you should feel honored. Blake roared, his voice filled with arrogance as he raised his dagger high. Before his words even finished, the dozens of clones, along with Blake himself, charged at Qin Feng like streaks of lightning. Their speed was unparalleled, producing deafening booms as they tore through the air. There was no doubt this was Blake's strongest attack. At that moment, an invisible ripple emanated from Qin Feng's body, instantly enveloping the dozens of clones and Blake within its reach. Soul Dread. Boom, boom, boom. In the wake of Soul Dread's effect, the dozens of clones shattered into nothingness instantly. Blake stood frozen in place, his eyes bulging wide like copper bells. His mind was utterly blank, incapable even of feeling fear. Qin Feng walked slowly toward Blake, his gaze sharp as a blade. Calmly, he said, this is my strongest attack. You can take pride in having forced me to use it. Though you're down to the last sliver of your life, this is my respect for you. Judgment of fate. Boom! Blake's body exploded instantly, his flesh and blood scattering into a mist that filled the air, spreading throughout the phantom realm in a crimson haze. Qin Feng merely sheathed his dagger with an elegant motion, shaking his head lightly. Another master has fallen. The way of the assassin, one could not claim the title of a master without not only exceptional combat skills but also a wealth of theoretical knowledge and a legacy of training talented disciples. Yet now, an assassin master had fallen within the blood feast. It was a cruelty beyond words. As Blake perished, the phantom realm dissipated, and the gazes of several onlookers from outside instantly locked onto Qin Feng. Blake is dead? Chapter 68, The Guidance of the Blood Moon. The four onlookers stared at Qin Feng, their faces filled with disbelief. Blake, this renowned assassin master, how could he have been killed by someone at only level 34? But the truth was undeniable, laid bare before their eyes. They had no choice but to accept it. Qin Feng scanned his surroundings and saw that the battle had come to an end. The surface of the sea was littered with severed limbs and shattered remains, while carnivorous fish occasionally darted out to tear into the floating fragments of flesh, dragging the bloodied pieces beneath the waves. With each violent bite, blood splattered, and the water turned an even deeper crimson hue. This battle had been fierce, its outcome decided with brutal swiftness. He turned his gaze to the 4 survivors, all of them familiar faces. Cynthia was unharmed, though her wide-brimmed hat now bore several holes, and her white lace dress was stained with patches of blood. It seemed that even she had not escaped unscathed from this fight. The sisters, Chris and Claire, had also survived. Their skirts were pristine, yet the complexity in their eyes spoke volumes. It seemed as though something profound had transpired during the battle. Perhaps they were wrestling with a difficult decision? After all, they were old friends with both sides. But Qin Feng's understanding of this pair of sisters was still too shallow, only they could truly understand each other's thoughts. As for the final survivor, he was a middle-aged warrior carrying a massive greatsword on his shoulder, clad in heavy plate armor. His name was John. His level was astonishing, a towering level 50, his combat capabilities undoubtedly off the charts. Even so, his thick armor bore terrifying gashes and punctures. A single glance was enough to convey the intense ferocity of the battle he had endured. High above, the Count seemed almost one with the blood-red sky. He discarded the wineglass in his hand and clapped in satisfaction. Marvelous, truly marvelous. I have witnessed a battle of unparalleled brilliance. This banquet has exceeded my expectations. Now then, the Count descended gracefully from the sky, landing on the surface of the sea. Adjusting his crimson top hat, he continued, "You may now state your requests." John suddenly dropped to one knee, his voice humble and pleading. "I wish for the Blood Moon God's protection over Luminous City. Even if it means we must pay the blood tax, we are willing to accept it. We yearn for the mercy of the divine." The Count smiled faintly, his narrow eyes shifting to Qin Feng. "What do you think? Such a request, such a desire." Qin Feng did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned to John and asked, "Was Luminous City once called Luminous Town?" John's eyes widened, and he nodded vigorously. Yes, over 100 years ago, it was called Luminous Town. Later, it gradually developed into what is now Luminous City. A tremor ran through Qin Feng's heart as he recalled an old warrior who had once entered the Blood Feast to free Luminous Town from the blood tax. That aging warrior's name still lingered in his memory. Bartle. It seemed that someone had indeed succeeded in freeing the town from the blood tax in the years since. Otherwise, Luminous Town could never have grown into a city. But what had happened? Why were the people, once freed, now desperate to return to that bondage? What a pity! The Count shook his head, chuckling softly. Humans, always repeating the same cycles throughout history. But since this is the victor's request, I'll grudgingly grant it. Thank you, Count. John rose and performed a chest salute in gratitude. At this moment, the Count's gaze shifted towards the sisters, Cressida and Clarissa. "What is your request?" He pointed his scepter towards the two of them. The sisters exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. "Our request is simple, to be separated from each other." "What do you think of their request?" The Count's eyes turned back to Qin Feng, his expression growing more amused. Qin Feng gave a slight shake of his head, deeply puzzled by the sisters' demand. The last time, during the blood banquet, their plea had been to leave the twin cult. Yet now, it had changed to a wish to part ways with each other. Their motives were truly unfathomable. "Very well. It seems you have made your opinion clear." The Count turned back to the sisters. "Are you truly unwilling to recover the memories that were sealed away?" The sisters looked at each other briefly before shaking their heads in unison. The Count chuckled lightly. "In that case, you may leave now. Your request has been fulfilled." As his words fell, a dense beam of blood-red light enveloped the two sisters, and their figures vanished instantly. Only after their departure did the Count shift his attention back to Qin Feng. "Ah, my guest from afar, you have witnessed their departure from the twin cult, and now, their separation. 1,000 years from now, you shall bear witness to their reunion." Cynthia's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Qin Feng, as though he were some ancient, otherworldly being. Such a vast expanse of time, wouldn't even the gods themselves begin to decay over such an era? And yet, Qin Feng could live through it and witness it all? Enough of irrelevant matters. Now, it is time to ask, what is your request? What do you desire? As the Count inquired, Qin Feng's dark eyes remained calm, as deep and unyielding as an abyss. He answered without hesitation, "I seek the ability to leave the puppet weaver's village." "Nothing more." The Count chuckled softly, shaking his head. "You, my friend, have truly presented me with a challenge this time. A power that can break free from a divine domain. This is no trivial matter. Even though the Weaver is but a newly ascended deity, this is still a significant problem." Qin Feng suddenly understood. So this was a domain created by a god. No wonder it was so troublesome, with its myriad rules and restrictions. Gods, having reached such heights, could indeed set rules as they pleased. Yet a question lingered in his heart: since this was a divine domain, how had the Blood Moon God managed to bypass these rules and pull him into this instance? Nearby, Cynthia's eyes grew even wider. She quickly pulled her wide-brimmed hat lower to hide her face. This man, how had he managed to provoke not one, but two deities, and still remain alive and well? And worse yet, she was somehow entangled with him. Was she now at risk of drawing divine attention too? Is it impossible? Xin Feng locked his gaze on the Count, his voice steady and firm. No, of course not. This is the Blood Moon's gift, take it and use it well. The Count flipped his palm, and instantly, a blood-red crescent-shaped accessory appeared in his hand. Xin Feng stepped forward and took the object, his heart surging with excitement. Congratulations, player, on obtaining an S-tier skill Blood Moon's Guidance. Chapter 69, Traps and True Danger. Skill name, Blood Moon's Guidance. Skill effect: upon activation, this skill allows the user to forcibly escape their current predicament. Can be used once per month. After reading the skill description, Xin Feng nodded in satisfaction. With this skill, he was confident he could finally escape the puppet weaver's village. He looked up and waved towards the Count. It's time for me to leave. Leave? The Count raised an eyebrow, his narrow eyes turning towards Cynthia with a playful smile. Aren't you curious about Cynthia's request? The victor's wish is always a precious thing. Xin Feng frowned, puzzled, and turned to look at Cynthia. Faced with this moment, Cynthia took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. I wish to build a city, and I want the gods, especially the Blood Moon Lord, to stay out of it. No interference in its development. Ha 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 ha. The Count's low laughter echoed as he clapped his hands lightly, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Interesting, very interesting. At this, he cast a meaningful glance at Xin Feng before continuing to ask Cynthia, what will this city of yours be called? Dawn. It will be named the City of Dawn. Cynthia looked directly at the Count, her pale blue eyes filled with a steely determination. Xin Feng was momentarily stunned and was just about to speak when the Count interrupted him. A decent name. Very well, let's end the banquet here. As soon as the words left the Count's mouth, Xin Feng felt his consciousness blur instantly. When he came to his senses once more, he found himself standing outside the library. Congratulations, player, you have successfully survived the blood feast. Instance rewards. The notification sounds echoed around him, but Xin Feng's gaze didn't linger. Boom! His figure vanished from where he stood as a massive boulder plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground with a thunderous roar. Moments later, a figure descended upon the boulder. The man took off his straw hat and fanned himself, his eyes scanning the surroundings with evident curiosity. Interesting. Shadows? Or perhaps, fate? The farmer placed his straw hat back on his head, his eyes no longer filled with past resentment but instead brimming with calm and intrigue. A crossbow bolt shot out from the shadows, aimed straight for the farmer's temple. Clang! With a casual flick of his straw hat, the farmer deflected the bolt effortlessly. A crisp metallic sound rang out as the soft straw hat instantly hardened. How rude! The farmer adjusted his hat once again. We toiled for 5 days, and you come at me with a killing blow right off the bat? Weren't you the one who struck first? Xin Feng's voice echoed from the shadows, seeming to come from all directions. The farmer turned his head repeatedly, trying to pinpoint its source. So fast? He smiled. In the next moment, a white thread shot out from his right wrist, piercing through one shadow before looping back and cutting through another. Zzzzz. In the blink of an eye, a web of white silk had formed outside the library. From a distance, the villagers watched the battle unfold. Is farmer number 1 really that strong? Why's he fighting farmer number 2? No idea. Did farmer number 2 offend him? Doesn't the village rule say fighting isn't allowed? How come they're allowed to brawl? Wanna punch me and see if it works? While the villagers experimented to see if they could attack one another, the farmer abruptly yanked the threads in his hands. The web contracted instantly, slicing everything within its range into fragments. Boom! Dozens of stone-built houses collapsed, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The farmer reeled back his threads and frowned slightly as he examined his pristine, bloodless hand. Where did he go? Mire trap. Blood vengeance. Dirge of the fallen. In an instant, Xin Feng unleashed 3 skills from the shadows. The effects of the skills were control, defense reduction, and secondary damage, respectively. The ground beneath the farmer's feet turned to mire, trapping his legs and immobilizing him. Yet the farmer's face showed no trace of panic, as he had already tracked Xin Feng's skill trajectory. So, you're here. He flung out a thread, which expanded midair into a massive web that descended like a net. Xin Feng no longer concealed himself, darting out of the shadows with such speed that the surrounding air seemed to warp around him. Slash! Like a crescent moon, his dagger sliced across the farmer's body, leaving deep, gaping wounds. Scarlet blood sprayed wildly, yet the farmer remained unfazed. Threads of white silk wove through his body, stitching the wounds closed in an instant. This little trick will work on me. The farmer smiled faintly, and the thread in his hand shot out abruptly, piercing through the stone on the ground with unerring precision. In an instant, the shattered stone transformed into several towering humanoid figures. The white threads at their joints shimmered faintly under the sunlight. Thread puppets. Boom! The gigantic stone puppet swung its massive arm, smashing it down toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng quickly bent down to dodge. The gust of wind from the puppet's arm brushed past him, sending his hair dancing wildly. Take down the leader first. Without wasting time on the heavily armored puppet, Qin Feng charged straight at the farmer. SZZZZ. Minus 10,000. Minus 10,000. Minus 10,000. Due to the quagmire trap beneath him, the farmer was forced to remain rooted in place, leaving himself entirely open to Qin Feng's attacks. Yet, there wasn't a trace of panic on his face. Instead, he seemed curious, even appreciative. Not bad. High damage, impressive speed. But unfortunately, before the farmer could finish his sentence, Qin Feng detonated the layers of fake marks he had stacked on him. Boom! The deafening explosion obliterated the farmer's body, sending clusters of white threads flying in all directions like tattered scraps of cloth. It was as if Qin Feng hadn't just killed a living, breathing man, but rather a puppet made entirely of thread. Is it finally over? Qin Feng murmured softly, glancing at the now motionless stone puppet. Tap tap tap. Just then, the sound of light, brisk footsteps echoed. Qin Feng whipped his head around. To his surprise, a petite librarian holding a thick, leather-bound book was calmly walking toward him. This place is dangerous. Don't come any closer. Qin Feng warned hurriedly. The librarian tilted her head slightly, her shoulder-length hair swaying with the motion. Her beautiful green eyes sparkled with curiosity. Dangerous? Are you referring to someone here? The librarian glanced around, then pointed at herself. The dangerous one is me, isn't it? You've already fallen into my trap. She flashed a sweet smile. Boom! Before her words had fully settled, the white threads scattered from the farmer's explosion suddenly sprang back to life, coiling around Qin Feng in an instant. The threads rapidly twisted and reshaped, encasing him in a massive cocoon. Chapter 70, Instant Kill, the Librarian. The massive cocoon, resembling a silken chrysalis, tightly enveloped Qin Feng, leaving only his face exposed. The librarian approached Qin Feng, tilting her head slightly as she looked up at him. I'm curious, why do you carry the aura of the Blood Moon deity? She asked, her voice calm yet probing. Qin Feng looked down at her, his dark, abyss-like eyes devoid of any emotion. Do you really want to know? He asked coldly. Of course, the librarian replied with a nod. Then answer me this first, why do you pretend to be a victim? Qin Feng countered. Because if I don't, no one talks to me sincerely. They either feign politeness or patronize me, she explained, her tone casual yet tinged with amusement. It's just too boring. I'm not some nerd who spends all their time reading books, you know. She raised the book in her hand and blinked playfully, her expression surprisingly endearing. I have one more question, the librarian said. What is it? Qin Feng asked, his voice laced with impatience. Are you a man or a woman? She asked, her eyes glinting with mischief. Why don't you guess? Qin Feng's brows furrowed slightly. If the librarian turned out to be a man, he thought, the idea would be utterly revolting. Even if she were a woman, he felt no affection for her. She was nothing more than a manipulative, attention-seeking old woman trying to act cute. Disgusting. Now, can you answer my question? The librarian asked, clasping her hands behind her back and tilting her head again. It's simple. I received an invitation to the High Blood Banquet, Qin Feng replied flatly. The High Blood Banquet? The librarian's eyes widened in astonishment, her emerald-green pupils gleaming with intrigue. That's a rare item indeed. I can't believe you managed to. She murmured to herself, momentarily distracted. Swoosh! At that moment, the massive cocoon encasing Qin Feng suddenly contracted inward, collapsing like a discarded garment onto the ground. The librarian's eyes widened as she felt an unsettling shift within her body. Mire trap. Blood vengeance. Death's resonance. The solid stone pavement beneath her feet turned into a quagmire of mud, binding her legs tightly and rendering her immobile. Interesting, you managed to escape, she remarked, her tone carrying a hint of amusement. With a wave of her hand, she summoned a legion of massive stone golems. Meanwhile, the cocoon on the ground transformed into an enormous web, its expanse so vast that it nearly covered the entire village. Once deployed, not even shadows could escape its grasp. But Qin Feng emerged from the shadows, holding a translucent die in his hand. Fate dice roll 6. All S-tier and above skills receive a 6-fold boost. Seeing the number that appeared on the die, Qin Feng exhaled in relief. If it had been 3-fold, this battle would have been exceedingly difficult. But with a 6-fold boost, he could barely manage to fight back. Still want to fight? Qin Feng asked the librarian, his tone calm yet challenging. The librarian, however, simply lowered her head, flipping through the book in her hand as the stone golems charged toward Qin Feng. What a pity, Qin Feng muttered. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. Before the librarian could react, a dagger easily slit her throat. I was merely waiting for my blink skill to cool down, Qin Feng said coldly. Before his voice had fully faded, crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain. The librarian raised her hand, her delicate, pale palm glowing with dazzling white light. But before the light could envelop her body, a deafening explosion erupted. Mark of fate, fate's judgment. Boom! The horrifying explosion resounded, blasting the librarian away. Her body was like fragile porcelain, now riddled with fine cracks. Impossible, she muttered, dropping the heavy, leather-bound book she had been carrying. With your level, there's no way you could unleash such devastating power. What are you? She demanded, her voice trembling with disbelief. Qin Feng offered no verbal response. Instead, he delivered his final strike. Soul tremor. Boom! The librarian's porcelain-like body shattered instantly, scattering into countless fragments. Congratulations, player, on slaying? Experience gained, 70%. Congratulations, player, on leveling up to level 35. As Qin Feng examined the shattered remains, he noticed a cluster of threads within the hollow body. This was just another puppet. Could there be more puppets hidden among the villagers? He turned his gaze toward the spectators in the distance, the villagers who had been quietly observing the battle. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath him begin to tremble. Rumble! What's happening? I don't know. Is it an earthquake? The villagers' panicked cries filled the air. Qin Feng immediately melded into the shadows, making his way toward the village outskirts. But, as before, every time he reached the village entrance, he found himself unable to leave. It was as if fate had trapped him here, binding him to this cursed place with no escape. The earth's tremors grew more violent. Cracks began to spread across the cobblestone paths of the village, signaling an impending catastrophe that no one could resist. Blood Moon's guidance. Without hesitation, Qin Feng activated the skill he had acquired from the blood banquet. Dense, crimson light engulfed his body, propelling him forward like a jet engine, flinging him out of the village's confines. Boom! Qin Feng landed heavily, the sheer force sinking his feet deep into the soil. Rumble! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted, and Qin Feng turned around, only to find a massive crater, 100 meters in diameter, sprawled out behind him. Even the towering mountains seemed insignificant in comparison to this terrifying abyss. However, there was no time for Qin Feng to lament the destruction of the village. He swiftly slipped into the shadows, his movements silent and precise. Buzz! A droning hum resonated in his ears, and above the clouds, a pair of pristine white eyes emerged, vast and boundless, like an ocean suspended in the sky. Qin Feng held his breath, his gaze fixed and unblinking, not daring to move a muscle. He feared that the owner of those eyes might unleash a divine power capable of obliterating him in an instant. He had already paid dearly for his missteps and had no intention of repeating them. The pair of white eyes swept over the land below, scanning back and forth several times before slowly closing again. Qin Feng waited patiently, ensuring the eyes would not reappear before he cautiously moved forward, still concealed within the shadows. Even though the presence had vanished, who could say if it was truly gone or merely lying in wait? Advancing under the cover of darkness was the safest strategy. At the same time, Qin Feng's mind churned with speculation about the identity of the eye's owner. Was it a weaver? Or some other existence? Frowning slightly, Qin Feng contemplated in silence. He couldn't be entirely certain that those eyes belonged to a weaver. The destruction of the village had been earthshaking, impossible to conceal. If any powerful professionals were nearby, they would surely have sensed it. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Congratulations, player, on successfully escaping the Weaver's Puppet Village. Reward, S-rank treasure chest ×1. Chapter 71, The Puppet Mechanist. Qin Feng stared at the golden treasure chest in his hands, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. He hadn't expected that merely leaving this village could grant him an S-tier treasure chest. It seemed this village was far more complex than he had initially imagined. Thinking it over briefly, it became clear, if not for the invitation letter to the blood banquet he possessed allowing him to make a request to the Lord of the Blood Banquet, he might never have escaped this place. He could have been trapped here for an extended period. After all, this was no rule set by a near-god figure but the arrangement of an actual deity. But now was not the time to dwell on such matters. It was better to first see what kind of rewards this treasure chest would bring him. Focusing on the chest, Xinfeng activated the Hand of Fate. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have successfully obtained the item, Horn of the Puppet Mechanist. Name, Horn of the Puppet Mechanist. Grade, A. Type, Offhand Weapon. Level requirement, none. Class restriction, none. Attribute bonus, all attributes plus 15. Special effect, summon an elemental puppet of the same level as the player using nearby elements. The puppet will fully obey the summoner's commands. Note, only one puppet can be summoned at a time. The effect of matching levels is only valid below level 60. A finely crafted ivory horn appeared in Qin Feng's hand. After toying with it for a moment, he stored it in his inventory space. The equipment was decent, but it didn't reach the level of divine gear. After all, the summoned puppet was only on par with the player's level. This meant the puppet's attributes would likely be no different from an ordinary monster. At most, its elemental type might grant it some unique traits. For example, water element puppets would resist physical attacks, and fire element puppets would deal burning damage. Beyond that, the puppet was essentially just an ordinary monster of the same level, perhaps useful as a tank but with little other value. Thinking this through, Xinfeng once again used the Hand of Fate on the treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have successfully obtained the item, Gloves of the Puppet Mechanist. Name, Gloves of the Puppet Mechanist. Grade, A. Type, Armor. Level requirement, none. Class restriction, none. Attribute bonus, all attributes plus 20. Special effect 1, enhances the summoned puppet's attributes, increasing them by an additional 150%. Special effect 2, the summoned puppet will randomly inherit one skill from the summoner. Holding the gloves in his hand, Xinfeng furrowed his brow slightly. Two excellent pieces of equipment in a row, both related to the puppet mechanist. Could the next item be something utterly useless? Without hesitation, he once again used the Hand of Fate on the S-tier treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have successfully obtained the item, Puppet Mechanist Job Transfer Doll. Item description, a hidden subclass job transfer item for the Puppet Mechanist. Using it will grant access to this subclass. A finely crafted little doll, its joints connected by numerous threads, appeared in Qin Feng's palm. He froze for a moment, stunned by his luck. He had actually acquired a job transfer item for a subclass. Would you like to acquire the subclass? Y/N. Yes. The tiny doll in Qin Feng's hand dissolved into a ball of white light and vanished. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the subclass, Puppet Mechanist. Congratulations, player. You have acquired the skill, Puppet Threads. Congratulations, player. All attributes plus 30. So many attribute bonuses? Xinfeng clenched his fist, excitement surging within him. He had never heard of this subclass before, but judging from the attribute bonuses alone, it was undoubtedly a top-tier subclass. Based on the name, Xinfeng speculated that this job was likely a specialized branch of the Mechanist class. In his previous life, he had encountered a specialized branch of the Mechanist known as the Puppet Artisan. That player was exceptionally skilled at crafting all kinds of puppets, explosive puppets, combat puppets, defensive puppets, you name it. Because of this, that player could single-handedly suppress a small guild, leaving them no room to fight back. Relying solely on this subclass, the player had become incredibly renowned, his subclass even overshadowing his main class. With this in mind, Xinfeng immediately activated the Puppet Thread skill. A white thread shot out from his fingertips, wrapping tightly around a distant tree. With a slight pull, immense force instantly sliced the tree into chunks. This is just the most basic effect? What about the more advanced capabilities? Xinfeng turned his attention to the skill description for Puppet Threads. Puppet Threads. Grade, A. Type, Active. Skill effect, shoots out a thread capable of effortlessly slicing through any object. The strength and length of the cutting ability depend on the output of mana. Additionally, this thread can manipulate inanimate objects, transforming them into puppets to attack enemies. The level of the puppets will synchronize with the player's level, and the skill allows a maximum of 2 puppets to be summoned simultaneously. Xinfeng nodded in satisfaction, recalling the horn and gloves he had obtained earlier. This meant that he could summon 3 puppets, each equipped with its own unique skills. With this setup, these puppets would pose a significant threat to opponents of the same level. By same-level opponents, he referred to those with SSS grade talents or strength comparable to his own. A new skill in hand, I must test it. Xinfeng surged forward along the path marked on the map, paying extra attention to the monsters along the way. Finally, he found prey that pleased him. In the dense forest, a massive armadillo extended its sharp claws, effortlessly snapping a giant tree in half and stuffing it into its mouth. It chewed the lush green leaves of the treetop voraciously, as though the towering tree before it was nothing more than tender, crunchy lettuce or scallions. Name: Burrowing Armadillo. Level: 45. Health: 55000/55000. Mana: 8000/8000. Attack: 2500. Movement speed: 40. Defense: 4000. Skills: Earth Burrow, Iron Armor Defense, Unstoppable Destruction. Earth Burrow: the burrowing armadillo can dive underground to avoid enemy attacks while gaining an additional 50% defense. Iron Armor Defense: harnessing the power of the earth, the armadillo increases its defense by 30%. Unstoppable Destruction: using its claws, the armadillo tears through everything. Enemies touched by its iron claws suffer 200% damage based on its strength attribute. Chapter 72, Dawn City. Sheen Feng quietly infiltrated the burrowing armadillo's territory, suddenly revealing himself to confront the massive beast. The armadillo, engrossed in devouring the treetop, froze momentarily upon spotting Sheen Feng. Then, with a furious roar, it swung the thick tree trunk in its claws straight at him. Before the trunk could reach Sheen Feng, a white thread shot out, precisely wrapping around the tree trunk and slicing it into perfectly even fragments in an instant. Whiz! 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 The white thread flashed through the fragments like lightning. With a powerful pull, the fragments merged and transformed into a humanoid puppet. This wooden puppet was tall and imposing, but it seemed almost insignificant compared to the burrowing armadillo. Boom! The wooden puppet swung a heavy punch, landing a direct hit on the armadillo's snout. Splurt! Blood sprayed forth as the massive creature was sent tumbling backward. Roar! Furious, the armadillo pounced on the wooden puppet, slashing with its razor-sharp claws and sending the puppet flying. The wooden puppet crashed through several trees before finally skidding to a halt. Cracks had begun to appear on its torso, but it slowly clenched its fists tighter. Mark of Destiny. Boom! A powerful impact sent the armadillo flying once more, leaving a massive dent in its thick armor-like shell. From a distance, Sheen Feng nodded slightly, a satisfied smile forming on his face. Although the wooden puppet's level was relatively low, with the enhancement of the puppet engineer's gloves, its power was not to be underestimated. This was his ultimate technique, capable of enabling even a low-level wooden puppet to challenge high-level monsters. Roar! The armadillo launched another assault, charging directly at the toppled wooden puppet. Unstoppable Destruction! Its claws slashed violently, instantly shredding the wooden puppet into fragments. The devastating power of the attack even toppled nearby trees. The armadillo seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as it gazed at the shattered remains of the puppet. At that moment, Sheen Feng's applause echoed through the forest. Clap! 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 Walking out from the shadows, he clapped his hands as if he were some mastermind behind the scenes, praising, "Not bad. You managed to take down my puppet." The armadillo's eyes widened, and it charged at him with a deafening roar. Seeing this, Sheen Feng swiftly pulled out the horn and blew it forcefully. Hoo! The soil and wood fragments on the ground merged instantly, forming 3 earth and wood hybrid puppets. Go! The 3 puppets swarmed the armadillo, pummeling it relentlessly until it was battered and bruised. A short while later, with a final wail, the armadillo collapsed to the ground, unable to even attempt an escape. Sheen Feng casually picked up the treasure chest dropped by the armadillo and continued on his journey. This time, the thorns and obstacles ahead were no longer cleared by his own hands but by the puppets he summoned. Even when faced with a ferocious monster, he would always send his puppets to fight first, rather than personally charging in with his dagger as he used to. This was considered a way to hone his skills. After all, even the most skilled craftsmen could lose their edge in critical moments without regular practice. On the road to Dawn City, Sheen Feng occasionally chose to flee. What a hassle! While sprinting at full speed, Sheen Feng blew his horn from time to time, summoning a wooden puppet to shield him from the pursuing enemies. A sharp screech pierced the air. A creature with golden feathers covering its entire body, resembling the mythical rock bird, was hurtling through the sky at an incredible speed. Golden flames spewed from its mouth, incinerating the forests and reducing Sheen Feng's wooden puppets to ashes in an instant. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Sheen Feng had no choice but to dive into the large lake marked on his map and hide beneath the water's surface. The rock screeched again, opening its massive beak to unleash a torrent of golden flames into the lake, causing the water temperature to steadily rise. With a deafening roar, a one-horned water serpent suddenly burst out of the lake, immediately engaging in a fierce battle with the golden rock. Seizing the opportunity, Sheen Feng bolted in the direction of Dawn City. He ran for dozens of kilometers before daring to glance back, wiping the sweat from his brow. It had all started when he passed by the rock's nest and, tempted by greed, decided to capture a new mount. Thinking the rock had gone far away, he entered its nest, only for a phantom of the bird to appear and engage him in a relentless fight. After barely destroying the phantom, the actual rock returned. This led to the earlier chaos, leaving Qin Feng with no choice but to flee for his life. The rock was a level 60 monster. At such a high level, and as a boss-tier creature, it was utterly impossible to defeat. Fleeing was the only option. Thanks to the towering trees along the road to Dawn City, and the help of the one-horned serpent, Qin Feng narrowly survived. Farewell, my serpent brother. Casting one last glance at the earth-shaking battle in the distance, Qin Feng turned and continued his journey toward Dawn City without looking back. Who knows how many days had passed? Now at level 37, Qin Feng was seated on the shoulder of a puppet, savoring a roasted fish. Though adventurers of his level no longer strictly depended on food, going without sustenance for long periods would still lower their attributes. Before setting out, Qin Feng had prepared a large supply of provisions, never expecting the journey to be so perilous and grueling. Sometimes, he had to use his precious food to lure monsters away from his path, and other times, to neutralize negative effects like bleeding or curses. The journey had been an eye-opening experience. The variety of monsters along the way far exceeded his expectations. Creatures from Eastern mythology, beings from Western legends, they were all here. As he gnawed the roasted fish down to the bone, Qin Feng suddenly noticed something unusual ahead. A stone-paved road appeared at the end of the path, with a signpost standing prominently. Engraved on the signpost were several large characters, Dawn City. With a casual wave of his hand, the massive puppet instantly dissolved into a puddle of mud. Qin Feng melted into the shadows and darted swiftly in the direction indicated by the signpost. Soon, a towering city built entirely of pure white marble came into view. The city looked like an indestructible colossus, as if it could withstand any attack. So this is Dawn City? Emerging from the shadows, Qin Feng stepped closer to the city. However, as he approached, an intense sense of unease washed over him. He squinted at the distant city, only to see its mountain-like gates wide open. But there were no armed guards stationed near the gates, nor were there any people entering or leaving. It was as if this place were a ghost town. Chapter 73, The Perilous Dawn City. Qin Feng slipped back into the shadows, gripping the Blood Moon dagger tightly as he inched toward Dawn City. He had spent countless hours on this journey and refused to leave empty-handed. Even if the city ahead was a dragon's lair or the rock's nest, he would face it head-on. Without such courage, how could he, starting a full month behind others, have carved out a path to greatness with his A-level talent and joined the ranks of T1 players? As he neared the city gates and prepared to step inside, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Warning, high-risk area ahead. Player level is too low. Proceed with caution. Do you wish to enter? Confirm/decline. Qin Feng gripped the dagger tightly, his face displaying a rare mix of astonishment and confusion. At his current level, he could barely touch Tier 1 in his previous life, but now, he was undoubtedly in the unparalleled Tier 0 category in this life. Yet, he was denied entry to the City of Dawn due to a level 2 low notification. Could this place truly be a den of dragons and tigers, as treacherous as it seemed? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng's thoughts settled. He had already set a respawn point in Celestial Dawn City and obtained the guidance of the Blood Moon during the Blood Feast. With these two abilities, even if the city gates transformed into a giant, dragon-like maw, he wouldn't suffer significant losses. If that was the case, then why hesitate? It was time to charge ahead fearlessly. Without a second thought, Qin Feng turned around and walked away. Skill name, Blood Moon's Guidance. Skill effect, upon activation, this skill allows the user to forcibly escape their current predicament. Usable once per month. Currently on cooldown, 2 days remaining until ready. The Blood Moon's Guidance was still on cooldown. He would have to wait 2 more days before the skill could be used again. Coincidentally, in 2 days, the new month would begin, marking exactly 2 months since he started the game. At that time, not only would he gain a new talent, but all his skills would also come off cooldown. Thus, there was no need to rush. He could wait until he was fully prepared before entering the City of Dawn. What was the need for impatience? With this in mind, Qin Feng began retreating from the outskirts of the City of Dawn, planning to hunt some suitable monsters to level up in the meantime. Honestly, at his current level, unless he was taking on higher-level challenges, ordinary monsters even with 10 times the experience would barely make a difference. Still, every bit of experience counted, no matter how small. He intended to squeeze every drop of value out of it. Celestial Dawn City, Shadow Sect Headquarters. Alia knelt before the altar, her hands clasped together, her eyes closed in prayer. Just then, an elderly man cloaked entirely in a black robe appeared out of thin air. The wrinkles on his face were sharp and profound, as though etched by the passage of countless ages. Where is Qin Feng? The elder looked around, sensing no trace of Qin Feng in Celestial Dawn City, and asked. At this moment, Alia finished her prayer, rose from the prayer mat, and replied, he went to the City of Dawn. What? The elder's eyes widened, his gray pupils filled with urgency. How could you let him go to the City of Dawn? He shouted. What's the matter? Alia tilted her head, her face full of confusion. You don't understand. The City of Dawn is no longer a place where the living can tread. The elder sighed, clutching his forehead in frustration. Advance! 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 In the dense forest, a warrior clad in plate armor raised a banner high and waved it repeatedly. Hundreds of players marched in a neat formation, advancing step by step. Ahead of them, a group of goblins, also wearing plate armor, stood ready for battle with weapons in hand. Mages, launch the attack. Warriors, form ranks and prepare to counter the enemy's charge. Wang Longxing stood at the front of the group, shouting commands. Once the players had formed their ranks per his instructions, he retreated to the back of the formation and sat on a chair brought over by his team. Leaning on the chair, Wang Longxing stared blankly at the battlefield ahead. What's wrong, guild leader? His attendant noticed his distracted state and asked cautiously. I can't figure it out. How the hell is that bastard Qin Feng leveling up so quickly? Wang Longxing snapped out of his daze and pointed angrily at the leaderboard in front of him. Under normal circumstances, even with cheats, it wouldn't be possible to create such a massive gap between players. And yet, the difference between his level and ours has grown by 20 levels. 20 levels. I refuse to believe this is normal. As he spoke, veins bulged on Wang Longxing's forehead, his fury still unquenched. Mark my words, if we can't uncover his identity now, we'll keep digging. I'll make sure he understands the cost of crossing me, Wang Longxing. I will make him pay for what he's done, even in the real world. Yes, guild leader. The attendant's voice was loud and resolute. Wang Longxing's eyes, sharp as blades, fixated on the countdown to when the game would merge with reality. He rubbed his temples, anxiety gnawing at him. He had to secure an advantage in this game, or else the power he held in the real world would crumble to dust. In the dimly lit underground ruins, Kong Fong ignited the campfire. His blade sliced through the tough, dried beef, releasing a savory aroma that filled the air. In the pot, chunks of meat tumbled and boiled in the bubbling broth. The team sat in a circle around the suspended pot, the warmth of the flames driving away the damp chill clinging to their bodies. Their clothes, long soaked by the moisture of the ruins, stuck uncomfortably to their skin. How much longer is this dungeon going to take? I feel like I'm about to turn into a mushroom. Hang in there. Even though this labyrinth-style dungeon is time-consuming, our levels are climbing fast. Don't even remind me. All I want right now is to get back to the surface, take a hot shower, and sleep like there's no tomorrow. Kong Fong silently continued slicing the beef, though his gaze drifted to the leaderboard. The name shining like a star at the top made his heart jolt. Rank 1, Qin Feng. Level, 37, 80%. I hope he's doing okay. Lowering his head, Kong Fong's blade traced a crisp sound as it cut through the dried meat. There was only 1 month left until the day the game would descend upon reality, a time like a blade hanging over a cliff's edge, perilously close and nerve-wracking. When that day came, the world would turn upside down. The old order would be ripped apart, and terrifying monsters would roam freely in reality. That's why Qin Feng had to grow stronger. Only someone like him, a true powerhouse, could bring hope to their world, could rebuild a shattered order with greater speed. As for the criticisms of Qin Feng circulating on the forums, Kong Fong never said a word. True strength was often lonely, misunderstood. The drive to move forward likely came only from the ideals burning deep within one's heart. Slicing off the last piece of beef, Kong Fong clapped the dust from his hands and said, "Eat up quickly. Let's clear this dungeon as soon as possible and head back to the city for some proper rest." "Yes, Captain," the team members responded in unison, their spirits immediately lifted. Chapter 74, The Eerie Chime. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and a new month arrived. Before the towering gates of Dawn City stood a man cloaked in black, his figure as imposing as a steel tower. His sharp gaze was fixed on the lofty city gate, but his eyes seemed slightly unfocused, as though they were seeing beyond what lay before him. Ding! 30 days have passed. The player can now unlock a new talent. Would you like to acquire a new talent? Y/N. Yes. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the SSS level talent, the Historian. The Historian. Effect 1, whenever you enter a historical dungeon, you will innately gain significant advantages. Effect 2, rewards obtained after completing a historical dungeon are doubled. Effect 3, by paying a price, you can summon characters from past historical dungeons to aid you in battle. Unbelievable. Ridiculous. Every time Qin Feng acquired a new SSS level talent, his understanding of how overpowered such abilities could be was pushed to new heights. And this talent, in particular, was astonishingly tailored for historical dungeons. Among all types of dungeons, historical dungeons were notoriously the hardest to navigate. After all, how could someone from Earth possibly grasp the complex histories of myriad worlds? Not to mention, the histories of these worlds were so convoluted that they were mind-boggling. Since his transmigration, Xin Feng had only experienced 2 historical dungeons. The figures he encountered in those were each more formidable than the last, some with names that resonated across the multiverse. A saint of the Gemini cult, the founder of Dawn City, and even the Blood Moon God, a being so exalted and untouchable it was beyond comprehension. Now, with this new talent in hand, whenever Qin Feng encountered a historical dungeon, he would be leagues ahead of others in terms of advantage. But none of this was the most crucial part for Qin Feng. After all, the first 2 effects of this talent were comparable to S-level or even SS-level talents at best. It was the third effect that truly made this talent a game-changer. The ability to summon figures from past dungeons to fight alongside him. Did this mean he could even summon the Blood Moon God, should he be willing to pay the price? Of course, summoning a deity would undoubtedly come with an astronomical cost. But even so, this effect was utterly game-breaking. Xin Feng took a deep breath, reining in his thoughts. Opening his skill panel, he confirmed that his other abilities, especially Guidance of the Blood Moon, had finished cooling down. Without hesitation, he stepped forward into Dawn City. Warning, high danger zone ahead. Player's level is too low. Proceed with caution. Would you like to enter? Confirm/decline. Xin Feng chose confirm. Immediately, an invisible force seemed to resist him, momentarily halting his floating step in midair before letting him land firmly. Fresh giant ox meat. Buy 1 pound, get half a pound free today. Newly skinned dire wolf pelts, just 1 gold coin apiece. If you're setting up a stall, do it properly. Why are you encroaching on someone else's spot? The moment Qin Feng set foot into Dawn City, a cacophony of noises flooded his ears. At the same time, the previously empty city suddenly came alive, bursting with people to the point of shoulder-to-shoulder crowding. Before him stood 4 guards, clad in armor and armed with long spears, stationed at the gate. One of the guards immediately raised a hand to stop him, saying, "Stay away from the city gates unless you have business here." The guard's words jolted Qin Feng into clarity. He was entering the city, so why did it feel like he was leaving at the moment he crossed the gate? Was it an illusion? Or spatial magic? Qin Feng frowned slightly. Skills of this level were still far beyond his grasp. He couldn't even begin to comprehend them, let alone counter them. But the most puzzling part was this: if it truly was an illusion or spatial magic, why would the guards treat him as though he were exiting the city? Could it be that they were completely unaware he had entered from outside? If that were the case, wouldn't that mean the city was utterly defenseless? Qin Feng nodded at the guard and turned to walk deeper into the city. At this moment, Qin Feng's thoughts were a tangled mess, impossible to unravel. He had no idea what had happened to Dawn City. Why were the gates unguarded? Why did the city appear deserted from the outside? These questions swirled in his mind, but for now, his priority was to gather more information about Dawn City. Qin Feng began wandering through the city, taking in its sights. What he saw was truly a bizarre patchwork. There were stalls resembling ancient Chinese noodle stands, medieval Western bakeries, and even modern, exquisitely decorated high-end restaurants. After a brief moment, Qin Feng halted in his tracks, his gaze piercing as he locked onto a mouth-watering scene in an open-air kitchen. A steak, as large as 2 palms put together, was being placed on the grill. Flames licked the surface of the meat as the chef meticulously brushed on a secret sauce. The sauce gleamed like amber, shimmering under the glow of the charcoal fire, while an extraordinary aroma wafted through the air, instantly making one's mouth water. Qin Feng swallowed hard, his thoughts racing. Back in Tianyao City, he might have been able to resist such temptation. But along his journey, he had subsisted almost entirely on bland barbecue, grilled chicken, grilled duck, grilled fish, grilled rabbit. This monotonous diet had stretched on for nearly a month. Now, faced with such a sumptuous feast of grilled delicacies, his appetite was thoroughly awakened. Yet, when he thought of the current state of Dawn City, Qin Feng forced himself to suppress his cravings, not daring to act rashly. What if something was amiss? Dong! Just then, a deep and resonant bell tolled from the depths of the city. Qin Feng keenly observed that at the very moment the bell rang, everyone nearby froze in their tracks. Immediately after, as if they were programmed automatons, the people began to return to their homes one by one, including the patrolling guards. In the blink of an eye, the bustling street became empty and eerily silent. Qin Feng stood where he was, watching this unfold, his brows furrowing slightly. "What are you doing out here?" A hoarse voice suddenly came from behind him. He turned around to see an elderly woman leaning on a cane, her hunched back making her age unmistakable. Her face was etched with deep wrinkles, and her frail frame seemed weighed down by the years. "You'd better hurry home, or you'll face punishment soon," the old woman urged anxiously. "Punishment?" Xin Feng's sharp ears caught the key word. "What's going on? Why would there be punishment?" The old woman glanced nervously toward the direction of the bell's toll. "This isn't the place to talk. Come home with me, and I'll explain everything," she said. Xin Feng studied the old woman carefully, then nodded. "All right. What a good boy," the old woman said, her face breaking into a relieved smile. Chapter 75, The Hunters. "Follow me." The old woman's voice was low and mysterious. Xin Feng trailed behind her as she led him into a dark, narrow alley. The alley was winding and cramped, its walls covered in moss that exuded an ancient aura. Eventually, she brought Xin Feng to a seemingly dilapidated yet surprisingly neat stone brick house. Though the exterior appeared weathered, the interior was meticulously maintained, a testament to the owner's diligence. The old woman pulled out a bronze key, unlocked the door, and stepped in first. Xin Feng followed closely behind. The furniture inside was mostly made of oak. Though aged, it remained sturdy. The thick patina on the tables and chairs revealed the passage of time. Xin Feng didn't linger on the surroundings but turned to the old woman, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Why must everyone go home when the bell rings? What happens if someone doesn't?" he asked. The old woman's face registered a knowing expression, and a low, meaningful chuckle echoed throughout the room. "I knew it, you're an outsider. Only outsiders wouldn't know the rules of Dawn City." Her laugh was layered with implication, causing a twinge of unease to stir in Xin Feng's heart as he quietly observed her. "Now, let me tell you why. When the bell tolls, it signals the hunt." The old woman paced the room with the grace of a prowling leopard, her eyes gleaming with cunning. "When the bell rings, the hunters begin their hunt. Anyone left outside is considered prey and will ultimately perish. Only by staying indoors can one avoid the hunter's grasp." She paused for a moment, her lips curling into a sinister smile. "But in this city, who isn't a hunter themselves?" Just as her words fell, her face grotesquely swelled, as if something horrifying were writhing beneath her skin. "Now, I begin my hunt." Her thunderous voice shook the room, but in the blink of an eye, Xin Feng vanished. Threads of white silk emerged from the shadows, swiftly binding the old woman's body. Hiss! The silk tightened abruptly, slicing her grotesque form into bloody shreds. Blood gushed out, staining the floor. Before she could react, a crescent-shaped dagger materialized from the darkness and plunged straight into her neck. Mark of fate. Judgment of fate. Boom! Boom! Two deafening explosions erupted, and the old woman's body was instantly blown to pieces. A notification echoed in Xin Feng's mind. "Congratulations, player, on successfully slaying the remnant soul of a level 40 Dawn City resident. Experience gained, 1%. Congratulations, player, you have temporarily secured the right to reside in this house." Huff! Just then, a piercing howl echoed from outside, followed by a series of heavy, rumbling sounds. No, it wasn't thunder, it was the sound of hooves. Xin Feng rushed to the window. A chilling presence seeped into the air, approaching with the rhythm of galloping hooves. Through the crack in the window, he saw dozens of grotesque monsters riding beasts that resembled warhorses, patrolling the streets. Though humanoid in shape, the creatures were covered in jagged bone spikes, their flesh rotting and nauseating to behold. The warhorses they rode exuded a menacing aura, razor-sharp fangs and crimson scales that screamed of their bloodthirsty nature. Xin Feng's gaze fell on the hunter's data. Name, mutated residents of Dawn City. Level, 60. HP, 150,000/150,000. MP, 70,000/70,000. Attack, 10,000. Movement speed, 700. Defense, 7,000. Skills, Iron Cavalry Charge, Sweeping Strike, Unstoppable Force. Iron Cavalry Charge, charge at the enemy on horseback, thrusting with a lance to deal 200% strength-based damage. Sweeping Strike, swing the lance to release a blade of light, dealing 170% strength-based damage. Unstoppable Force, burn HP to launch a suicidal charge at the enemy, dealing 400% strength-based damage while sacrificing 60% of your own HP. Such terrifying stats. Just then, the hunters in the distance seemed to sense something. They urged their war horses forward, galloping in Xin Feng's direction. Xin Feng remained as steady as a mountain, his eyes fixed on the approaching monsters. Moments later, the hunters reached the house. They circled it twice before riding away. As Xin Feng watched them leave, he let out a sigh of relief. Dong, dong, dong. Not long after, the deep and melodious chime of a bell rang out once more. The hunters scattered throughout the streets seemed to respond to an unspoken command, rushing toward the direction of the sound. They moved so swiftly that the clouds of dust they raised were enough to make an ordinary person shut their eyes tight. Once the hunters disappeared, the city's residents began to emerge from their homes. Merchants reopened their stalls, and patrolling guards resumed their rounds, long spears in hand, as if nothing out of the ordinary had ever occurred. Observing this, Qin Feng opened his door and was about to step out onto the street when his sharp instincts detected a disturbance within his house. He turned his head quickly and saw that the old woman he had killed earlier had somehow reappeared in the room, but now her body was translucent, flickering like a phantom. What was even stranger was that she paid no attention to Qin Feng, as though he were invisible to her, or as if she had completely forgotten the events that had transpired before. Qin Feng cast a glance at the old woman, his gaze calm, before resolutely stepping out of the house. At that moment, a mechanical notification echoed in his mind. The player's temporary residency period has expired. You no longer have the right to remain in this house. Qin Feng paid the message no heed. Without hesitation, he melted into the shadows, heading swiftly in the direction of the bell's toll. He had to uncover the source of all this, to unravel the secrets hidden beneath the surface. As Qin Feng pressed forward, the streets grew increasingly desolate. The crowds of pedestrians thinned out, and the bustling merchants vanished entirely. Gradually, the streets lapsed into an eerie silence, reminiscent of an abandoned graveyard in the depths of a remote mountain. The surroundings became more and more dilapidated. Qin Feng noticed cracks spreading like spiderwebs across the marble walls of the buildings. It was unclear whether the damage was caused by some force of destruction or simply the relentless erosion of time. His vigilance heightened. At the end of the road, a bell tower slowly emerged into view. Its surface was covered with a thick layer of dust, as though no wind had touched it for centuries. Chapter 76, The Reversal of Roles Between Hunter and Prey. Qin Feng advanced step by step, steadily approaching the bell tower. Suddenly, a low and raspy voice broke the silence. Outsider, halt! Beyond this point lies a place you cannot tread. Following the sound, Qin Feng spotted a figure cloaked entirely in gray standing at the base of the bell tower. The figure stood as still as a ghost, its presence so faint it seemed to blend seamlessly with the dust. If not for the voice, even someone as perceptive as Qin Feng might have overlooked it. And yet, the gray-robed figure didn't seem to notice Qin Feng's presence. Qin Feng stared intently at the figure, shifting slightly to test its reaction. To his surprise, the figure's gaze remained fixed in one direction, failing to track his movements. Could it be that the gray-robed figure had only sensed an aura but had not pinpointed his exact location? At that moment, an information panel appeared in Qin Feng's vision, revealing the figure's attributes. Name, the third sage, distorted state. Level, strength, stamina, spirit, agility, luck, health, mana, skills. The third sage stood silently for a moment. When Qin Feng made no move to retreat, the figure let out a cold snort. Poof! Since you are so insistent on courting death, don't blame me for being merciless. Before the words had fully fallen, the copper bell atop the tower began to sway, its deep and resonant chime reverberating through the air. Boom! The sound was followed by a thunderous rumble. The ground trembled as the pounding of hooves echoed like rolling thunder. Qin Feng looked ahead and saw dozens of hunter knights charging forth on monstrous steeds. The beasts surged like a storm, spreading across the city in all directions. One hunter knight passed close to Qin Feng, abruptly halting its monstrous mount to sniff the air. Its rotting nostrils twitched slightly, as though it had caught a scent. From afar, the third sage chuckled coldly. I don't know what method you used to conceal yourself, but these hounds are the Lord's most prized creations. Their sense of smell is unparalleled. If they catch even the faintest trace, be it a single strand of your hair, they will dig you out, even if you're buried hundreds of meters underground. At this moment, the hunter knight ceased its sniffing and directed its monstrous steed to stomp down on a particular spot. Boom! The massive iron hooves of the beast shattered the marble pavement, sending shards flying in all directions. Yet to the third sage's astonishment, Qin Feng remained undetected. The creature's efforts had failed to expose him. Ha! The third sage tilted his head in confusion. Though his face was hidden behind a mask, the surprise in his eyes was unmistakable. At this moment, the hunter seemed to be provoked, recklessly driving his warhorse to trample everything in sight, as if he wished to destroy the world around him. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a notification sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have successfully stolen an item, Dawn City coins times 1560. Item description, coins from Dawn City, maybe they can be used in the marketplace? A delicate silk pouch appeared in Qin Feng's hand. Without hesitation, he tucked the silk pouch into his backpack and continued to use his skill, Left Hand of Fate, on the hunter. The hunter, panicked and frenzied, manipulated his warhorse to stomp wildly, but Qin Feng always remained just outside its attack range. Crouching 100 meters away, Qin Feng quietly calculated the number of coins he had stolen. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have successfully stolen an item, Dawn City coins times 100. Item description: coins from Dawn City, maybe they can be used in the marketplace? For some reason, almost all the items stolen from this monster were these coins. Qin Feng had no expectation of striking it rich from the hunter, so he wasn't disappointed. After his 13th successful theft, Qin Feng stepped out of the shadows. The hunter abruptly twisted his head, locking his gaze onto his target. His crimson, twisted eyes gleamed with madness and excitement. He had finally found his prey. Yet Qin Feng seemed oblivious to this. His focus was entirely on the transparent die in his hand. At that moment, the die stopped on the number 5. Fate dice roll 5. All S-class and above skills receive a 5-fold boost. Die. The hunter let out an ear-splitting roar, squeezing his legs as the warhorse beneath him shot forward like an arrow. Unstoppable charge. With just his first move, this crazed monster unleashed his most powerful attack, recklessly burning his own life force. Unfortunately for him, gamblers always lose everything in the game of fate. Mark of Destiny. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted, sending both the hunter and his warhorse flying. The massive blast tore off one of the hunter's arms, and the severed limb, still dangling with rotting flesh, flew like a spear, embedding itself into a stone wall hundreds of meters away. As the explosion's echoes faded, the hunter quickly regained his composure. With his remaining arm, he grabbed the reins of his warhorse, forcibly calming its agitation. Now, the one-armed hunter gently stroked the beast's scaled body, raising his iron spear high above his head. Qin Feng and the hunter locked eyes. Though the height difference between them was vast, Qin Feng's gaze carried a commanding intensity, as though he were looking down from above. Despite the overwhelming gulf in level and stats between them, akin to the difference between heaven and earth, Qin Feng's expression remained resolute, fearless. In that moment, the hunter's sanity began to crumble. Iron cavalry charge. The monstrous warhorse charged again, its colossal hooves shaking the ground like a minor earthquake. Yet Qin Feng simply stood there, motionless, not even raising his dagger. Was he planning to block the charge with his bare body? No. Qin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile as he activated one of his signature skills. Judgment of Fate. Boom! A terrifying explosion instantly tore the hunter's mount apart, killing the beast on the spot. Thud! The blood-soaked hunter crashed heavily to the ground, now missing one of his legs. He lay there, utterly battered and defeated, but Qin Feng stood tall like an unyielding tower, staring down at the blood-drenched hunter. In that instant, the roles of hunter and prey had completely reversed. Chapter 77, Dazzling Thunder. Thud! Suddenly, the hunter's sole remaining leg kicked off with immense force, propelling him forward like an arrow in flight. With one hand gripping his spear, overwhelming energy gathered at its tip, causing the iron weapon to tremble violently. Boom! The spearhead struck the ground, exploding into a massive crater 10 meters in diameter. But the strike missed Qin Feng. He had disappeared into the shadows just before the spear tip touched the earth. In the exact moment the spear landed, a transparent dagger plunged seamlessly into the hunter's neck. Skyik! The dagger sliced through the grotesque wound, and crimson blood gushed out violently, painting a scene straight out of hell. Yet, even in such dire straits, the hunter opened its gaping, blood-stained maw and lunged at Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng's expression didn't waver. He raised his hand crossbow and aimed it directly at the hunter's eye socket, pulling the trigger without hesitation. ZZZZT. The bolt pierced through the hunter's skull, and with the explosion of the Mark of Destiny, the monster's skull was blown wide open in an instant. On the other side, the third sage's eyes widened in shock, his mind reeling. A level 60 hunter, defeated by a level 37 combatant? How is that possible? The gap between level 60 and level 37 was insurmountable, like the difference between heaven and earth, an absolute chasm that could not be bridged. Yet this impossible feat had unfolded right before his eyes. Interesting. But they're called hounds not just because of their keen senses, but also for their tenacious vitality. As soon as the words left his mouth, the hunter's slender neck elongated further, writhing like a serpent. Its remaining leg and arm twisted grotesquely, moving in sync. Suddenly, it whipped its arm, the iron spear gripped within it snapping forward like a whip, lashing toward Qin Feng. Sweeping army slash. In an age before firearms became widespread, whips were humanity's only supersonic weapon. Now, imagine a level 60 monster crafting such a weapon from its own body. How fast would it be? The answer, dozens of times the speed of sound. Even with Qin Feng's lightning-quick reflexes, he could only catch a fleeting shadow streaking toward him. His body couldn't move. This wasn't fear holding him back, but the sheer speed of the strike. It was so fast that even his agility couldn't keep up. Crack! A deafening impact echoed as Qin Feng was sent flying. A searing pain flared from his left side, and the acrid taste of blood filled his mouth. He had obviously sustained severe injuries. Thud! Qin Feng crashed heavily to the ground. Swallowing the blood pooling in his mouth, he showed no signs of fear in his eyes. Instead, they brimmed with excitement. Yes, he was thrilled. As a top-tier player and an extraordinary warrior, it had been far too long since Qin Feng had encountered such a thrilling opponent. His enemies were either overwhelmingly stronger than him, crushing him effortlessly, or pathetically weak, allowing him to dominate them without challenge. Such battles brought no joy, no adrenaline, no satisfaction. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Qin Feng looked at the hunter, whose mutilated limbs were still writhing, and a smile spread across his face. That's right. Only in such a peak form does this become interesting. Otherwise, what's the point? A one-sided drama is no fun at all. Qin Feng vanished into the shadows, leaving the hunter momentarily unable to track him. But the hunter, with its grotesquely elongated arms trailing to the ground, had already devised a countermeasure. It swung its whip-like arm wildly, the attached spear slicing through the air with terrifying force. The area within a dozen meters of the hunter became a death zone. The sheer speed of its swings tore the air apart, creating shockwaves that no human could possibly withstand. For Qin Feng to attack, he would have to charge through this devastating assault, a move that was nothing short of suicidal. Crouching by a window, Qin Feng silently observed the hunter's relentless sweeping strikes. As a master assassin, patience was a quality he never lacked. In truth, Qin Feng's fighting style was far from the norm for assassins. His usual tactics resembled more of a warrior's or ranger's approach than the hit-and-run methods of a traditional assassin. An assassin was defined by their ability to unleash devastating bursts of damage in a short time. If the enemy survived, the assassin would retreat, wait for their skills to recover, and then strike again. But Qin Feng often leapt into direct combat with his foes, a strategy far too dangerous for the frail constitution of an assassin. After a brief moment of observation, Qin Feng suddenly darted out, loosing an arrow mid-air. Quagmire trap. As the bolt struck the ground, the area beneath the hunter's feet instantly turned to thick, viscous mud, trapping its movements. But the hunter seized the opportunity, pinpointing Qin Feng's trajectory. It violently whipped its arm, hurling the iron spear in its grasp. Boom! The spear missed its mark, punching through a nearby building's walls and leaving a pair of massive holes in its wake. Within moments, Qin Feng had crossed dozens of meters to close in on the hunter. No, he had used blink. You've lost. As Qin Feng's words fell, his dagger sliced toward the hunter's elongated neck. But before the blade struck, he activated two skills in quick succession. Death's Whisper. Blood Vengeance. SCHHHK. The dagger tore through the hunter's neck, sending blood gushing out like a fountain. Its arms flailed wildly, like the final desperate spasms of a dying octopus. Mark of Destiny. The hunter's head exploded in an instant, spinning through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. In the distance, the third sage stared, his face frozen in shock and disbelief. The hunter had already unleashed its most powerful form, yet it was still defeated by this outsider. Who is he? How does he wield so many powerful skills? Some of these abilities shouldn't even be accessible to someone of his level. Congratulations, player, for successfully slaying a level 60 mutated resident of Dawn City. Reward, S-tier treasure chest ×2. Congratulations, player. You have gained 100% experience points and successfully leveled up to level 38. 2 treasure chests? Qin Feng listened to the notification echoing in his mind and casually slid his dagger back into the sheath at his waist. A thought crept into his head. Could it be that Dawn City has turned into a special historical dungeon? Before Qin Feng could untangle his swirling thoughts, a furious roar abruptly shattered his concentration. How dare you kill a resident of Dawn City within its walls? Do you realize this is an unforgivable crime punishable by certain death? In the distance, the third sage suddenly rose into the air. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and blinding bolts of lightning churned within the storm, resembling massive silver dragons coiling and writhing. Qin Feng bolted toward the horizon, pushing his legs to their absolute limit. But when he glanced back, his scalp went numb with dread. The dazzling lightning had enveloped the entire sky, illuminating the earth as if it were broad daylight. In the next instant, a torrent of lightning bolts descended, crashing down with a deafening roar. Chapter 78, The Past of Dawn City. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Old, dilapidated houses shattered into fragments under the onslaught of thunder, and the cobblestone paved ground was left riddled with crater-like indentations, resembling a honeycomb after countless bolts of lightning struck. Qin Feng darted left and right, narrowly avoiding the dense barrage of thunderbolts. Relying on his rich combat experience, he barely managed to survive amidst the chaos. As the storm subsided, the third sage remained suspended in midair, his cold gaze sweeping across the devastated land below. Still alive? You're quite adept at dodging, I'll give you that. Unfortunately, your time is running out. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the third sage raised an arm high into the air. Blinding arcs of lightning began to coalesce within the dark clouds above, flickering ominously as if heralding Qin Feng's imminent demise. Faced with the overwhelming scene, Qin Feng didn't hesitate, he pulled out his hand crossbow. Thwack! The third sage effortlessly deflected the bolt and immediately locked onto Qin Feng's position. Just as he prepared to unleash another wave of thunder, Qin Feng suddenly appeared directly in front of him in an instant. Blink spell. Soul Daze. The third sage froze in place instantly, his body completely immobilized, even his eyes could no longer move. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng lunged forward, dagger in hand, ready to strike. But just as he swung his blade, an even more horrifying sight unfolded before him. The thunderclouds above began to release their fury on their own. Boom! 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 Qin Feng's body was torn apart by the searing lightning. He didn't even have time to feel pain before he was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Serpent of Rebirth. From thin air, Qin Feng's body reappeared some distance away. He turned to look at the third sage, his eyes still filled with shock. His opponent's abilities could even trigger automatically? There was no time to dwell on this revelation. Qin Feng furrowed his brows deeply, his gaze fixed on the third sage still hovering high in the sky. Due to the great height and the delay caused by his resurrection, it was now impossible for him to launch another attack before the effect of Soul Daze wore off. Just then, the third sage's finger twitched slightly. He had regained control. The third sage relished the sensation of his body returning under his command. His eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of skill is this? Even I couldn't resist it? At his level, not even opponents of equal strength should have been able to control him in such a way, let alone this outsider barely at level 30-something. For the first time, the third sage found himself baffled. All the knowledge he had accumulated over his long life seemed utterly useless at this moment. But, his gaze turned icy as he focused on Qin Feng below, his eyes sharp as blades. This is where it ends. The lightning within the dark clouds grew even brighter. Qin Feng sighed softly, he had no choice but to use that move. Select a dungeon. Second Blood Banquet. Select summon character. Cynthia. Cost, lose 1 level. Confirm payment? Yes. You have dropped to level 37. Qin Feng extended his hand, and a rift tore through the air before him. The tear emitted a radiant glow of prismatic and pale white light. Taking advantage of the moment, he reached into the rift and pulled out a young woman. She wore a wide-brimmed hat and a white lace gown, none other than Cynthia, whom Qin Feng had encountered during the previous blood banquet. In the sky, the third sage prepared to summon his thunderbolt, but then his body froze once again. His eyes, hidden behind his mask, widened in utter disbelief. Slowly, the third sage descended to the ground, his gaze fixed intently on the bewildered Cynthia who had just been summoned. City Lord, is it really you? He asked, bowing formally with a hand over his chest. Cynthia, still dazed by the sudden change in surroundings, glanced around in confusion before finally looking at Qin Feng. Oh, I see now, she said softly. I never expected you to wield the power to summon fragments of history. The third sage stood silently at the side, watching as Cynthia completely ignored him. Stepping forward, he cautiously approached the pair. His eyes scanned Cynthia up and down, as though trying to confirm something. After several moments, he muttered to himself in a low voice, "Is it? No, it can't be." Though his words were filled with doubt, his gaze grew resolute, as if he had reached a certain conclusion. Cynthia instinctively took half a step back when the third sage drew closer. She then turned to Qin Feng and asked, "Who is he? And where is this place?" Qin Feng answered truthfully, "This is Dawn City many years into the future." Cynthia's eyes widened in shock, her pale blue irises filled with disbelief. She whipped around to face the third sage, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Are you Carl? What happened to you? And why are you dressed in such rags?" Hearing her words, the third sage's eyes lit up with emotion. "City Lord, this is all because of the blood tax. At first, we thought everything would be fine, but after the city reached its peak, disaster struck. After that great upheaval, Dawn City became humanity's central hub. We thought we were strong enough, but it all ended like this. To be honest, I should never have agreed to let you seek out the Blood Moon deity back then. These gods, none of them are trustworthy." The third sage's incoherent words spilled out in a chaotic torrent, leaving Qin Feng thoroughly confused. Even Cynthia appeared utterly baffled by his ramblings. "Wait a moment. I understand the blood tax, it relates to my plea for the Blood Moon god's assistance. But why would it cause all this?" Cynthia frowned, questioning. In theory, even paying the blood tax for over 1,000 years shouldn't have led to this kind of situation, she added. The third sage grew increasingly agitated, his eyes flickering with unease. Haven't I been saying it all along? It's because the blood moon vanished, and you, city lord, went into seclusion. We thought we no longer needed to pay the blood tax. After all, our strength had grown sufficient, and with the blood moon gone, it seemed unnecessary to continue paying. But who could have foreseen that after we stopped paying the blood tax, strange occurrences began plaguing the city, and they only grew worse and worse. The third sage appeared mentally distraught, pacing back and forth like a man on the verge of collapse. It was clear that this matter had dealt him a heavy blow. Who made the decision to stop paying the blood tax? Cynthia sharply grasped the key point. The Grand Sage, he replied. And then? What happened after that? She pressed. Then, because of the strange occurrences, we had no choice but to shut down the teleportation array, cutting off contact with the other cities. We were afraid the incidents would spread. Cynthia's brow furrowed slightly, as though she was piecing together the truth step by step. After she founded the City of Dawn, her relentless efforts, combined with the Blood Moon God's blessing, had allowed the city to rise rapidly in power. However, even such a prosperous city had its flaws, namely, the blood tax owed as the price of seeking the Blood Moon God's favor. Later, when the blood moon disappeared, Cynthia entered seclusion for reasons unknown. During her absence, the Grand Sage, who had taken over management, had unilaterally decided to cease paying the blood tax. Chapter 79, Divine Descent Artifact. Cynthia pressed her hand to her forehead, her light blue eyes shimmering with complex emotions. I truly don't know whether to blame you or myself since, after all, I didn't make things clear enough. She spoke coldly. The blood tax isn't just a simple levy, it's a curse of the vampiric clan. They treat humans as vessels for sustenance. When the time comes, they will inevitably collect. Not only will refusal lead to consequences, but even delaying it will provoke terrifying retribution and curses. And the disappearance of the blood moon doesn't erase the blood tax. How could you act so recklessly? At this point, Cynthia sighed again, a trace of helplessness in her voice. The third sage lowered his head, his eyes behind the mask filled with guilt and inner turmoil. I should have stopped the great sage back then. But even if I could return to that moment, I might not have been able to change his decision. Why? Cynthia pressed further. The Lord Mayor. The third sage replied, at that time, Dawn City was the central city of the human race. If we paid the blood tax, what would other cities think of us? How could we face the doubts and accusations from our own kind? So it wasn't just the great sage who agreed to this, the other 9 sages also agreed, though not wholeheartedly. After speaking, a glimmer of hope appeared in the third sage's eyes. Lord Mayor, since you've appeared, does that mean you have a solution? It seems you're more delusional than I thought. Cynthia shook her head. I am nothing more than a historical projection, pulled from the past. The memories I possess might be from hundreds, if not thousands, of years ago. She smiled faintly, a hint of regret shining in her light blue eyes. Someone like me cannot help you, but... Cynthia turned her gaze toward Qin Feng. He might be able to resolve all of this. You should seek his help. The third sage nodded slightly, disappointment flashing in his eyes. I understand. I will. He turned to Qin Feng. I will try. Moments later, the third sage led Qin Feng deeper into Dawn City. By this time, Cynthia's projection had already dissipated. As she disappeared, Qin Feng clearly sensed the reluctance lingering in the third sage's gaze. The two walked silently toward the core area of Dawn City. The old and decrepit scenery along the way had vanished, replaced by an even more unsettling sight. On the dark, damp streets, a monstrous creature lay sprawled on the ground, emitting faint breaths. The creature's head had transformed into dozens of slimy tentacles, each ending in a grotesque, crimson eyeball. Its body was hideously deformed, covered in mucus secreted from decaying corpses. A single glance was enough to make one nauseous. Name? Aberrated state. Level? Strength? Stamina? Spirit? Agility? Luck? HP? MP? Skills? As Qin Feng passed the creature, his eyes were drawn to a metallic collar around its neck. The collar was entirely silver white, its surface etched with intricate patterns. A golden light flickered within, clearly indicating a massive flow of energy. The two continued forward, and Qin Feng occasionally spotted other twisted creatures. Without exception, each had a metallic collar around its neck. It was likely these collars that kept the monsters bound to their rampage and prevented them from escaping. Qin Feng surveyed the street, noting how it differed from the rest of Dawn City. This street was perpetually shrouded in shadow, and the mucus oozed by the abominations had caused large patches of moss to grow. After observing for a moment, Qin Feng turned to the third sage. Do you know anything about what lies beyond level 60? He hoped to glean more information from this high-level figure. Levels? The third sage turned his head, his voice icy. Are you truly unaware? I only know that levels beyond 60 are referred to as near deities. Xin Feng wasn't lying. In his past life, no matter how much effort the players put in, they had been unable to surpass level 60. Then you are indeed ignorant. As the third sage walked ahead, his tone turned cold and raspy again. Levels below 60 are the transcendent tier. Levels 60 to 120 are the legendary tier. Only at levels 120 to 180 does one reach the near deity tier. As for levels above 180, the third sage said, those are referred to as gods. Beyond gods, there are realms even higher, but those are far beyond what I can comprehend. And what level are you now? Xin Feng asked, his tone tinged with curiosity and a hint of caution. Sensing the sensitive nature of the question, the third sage glanced back at him briefly, his expression calm. Level 117. Xin Feng suddenly understood. No wonder the third sage had been able to defeat him in an instant. The gap in their levels was like the distance between heaven and earth. Xin Feng's level wasn't even a fraction of the third sage's. How could he possibly win? It also explained why the third sage could withstand the mark of fate so effortlessly. To someone of his level, such an attack was nothing more than a trivial annoyance. The third sage seemed to notice Xin Feng's subtle shift in expression and smiled faintly. For someone below level 60, you're actually quite strong. To achieve what you have at such a low level is truly rare. And with the combination of the power of fate and the power of shadows in your attacks, it would take someone at least level 70 or 80 to withstand your assault. Especially that last skill you used. At this point, a flicker of fear appeared in the third sage's eyes. If a strong opponent of the same level had used such a skill against him, he would have been killed on the spot. Faced with the unexpected praise, Xin Feng was momentarily stunned and chose not to respond. The two of them walked through countless streets until they finally arrived at their destination, the end of a narrow alley. Xin Feng's eyes widened as he stared intently at the sight before him. The air was thick with a pungent, suffocating stench, tinged with a faint sweetness and the unmistakable metallic tang of blood. At the epicenter of the blood-soaked atmosphere was a pulsating object, blood-red and grotesque, like a beating heart, a scarlet embryonic sac. The sac resembled both an embryonic fetus and a massive egg laid by some unknown creature. Its surface was entirely crimson, covered in a thin, translucent membrane. But what was most horrifying was how the sac expanded and contracted rhythmically, as if it were a living, breathing heart. In the next moment, a familiar system prompt echoed in Xin Feng's mind. Player has discovered a near-divine artifact, the Vessel of Divine Descent of the Blood Moon Sovereign. Name, the Vessel of Divine Descent of the Blood Moon Sovereign. Level, HP, MP, Attack, Movement Speed, Defense, Skills. Description, a miraculous artifact brewed by the Blood Moon Sovereign over millennia, specifically designed for divine descent. Xin Feng stared at the attribute panel that had appeared before him, his brow furrowing deeply. This was the first time he had encountered an object with actual stats. The key issue was that this wasn't merely an object, it had hit points, which meant it was alive. It wasn't just an artifact, it was a living, breathing entity. Chapter 80, Drained to the Last Drop. At this moment, the third sage's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed intently on the blood-colored embryo. He spoke gravely, this is the monstrous product of the blood. Tax collected from Dawn City. It constantly siphons the life force of the city's residents. The first to be affected are the creatures you've seen roaming the outskirts. This process has been ongoing for a full millennium. As he spoke, the third sage's voice grew lower, as if suppressing a deep-seated fury. We have tried countless times to rid ourselves of this malignant tumor, but all we can do is watch as it grows stronger. We are utterly powerless. Be it magic, physical attacks, or even spiritual interference, none of it has any effect. It's as though it doesn't belong to this world at all. Of course, there is a way to make it leave, but that would require waiting until it matures and departs on its own. Such a condition is unacceptable to us. He turned to Xin Feng, his eyes glimmering with hope. Do you have any solutions? Xin Feng gently shook his head, silently thinking to himself, I'm only at level 37. How could I possibly contend with a vessel for a god's descent? Just then, a skill on Xin Feng's ability panel began to glow faintly. It was Guidance of the Blood Moon. As the skill began to radiate, the blood-colored embryo started pulsating violently. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was like the beat of a heart, shaking Xin Feng to his core. It made his organs churn uncomfortably, as though heralding the arrival of a great war, with the thunderous roar of war drums. The third sage stared intently at the blood-colored embryo, then suddenly turned his head toward Xin Feng. His expression was a mix of shock and certainty. You really do have a way. Without waiting for a response, he dropped to one knee and pleaded, please, lend us your strength. Save the millions of residents of Dawn City. Qin Feng lowered his gaze, frowning slightly. It was as if he had suddenly realized that from the moment he stepped into Dawn City, he had been caught in an intricate web of schemes. Every move he made had been precisely calculated, leaving him with no way out. This level of meticulous planning was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Could it be a divine layout? He muttered to himself, his eyes growing resolute. Then let's see what kind of game you're playing. Guidance of the Blood Moon. A dense blood-red light enveloped Qin Feng, lifting him slightly off the ground, as though he were about to ascend. Meanwhile, the pulsations of the blood-colored embryo grew even more intense. Thump, thump, thump. The rapid beats cracked the floor tiles, and even the walls began to fracture. The surface of the blood-colored embryo was now veined with bulging vessels visible to the naked eye, glowing with an intense blood-red light, as though on the verge of exploding in the next moment. At the same time, the darkened sky above began to brighten. A luminous moon emerged, rising slowly, a blood moon. This scene seemed to foreshadow the imminent arrival of an unspeakable terror, one that defied existence itself. Its name was God. Watching all this unfold, Qin Feng's mind raced, arriving at an unexpected conclusion. Select instance. Second Blood Feast. Choose Summon Character. Cynthia. Cost, drop 1 level. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Your level has dropped to 36. Qin Feng stretched out his hand, slicing through the void, summoning Cynthia once more. Cynthia glanced around, momentarily stunned, before snapping to attention. Why are you summoning me again? This isn't the time for questions, Qin Feng said seriously. Answer me this. During the Blood Feast, the god you sought was the Lord of the Blood Moon, right? Of course. Who else could it be but the... Cynthia paused mid-sentence, her eyes widening in shock. No, that's not right. Qin Feng nodded slightly. So it's as I suspected. He recalled the first time he entered the Blood Moon instance, when he had witnessed the hostile confrontation between the Silver Wolf and the Lord of the Blood Feast. The Earl had furiously denounced the Silver Wolf as heretical, a grave accusation not to be taken lightly. Such a charge could only be leveled against someone within the same faith who held beliefs in direct opposition to the mainstream orthodoxy. Could this mean that the two sides were originally from the same sect? This led to a logical conclusion. The gods of the Blood Moon faction were never singular, and there was discord among them. With this realization, Qin Feng began another summoning. Select instance. Second Blood Feast. Choose Summon Character. Lord of the Blood Feast. Cost, Guidance of the Blood Moon, drop 5 levels. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Your level has dropped to 31. At that moment, the air beside Qin Feng suddenly tore open, creating a rift. Out stepped a man dressed in a luxurious crimson robe, adorned with an elegant red top hat. In his hand was a scepter, and his narrow eyes curved upward ever so slightly, carrying an elusive, faint smile. Thank you for summoning me, favored of destiny. With that, he gracefully removed his top hat and offered a bow. The third sage, standing nearby, tensed up instantly at the sight of the Count. His muscles tightened as if he were facing a ferocious beast. Powerful. Unbelievably powerful. The third sage took a ragged breath, desperately trying to calm the anxiety and unease roiling in his chest. The oppressive aura emanating from the Count made him feel as though his very life was in peril. Such a being was practically divine in strength. But why would someone so formidable show such deference to Qin Feng, a mere level 30 player? Could it be because Qin Feng was the favored of destiny? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Qin Feng's calm voice broke the silence. There's no need for such formalities. I only hope you prove worthy of the reward I've paid. His eyes, as dark and fathomless as a black abyss, betrayed no emotion, merely a serene indifference. Of course, the Count replied with a light chuckle. He approached the blood-red cocoon, his expression twisting into one of disgust. How shameless! Such insatiable greed! No sooner had the words left his lips than he extended a finger, piercing the blood-red cocoon. Scarlet blood gushed forth, but it was unlike any ordinary blood. It was viscous, like molten red syrup. As the syrup-like blood oozed out, the sky was immediately suffused with an intense crimson glow. The previously faint blood moon now blazed as brilliantly as a sun. The third sage shivered involuntarily at the sight of the vivid blood moon, goosebumps rising all over his body. Qin Feng, however, stood unscathed, as composed as ever. Seeing this, the Count's face twisted into a deranged grin. Ha 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 ha. Do you wish to stop this? Too bad, you no longer have the right. He withdrew his hand, revealing 4 sharp fangs as he opened his mouth. Without hesitation, he sank his teeth into the blood-red cocoon and began to drink deeply. Gulp! Gulp! The sound of swallowing echoed clearly in the air. With each gulp, the cocoon visibly shrank, until it eventually withered into a loose, lightweight skin. Above, the blood moon dimmed gradually, and finally, it vanished entirely. The Count bent down to pick up the desiccated skin with a refined air. As if compressing it with magic, he rolled it into a palm-sized bundle and casually popped it into his mouth, savoring it without a trace of hesitation. So effortlessly? The third sage, having witnessed everything, was utterly dumbfounded. This blood cocoon, which had plagued them for years, had been dealt with so easily. But what truly shocked him was the price that must have been paid to enlist the help of someone so overwhelmingly powerful. What kind of sacrifice had Qin Feng made to aid Dawn City? Was it out of a bond with the city lord? The third sage glanced at Qin Feng, his mind swirling with unanswered questions. Who exactly was Qin Feng to the city lord? As the Count finished his task, he raised his staff and drew a blood-red rift in the air. He offered another elegant bow, tipping his hat toward Qin Feng. Until next time, favored of destiny. With that, he stepped into the rift and disappeared. The third sage turned to speak to Qin Feng but abruptly fell silent. Qin Feng, as though sensing something, turned his head. Before his eyes, the world began to shift and transform at an incredible speed, as if thousands of years had passed in an instant. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, the seasons cycled rapidly. Leaves fell and regrew on the great trees, only to fall again. Grass sprouted madly, then withered, eventually buried beneath thick snow. The myriad changes were indescribable and overwhelming. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in Qin Feng's ears. Chapter 81, Leaving Dawn City. When the transformation ceased, Qin Feng suddenly found himself standing outside the gates of Dawn City. The city walls loomed like a colossal beast, steadfast and imposing. The white stone shimmered with a faint luster, as though enchanted with an everlasting spell. Only the overgrown shrubs and brambles at the edges hinted at the passage of time. Did I clear it? Qin Feng murmured to himself as he gazed up at Dawn City. He then lowered his gaze to inspect the system notifications before him. You have assisted in completing the Mission Substitution Sacrifice. Your level has increased to 40. S-rank skill Guidance of the Blood Moon has been lost. You have obtained a new S-rank skill, Key of Light. Key of Light. Upon activation, choose one of the following effects to take place. Effect 1, forcefully exit the current environment or instance. Effect 2, select a destination for teleportation, usable twice per month, 2 halves remaining. Congratulations! You have obtained the special credential, Dawn City Residency Certificate. Item description: this certificate is merely proof of residency. However, being a resident of Dawn City seems exceedingly rare. Congratulations on reaching level 40. Please complete your breakthrough quest promptly to continue leveling up. Qin Feng stared intently at the notifications, his expression unreadable. Qin Feng looked at the rewards, and for the first time in a long while, a genuine smile appeared on his face. He had thought it would take a long time for his level to recover, but completing this dungeon had unexpectedly propelled him straight to level 40 in one leap, a delightful surprise indeed. What excited him the most, however, was the Key of Light. Not only did it perfectly replace the Guidance of the Blood Moon, but it also came with an additional teleportation function. Such a powerful upgrade. As for the Citizen Certificate of Dawnlight City, he wasn't quite sure what to make of it. After all, due to the burden of the blood tax, Dawnlight City would likely struggle to recover in the near future if it hadn't already become a shadow of its former self. So, the certificate was probably only good as a memento. Lastly, there was the Ascension Quest. This task would follow a set procedure, and once completed, he could return to Skyglow City. Taking one final glance at Dawnlight City, Qin Feng turned and began his journey back. On the way, he opened his attribute panel. After all, his level had increased, it was time to allocate his points. Player, Qin Feng, Fate's Thief. Level, 40, 0%. Strength, 158, plus 100. Stamina, 40, plus 100. Spirit, 40, plus 65. Agility, 239, plus 150. Luck, 62. Health points, 50,000/50,000. Mana points, 15,000/15,000. Skills, 1, Fate's Arsenal, S-Class, plus 8, Passive Skill, 2. Cloak of Fate's Shadow, S-Class, plus 13, Class Exclusive, 3. Fate's Left Hand, S-Class, plus 7, Active Skill, 4. Blink, S-Class, 5. Intermediate Appraisal, B-Class, plus 2, Active Skill, 6. Judgment of Fate, S-Class, plus 7, Active Skill, 7. Soul Shock, SS Class, Active Skill, 8. Silver Key. Equipment, Puppeteer's Horn, Puppeteer's Gloves, Blood Moon Leather Armor, Blood Moon Blade Fragment, Blood Moon Necklace, Blood Moon Boots, King's Shadow Blood Ring, Nidhogg's Ring. Items, Dawnlight City Coins, Dawnlight City Map, Pendant of the King. Fate Exclusive, 2 Fate Points. Class Exclusive, 100% critical chance, double skill and attribute point gains. Title, Deathbringer. Title effect, plus 1500 regional reputation. Title skill, the player can declare an enemy's death, marking them. Once marked, any damage dealt will trigger the mark, causing additional damage. A-class affix, Defier of Fate. When facing enemies of a higher level, all attributes temporarily increase. The greater the level gap, the higher the boost, up to 50%. B-class affix, Coiling Serpent. Upon receiving fatal damage, the player can respawn at a random location within 5 kilometers at 30% health. Cooldown, 30 days. Special affix, Rising Assassin. Skill damage receives a 15% boost. Qin Feng allocated all his attribute points and the skill points he had saved up, fully preparing himself for the upcoming Ascension quest. He aimed to be in perfect condition. Additionally, he still had 2 fate points left. Given the situation, he decided to use them to enhance the skills he hadn't upgraded yet. Ding! Congratulations, player! Your skill Intermediate Identification has been enhanced and mutated into Eye of Destiny. Eye of Destiny. Grade, S-Class. Type, Active. Skill Effect 1. Harness the power of destiny to peer into others' secrets, obtaining all their information unless their level is 40 or more above the user. Skill Effect 2. Grants a high probability of revealing an enemy's weaknesses. Attacking these weaknesses guarantees a critical hit. Cooldown, none. Mana cost, none. This skill was overwhelmingly powerful. Qin Feng's heart trembled with excitement. It seemed that spending those destiny points was far from a waste. The skill was simply too extraordinary. However, he didn't let the joy linger for too long. Without hesitation, he allocated the remaining destiny points to another skill. Ding! Congratulations, player! Your skill Blink has been enhanced and mutated into Shadow Trail of Destiny. Shadow Trail of Destiny. Grade, S-Class. Type, Active. Skill Effect 1 allows the user to teleport in any direction within a 500-meter radius. Skill Effect 2. Each teleport generates a destiny arrow. Up to 3 arrows can be stored simultaneously, and each arrow deals 300% agility-based damage to enemies. Cooldown, 1 second. Mana cost, 100. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the transformation of his Blink skill. His dark, abyss-like eyes gleamed faintly, and a slight smirk curved his lips. This meant he could finally abandon the cumbersome crossbow equipment he'd relied on for so long. Due to the rarity of such equipment, he was still using a level 15 crossbow. Now, this skill perfectly compensated for his shortcomings, not to mention the increased teleportation range and reduced cooldown. If he had possessed this skill during his battle against the Third Sage, even if he couldn't have inflicted severe damage, he could have at least shaved off a significant portion of their health. Alright, it's getting late. Time to leave. Qin Feng took a step forward and decisively activated the silver key. A dazzling white light enveloped him in an instant, radiating like a brilliant star, resembling the first light of dawn breaking through the night. ##### Chapter 82, The Gap in Levels and the Hermit Order of Destiny. Boom, boom, boom. Massive fireballs tore through the sky, crashing into the wooden encampment with deafening roars, blasting huge breaches into the earthen and wooden city walls. Crash! The walls crumbled with a thunderous roar. Several goblins clad in crude plate armor emerged from the gaps, brandishing their shoddy weapons and screeching in an unintelligible cacophony. Charge! Wang Longxing's voice thundered like a war drum. He swung his sword forcefully, unleashing a blade of energy that struck a goblin squarely. -1300. Squawk! The goblin let out a blood-curdling scream so piercing it seemed to echo for miles. The sword energy left a deep gash across its armor. Seizing the moment, Wang Longxing slashed his sword toward the goblin's neck, decapitating it in one swift strike. Charge! 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 He shouted once more, rallying the warriors behind him. Like a tidal wave, they surged forward, launching a ferocious assault on the goblins. The battlefield turned into a meat grinder, devouring goblins one after another. Wang Longxing had shed his role as a commander and transformed into a relentless warrior on the front lines. Swish! With a single slash, he severed a goblin's arm. Blood and dismembered limbs became his stepping stones as his experience points soared rapidly. But at that moment, a furious roar erupted from within the city walls. Despicable humans! Your opponent is me. A towering goblin, standing nearly 2 meters tall with muscles like forged steel, leapt out from behind the walls, exuding an oppressive aura. Name, Goblin Giant Warrior, Boss. Level, 20, Elite. HP, 30,000/30,000. Mana, 10,000/10,000. Attack power, 1,400. Movement speed, 20. Defense, 200. Skills, Wild Smash, Breakthrough Strike, Shatterbones. The tension on the battlefield intensified as the towering figure emerged, its presence as menacing as an avalanche. Wang Longxing tightened his grip on his sword, bracing for the clash ahead. A fearsome foe. Wang Longxing gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. If he failed this challenge, he would lose an entire level, a consequence he could not afford. He was already close to level 20. Dropping a level would cost him so much experience that he would vanish from the leaderboard entirely. But he had no choice, he had to fight. Only by doing so could he catch up to Qin Feng. Bring it on! Wang Longxing roared as he charged at the goblin giant warrior, sword in hand. Clang! The giant effortlessly blocked his attack, laughing maniacally. You hairless monkey dare challenge me? It swung its massive spiked club toward Wang Longxing's head. Wild smash! Whoosh! Wang Longxing sidestepped just in time, the club narrowly missing him. The force of the swing was so strong that it dried the sweat on his forehead. Stop right there! He shouted, and the goblin warrior froze in place. Commanding authority. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Longxing thrust his sword at the giant's neck. Throat seal strike. The sword pierced the goblin giant warrior's throat, but to his shock, the blade wouldn't go any deeper. Ha ha ha. The giant gripped the sword tightly, blood gushing from its neck, yet it showed no concern. Instead, it laughed wildly. I will be the victor. It bellowed, swinging its spiked club straight toward Wang Longxing's head. Bone-crushing blow. Seeing the attack coming, Wang Longxing decisively abandoned his sword and leapt backward. But the giant changed its attack mid-swing, sweeping horizontally toward Wang Longxing's waist instead. If this blow landed, even at level 20, Wang Longxing would be gravely injured. At that critical moment, an arrow shot through the air like a streak of light, striking the goblin giant warrior. Thud! The arrow pierced its flesh, momentarily halting its movements. Wang Longxing seized the chance to retreat, narrowly dodging its attack. Everyone, focus fire on it, Wang Longxing commanded. From a distance, mages and archers began concentrating their firepower on the goblin giant warrior. Spells rained down like a storm, and even the robust goblin giant warrior couldn't withstand the onslaught. Its health bar rapidly depleted. Seeing the opportunity as its health dropped to a critical level, Wang Longxing lunged forward and delivered a decisive blow. 500. The goblin giant warrior staggered backward, roaring in fury, "You coward!" Before it could say more, Wang Longxing struck again, completely draining its health bar. The goblin giant warrior collapsed with a thunderous crash. Wang Longxing smirked disdainfully. Only the victor has the right to call others cowards, he said. His rise on the leaderboard wasn't due to extraordinary skill or an S-tier talent. It was his vast resources that gave him the upper hand. By mobilizing others to weaken high-level monsters to the brink of death, he could swoop in for the kill. That was the true reason he ranked so highly. Those who relied solely on their own strength were nothing more than pitiful underlings in his eyes. Congratulations, player, for slaying the level 20 goblin giant warrior. Congratulations, player, on reaching level 20. Congratulations, player, your leaderboard rank has increased by 1 position. The system notifications echoed in his mind as Wang Longxing took a deep breath. He had finally leveled up. Now, the gap between him and Qin Feng was only a dozen levels. Although the difference was still vast, he believed he could catch up eventually. With that thought in mind, Wang Longxing stepped back behind the frontline warriors and opened the leaderboard. What? His eyes widened as he stared at the leaderboard, fixated on a name that glowed with golden brilliance. Rank 1, Qin Feng. Level, 40, 0%. How is this possible? He jumped 3 levels in one go? Even for a level 1 player, it's impossible to gain 3 levels so quickly. His earlier confidence now evaporated. Wang Longxing slumped like a defeated rooster. This scene wasn't unique to Wang Longxing. Other guild leaders reacted similarly. Lei Yu, gripping his massive sword, began swinging it even faster as he stared at Qin Feng's name on the leaderboard. Lu Shichuan, armed with a spear, plunged into a pack of wolves, skewering several in one fluid motion. Meanwhile, young Tingyu, surrounded by multiple goblin shamans, unleashed a devastating ultimate ability, instantly clearing their health bars. Have you found the source? Where is this disturbance in fate coming from? In a dimly lit room, several individuals dressed in white robes and wearing masks sat around a long table in discussion. Could it be related to Dawnlight City? There's been some unusual activity there. At the head of the table, an elder with golden embroidery on his white robe nodded slightly. That's possible. Keep a close watch on Dawnlight City, and investigate the source of this disturbance in fate. Remember the creed of the Order of Fate's Hermits. Understood. Chapter 83, The Total Annihilation of a Family. Tianyao City. Qin Feng walked along the solid stone road, his eyes scanning the spotless and pristine Tianyao City. Outside the city walls, there were no towering shrubs or thorny brambles. Taking in a deep breath, he sighed with emotion. This really feels like returning to the human world. The journey to Dawnlight City had felt like traversing the depths of hell. This hell was adorned with beautiful flowers, lush trees, and vibrant green grass, but it also concealed man-eating monsters and despair-inducing dangers. And now, finally, he had returned to civilization. As he stepped further into the city, the guards stationed at the city gates recognized him. They waved and greeted him warmly. "Hey, long time no see, Tianren. Where have you been?" "I went on a long journey," Qin Feng replied with a faint smile. "Welcome back to Tianyao City." In front of the Shadow Cult's residence, Alia sat casually on a bench, one leg crossed over the other. She fiddled with a dagger in her hand, occasionally sharpening its blade with a whetstone, trying to make it keener. Her expression was tinged with boredom as her dark eyes swept over the street from time to time. Occasionally, she would cut a strand of her hair to test the blade's sharpness. Suddenly, her gaze locked onto a figure in the crowd, and a flicker of surprise lit up her eyes. "Qin Feng," she called out excitedly, springing up from the bench. She dashed toward him, but after a few brisk steps, her pace slowed, and she eventually stopped. Her eyes scanned Qin Feng from head to toe, her face filled with confusion. "How did your level jump to 40 already? You didn't secretly resort to forbidden techniques, did you? Normally, the higher your level, the slower the progression. How could you advance so quickly?" Qin Feng rolled his eyes helplessly. "Yeah, sure, I totally used some forbidden technique. So, what now? Are you going to cleanse the cult of traitors?" Alia froze in shock, taking several steps back, her expression a mix of disbelief and alarm. "No way. That's impossible. There's no way you'd become someone like that. Someone who resorts to forbidden techniques, I would never let them go." Her grip tightened on the dagger, her tone turning icy. "Are you done playing around?" Qin Feng spread his hands, exasperated. Alia, like a deflated balloon, sheathed her dagger at her waist with a pout. "Can you not ruin the mood like this? I was hoping to spar with you a bit, test your strength." "Better not," Qin Feng said dismissively. "I wouldn't want to hurt you. By the way, did you discover anything during your trip to Dawnlight City?" Qin Feng shook his head and remained silent. "Not willing to share, huh? Fine, come with me. The elder is back," Alia said. "When he heard you went to Dawnlight City, he was so stressed he lost a few strands of hair. He told me to bring you straight to the prayer chamber if I ever saw you." "Got it." The two chatted idly as they made their way to the Shadow Cult's small prayer chamber. Upon entering, Qin Feng saw the elder kneeling on a meditation cushion, devoutly praying to the shadow god. When the prayer ended, the elder rose from the cushion, his sharp gaze locking onto Qin Feng. In an instant, the blood vessels in the elder's eyes seemed to burst visibly before Qin Feng's eyes, crimson streaks spreading rapidly. Bang! A surge of intense pressure caused the elder's eyes to spurt streams of blood. He hastily covered his face with both hands. "Elder?" Alia exclaimed in alarm. Qin Feng furrowed his brows, puzzled. "What's going on? Why would the elder start bleeding the moment he saw me?" "Qin Feng," the elder barked in a stern tone. "No matter what, you must not speak of your experiences in Dawnlight City. Under no circumstances should you reveal anything to anyone. Even the fact that you went to Dawnlight City, keep that to the barest minimum. Do you understand?" Qin Feng nodded. "Understood." The elder slowly removed his hands from his face. Though his eyes remained tightly shut, his condition seemed to have stabilized. "In that case, there's nothing else. Focus on growing stronger. There's less than a month left before the great transformation." Qin Feng nodded again. "Got it. But can you tell me more about this great transformation? I'd like to prepare myself." "No," the elder rejected him flatly, his tone calm but resolute. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, it's that it cannot be spoken of. Do you understand what I mean?" "Of course," Qin Feng replied with a nod. But even as he acknowledged the elder's words, his mind began drifting to another matter, something that had been gnawing at him ever since he received a certain hidden quest after killing Councilman Bran. Investigate the descent of change. Back then, in order to quickly level up and make his way to the City of Dawn, this particular quest had been set aside. After all, investigating a mission without any clues was simply too challenging, and the time spent could easily allow Qin Feng to gain another level. But now, things were different. The investigation in the City of Dawn had concluded. Though the journey had inexplicably involved the gods, it had ended rather hastily. No matter, he finally had some free time on his hands. Qin Feng and Alia stepped out of the prayer room, leaving the elder inside to recover in solitude. "Any missions lately?" Qin Feng turned to Alia as they walked out. "Missions? Tons of them." Alia stretched lazily. "But none that are suitable for me. Most of them are just errands and trivial chores. What about anything related to the Bran family?" At those words, Alia's dark eyes narrowed slightly, her lips curling into a sly, fox-like smile. Why are you asking about that? She clasped her hands behind her back, leaning forward slightly as she walked. Her smooth black hair swayed like waves with each step. I just have something I need to investigate. Do you want more details? Alia tilted her head slightly, then shook it with a laugh. I don't have the time or interest to meddle in your affairs. I'm just curious, did you hear some rumors? Before she even finished speaking, she flipped her hand, and a roll of parchment appeared in her grasp. There happens to be a rare anonymous mission related to the Brand family. She handed the parchment to Qin Feng. Qin Feng understood that opening the parchment and reading its contents would mean accepting the mission. But so what? He broke the wax seal and slowly unfolded the parchment. Before his eyes, a bold line of words appeared. Mission objective: completely eradicate the Brand family. The words were blood red, as if written with fresh blood. Who issued this mission? Qin Feng looked up, his eyes locking onto Alia, who seemed as if she had anticipated everything. Take a guess, Alia replied with a smile. Seeing Qin Feng's expressionless face, her smile faded, and she muttered in dissatisfaction, can't you at least try not to ruin my fun? Since you want to know, go check out the Spin Bar. The Spin Bar? Chapter 84, Assassinate Henry. Late at night. Neon lights flickered, illuminating a massive, round table-shaped sign spinning under the lights, as if calling out to passers-by. Qin Feng and Kong Fong walked side by side, their strides firm and resolute. I brought you here because you're familiar with this place, Qin Feng said, his gaze glinting with anticipation. Kong Fong nodded, a sly smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The Spin Bar isn't just a bar, it's also a hub for information. As Qin Feng had expected, bars were always a gathering place for all kinds of news. Under the flashing neon lights, two burly men in white robes stood at the bar's entrance. Their arms were like iron pillars, and they stood as immovable as mountains. Entry fee, 1 gold coin, one of them said coldly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Kong Fong casually pulled out 2 gold coins and tossed them over without hesitation, striding inside with confidence. The base fee here is 1 gold coin. Once you're in, the drinks and food are free, Kong Fong explained, his eyes gleaming mischievously. Qin Feng smiled faintly and pointed ahead. What about those? Following Qin Feng's finger, Kong Fong's eyes were immediately drawn to the scene before them. 2 golden-haired women, dressed in sheer gauzy garments, their graceful curves faintly visible, stood there like goddesses stepped out of a dream. Handsome gentlemen, would you like to enjoy a peaceful evening? One of them purred, her voice as soft as morning dew dripping from a leaf. Qin Feng steadied her with his hand, keeping her from losing balance, though his heart remained calm as still water. No, I'm looking for John. The blonde woman rolled her eyes dramatically. Then go find him yourself. With that, she linked arms with her companion and gracefully walked away. Unbothered, Qin Feng led Kong Fong to the pre-arranged seat, declining all offers of drinks and the enthusiastic service of the staff. Before long, a tall, broad-shouldered man in a leather jacket approached. His bald head gleamed under the neon light, and his face bore an ambiguous smile, as if he were privy to every secret in the world. Well, looks like you're punctual, 5 minutes early, even. John plopped into the seat with a casual air, snapping his fingers to cast a sound isolation spell. The surrounding noise instantly faded into silence. What do you want with me? John got straight to the point. I want to know who issued the mission to the Shadow Cult to annihilate the Brand family, Qin Feng replied, his gaze unwavering and his purpose clear. John furrowed his brows tightly, scrutinizing Qin Feng with a sidelong glance, as if assessing his identity. You look like someone from the Shadow Sect. Why would you need me to investigate? Because this is an anonymous mission, and I don't want to break the rules of the sect, Qin Feng replied, his tone tinged with a trace of helplessness. John hesitated, refusing to give an immediate answer. Sensing the stalemate, Kong Fong quickly added, money is not an issue. We can offer you terms that will satisfy you. Kong Fong, you've misunderstood. John waved his hands repeatedly. This isn't about money. It's about the taboo nature of this task. Who would choose anonymity unless they wanted to hide their identity? If I get found out, I'll also pay a price. Unless, he paused, his gaze flickering. Unless what? Kong Fong pressed. John leaned back casually on the sofa, picking up the glass of wine from the coffee table. A strange smile spread across his lips. Unless you can help me deal with someone. Who? Qin Feng's voice carried a note of resolve. I like your decisiveness. John pulled out a magically imprinted photograph from his pocket and handed it to them. The image depicted a tall, lean man with a thin mustache. His name is Henry, my sworn enemy. He's been constantly sabotaging my business, and I loathe him to the core. A flash of hatred crossed John's eyes. If you can get rid of him, I'll assist you. But be warned, Henry isn't just an information broker, he's also a highly skilled thief. If you alert him and he escapes, he will retaliate with unrelenting vengeance. John's expression turned grave. So, you must be extremely careful. Kong Fong glanced at Qin Feng, silently seeking his opinion. Fine. Tomorrow, you'll get news of his death. But you need to give me his exact location. Finding people can be quite troublesome. Of course. Tianyao City, Western District. Under the cold moonlight, inside an unassuming stand-alone house, a fierce battle had just erupted. SHHHHK. A woman cloaked entirely in black pierced a man's throat with a dagger in one swift motion. Blood spurted like a fountain, splattering across the shattered and disarrayed furniture in the room. Ha! She dropped the body, her gaze fixed on the ravaged floor and the broken furniture. A wry smile appeared on her face, hidden beneath her mask. As she walked toward the door, just as she was about to open it, she suddenly leaped backward and vanished into the shadows. The next moment, Qin Feng emerged from those very shadows. His eyes swept over the gruesome scene inside the room. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he pulled out the photograph from his pocket. Interesting, he murmured softly. The target was already eliminated, leaving him no reason to linger. Qin Feng tucked the photograph back into his pocket and was about to leave when, suddenly, a gleaming silver dagger shot out from the darkness. He turned his head swiftly to dodge. The blade narrowly grazed his cheek. However, the attacker wasn't about to let up. Another strike followed in quick succession. The dagger was pulled back sharply, aiming straight for Qin Feng's neck. Unfazed, Qin Feng drew the blood moon fragment blade, easily parrying the attack. Clang! A crisp metallic sound rang out as the blades collided. Qin Feng didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced, thrusting his weapon directly toward the female assassin's chest. But the assassin evaded his strike effortlessly with an eerily fluid and agile movement. This wasn't a skill, it was pure, hone technique. The myriad worlds weren't just a game. While techniques weren't as flashy or exaggerated as skills, they could still turn the tide of battle. Those who overly relied on their skills and innate abilities would eventually fall victim to superior techniques. But Qin Feng wasn't one of them. He was a true master of technique. Chapter 85, Logging Out of the Game. The female assassin moved like a shadowy serpent, swiftly closing the distance. Her dagger gleamed coldly as it thrust directly toward Qin Feng's throat. With a powerful kick, Qin Feng narrowly dodged the lethal strike. Taking advantage of the momentum, he hooked a wooden plank on the ground with his foot and hurled it fiercely at the assassin. The female assassin failed to dodge in time, but Qin Feng used the opportunity to launch a relentless, storm-like offensive. The neck, the chest, the abdomen. Qin Feng targeted these three vital areas with precision, throwing her rhythm into complete disarray. She could only respond hastily. Though her skills were masterful, honed to near perfection, Qin Feng's unpredictable style overwhelmed her. His techniques were not just those of the Shadow Sect, they were also forged through countless battles in his past life, combining unique movement and combat skills. These were true battlefield techniques, something the natives of this world could never grasp, for they could not resurrect in the midst of combat. The two clashed like venomous vipers, tangling and striking in a deadly dance. Their movements were fluid yet fraught with lethal intent. The female assassin retreated quickly, but Qin Feng pressed closer, refusing to give her any room. As her composure faltered, she abandoned her defense entirely, thrusting her dagger toward Qin Feng's throat without hesitation. But she failed to notice Qin Feng's leg already in position. With a powerful kick, he sent her off balance, forcing her to stumble forward. Almost simultaneously, Qin Feng's dagger struck out with precision, aimed directly at her throat. Just as the blade touched the assassin's skin, Qin Feng abruptly stopped. I lost, the assassin admitted, standing upright. Slowly, she removed her mask, revealing a gentle yet strikingly beautiful face. Who would have thought this lovely woman could possess such deadly skills? So, you're the one they've been calling the Harbinger of Death, the latest talent the sect has found? That's right, Qin Feng nodded. I didn't expect to encounter another Shadow Sect member on this mission. Well, the mission's done now, she said. Stealing my credit, are you? What a shameless guy, the assassin teased with a smile. From the moment they had crossed blades, both had recognized each other's combat style as belonging to the Shadow Sect. Because of this, neither had used any overt skills. Otherwise, the resulting chaos would have been catastrophic. At the very least, the building they were in would have been reduced to rubble. My name is Lillian, but I'm not from the Shadow Sect in Tianyao City, I'm from the branch in Sunhai City. Sunhai City. Qin Feng mulled over the name. It was said to be a coastal city frequently plagued by massive whales stirring up storms. As a result, the people of Sunhai City were known for their expertise in maritime combat techniques. What brings you all the way here? If I remember correctly, the two cities aren't exactly close, Qin Feng asked. What else? A mission, of course. Lillian shrugged, smiling as she answered. Well then, no need for further words. Goodbye. Xin Feng gave a small wave before disappearing into the shadows. Lillian watched his retreating figure, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in her emerald green eyes. We'll meet again, Harbinger. This is what you wanted. Xin Feng conjured a magically developed photograph and placed it steadily on the table. John, stroking his smooth bald head, broke into a hearty laugh as he gazed at the photo. Good, good, good. I'll tell you right now who issued the mission. Casting his silencing spell once again, John spoke with deliberate weight. It was none other than the late Senator Brand's former associate, Ferrando. He enunciated each syllable with gravity. Who is this Ferrando? Kong Fong asked. Who is he? John raised an eyebrow, leaned back in his chair, and took a hearty gulp of his fiery serpent's blaze drink before continuing. A businessman, pure and simple. Unlike Senator Brand, Ferrando steers clear of politics. At most, he engages in monetary exchanges with politicians to further his own interests. His primary trade? Processing and selling monster hides, those of magical beasts and demonic creatures. You celestial beings often venture beyond the city to hunt. I'm sure you've encountered similar assignments. Ferrando was the merchant who buys up those pelts. But, John trailed off, taking another swig of his drink. But what? Kong Fong pressed urgently. He had agreed to connect Xin Feng with John not just out of camaraderie but also because of the descent calamity Xin Feng had mentioned, an issue he couldn't afford to ignore. Ferrando's origins are a bit murky. He's from outside Tianyao City, but I couldn't dig up anything concrete, John said, finishing the last of his drink with a grave tone. Kong Fong immediately turned to Xin Feng. Xin Feng lifted the coarse crystal wineglass, its faint, warm texture spreading across his palm, seemingly influenced by some sort of magic. He didn't drink the crimson liquid within but gently swirled it as he murmured softly, "It's all right. He'll tell us everything he knows." With that, the two of them bid farewell to John. Sitting on the sofa, John lightly swirled his half-filled glass, a trace of worry flickering in his eyes. Another cycle has begun. Outside the bar, dawn had already broken over the horizon, yet darkness still blanketed the earth. Kong Fong rubbed his hands together and said to Xin Feng, "How about I go investigate Ferrando first?" "That works. Message me privately when you have something." Xin Feng nodded before stepping into the shadows. On the way to the Shadow Sect's headquarters, neon lights flickered, and street lamps shone as brightly as daylight. Yet Xin Feng was like a shadow himself, never illuminated, moving steadily forward. When he arrived at the main entrance, he scanned his surroundings but saw no sign of Alia. At this hour, that lazybones was probably still asleep. Xin Feng sat down on the sofa by the door, waiting for a moment before a thought crossed his mind. After all this time, maybe it's time to take a stroll in the real world. With that thought, his figure instantly vanished from where he sat. It's worth mentioning that in the game Worlds Beyond, one could log in or out at any time. For the past 2 months, Xin Feng had been fully immersed in the game to save time. Entering the game wasn't just a transfer of consciousness, his entire body entered the game, while a gaming pod maintained a fake physical form to mislead the outside world. However, once the game fully merged with reality, such measures would no longer be necessary. With just a single thought, one's true body could enter the game directly, eliminating the need for a gaming pod to sustain the illusion. But by that time, the penalties for death would also become far more severe. Chapter 86, The Landlady. You have exited the game. The metallic game pod slowly opened. Xin Feng stared at the pristine white ceiling above him, stretching his limbs and feeling the surge of strength coursing through his body. He had spent over 2 months inside the game, yet his body and mind remained as strong as steel, showing no signs of fatigue or discomfort. Even his skills were perfectly intact. Puppet strings. A single white thread suddenly shot out from his hand, coiling precisely around a dusty cup sitting a short distance away. With a slight tug, he effortlessly pulled it into his grasp. He inspected the cup closely and, with a forceful breath like a gust of wind, blew away every speck of dust on its surface. The dust didn't just vanish from the cup, it swirled into the air, even lifting the dirt off the floor in a small whirlwind. With a wave of his hand, the puppet string coiled like a snake, gathering cardboard, cups, and other scattered debris into a pile. From this pile, Xin Feng skillfully manipulated the string to form a half-human-sized puppet. "Clean," he commanded. The puppet immediately began tidying up the room. Xin Feng joined in, grabbing a cloth to wipe down the dusty tables and chairs. Together, they shook out the bedding. Even though he didn't plan to sleep on the bed anytime soon, it was always wise to keep it clean. Once everything was in order, Xin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and gestured for the puppet to disassemble. It reverted into a pile of trash and paper cups. Even though he had been using this skill for a long time, he often forgot to summon it during combat. Against formidable enemies, his puppets were usually destroyed the moment they appeared. However, upon deeper thought, this skill had potential. It could distract enemies, create diversions, or buy him precious time. How could he better integrate it into his skill set? Sitting on a freshly cleaned chair, Qin Feng began to ponder deeply. Just then, a sudden knock broke the silence. Knock, knock, knock. Following the knock, a charming voice called out. Qin Feng, where have you been these past 2 months? Not a word from you. I've come looking for you several times. Don't tell me you're trying to skip out on the rent? I'm coming, Qin Feng replied, standing up and heading to the door. When he opened it, a stunning woman in a purple dress stood on the other side, her body slightly angled as she sized him up with almond-shaped eyes. Her face was smooth and round, her neck long and graceful like a swan's. Her figure was curvaceous, like a perfectly ripened peach, tempting yet delicate, as if a gentle press would yield its sweet juice. It's been a while, landlady, Qin Feng greeted her with a warm smile, his voice soft and polite. The landlady frowned slightly. I'm not married. Why are you calling me landlady like I'm some old woman? It's just a nickname, Qin Feng teased. Get lost. Lu Yuegue rolled her eyes at him. She looked him up and down again and remarked, have you been working out? You seem taller and stronger than before. Qin Feng leaned in slightly, his voice playful. Just a little, you think? Lu Yuegue pushed against his chest in mock annoyance, only to find that the Qin Feng she could usually nudge easily now felt as immovable as a steel wall. Ha! She pushed harder, but he didn't budge at all. It was as if she were trying to shove a fortress instead of a man. Qin Feng remained unfazed, letting her push him all she wanted. The landlady, Lu Yuegue, was the owner of the building where Qin Feng rented his apartment. She was a young and wealthy woman, seemingly mature but actually the same age as Qin Feng. He often teased her by calling her landlady, which never failed to provoke a reaction. On the surface, their relationship seemed tense, but in truth, they shared a deep understanding and camaraderie. Lu Yuegue cared for Qin Feng in many ways, even allowing him to delay his rent payments. However, in his previous life, shortly after the game descended into reality, Lu Yuegue had died in a monster wave while trying to protect Qin Feng. A fleeting trace of regret flashed through Qin Feng's eyes but quickly disappeared. Now that he had been reborn, he knew there was still time to change things. There was no need to dwell on past sorrows. For now, the most important thing was to deal with the present. What are you zoning out for? Lu Yuegue asked, breaking his train of thought. So, tell me, where have you been these past 2 months? Don't tell me you've been secretly hitting the gym like crazy. Are you trying to impress someone you like? Seeing her suspicious gaze, Qin Feng quickly clarified, don't misunderstand. I've just been busy with other things, that's all. After speaking, he stepped slightly aside and gestured toward her. It's kind of private. How about you come in, and I'll explain everything. Lu Yuegue immediately took a step back, the suspicion in her eyes growing stronger. What are you trying to do? She asked warily. I'm here to explain. Qin Feng sighed, thinking to himself, why is this woman always so hard to communicate with? Lu Yuegue reluctantly let her guard down and stepped into Qin Feng's room. Oh, it's pretty clean in here. Looks like you put some effort into tidying up. She clasped her hands behind her back, inspecting the room like a hostess evaluating its cleanliness. It wasn't inappropriate, though, considering this was indeed his house. Qin Feng closed the door behind them. Lu Yuegue quickly turned around, her eyes full of caution as she stared at him. Now, let me tell you what I've been doing these past 2 months, Qin Feng said seriously. I've been playing games. Playing games? For 2 months straight? Then what about food and water? I didn't see you order any takeout, she questioned skeptically. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Have you heard of All Heaven Game? All Heaven Game? Lu Yuegue tilted her head. Yeah, I've heard of it. It's that super popular game everyone's talking about, right? Even if it's popular, it can't keep you from eating and drinking for 2 months. What, does the game pod come with some kind of nutrient solution? No, it's not like that. I was inside the game world. As soon as these words left his mouth, Lu Yuegue's expression turned peculiar, as if she were silently asking, are you out of your mind? You don't believe me? Of course not. You've probably been gaming too much. Stop playing so much, it's bad for your brain. Fine. I'll prove it to you. Qin Feng extended his hand, and Lu Yuegue blinked her clear, almond-shaped eyes, staring at his outstretched palm without any reaction. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white thread shot out from Qin Feng's hand, wrapping around a water glass behind Lu Yuegue and pulling it swiftly back to him. Now do you believe me? Lu Yuegue's eyes widened, her delicate, apricot-shaped gaze filled with shock. Are you, Spider-Man? Of course not. Qin Feng covered his forehead, exasperated. Forget it. Fine, I admit it looks a little like Spider-Man. Let me show you something else. Chapter 87, A Familiar Meal. Shin Feng grabbed the dusty dumbbell lying in the room. With a slight exertion of his hands, the solid steel dumbbell, weighing at least 2 kilograms, deformed instantly. Even then, he didn't stop. His hands continued to apply force, and the hard iron seemed like soft clay in his grasp, twisting and reshaping until it turned into a scorching, red-hot sphere. Only then did he stop. He picked up a water cup, walked into the bathroom to fill it with water, and then returned to toss the iron sphere into the cup right in front of Lu Yuegue. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The searing hot iron reacted violently with the cool water, producing a large amount of steam in an instant. Now do you believe me? Shin Feng asked Lu Yuegue, who was staring at him in utter shock. In truth, the moment Shin Feng had twisted the dumbbell out of shape, Lu Yuegue's jaw had already dropped in disbelief. And when he kneaded the dumbbell into a sphere and then submerged it into water to produce steam, she was utterly dumbfounded, paralyzed by sheer amazement. You got all this from the game? Lu Yuegue stammered. Did you enter the game world, fight your way to the top as a powerful figure, and then return here? And now you're planning to use the powers you gained in the game to change your life in the real world? Seeing her confusion, Shin Feng lightly flicked her forehead. Ouch! Lu Yuegue covered her head, letting out a muffled groan, tears glistening in her eyes, making her look adorably pitiful. Could you stop overthinking everything? Shin Feng sighed. I didn't enter the game. The thing is, the game itself is a real world. Every player who logs into the game can gain powers like mine, so there's no need for you to be so surprised. The moment Lu Yuegue heard this, her eyes lit up. You mean, I could gain powers like that too? Exactly, as long as you want it. Shin Feng nodded firmly. Then I'll register an account right now, Lu Yuegue exclaimed, rushing toward the door in a hurry. But Shin Feng reached out and stopped her. What now? Lu Yuegue turned back, momentarily startled as her gaze landed on Shin Feng's muscular arm. Don't be in such a rush. Give me some time, and I'll get you a hidden class. A hidden class? You mean one of those rare and super powerful ones? Precisely. Lu Yuegue paused for a moment, her expression turning a bit peculiar. She began twirling a strand of hair around her slender finger. Why are you being so nice to me? Well, I wanted to thank you, landlady, for all the delicious meals you bring over every week, and for occasionally letting me delay the rent. Hearing this, Lu Yuegue rolled her eyes dramatically. You're so easy to bribe. Sorry, that's just the kind of person I am, Shin Feng replied with a grin. Fine, then. I hope my bribe gets me results. Make sure to get me an especially strong class. Of course. Watching Lu Yuegue leave, Shin Feng sat back down on the bed and summoned another puppet with a wave of his hand. The puppet began tidying up the room according to Shin Feng's wishes, cleaning up the mess and disposing of items he no longer needed, like packed trash or random clutter to be tossed into the bin. Moments later, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. What is it? Shin Feng got up from the bed. I'm here to deliver a little token of gratitude. Lu Yuegue's voice came from outside. Shin Feng opened the door to see the landlady standing there, holding a food container. You probably haven't eaten in a while, right? Lu Yuegue raised the container in her hands. I made a bit extra. Thought you might want to give it a try. Shin Feng took the container and opened it, revealing an array of dishes: braised lamb, stir-fried beef with scallions, and cola chicken wings, a spread that would appeal to both kids and the elderly. This is it? Shin Feng raised an eyebrow, deliberately teasing her. If you're trying to win me over, at least bring out the big guns, like bird's nest soup, steamed abalone with garlic, or braised prawns, no? Humph. Lu Yuegue's almond-shaped eyes widened in indignation, sparkling with annoyance. Eat it or don't. I don't care. With that, she made a move to take the container back, but Shin Feng quickly stopped her. Wait. I was just kidding. Why are you so touchy? You're like a cat ready to scratch if things don't go your way. Shin Feng waved the container playfully. Don't worry, I'll savor every bite with the utmost respect. Rest assured, landlady. How many times do I have to tell you, stop calling me lady? Fine, whatever. Before Lu Yuegue could fully transform into a raging banshee, Shin Feng swiftly shut the door, effectively dodging the risk of an immediate health point drop. Opening the food box, Shin Feng carefully laid out the dishes one by one on the table, taking up his chopsticks to savor each bite. The landlady's cooking hasn't changed a bit. The braised lamb still has that slight spiciness to it. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he continued to enjoy the meal. The stir-fried beef with scallions is a bit overcooked, but with my current level, my teeth are practically made of steel. If Lu Yuegue ever dared to demand compensation for a broken tooth, it'd be laughable. The cola chicken wings, though, still taste like they were drenched in a whole bottle of soda, way too sweet. Cooking really isn't her strong suit. Qin Feng shook his head, but there was still a trace of nostalgia lingering on his tongue. It had been years since Qin Feng had tasted food like this, and yet it felt as if he had just eaten it a few days ago. He polished off every dish, not sparing even the 2 large bowls of rice. With his current physical capabilities, consuming this amount of food posed no burden on his body. Even if I used this food to replenish energy, it probably wouldn't be enough, he thought to himself. After all, when he exerted himself at full capacity, the energy he expended could rival the explosive force of several tons of gasoline. The caloric demand of his body was simply astronomical. However, the in-game food seemed to counterbalance this perfectly. The energy source was unclear, but even ordinary meals could meet his needs. After finishing the last bite of rice, Qin Feng used a puppet to clean the food box and plates until they gleamed spotless. Once everything was cleaned, he placed the food box back on the table, intending to return it to Lu Yuegue next door later. Just then, a message popped up in the chat window. Kong Feng, we've made progress in the investigation. Meet me at the entrance to the shopping district in Tianyao City. So soon? Qin Feng paused for a moment before lying down in his gaming pod without hesitation. He couldn't wait to uncover the truth behind this seemingly ordinary merchant, Frando, and where he had obtained the funds to issue an order for the complete extermination of the Brand family. Chapter 88, The Slave Trade. Tianyao City, at the entrance to the shopping district. The morning light was already bright, and the city's residents had risen early to begin their day. With limited entertainment options, the streets were bustling with people. Walking through the crowd, Qin Feng, tall and imposing like a steel tower, blended in as inconspicuously as a grain of sand. This was a concealment technique that required years of practice, and even extraordinary physical aptitude to master, something far beyond the reach of ordinary people. This technique differed from other skills in that it allowed him to evade detection by reconnaissance-type abilities. For instance, during his last assassination of Bran, if he had relied solely on this skill, the Holy Light Shield Guard likely wouldn't have noticed him. Of course, this all depended on the assumption that the guards were blind. After all, this was merely a technique to reduce one's presence, not actual invisibility. Outside a cafe, Qin Feng spotted Kong Feng, who was sipping on a cup of rich coffee. It was worth mentioning that the coffee in the Epic of Universes was entirely different from the coffee on Blue Star, or rather, it wasn't coffee at all. Since when did coffee taste sweet without adding sugar? How's the situation? Qin Feng sat down and picked up the cup of coffee Kong Feng had ordered for him, taking a small sip. The coffee wasn't bad, both the temperature and sweetness were just right. I've dug into everything about him. That guy is no saint, Kong Feng said, adding a sugar cube to his cup. Frando doesn't just deal in fur trade, he's far from a simple merchant. According to my investigation, he's been colluding with Councilman Bran, secretly engaging in the slave trade. And it's not just the two of them, there's a connection to a mercenary group called Greedy Wolf. On top of that, his activities straddle both legal and illegal lines. Slave trade. Qin Feng stirred his coffee with a spoon, a chilling gleam flashing in his abyss-like eyes. In the world of the Epic of Universes, the slave trade was present and even legal in certain contexts. Major cities like Tianyao City permitted this trade, but only for residents living outside the main cities. Selling official city residents as slaves, however, was strictly illegal. Yet only educated city residents could fetch high prices on the market. Those living outside the cities were generally uneducated and could only perform menial labor. Why not train them, then? Because raising and educating children required significant investment, and training adults was slow and equally costly. Thus, the illegal trade of capturing city residents as slaves had emerged. As these thoughts surged through his mind like a tide, Qin Feng pondered. If these people considered the slave trade their primary business, why were they so invested in the dissension event? Could it be that they intended to conduct cross-world slave trading? In his previous life, he had heard rumors of such activities, but they were never confirmed by the players. Besides, he had been too preoccupied with his own survival to pay attention to matters unrelated to his objectives. Yet now, in this life, he had stumbled upon the matter once again. Across the table, Kong Feng's expression was grim, clearly aware of the complexity of the situation. His gaze turned cold as he glanced toward the nearby shops. Ferrando is currently inside that shop. If we act now, we should be able to kill him within 5 breaths, but... Kong Feng glanced at the citizens strolling along the bustling commercial street and shook his head slightly. It's broad daylight, and this is one of the busiest areas in the city. If we make a move, the city guards won't just sit idly by. Then let's wait. Qin Feng nodded slightly as he continued to savor the slightly sweet coffee in his cup. As a top-tier assassin, patience was never something he lacked. Waiting half a day, or even an entire week, was no problem for him. The two of them sat quietly in the cafe, waiting for Ferrando to show himself. Occasionally, they ordered a dessert to pass the time. Fortunately, life in Tianyao City moved at a leisurely pace. It wasn't unusual for people to spend an entire day in a cafe like this, which minimized the risk of them drawing any suspicion. By evening, Qin Feng was enjoying a piece of cream cake when Kong Fong suddenly patted him on the shoulder. "He's coming out." Hearing this, Qin Feng scooped up another spoonful of his cake, popped it into his mouth, and cast a sidelong glance toward the shop. A middle-aged man stepped out of the store. He was dressed in a luxurious blue silk robe, with a monocle perched on his left eye, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance. This man was none other than Ferrando. At that moment, an exquisitely decorated four-wheeled carriage rolled up in front of Ferrando. Pulled by 4 white horses, the carriage radiated opulence, stunning anyone who laid eyes on it. Ferrando scanned his surroundings briefly before gracefully boarding the carriage. Once the carriage moved off a short distance, Qin Feng and Kong Fong quickly followed. The carriage maintained a steady pace, moving at about the speed of a person running at full tilt, making it easy for the two to keep up. Surprisingly, the carriage headed out of the city. Qin Feng and Kong Fong trailed it closely. As they passed through the city gates, a guard stationed there called out, "It's almost nightfall. The outside is dangerous, be careful, you two." If the wilderness outside was as perilous as the guards warned, where exactly was this carriage heading? The two followed it until they had left the city gates far behind. Suddenly, Kong Fong came to a halt. Frowning, his eyes flickered with doubt. "Why do you think they're heading outside the city? Are they planning to feed the monsters? This is highly unusual. Or, could it be they've already noticed us?" "That's possible," Qin Feng nodded slightly. "If he were being pursued, he would also lure his enemies out of the city to a more secluded spot to deal with them." With this in mind, Qin Feng turned to Kong Fong and said, "You should head back. I'll go into stealth mode and keep tracking them." "All right." Kong Fong didn't argue. The gap in their skill levels was too vast, his presence would only be a liability. After Kong Fong returned to the city, Qin Feng quickly slipped into the shadows and, using his incredible speed, caught up with the carriage. At this point, the carriage was still maintaining its previous pace, but after a while, it began to slow down and eventually came to a stop. The scene ahead was pure wilderness. There wasn't a single building in sight, and the overgrown grass obscured what little path there might have been. It was clear they had reached the very edge of Tianyao City's sphere of influence. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Feng crept closer to the carriage. When he was just a step away, the voices of those inside began to drift out to him. "We've shaken off the flies. Now, let's talk business." Chapter 89, The Sapient Sect. Qin Feng's heart tightened. The people inside the carriage were clearly aware of his and Kong Fong's pursuit. What surprised him even more was that there seemed to be more than one person inside. "Alright, I'd like to ask about some details. For instance, how do you handle the goods after they're transported across dimensions? How do you ensure they don't escape? You have to understand, if these heavenly beings die, their status resets, which makes them particularly troublesome to deal with. And you're worried about that? Just leave the supply chain to us and wait for the profits to roll in. We'll handle the rest." At this point, a familiar voice chimed in. "We already have a good understanding of that world. Their technology is highly advanced, even more so than ours in many ways. The only gap is in physical strength. Their physical constitution is weaker than even the most fragile creatures in our world, but they've developed tools that function like equipment. So while large-scale captures are feasible, you still need to be cautious." "I understand. Enemies like this are actually the easiest to deal with. Just use specialized spells to control or suppress them." "Well, I'll be watching with great interest. As for this end, the goods are absolutely secure. How much gold you make will depend on your skill." The two continued chatting about mundane matters like routes and storage logistics. They seemed exceptionally professional, paying attention to even the smallest details, unlike the run-of-the-mill merchants who only cared about quick and dirty deals. When the conversation finally wrapped up, the door of the carriage creaked open. A figure in a black robe stepped out. Wearing a mask, he scanned his surroundings carefully. After confirming that no one was nearby, he started walking further away from the city. Ferrando's carriage, meanwhile, slowly turned around and began heading back toward Tianyao City. Seeing this, Qin Feng decided to follow the black-robed figure. That person might just be the key to unraveling the entire conspiracy. The black-robed figure darted through the forest like the wind, covering dozens of meters with every breath and every blink. If one wasn't careful, he would vanish from sight in an instant. But Qin Feng, an agile assassin, kept closely behind him, even managing to run shoulder to shoulder with the figure. Their pursuit led them to a secluded valley deep within the mountain woods. Qin Feng, hidden in the shadows, fixed his gaze unwaveringly on the black-robed figure, his dark eyes gleaming like a bottomless abyss. In the distance, a sprawling manor built from white stone stood majestically, its towering walls coiled along the ground like a giant serpent, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Sweeping his eyes over the estate, Xin Feng estimated its size. This place must cover tens of hectares, he thought to himself. Outside the main city, there were indeed human settlements, such as the one Xin Feng had encountered in his first historical mission, Glowtown, a small community of humans. But 99% of these settlements were composed of ordinary people, fugitives, or wildlings of unknown origin. They were small in scale and had living standards far below that of the main city. Such people would never have the means to construct a luxurious manor like this, nor would they have any practical use for such extravagance. From this, Xin Feng deduced that the owner of this estate must be either immensely wealthy or extraordinarily powerful. And considering that the black-robed figure was heading straight here, Xin Feng's instincts sharpened. This manor could very well be the stronghold of a slaver's operation, or at the very least, a critical base. With that thought, Xin Feng followed the black-robed figure toward the estate. At that moment, the estate's grand gates slowly creaked open, revealing its interior. What awaited them inside was strange, completely empty save for a vast expanse of white marble flooring. Xin Feng frowned slightly. A manor this luxurious shouldn't appear so barren. Even stranger, when he had observed the estate from afar earlier, he'd clearly seen numerous ornate buildings. Despite his confusion about what was happening, Xin Feng continued to trail the black-robed figure through the estate gates. As he passed through, he felt a faint sensation of resistance, as though walking through a thin membrane, perhaps a barrier, or maybe something like crossing through a layer of foam. In an instant, the scene before him transformed. Hundreds of people were bustling about, tending to various tasks in the estate. They were all dressed uniformly in white garments, though the fabric was coarse, as if hastily dyed and sewn together from burlap. Their faces bore sweet smiles, yet their eyes were utterly devoid of life. A servant sweeping the ground moved with obsessive precision, meticulously clearing away every speck of dust, even though the wind would scatter more at any moment. Still, he persisted, as though sweeping was his sole purpose in life. A towering gardener wielded pruning shears, expertly trimming the shrubs within the flower beds. His movements were clean and precise, exuding an almost mechanical sense of order. He wouldn't overlook even the tiniest imperfection, no matter how inconspicuous, ensuring that every leaf was pruned to flawless symmetry, leaving no trace of error that an outsider might detect. This eerie orderliness was as cold and unfeeling as the workings of a machine. Yet Xin Feng knew these people were not automatons, they were living, breathing humans. So why were they behaving like this? Lowering his head in contemplation, Xin Feng's eyes suddenly widened in realization. A single skill name echoed loudly in his mind. Heart-cleansing technique. This was the signature skill of a massive cult known as the Homo sapiens sect. Despite its seemingly intellectual name, this cult was anything but a pursuit of wisdom. Its doctrine declared that intelligence is the source of all suffering, and only by eradicating it can one attain supreme bliss. Remarkably, this cult had spread widely outside the main city, with even a significant number of followers within it. The heart-cleansing technique was the sect's most terrifying ability. It could completely erase a person's mind, seize their will, and transform them into a puppet. Even their daily actions could be dictated by others. Once ensnared by this technique, the victim became a slave in both body and soul, incapable of even entertaining thoughts of resistance. Because of this, the Homo sapiens sect had garnered infamy far and wide. All major cities had outlawed its activities and placed its followers on wanted lists, branding them as criminals. The sect was regarded as equal in malevolence to other nefarious organizations like the Hell Path Society or the Coven of Original Sin. So, the ones behind this are the Homo sapiens sect? Xin Feng muttered to himself. That's going to be a problem. Chapter 90. Our world is just a slice of the cake. With this realization, Xin Feng wasted no time and quickly resumed his pursuit of the black-robed figure. Before long, the figure arrived at a lavish mansion in the depths of the estate and entered a secluded room. Xin Feng followed silently, and what he saw inside set his nerves on edge. Two people were already waiting there. "Stoke, what took you so long today?" A tall, gaunt man in a grey robe sneered coldly. He poured a goblet of crimson wine and handed it to the black-robed man. "Stoke." "Apologies, my lord," Stoke replied respectfully, accepting the wine and downing it in one gulp. "I ran into some trouble on the way and was delayed." "You didn't leave any loose ends, did you?" The grey-robed man's lips curved into a faint smile, but his gaze was razor-sharp, exuding a chilling aura. "Of course not. I've confirmed that no one followed me, and I even deliberately took a few extra turns in the mountains," Stock said, his face calm and fearless, his answer airtight. "Good. And how's the matter with the Brand family coming along?" The grey-robed man swirled his wineglass, the crimson liquid slowly sliding down the inside of the glass. Ferrando has already issued a mission to the Shadow Cult. The Brand family will be eliminated very soon. A sinister smile played on the corner of Stock's lips. The Shadow Cult, huh? The gray-robed man's eyes gleamed with a trace of reminiscence, as if recalling old memories. That's a cult adept at assassination. I suppose we'll be hearing good news soon. Ha ha ha. His laughter was low and insidious. With that taken care of, the next steps should proceed smoothly. Remember this, both of you. The gray-robed man's gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping over Stock and another figure in the room. The second figure was completely shrouded in a black robe, their age and gender indiscernible behind the mask. Every descent is an opportunity, the one and only path to ascend to godhood. The master has waited a long time for this chance, and no one is allowed to disrupt our plans. If anyone dares, he ran his right hand across his neck, mimicking the motion of a blade slicing through flesh. Eliminate them. Whether that person is your friend, a relative, or even family, he added with steely finality. We will strictly abide by your teachings. The two black-robed figures in the room immediately bowed deeply in reverence. The gray-robed man nodded in satisfaction and then asked, by the way, Stock, there are only 21 days left until the day of descent. At that time, we need to infiltrate New World together through Tianyao City. So, tell me, have you taken care of the counselors? Of course, my lord. Stock nodded firmly. 2/3 of the lower council in Tianyao City have already been swayed by greed. When the time comes, we'll only need to blend into the lower council to gain access to New World. The gray-robed man inclined his head slightly, the smooth surface of his bald head shining under the flickering candlelight. Standing silently to the side, Qin Feng listened intently, his thoughts churning beneath his calm exterior. His gaze locked onto the gray-robed man, and his system attributes revealed the man's details, or rather, the lack thereof. Name, level, strength, endurance, spirit, agility, luck, health points, mana points, skills. Qin Feng had already reached level 40, and with the support of his Fate's Eye ability, it was clear that this seemingly frail bald man was at least level 80. Such a formidable foe, along with his two subordinates who were no less than level 50, was beyond anything Qin Feng could handle. To avoid detection, he even halted his thoughts entirely. Top-tier experts were capable of sensing hostility and tracking their enemies' movements. Just then, the system notification echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Player has completed the investigation mission, the Descent's Change. Mission reward, hidden class qualification ×1. Hearing the notification, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The mission was finally complete. He stayed in the room a little longer, eavesdropping on the trio's conversation. However, the subsequent discussions were dull and draped in mundane business dealings, making them sound less like cultists and more like merchants. Once he confirmed there was no additional valuable information, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to slip out of the room as a servant entered, with a tray of wine. The room was warded with barriers and silence spells, making it impossible for him to leave without opening the door. On his way back to Tianyao City, Qin Feng moved with extreme caution, remaining hidden in the shadows at all times. Even when sending a message to Kong Fong, he exercised meticulous care. Meet me at the cafe, I've got news for you. Only after sneaking into a secluded alley near the cafe did Qin Feng reveal himself. Inside the cafe, Kong Fong was already waiting. This time, he'd ordered 2 cups of coffee, adding an excessive amount of sugar to his own, his agitation evident. What did you find out? Kong Fong asked, stirring his coffee rapidly and repeatedly, his growing unease reflected in the hurried motion. The lower council has been infiltrated by the sapient cult like a sieve. 2/3 of the counselors have been bought off. On the day of descent, they'll infiltrate alongside them and enter Blue Star. These words landed like a bombshell, shattering the calm surface of the conversation. Kong Fong's hands and feet began to tremble uncontrollably. He lifted his coffee cup, the murky black liquid inside quivering as it mirrored his unsettled emotions. The sapient cult, isn't that the infamous evil organization? An organization notorious for human trafficking and political manipulation has embedded itself so deeply within Tianyao City. This is no small matter. Qin Feng glanced at the spilled coffee on the table and pulled out a few napkins to clean it up. Why are your hands trembling? You just need to report the truth about this matter. There's no need to be afraid. Kong Fong shook his head, his gaze firm. It's not the Homo sapiens cult that frightens me, it's their actions that send chills down my spine. Organizations like this, so extreme, are always driven by profit, that's why they flock to such causes. Then what about legitimate organizations? Even if their methods are gentler, isn't their attitude toward Blue Star the same? Seeing it as nothing more than a big, juicy pie? Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, not expecting Kong Fong to deduce the full picture from such fragmented information. Exactly. Even if gods truly exist in this world, most people won't lift a finger unless there's something in it for them. That's just how reality works. So, what are you planning to do? Qin Feng smiled faintly, lifted his coffee cup, and took a small sip. His tone was calm, yet carried a deeper meaning. It's not about what I plan to do. The real question is, what do you plan to do? Kong Feng's eyes locked onto Qin Feng, his voice heavy with seriousness. Of all the players, you have the highest level. Sooner or later, you'll reach the point where you'll have to confront these organizations. When that time comes, how will you deal with them? Faced with Kong Feng's question, Qin Feng lowered his head and stirred his coffee in silence. Deep down, he understood. How should he deal with it? Chapter 91, Combat Training and the Advancement Mission. This matter is too distant to discuss now. You should head back first. I'll handle the follow-up issues, Qin Feng said calmly, downing the coffee in front of him in one gulp. Understood, Kong Feng replied, worry evident on his face. He stood up, paid for the coffee, and hurriedly left. Qin Feng, with his hands in his coat pockets, strolled toward the headquarters of the shadow cult. Inside the dimly lit church, he saw Alia lounging lazily on a pew, a stick of malt candy in her mouth. Do you just waste your days like this? Qin Feng sat down beside her, his sharp eyes cutting like a blade. Yep, I'm exactly this idle. As the High Priestess, I have almost no responsibilities. Other than reading books and practicing combat techniques, what else is there for me to do? Alia shrugged, her tone indifferent. Then I'll find something for you to do, Qin Feng said coldly, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. I want to know which members of the upper council are closest to the shadow cult. Alia immediately straightened her posture, her gaze turning serious as she stared at Qin Feng. Why are you asking this? What happened? I discovered a gathering site of the Homo sapien cult outside the city. From what I found, 2/3 of the lower council members are colluding with them. Is your information reliable? How did you find this out? Alia's dark eyes widened in shock. I heard it with my own ears. And here is a photo taken with a spell, Qin Feng said, pulling out a photograph from his coat and handing it to her. Alia studied the picture, which showed a group of people with lifeless eyes and unsettlingly radiant smiles. Her expression instantly grew grave. This definitely looks like the effects of a mind-washing spell. Tell me everything. Who in the lower council is involved with the Homo sapien cult? I'm not entirely sure. But the councilman I killed before, Bran, and his rival, both of them were involved, Qin Feng explained. What? Alia blinked her large, watery eyes. Are you saying Councilman Breed was also involved in this? Aren't they supposed to be political rivals? Why would they both secretly collude with the Homo sapien cult? Alia absent-mindedly twirled a lock of her glossy black hair around her finger, her beautiful eyes lost in thought. This is too complicated for us to handle. We need to see the elder, she said decisively, standing up swiftly. She led Qin Feng into the prayer chamber. In the dimly lit room, the elder knelt on a meditation cushion, praying to the shadow god. His eyes, which had previously been clouded with age, now gleamed with an unusual clarity, brighter than ever before. What brings you here? The elder asked, rising slowly from his cushion. Watching his deliberate movements, Qin Feng found it hard to believe that this old man was a warrior of such immense power, so strong that Qin Feng couldn't even gauge his level. Elder, we might have trouble brewing in Tianyao City. Alia briefly recounted Qin Feng's findings, presenting the photograph as evidence. The elder focused on the photo, his murky eyes reflecting an indescribable light as he studied the lifeless, smiling faces. The Homo sapien cult? Now that's a particularly troublesome adversary. I'll need to consult some old friends and figure out how to deal with them, the elder said gravely. But before that, the elder turned his gaze toward the two of them. Be extremely cautious. If you fall victim to their spells, resolving it will be no easy task. Understood, they responded in unison. Good. I'll go meet with my old friends now. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder took a single step forward, and his figure vanished instantly. Even at his current level, Qin Feng couldn't track the elder's movements. This meant that if the elder wanted to kill him, the battle would be over in 3 breaths. This also implied that the elder might be as powerful as the third sage of Dawn City, or perhaps even stronger. But now wasn't the time to dwell on such thoughts. Qin Feng needed to focus on his own matters, namely his level 40 advancement mission. Alia, I've reached level 40. It's time for my advancement mission. Can you take me there? Alia blinked her moist eyes, feigning innocence. You idiot, the advancement mission is something you're supposed to figure out yourself. For the level 40 mission, you need to find a void rift on your own. I know that. But as an apostle, shouldn't the church arrange a void rift for me? You fool, void rifts appear randomly. Even an organization as powerful as the Shadow Cult can't monitor their occurrences in real time. Unless you venture into the void rift deep underground, but I'm sorry to say, the subspace fissure is currently under maintenance and temporarily closed to the public. If you're willing to wait a few months, it might be possible. Arya spread her hands, her expression full of helplessness. Alright then, looks like I'll have to find my own way. Xin Feng nodded and was just about to walk out when Arya extended her arm and blocked his path. Don't rush off like that. I've been itching for some action lately. How about a little sparring? Looking at Arya, whose stats were all displayed as question marks, Xin Feng shook his head. If you're looking to bully the weak, I'd suggest you go after those on the assassination task list. Arya immediately gave Xin Feng a look of disdain. You're so boring it's almost incurable. Idiots like you should have gone extinct a billion years ago. I'm not trying to bully anyone. I just thought I'd help you improve your skills. Every time, I fight you at a level just slightly above yours. Isn't that a good thing? A special training session? Xin Feng tilted his head in question. Exactly, think of it as special training. Arya nodded slightly. Alright, to the training room then, Xin Feng said. Arya gave a helpless smile, clasped her hands behind her back, and followed Xin Feng into the Shadow Sect's training room. The training room was a massive circular space made entirely of solid steel, with a diameter of at least 100 meters. The thickness of the walls was immeasurable, but Xin Feng estimated it to be no less than 60 centimeters. Such a gigantic training room left Xin Feng wondering how it was even constructed. The technological level of Blue Star was nowhere near capable of achieving this. Still, it wasn't surprising. The development of technology in the Myriad Worlds was extremely skewed. Combat technology far surpassed that of Blue Star, while progress in civilian and entertainment fields lagged far behind. So, are you going first, or should I? Arya clasped her hands behind her back, tilting her head to look at Xin Feng, her watery eyes curving upward like a sly fox's smile. I'll go first, but let me make it clear, you can't use overly dangerous skills. Fine, but isn't your strength mostly in your skills? Wouldn't that be too unfair to you? Arya tucked her flowing hair behind her ear, teasing him. Her answer came in the form of a dagger suddenly darting out of the shadows. Chapter 92, The New Void Rift. Clang! Two daggers clashed fiercely, sparks flying in all directions. Arya moved like a viper, twisting her dagger with deadly precision as she aimed for Xin Feng's throat. Xin Feng swiftly dodged, teleporting several meters away in an instant. He knocked an arrow, which shimmered with an enigmatic glow as it flew through the air. Fate arrow. Arya smirked faintly, effortlessly evading the close-range shot, her figure dissolving into the shadows. Do you know how to deal with an expert like me, who's adept at stealth? Arya's voice echoed from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint her location. Honestly, not really. The last time I faced someone like that, I had to wait for them to make the first move before I could counterattack. Xin Feng shook his head, recalling the assassin master he encountered during the second blood banquet. That had been a formidable opponent, one he only managed to defeat by leveraging his skills. Counterattack? Not bad, but there's another method, using wide-range attacks to flush them out. Of course, that's not something you'd have access to. After all, you're only good at one-on-one fights. Arya suddenly leapt out from the shadows, her dagger tracing a graceful arc, like a venomous snake bearing its fangs. An assassin, ha! Clang! Xin Feng swiftly raised his own dagger, parrying the strike, but he felt a tremendous force behind it. His brow furrowed slightly. This wasn't a force he could handle easily. He deflected the dagger to redirect the energy, but before he could catch his breath, Arya's attacks came at him like a storm. This time, she dropped straight down from above. Xin Feng looked up, and a flash of brilliance flickered in his dark abyss-like eyes. Eye of Fate. Identify weakness. He spotted a flaw in Arya's assault but chose not to counter immediately. Instead, he shifted slightly to block her next move with precision. Clang, clang, clang. Each clash of their blades sparked dazzling flashes of light. Their movements were so swift, their strikes so frequent, that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to follow their duel. After a while, Arya finally stepped back, wiping a bead of sweat from her forehead. Phew! She let out a long breath and smiled faintly. Suppressing my strength to fight you is exhausting. How about we go all out for real? Seeing the eager glint in Arya's eyes, Xin Feng sheathed his dagger back into its scabbard. No thanks. I've gotten enough training out of this. You're just playing around for your own amusement. Ugh! Arya pouted, looking adorable. You're such a boring man. Yes, I admit it. I'm officially the most boring man in the world. Xin Feng waved dismissively at Alia. Enough talk, I've got to find the Void Rift. Alia watched Xin Feng leave the training room, her dark eyes as calm as still water. Can you help me locate a Void Rift when you have time? Outside the training room, Xin Feng sent a message to Kong Fong in the chat window. Kong Fong, got it. I'll assign my team to help search for it and also ask around to see if anyone has intel on a Void Rift. If there's a lead, I'll buy it outright. Xin Feng, thanks, I'll pay you a commission for the effort. Kong Feng, no problem. By the way, how about giving us a better discount next time we buy equipment? Xin Feng, you already getting a pretty good deal. Fine, I'll knock off another 100 gold coins for you. Kong Feng, deal. After finishing the chat, Xin Feng started wandering through the city, visiting a few intelligence agencies he had connections with to inquire about the location of any void rifts. Unfortunately, void rifts were elusive, appearing only by chance. You couldn't simply find one just because you wanted to. And to make matters worse, even untouched void rifts could vanish unpredictably due to their instability. This made void rifts a type of dungeon that relied heavily on luck. Finding one was far from guaranteed. Xin Feng roamed the city for 2 days. At one point, he even joined Kong Feng to seek out John, a well-known information broker. But the moment John heard they were looking for a void rift, his face turned into a grimace. He only promised to ask around but made no guarantees of success. Still no luck finding a void rift, huh? On the balcony of the Shadow Cult's chapel, Xin Feng lay sprawled in the sun, while Alia reclined on a lounge chair beside him. Xin Feng glanced at her helplessly. How many battles have I fought alongside you these past 2 days? Aren't you satisfied yet? With fights that mundane? Alia raised an eyebrow. You think battles like that could satisfy anyone? But if we go all out, I might hurt you or vice versa, Xin Feng replied seriously, sipping on a nearby glass of juice. Fair enough, let's leave it at that for now. Your level is climbing quickly, it won't be long before you catch up to me. Alia nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. Maybe, Xin Feng responded nonchalantly. At that moment, a private chat notification popped up in front of him. He opened it immediately. Kong Feng, we found a void rift. And you don't need to pay extra, it was discovered by one of our own people. Xin Feng, got it. I'm heading over now. Your commission has already been transferred. With a casual swipe, 500 gold coins moved silently into Kong Feng's account. Xin Feng didn't bat an eye. Although Kong Feng's team wasn't constantly on the hunt for void rifts, a team of over a dozen people still deserved fair compensation for their efforts. The payment was worth it. Heading out? Alia stretched lazily, seeming to sense the joy flickering in Xin Feng's heart. Yep, once I conquer this void rift, maybe I'll finally be able to face you head-on. Rising from the lounge chair, Xin Feng's tall, tower-like frame cast a massive shadow over Alia. I'll be waiting, Alia said with a faint smile, taking a sip of her juice. Without another word, Xin Feng leapt from the chapel's towering 100-meter-high roof, vanishing into the shadows below. He moved swiftly toward the location Kong Feng had provided, eventually arriving at a dim, secluded alley. Why do void rifts always show up in places like this? Xin Feng muttered as he emerged from the shadows, staring at the shimmering, rainbow-colored void rift. Kong Feng and his team, who were waiting nearby, turned to look at him, their eyes filled with astonishment. Not one of them had noticed Xin Feng's stealthy approach. Just how advanced was his stealth technique? After greeting Kong Feng and his team, Xin Feng took a resolute step forward, heading straight for the void rift. A system notification chimed in his ears. Chapter 93, The City Guard's Mutiny. Dungeon name, Lost Fragments of History 13. Dungeon objective, survive for 7 days under the pursuit of the 7 deadly sins. Clear condition, stay alive. As the voice echoed in his mind, Xin Feng found himself lost in thought, contemplating the fate that awaited him. A historical dungeon? The 7 deadly sins? Another survival mission? Such survival challenges often meant formidable enemies. Just recalling the silver-furred giant wolf he had encountered during his first blood banquet mission made Xin Feng's head ache. At this very moment, the system notification sound chimed again. Player talent, historian effect triggered. Entering historical instance dungeon, gaining a significant innate advantage. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the identity of Son of the Lord of Woyo City. As the notification ended, Xin Feng's consciousness gradually emerged from the fog, becoming clearer. He suddenly opened his eyes, finding himself lying on a wide, plush goose-down bed. Beside his pillow sat a bottle of bitter-smelling potion. Just catching a whiff of it was enough to imagine its nauseating taste. You're awake, young lord? A deep voice broke through his thoughts. Xin Feng turned his head and saw a towering middle-aged man nearly 2 meters tall. The man was clad in heavy plate armor, and a massive sword was strapped to his back. He exuded an imposing, unyielding presence. Just from his appearance alone, Xin Feng could tell that this man was undoubtedly a powerful force to be reckoned with. Name, Bellado, Berserker. Level, 97. Strength, Endurance, Spirit, Agility, Luck, HP, MP, Skills. Hint, this man is the Grand Steward of Woyo City and an absolute confidant of the City Lord. Upon seeing the system prompt, Shin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Since Bellato was the city lord's confidant, he was naturally Qin Feng's confidant as well. The fact that Bellato hadn't attacked him upon waking indicated that betrayal was highly unlikely. Starting off with a legendary berserker as an assistant, Shin Feng couldn't help but marvel at how ridiculously powerful this SSS tier talent was. What's the situation now? Shin Feng tilted his head and asked Bellato. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Bellato sat down, shaking his head repeatedly, his expression filled with evident worry. What exactly happened? My mind's a bit muddled right now, probably due to some lingering aftereffects. I think my memory's been affected, Shin Feng said, gently running his fingers over the wounds on his body as he inquired further. How much have you forgotten, young lord? Bellato's face showed concern. I'm afraid, everything. My memories stop at a time when everything was still fine. If not for the potion by my bed and your words, I wouldn't even realize something had gone wrong. Damn it! It must have been a mental spell they used. Bellato clenched his teeth in anger and continued, the city lord has gone missing, and the management of the city has fallen to you. But before you could even take command of the city guard, you were ambushed. His words were filled with rage, veins bulging on his forehead like writhing worms. It's all because of those damned original sin cultists. They've been wreaking havoc within the city, throwing everything into chaos. And that's not all. While you were unconscious, I sought help from the Council of Elders, but their response was ambiguous. They outright refused to help stabilize the situation. Shin Feng lowered his head and thought, his mind racing as he analyzed Bellato's words. The enemies were from the original Sin cult? This infamous and malevolent organization was as terrifying as the sapient sect Shin Feng had encountered before. The original Sin cult believed that the 7 deadly sins were the root of all evil, asserting that human nature was inherently sinful. Instead of suppressing these sins, they advocated indulging in them, claiming that the closer one was to their primal instincts, the more powerful they would become. As Shin Feng pondered, a series of fragmented, comic strip-like images flashed through his mind, a feature of his talent that seemed to include a recap function. No wonder it was classified as SSS tier. Piecing together the information, Shin Feng quickly organized the current situation in his mind. Woyo City, an independent stronghold, had unfortunately caught the attention of the original Sin cult over the years. These despicable fanatics sought to transform Woyo City into their so-called sanctuary of freedom, secretly expanding their influence and biding their time. To make matters worse, some members of the Council of Elders had already been corrupted by the cultists. The city lord had been investigating their activities, only to mysteriously vanish not long ago, a baffling disappearance for someone renowned as a legendary shadow assassin. Shortly afterward, as the heir to the city, Shin Feng was attacked and fell into a coma. During his unconscious state, the situation in Woyo City had deteriorated rapidly, leaving the city on the brink of collapse. Shin Feng furrowed his brows slightly, thinking to himself how dire the circumstances were. Even with his intervention, resolving this would undoubtedly require significant effort. Bellato, Shin Feng began, preparing to issue orders to him. However, before he could finish, urgent shouting came from outside the door. Grand Steward, something's wrong. The city guard seems to be staging a mutiny. Please come quickly. Hearing the shout from outside, Bellato's expression changed drastically, his face tense with anxiety. Young lord, the city guard is our most crucial force. We cannot afford to lose them. With that, he stood up, his voice resolute. Please focus on recovering from your injuries. I'll go investigate immediately. Shin Feng shook his head, his deep, abyss-like eyes glimmering with steadfast determination. No need. I've almost fully recovered. Let's go together. Besides, my presence will help put the city guards at ease. Understood. Bellato nodded and turned toward the doorway, calling out instructions. Prepare the carriage immediately. Shortly after, Shin Feng departed from the city lord's mansion and boarded an opulent and luxurious carriage that headed toward the eastern part of the city. The City Defense Army's barracks were located in the eastern district, spanning several hundred hectares and equipped with various military facilities. However, as Shin Feng's carriage approached, this once solemn and orderly military camp erupted with deafening shouts and the clamor of battle. Chapter 94, Arrogance and Jealousy. Kill him. Chop that mangy cur into pieces. Cut off his head now. The chaotic roars of battle surged from within the barracks like a tidal wave. Bellato's face darkened, and his heart tightened with unease. Leaping out of the carriage in a flash, Shin Feng followed closely behind. The coachman was just about to get down and help Shin Feng alight, but before he could even move, Shin Feng had already darted forward like a bolt of lightning. The young master is so fast? The coachman was stunned. As the two rushed into the barracks, the training ground before them resembled a scene straight out of hell. Thousands of city guards, clad in plate armor and wielding weapons, were locked in fierce combat. Blood stained the ground, and agonized screams echoed nonstop. Severed limbs lay scattered, painting a scene of utter carnage. The city guards, who were supposed to stand united against external foes, were instead slaughtering each other. Why? Stop this at once! Bellotto roared, his voice thunderous, shaking the very dust in the air. The moment the words left his mouth, he charged forward like a raging tiger. His massive greatsword was drawn in a single, swift motion and came crashing down. With each swing of his blade, the weapons of several city guards were sent flying, his momentum unstoppable. Yet, some soldiers, instead of retreating in fear, dared to attack Bellotto directly. Stretching out his arm, strong as steel, Bellotto seized an attacker and slammed him into the ground with formidable force. Boom! The ground shattered, leaving a massive crater several meters deep. Shards of broken stone flew outward, striking nearby armor and leaving a dense pattern of small dents. The soldier Bellotto had subdued fainted on the spot. Seeing this, Bellotto continued to grab and hurl every stubborn fighter who refused to cease their assault into the pit. Finally, the chaotic fighting subsided. The soldiers stared at Bellotto, their rationality barely returning. Now, tell me, what on earth is going on here? Bellotto sheathed his bloodied greatsword onto his back, his gaze as sharp as a blade as he scanned the crowd. One soldier stepped forward, pointing at another group of guards with a furious shout. It's all their fault. We were training properly, but they kept nitpicking, saying this was wrong, that was wrong. We know our own abilities better than anyone. Do we really need their lectures? I say they deserve a beating. Rubbish! The other group of guards immediately fired back, their anger flaring. We were offering genuine guidance, but instead of appreciating it, you claimed your skills were superior to ours. If you're so much better, then why were you the first ones to fall? Low skills require humility and a willingness to learn. But you questioned our expertise. I think you rookies are just jealous of us veterans. Let me tell you, us veterans fought alongside the city lord through countless battles, surviving against all odds. Our strength is beyond doubt. And yet you fools not only refuse to heed our advice but even dare to insult us. You're courting death. Bellotto frowned slightly, doubt clouding his mind. Could such trivial grievances really lead to this level of mutual slaughter among the city guards? You scum! We proved our worth with our swords, and yet you still dared to humiliate us? Humiliation? I only exposed your jealousy, that's all. The two factions resumed their verbal sparring, eyes blazing with fury. Some even reached for their swords, seemingly ready to reignite the fighting at any moment. Enough! A calm yet commanding voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Qin Feng strolled into the barracks unhurriedly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. He unleashed a wave of soul suppression, not at full strength, but merely a fraction of his power, a mere 1/20th. The invisible pressure rippled outward, and the soldiers' ferocious expressions froze. The rage in their eyes gradually faded, replaced by confusion and fear. What had just happened? Why had they clashed with their comrades, even harming each other? As the guards slowly regained their composure, Bellotto turned to Qin Feng. Young master, it's fortunate that you arrived. Otherwise, I doubt I could have stopped them. You were never going to stop them. Qin Feng shook his head, his cold gaze sweeping across the city guards. Their anger does not stem from within. It is the result of external manipulation. Or rather, his voice grew firm, each word deliberate, the influence of a sinful magic. This is also a signature tactic of the heresy cult, covert infiltration of the enemy ranks, using emotion-manipulating spells to incite internal conflict. Judging by their actions, there must be pride and envy cultists hidden within the city guard. As the words fell, the air suddenly tensed. A sharp sword light tore through the night sky from within the crowd, like a silver dragon leaping from a frigid pool. Watch out! Bellotto roared, his voice thunderous, but the distance was too great for him to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as the attacker's strike hurtled towards Qin Feng. Boom! The sword light ripped through the earth, sending sand and stone flying. The attacker's eyes, visible through the slits of his helmet, widened in disbelief. His strike had missed its target? How could this be? Suspended in midair, Qin Feng remained as cold as ice. A white thread shot out from his hand, wrapping precisely around the attacker's leg, and then tightened with a fierce pull. SHHHK blood gushed like a fountain, staining the ground. The attacker attempted to flee, but Bellotto had already arrived. He raised his massive sword high and struck from behind. The blade shone like a rainbow as it plunged into the attacker's chest. Blood spurted forth, painting the giant's sword a deep crimson. With a swift motion, Bellotto withdrew the blade and severed the attacker's head. Approaching Qin Feng, he looked at him with concern. Young city lord, are you hurt? No, I was prepared the whole time, Qin Feng replied calmly. That's a relief. Bellotto nodded, a hint of admiration in his tone. I didn't expect your speed to be so astonishing. Let's not focus on that now. There are likely more heresy cultists hidden among the city guard. We must root them out, Xin Feng said gravely. Bellato frowned slightly, lowering his head in thought. Isn't there a way to identify them? Xin Feng turned to him, raising an eyebrow. These heresy cultists appear no different from ordinary people. Their spells are fueled by emotions, making them undetectable by conventional means. Neither the Holy Light sect's evil detection techniques nor any other methods can expose their identities. Emotions. Xin Feng murmured, a spark of inspiration flashing through his mind. Determination glinted in his eyes. I might have an idea, he said, turning to Bellato with a gaze full of resolve and insight. Chapter 95, Exposing the Traitors. What is a berserker? A berserker is a fanatic of the battlefield, reveling in every moment of combat. They are fearless, unafraid of death, and use their fervent emotions as fuel to elevate their combat prowess to extraordinary heights. This is the essence of a berserker. The skills of a berserker are all built upon overwhelming, frenzied emotions. Xin Feng vividly recalled the abilities of a berserker, having once witnessed a top 10 global champion who was one. I remember a berserker's skill, absolute frenzy. He looked at Bellato, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. This skill suppresses distractions, channels battle fervor, and can even be applied to others. A faint smile appeared on his face, and the abyss-like depths of his gaze hinted at an indescribable emotion. Then why don't you use the skill on everyone present? Bellato immediately understood. He nodded sharply. Xin Feng's intent was crystal clear. The heresy cultists specialize in manipulating emotions. By turning the tables and influencing emotions ourselves, it might momentarily strip them of their defenses. Thus, absolute frenzy became the key to unmasking the heresy cultists. Under the cover of a silence spell, their plan went unnoticed. Absolute frenzy. Bellato drew his massive sword and raised it high. In an instant, an invisible wave surged outward, enveloping every soldier of the city guard. Emotions flipped in a heartbeat. What had once been guilt, pride, envy, and anger transformed into raw, unbridled battle lust. A fiery excitement burned in their eyes. Fight! 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 Weapons were raised, and their roars echoed. Blood surged like a raging river, veins bulging as if they were on the brink of an all-out slaughter. Young city lord, commander, let's hunt down those damned heresy cultists. Yes, leave none alive. We'll crush those cowards right now. Xin Feng's gaze was as firm as steel, his abyss-like eyes locking onto a few faces within the city guard whose expressions had subtly shifted. They seemed to sense something was amiss. Their faces turned red, veins bulged, and their discomfort was evident. A closer look revealed their peculiarities. This entire performance had been meticulously designed to corner their guilty consciences. Bang! The stone slab beneath Bellato's feet shattered instantly, and he launched forward like a cannonball towards a Sin cultist. It's you? He swung his massive sword with astonishing speed. The air beneath his blade turned liquid, dense mist rising as he unleashed a force that transcended the speed of sound. Boom! As a level 97 legendary warrior, Bellato's power was unparalleled, and the destructive force of his full-strength strike was terrifying. The massive sword slammed into the Sin cultist, yet instead of severed limbs, the cultist's body was reduced to nothing but a blood mist. Whoosh! The giant sword swept through, whipping up a gale that sent the mangled remains flying like trash. Meanwhile, Xin Feng locked eyes with his own opponent. Standing before him was a warrior armed with a short sword in his left hand and a round shield in his right. The bronze shield shimmered with a formidable defensive glow, and the heavy plate armor he wore made him a tough target for an instant kill. But Xin Feng was undeterred. He drew his dagger, the abyss-like darkness in his eyes radiating coldness and ruthlessness. Kill me? With just you? The Sin cultist sneered, throwing out a taunt, but Xin Feng had already vanished from sight. Mire trap. Blood vengeance. Death call. Muck appeared beneath the warrior's feet, and Xin Feng's dagger materialized like a phantom, striking straight for the neck. Judgment of fate. The dagger slid through the gaps in the plate armor, and the flesh inside exploded. The once formidable armor expanded like a balloon before collapsing. Instant kill. Both Bellato and Xin Feng achieved instant kills, but Xin Feng's was far more breathtaking. If Bellato's kill was a display of overwhelming power and absolute superiority in level that left his enemies in despair, Xin Feng's kill was a masterpiece of precision and calculation, creating a situation where death was inevitable. Both evoked a sense of helplessness, one suffocating, the other despair-inducing. As the lifeless plate armor crashed to the ground, Xin Feng refrained from further action, instead turning to look at Bellato in the distance. He no longer had a reason to fight. Bellato had slaughtered nearly everyone, showcasing the advantages of being a higher-level warrior. Even if Xin Feng could achieve the same feat, Bellato's efficiency in killing far surpassed his own. Young lord, All the traitors have been eliminated. Bellato let the last Sin cultist's corpse fall to the ground as he walked towards Qin Feng with a respectful demeanor. You've done well. Qin Feng nodded slightly before turning his gaze to the city guards. Their faces were filled with fear and unease. Qin Feng and Bellato's sudden and unannounced action seemed, to them, as though the young lord and his steward had arbitrarily slaughtered their comrades. This kind of situation would unsettle even the most disciplined soldiers. Qin Feng was well aware of this. Although he had never led a guild in his previous life, his experience in assembling temporary teams taught him how to stabilize morale. Brave soldiers of the city guard, you have nothing to fear. These people were traitors planted among you by the Sin cult, which is why we acted decisively to eliminate them, Qin Feng said as he walked among the troops, his voice calm and clear. You have done nothing wrong. In recognition of your recent hard-fought battles, each of you will be rewarded with 10 gold coins for your valor. As soon as his words fell, the soldiers erupted into cheers. Long live the young lord. Their celebration wasn't just for the reward, it was also a release of the tension that had been gripping their hearts. The distribution of rewards signaled that the young lord and the steward had no intention of purging the city guard. After all, their recent actions could easily be misconstrued as rebellion rather than loyalty. While ordinary soldiers might escape punishment, the officers would certainly face consequences. Chapter 96, The Sand Statue of the Lustful Lord. Watching as the city guards gradually calmed down, Qin Feng and Bellato moved to a secluded spot. I still don't understand how my father disappeared. Have you uncovered anything on your end? Qin Feng asked, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze firm as he looked at Bellato. Bellato lowered his head, pondering the young lord's recent display. After a moment, he nodded and said, the Seaview Pavilion. His eyes burned with fury. It was there that the city lord vanished. The Seaview Pavilion. Qin Feng repeated the name, rolling the words over in his mind as he recalled the information he had gathered. The Seaview Pavilion was a renowned, scenic spot within the city lord's mansion. From there, one could overlook the entirety of Wuyo City and even glimpse the distant ocean, giving the pavilion its name. Let's go investigate. Also, have the city guards enforce a lockdown. No one is to enter or leave the barracks. Deploy 500 soldiers to stand by at the city lord's mansion, Qin Feng commanded decisively. Understood, Bellato replied without hesitation. Under the command issued, 500 fully armed city guards accompanied Qin Feng's carriage back to the city lord's mansion. They were responsible for the outer defenses, while the more critical inner security was handled by the city lord's personal guard. Qin Feng and Bellato headed straight to the Tower of Listening to the Sea. This is the Tower of Listening to the Sea? Qin Feng raised his head to gaze at the towering structure before him. The Tower of Listening to the Sea stood like a sky-piercing pillar of white jade, entirely made of pure white marble. It was situated amidst a vast garden, exuding an imposing grandeur. The two entered the tower, which was pristine and spotless, clearly maintained regularly. The city lord stayed in the Tower of Listening to the Sea for half a month back then. He didn't leave during that time, but when he was about to attend a council of elders meeting, he disappeared, Bellato explained calmly, his steps unwavering. I sent people to search for the city lord, but he vanished without a trace. No clues at all? Qin Feng frowned slightly, continuing his inquiry. The two had already reached the top floor of the tower, overlooking the golden, shimmering sea under the sunlight. No clues whatsoever. It was as if the city lord left of his own accord. But if he had done so, he would have informed us in advance, Bellato said, his voice tinged with worry. He's not the kind of person who shirks responsibility. This whole matter is too strange. Qin Feng nodded slightly, carefully inspecting the stone tiles near the windows and on the floor as he moved. Just as Bellato had said, there were no signs of struggle or damage inside the tower, as if the city lord had simply chosen to leave. Perhaps my father really did leave on his own, Qin Feng said firmly. How is that possible? Bellato's face was filled with disbelief. The city lord would never abandon Wuyo City. It's his life's work. No, Bellato, Qin Feng shook his head. You misunderstood me. What I mean is, he might have discovered something and chose to leave because of it. Something like the original Sin cult schemes or something even more dangerous, prompting him to leave voluntarily. Bellato's lips quivered slightly as he realized he couldn't come up with a stronger explanation. If not for discovering some kind of plot, why else would the city lord leave the Tower of Listening to the Sea without notifying anyone, not even him? So our focus should be on figuring out what my father discovered in this tower. What clue led him to leave? Qin Feng summarized. Hearing this, Bellato immediately began scanning the surroundings, trying to find any trace that might explain the city lord's disappearance. Unfortunately, even with his keen eyesight at level 97, he couldn't find a single clue inside the tower. Young lord, do you have any leads? Bellato asked, scratching his head in frustration. He turned to Qin Feng, only to see him leaning against the railing, gazing intently at the distant sea with an unprecedented focus. "What is it?" "I've found something." "Perhaps we have a lead," Qin Feng replied, his body unmoving, his eyes locked on the horizon. Bellato moved closer to stand beside Qin Feng, looking out at the sea, but he couldn't spot anything out of the ordinary. The view was, as it always was, so mundane it felt boring. Only someone like the city lord, a lover of such scenery, could admire it endlessly. After a moment, Qin Feng shifted slightly and pointed to a specific spot. "There's something odd on the shore. You can only see it from this angle." Bellato frowned slightly, his heart filled with doubt. With his current level of perception, it would take an extremely advanced illusion to deceive him. But as he stood where Qin Feng had indicated, his eyes widened in shock. On the distant coastline, where there had previously been nothing, now stood an enormous sand sculpture. The structure, towering dozens of meters high, resembled a massive sand tower. But what was even more astonishing was its shape. It looked like a gigantic octopus. "What in the world is that?" Bellato exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the system notification before him. "Player has discovered an unknown level artifact, the sand statue of the Lustful Lord." The Lustful Lord, one of the 7 sins of the original Sin cult. Among the factions under the original Sin cult, the Lust sect was the most powerful. The statue symbolizing the Lustful Lord represented one of the 7 deities worshipped by the cult. And now, it had appeared on the coast outside Wuyo City. No wonder the city lord had felt compelled to investigate. Qin Feng could even conclude that it was this investigation that had led to the city lord's disappearance. "Should we go investigate that sand statue? Maybe we can find the city lord," Bellato asked urgently. Qin Feng shook his head firmly. "That wouldn't be wise. The power hidden behind that sand statue is unpredictable. Rushing in would only put us in danger. Besides, we have a simpler solution. As long as we deal with the Council of Elders and secure the support of the city guards, my father will be fine." His words were calm yet powerful, making Bellato lower his head in shame. "It was my recklessness, young city lord." Indeed, this place was riddled with traps. Otherwise, how could the city lord have gone missing? It was his momentary concern that caused him to lose his composure. "All right, let's go. It's time to convene the Council of Elders," Qin Feng commanded without hesitation. "The Council of Elders?" Bellato widened his eyes in astonishment. "Young city lord, do you mean?" "What I mean is, we can't let those self-righteous fools enjoy the fruits of others' efforts. It's about time they were taught a proper lesson." Qin Feng's stride was firm as he headed out of the building, as if nothing in the world could stand in his way. Chapter 97, Who Approves and Who Opposes? In the spacious conference hall, a long table was flanked by 13 chairs. At this moment, 12 of the seats along the sides of the table were fully occupied, leaving only the main seat at the far end vacant, the seat reserved for the city lord. "The city lord has gone missing. Who exactly called for this elders' council?" An elder with a balding crown thumped the table, his tone full of skepticism. "Was it the young lord? Isn't he still bedridden and frail? I don't think the young lord is qualified to convene this meeting at all." The balding elder's triangular eyes glinted with disdain as he slapped the table again. "Which one of us here isn't older than him? With the city lord missing, it should be one of us elders taking the main seat. What right does he have to preside over this meeting?" "Exactly. We should vote. Whoever gets the most support should take the seat and handle the city's affairs." Another elder, as thin as a skeleton, nodded in agreement. "When the young lord arrives, we'll propose this to him. After all, we elders have far more experience than him," someone added with a smirk. "Ha!" the balding elder sneered. "You're being way too modest. We're not just more experienced than him, we completely outclass him. Compared to us, he's nothing but a snot-nosed kid who hasn't even grown up." Before his voice could settle, a towering figure, as imposing as a beast, suddenly appeared behind the balding elder. "How dare you disrespect the young lord? You deserve punishment." With a resounding slap, the enormous palm sent the balding elder crashing into the ground. Boom! Under the terrifying force, the luxurious tiles of the conference hall shattered instantly, leaving a sizable crater. The balding elder lay within, his eyes wide open, as if they might pop out of their sockets. Finally, some peace and quiet, a calm yet commanding voice echoed from the entrance of the hall. Still reeling from the shock, the elders turned to see the source of the voice. A tall, broad-shouldered figure, like a human iron tower, walked into the hall with his hands casually in his pockets. It was Qin Feng. His gaze was serene and gentle, yet it carried the biting chill of a winter wind. This icy gaze swept over the elders, making their hair stand on end. Without sparing the elders another glance, Qin Feng strode to the main seat and sat down, as though it was his rightful place. The chair was remarkably soft, so comfortable it seemed like one could sleep in it with ease. No wonder so many people coveted it. The chaos in Woyo City right now is something none of you can escape responsibility for. Xin Feng extended a hand, pointing at each elder in turn. During the time I was unconscious, you stood idly by as Woyo City fell into turmoil. Was it because the cult of original sin offered you certain benefits? Hearing this, the elders lowered their heads, silent. Some even began fiddling with their fingernails, feigning distraction. Seeing their behavior, Xin Feng let out a faint smile. Do you honestly believe that if you agree to the cult of original sin's terms, they'll share power with you and let you enjoy greater benefits? You're wrong. Gravely wrong. Xin Feng's gaze turned sharp, colder than the ice of the farthest north, piercing to the bone. What do you think you are? A bunch of selfish, decrepit old fools. Do you really believe those greedy cultists would share the power and wealth of Woyo City with you? No. Xin Feng's voice thundered. What they want is the entire Woyo City, not you rotten relics. All the elders raised their heads in shock, including the balding elder, who was lying on the ground with blood dripping from his mouth. Wasn't this going too far? But glancing at the menacing figure of Bellato standing nearby, the elders swallowed their indignation, suppressing their anger. Seeing this, Xin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Therefore, I declare that Woyo City will fully oppose the cult of original sin. From now on, anyone who dares to collude with them will be executed without mercy, he announced solemnly. As he spoke, Xin Feng's gaze swept across the elders like the edge of a blade. I've said my piece. Who approves? Who opposes? The hall fell into utter silence. At that moment, the balding elder struggled to his feet. I oppose. His head was bleeding profusely, crimson droplets dripping onto the floor. You ignorant brat. You have no idea what you're. Kill. Xin Feng uttered the word softly, his tone as light as a breeze, yet each syllable cut like a blade. It was as if he wasn't ordering the taking of a life, but merely crushing an empty soda can underfoot. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind rose. The balding elder spun around abruptly, only to find Bellato standing before him. The massive warrior had appeared out of nowhere, and in his hands, the greatsword was already swinging down like a thunderbolt. Slash! The immense blade, sharp as a hot knife through butter, cleaved straight through the elder from crown to crotch, splitting his aged body cleanly in half. Plop! The body collapsed to the ground with a sound like a wet towel hitting the floor. Even a level 70 warrior, when faced with a level 97 opponent, was no more than a strong ant. This was an unbridgeable chasm, an abyss too deep to fathom. Bellato shook his massive sword, sending blood and filth splattering onto the ground. He then turned his gaze to Xin Feng. Without even lifting his eyelids, Xin Feng said coldly, "Dispatch the city guards to eradicate his family's forces. Leave no one alive." Yes. Bellato bowed deeply, then used a spell to relay the order to the city guards stationed outside. The elders stood rooted in place, their faces pale with shock. Their widened eyes were fixed on the elder with a balding head, now cleaved in two on the ground. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. That man had been their equal in strength, a fellow powerhouse they often sparred and competed against. None of them had ever imagined he could be so easily killed. Yet it had happened. Today, a competitor of theirs, someone they had considered a rival, had died as effortlessly as a stray dog in an alley, falling under Bellato's sword. And now the family forces behind him were about to be uprooted entirely. The very thought of it made some of the elders' hands tremble uncontrollably, and a few even found their legs shaking. Now, who's in favor, and who's against? Xin Feng asked, his arms crossed, his tone indifferent. His gaze swept over the room, and the tall, gaunt elder who resembled a skeleton immediately began clapping. I'm in favor. I fully support the young lord's decision. Those damn heretics from the cult of original sin should all be eradicated. The lone voice of agreement quickly set off a chain reaction. Absolutely. The heretics must all be wiped out. Well said. The young lord is truly wise. This decision is entirely correct. Chapter 98, The Blood Oath Chalice and the Assassins. Xin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. Facing the elders who were now enthusiastically clapping, he revealed a mysterious expression. Since everyone agrees, then let's swear an oath before the gods. As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Feng pulled out a bowl-shaped artifact from his robes, the Blood Oath Chalice. This sacred object was specifically used for swearing oaths. Though not particularly rare, it was highly practical. Any religious faction would willingly provide one if requested. No one would refuse. However, the Blood Oath Chalice had one unique condition: the oath sworn upon it would only take effect if recognized by a deity. The gods, lofty and arrogant, seldom bothered to respond to the oaths of mere mortals. To gain their acknowledgement? That was nothing short of a pipe dream. When the elders saw Xin Feng produce the chalice, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Some even felt a twinge of disdain. Using this kind of gimmick to intimidate them? It was no different from swearing upon a random river. Qin Feng, having caught their subtle expressions, remained unfazed. "Please, make your oaths," he said, placing the blood oath chalice on the table. One by one, the elders pricked their fingers or plucked strands of their hair, letting the blood or hair fall into the chalice. Then, they began repeating the words Qin Feng had spoken earlier. Qin Feng gripped the chalice and channeled his internal power. Instantly, the blood oath chalice emitted a low hum. The elders' eyes widened again, their faces filled with disbelief. What deity is this?" one elder exclaimed. Before his words fully landed, an intense crimson light burst forth from the chalice, flooding the entire hall in an instant. Qin Feng crossed his arms, his face adorned with a faint, enigmatic smile. Gods were indeed arrogant and distant beings, but he just so happened to be on rather familiar terms with one of them. Under the suffocating shroud of blood-red light, the elders' expressions varied, but without exception, their eyes all revealed deep regret. Elsewhere, in a small room within the slums of Worry-Free City, 3 masked figures in black robes sat around a chessboard. Their hands fiddled idly with the pieces, but their focus on the game was unmistakable even through the hollow gazes of their masks. "Something's wrong. Lately, things have felt off. The elders who were pursuing us so relentlessly, why has their attitude suddenly shifted?" The arrogant bishop sneered coldly. "It's caused us to lose quite a number of followers. Please, maintain your composure," the Bishop of Lust coughed lightly, offering a reminder. "Composure?" The arrogant bishop scoffed dismissively. "How can I find anything admirable about that spineless bunch? Could you at least make your complaints one at a time?" The Bishop of Envy set down his chess piece, visibly annoyed. "The key issue here is turning the tide in our favor, is it not?" "Indeed. But what's the root cause of this sudden shift?" The Bishop of Lust began to toy with a chess piece, his thoughts churning. "It should have something to do with the recently awakened young lord," he said after a moment, placing the piece back on the board. "Word has it that, after his awakening, he worked with the city's overseer to dismantle our influence within the city guard. Soon after, he convened an elders' meeting. The elders' change in attitude stems from that meeting. However, since they won't speak of it, we've been unable to uncover the details." "Young Lord Sarad?" The arrogant bishop frowned slightly. "I heard he was a mediocre individual. What gives him the power to control those old fools?" At this moment, the Bishop of Envy turned to the Bishop of Lust and asked, "How's the situation with the city lord? If we can leverage him, our dilemma will be easily resolved." The Bishop of Lust shook his head. "It's not possible. He's a legendary shadow assassin, someone not easily bought. Right now, he's still resisting." The Bishop of Pride interjected, "If you ask me, we might as well plan another assassination attempt on the young city lord. A legendary berserker won't be able to protect him. Given the current situation, that seems to be our only option." The Bishop of Lust nodded in agreement. The Bishop of Envy spread his hands. "I have no objections." Seeing that both of them agreed, the Bishop of Pride nodded. "Then I'll notify the assassins to make their move." In the city lord's mansion, inside the bedroom, Qin Feng reclined on a lounge chair, flipping through a book resting on his lap. The book detailed the customs and traditions of Carefree City, as well as the historical roots of its major families. Though it had no deliberate promotion, it spread like a virus across the world. The timeline of this Qin instance seemed to be a lengthy one. Since that was the case, any strategy would require careful thought. A farmer without patience would never harvest sweet fruits. This was something a farmer had once said to Qin Feng while tilling the fields in the puppet village of the weavers. The words resonated with him deeply. Although the two were enemies, Qin Feng had always excelled at learning from his adversaries. He committed the phrase to memory. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Who's there?" Qin Feng asked coldly, not even lifting his head. "Young city lord, it's me." A soft, tender voice came from beyond the door. It was unmistakably his personal maid. "Come in, then." With Qin Feng's permission, a voluptuous and beautiful maid stepped into the room, carrying a tray of snacks. "Young city lord, I brought the Carefree tea and Carefree pastries." Just leave them over there." Qin Feng casually gestured to the round table beside him, his focus still on the book in his hands. "Understood." The maid nodded, her steps light as she approached Qin Feng and set the tray of snacks on the table. Clatter! Suddenly, Qin Feng's figure vanished from the lounge chair. The book in his hands dropped onto the chair, causing it to shake violently. In the next instant, a hidden blade stabbed into the lounge chair, piercing right through it. The owner of the blade was none other than the maid who had brought Qin Feng the tea and pastries. Her face was filled with shock as she turned her gaze toward the doorway, where Qin Feng now stood. Slowly, he unsheathed a dagger. "The first person who tried to attack me, it must have been you, right?" Qin Feng's eyes, as deep and cold as an abyss, radiated merciless frost. Who sent you? Who's your superior? The only response he received was a slender dagger flying straight at him.